I'm really a villain. Chapter 1409 to Chapter 1496. The fire of the soul tests the cultivator's soul. Xianxia smiled and said, if you're not confident, don't try it, because there's no turning back. Su Zimo looked at Zhang Hingji. Among the three of them, Zhang Hingji was the weakest. Don't worry, although I'm not strong. But my Dao heart is strong. Zhang Hingji smiled. I'm not afraid of the so-called fire of the soul. The so-called fire of the soul was actually a bridge. A bridge of fire that led to the top of the mountain and between the cliffs. Flames burned on the bridge. The flames were purple. There seemed to be ferocious faces evolving in the flames. When the three of them arrived here, there were already people walking on the bridge. Some people's faces were ferocious, and it was difficult to describe the burning pain. Some people were directly burned by the flames and eventually turned into nothingness. However, there were still some people who walked as if they were flying and were not affected at all. By the way, there's something you might be interested in. Xianxia looked at Su Zimo and smiled. What? The city lord of Limestone City has come to the Chaos Fire realm. Xianxia said. At this point, Su Zimo also understood. The other party was here to avenge his son. What's the realm of that so-called city lord? Su Zimo asked again. If you want to know, join our Divine Crow Fire realm. Xianxia smiled. I'll deal with that city lord for you. Su Zimo shook his head slightly and looked at Zhang Hingji. He should be a heavenly venerable. Zhang Hingji replied. The city lords of the cities under the Chaos Fire realm are all great emperors. Limestone City is considered one of the more powerful cities. Then it's boring. Su Zimo said. He wanted to catch a great sage of the Fire clan for the Blue Man to taste. The three of them walked on the fire bridge. As soon as he stepped onto the bridge, Su Zimo felt the scene in front of him change. It was as if an endless sea of purple flames was rushing towards him, wanting to envelop his entire body. Su Zimo's gaze was domineering, and demonic chi surged in his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the sea of flames had already disappeared. However, the flames began to burn behind him. This fire of the heart seemed to be very effective against the soul. His divine soul was like fuel for the flames, burning more and more vigorously. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. The two of them seemed to have encountered the same situation as him. In an instant, Xianxia's eyes regained clarity. Zhang Hingji was a bit later, but he also escaped from the illusion. Let's go faster, Zhang Hingji said hurriedly. The domineering power of the flames was beyond his expectations. He felt a burning pain all over his body, as if his spirit was being torn apart, and his vision blurred. As the three of them walked on the fire bridge, Su Zimo asked some questions that he was more interested in. Who's in charge of the primal chaos flame realm now? Fire Ancestor, of course, Zhang Hingji replied. Although the primal chaos fire ancestor has left, the new generation of fire tribe is just as powerful. Among the 7 major fire territories, our primal chaos fire territory is ranked in the top 3. You've seen aquatic beasts before, right? Su Zimo asked again. Zhang Hingji shook his head. On the other hand, Xianxia's eyes were solemn as he said, I've been to the Lihua territory before, that place has already been occupied by aquatic beasts. Su Zimo had been thinking about a question. If the disaster of aquatic beasts in Yanhua City was caused by the blue people, what about other places? Were there other blue people, and what was the origin of the blue people? He couldn't get the answers to these questions for the time being, so he could only wait for the blue people to wake up and see if he could ask anything. Walking on the fire bridge, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. There were 3 people rushing over from afar. They were extremely fast, as if they were running wildly, wearing the same blue robes. When they got close to Su Zimo, the 3 of them suddenly attacked. 3 scimitars flew out of their hands, slashing towards Su Zimo. Bang, bang, bang. All the scimitars were knocked down by Su Zimo's punch. The 3 of them didn't panic when they saw this. Flames raged around their bodies, and they attacked Su Zimo from 3 directions. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Because these 3 people didn't give him a strong feeling. What was the point of such an existence assassinating him? He raised his right foot and kicked it directly. the entire void exploded with a boom. A broken void path was created in front of him, and the figures of the three people were directly annihilated. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to have thought of something. He shouted, "Be careful." As soon as his voice fell, the surface of the three people's bodies turned red, as if there was a volcanic eruption bursting out. The assassination trio was like a ticking time bomb. They directly surrounded Su Zimo and exploded. Boom! How powerful was this explosion? Even the fire bridge under his feet was blown apart. The raging flames completely burned Su Zimo. His figure could no longer be seen, only the flames burning the sky. Xianxia and Zhang Lanji dodged quickly enough. In addition, the other party's target was only Su Zimo. Therefore, the two of them weren't hurt. What's going on? Zhang Hingji asked in shock. They're all burning corpses. Xianxia's expression was ugly. It's said that some forces will secretly cultivate some burning corpses. They're like death warriors. And they're even more extreme because they cultivate a forbidden technique that self-destructs. Once they cultivate to the end, their bodies won't be able to take it and explode. At this point, Xianxia's expression was solemn. This cultivation method was originally created by a senior of our fire clan. When he created his own cultivation method, there were some mistakes. That's why this cultivation method appeared. Later on, many forces secretly used this cultivation method to cultivate burning corpses. Who could it be? Zhang Hingji asked. This is definitely a premeditated assassination. I don't know. This cultivation method has long been banned from cultivating. Xianxia shook his head. The only person Child Su offended seems to be Limestone City. They also have the strength to cultivate burning corpses. It's just that without absolute evidence, we can't speak carelessly. The two of them stared at the bottom of the lava without blinking. With such a big thing happening, the Chaos Fire realm probably couldn't sit still and would come out. After all, such a thing happening during the assessment period was equivalent to challenging the dignity of the Chaos Fire realm. Child Su. Xianxia shouted towards the lava. At this moment, she felt someone patting her shoulder. Xianxia quickly turned his head. Only to see Su Zimo standing behind her, unharmed. Child Su, you're fine. Xianxia asked happily. This level of assassination is not enough. Su Zimo shook his head. He said, let's go to the Chaos Fire realm first. Although he didn't say it out loud, he had blacklisted Limestone City in his heart. It seemed that some people couldn't hold back and wanted to die. The three of them came to the top of the volcano. There was a red vortex here. This vortex was the entrance to the Chaos Fire realm. The three of them didn't hesitate and all entered the vortex. After a moment of dizziness, their figures appeared in another small world. Rather than saying that this was a small world, it was more accurate to say that this was the bottom of the lava. Like the sea, the vast lava covered the entire world. And the Chaos Fire domain was built in the lava. Speaking of which, it was strange that they used some method to isolate the lava. Even if a human like Zhang Hingji stood in it, he would not feel the heat. At most, he would feel a little stuffy. For the fire tribe, this is indeed a good place to live, Su Zimo said. Very good, but compared to our Divine Crow Fire domain, it's still a little lacking, Xianxia said. Miss Xianxia, you're wrong. I've been to the Divine Crow Fire domain before, Zhang Hingji said with a smile. Although the Divine Crow Fire domain is built in the body of the Divine Crow. But ever since the Divine Crow died, your flames have been getting worse day by day. Sooner or later, the Chaos Fire domain will surpass you. The volcanoes of the Chaos Fire domain will last forever. So what? At least we're stronger than them now, Xianxia said with a smile. She had a strong sense of belonging to the Divine Crow Fire domain. Otherwise, she would not have recruited Su Zimo to join the Divine Crow Fire domain. Child Su, what I said is still valid. If you want to come to the Divine Crow Fire domain, you can come at any time. Let's go take a look at the competition first, Su Zimo said. His gaze swept across the entire Chaos Fire domain. In this vast world, there were rare trees, flying buildings, and all kinds of powerful fire-type beasts. In the surrounding lava, there were countless creatures swimming in it. Below them were towering halls. The entire world was mainly red. There were many styles of buildings, and they were all built randomly. This was the Chaos Fire domain, so it was very tolerant of all races. Walking on the streets, they could see races everywhere. If they went to other cities, the Fire Tribe people would look down on other races. There was no special meaning, but in the Blazing Fire domain, the Fire Tribe had an innate sense of superiority. But if they left the Blazing Fire domain, Suzimo believed that the human race could teach them a lesson. In the 9 regions, the human race was the most numerous. But there were also many experts. The 10,000 Fire Pavilion has released the list. Let's go take a look. Over the years, the myriad Fire Pavilions rankings have rarely been wrong. Now that we've seen the list, we have more confidence in our bets. The crowd surged in all directions, as if many people were running in the same direction. Suzimo and Zhang Hingji didn't quite understand. Xianxia smiled and explained, the 10,000 Fire Pavilion is an intelligence organization. Almost anything that happened in the Primal Chaos Fire domain, they could find out. Sometimes, even the Primal Chaos Fire Hall had to rely on them. Normally, when there was an important competition, the 10,000 Fire Pavilion would make a list of names based on the information they gathered. We'll rank those who are most likely to win. At this point, Xianxia smiled and said, every time there's a large-scale competition, there's always a big competition. It was always the time for the casino to party. Therefore, many people will look at the name list before they place their bets. Only then will they have an idea. That's interesting. Suzimo smiled. He said, let's go and have a look. That's right. Let's take a look at the geniuses of the Primal Chaos Flame Realm. Zhang Hingji nodded. Maybe Miss Shangguan's name is also on it, and Child Su. What about Lin Huahua and your disciples? Suzimo asked. They went to find an inn, Zhang Hingji said. Let's meet at the inn tonight. Suzimo nodded. The 10,000 Fire Pavilion was in the middle of this street. The geography could be said to be very good. Moreover, they occupied a vast area. The totem of the 10,000 Fire Pavilion was a pattern of several spiritual fires gathered together. In front of the 10,000 Fire Pavilion's door, a big red list fell. The list was very long. The 10,000 Fire Pavilion had 13 floors. One end of the list was hung on the 3rd floor, while the other end was hanging on the ground. There were a total of 100 contestants on the list. When Suzimo and the others arrived, the place was already filled with people. At the top, the 3 big words of the 10,000 Fire list were slowly shining, as if they were burning. Looking down. First place, Xianxia. Second place, Pajun. Third place, Ghost Saint. The list was very long. Suzimo saw Xianxuan's name at the 12th place. Xianxuan's background and power were both extraordinary. He didn't expect her to only be at the 12th place. Even Zhang Hingji couldn't understand. Xianxuan smiled, your Primal Chaos Flame domain has many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This ranking is actually higher than I thought. What is the background of the first place Xianxia? Zhang Hingji frowned, as if he had never heard of this name. He was quite familiar with the Primal Chaos Flame domain. He had more or less heard of the others. For example, the 2nd place Pajun was Weapon Sec's Holy Sun. And the 3rd place Ghost Saint came from Hell Valley. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he had no recollection of this Xianxia. Do you still remember what happened 100 years ago in your Primal Chaos Flame domain? Xianxuan reminded. What? Zhang Hingji was puzzled. When a child was born, there was a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. A small sun fell from the sky and entered the child's forehead. Xianxuan said. As soon as he said this, Zhang Hingji immediately remembered. This matter wasn't limited to the Primal Chaos Flame domain. The entire Blazing Fire domain was in an uproar. However, the popularity of this matter disappeared as quickly as it came. In just a few days, no one paid any attention to it. And there was no news of the child. Could it be? Zhang Hingji thought of something. Yes, the child's name is Xianxia. Xianxuan said. He was adopted by the primal chaos flame domain when he was young. They have been nurturing him. He is very strong and should be in the imminent divinity stage. Doesn't that mean we have no hope? Zhang Hingji said helplessly. That son of his seems to be a type of constitution. Yes, you should know about the primal chaos flame ancestor. He has one of the top 10 divine physiques, the primal chaos divine physique. But the fire tribe was obsessed with fire and evolved the primal chaos divine physique into the primal chaos flame physique. Xianxia said, if I'm not wrong, Xianxia's constitution is the natural primal chaos flame physique. After the list came out, they chatted for a while. Suzimo suddenly said, do you guys want to bet? Bet on Xianxia? Zhang Hingji asked. His odds are quite low. Even if he wins, he won't make much money. Bet on me. Suzimo said with a smile. Zhang Hingji was stunned. He knew that Suzimo was very strong, and he was more optimistic about Suzimo's future. It was just that he was so confident now, which made him a little uncertain. I believe in Child Su, then I'll bet on you. Shang Wanxian smiled. To her, winning or losing wasn't important. However, it was important to be on good terms with Suzimo. Chaos Gambling House. This was the largest gambling house in the Chaos Fire realm, and it was also protected by the Chaos Palace. All the transactions here were done according to the standard procedures, and people could place their bets here without worry. When Suzimo and the others arrived, the place was already packed with people. After all, after the appearance of the list of 10,000 flames, the number of people placing bets had increased by several times. How much are you betting? Zhang Hingji smiled. Sect leader Zhang, don't say I didn't warn you. Bet all your assets, and I guarantee you will make a lot of money, Suzimo said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Hingji was also puzzled. Where did Suzimo get such confidence from? This competition had gathered the most elite and most talented geniuses from the Chaos Fiery realm. There was also a group of geniuses from other fire realms like Shangguanxian. Perhaps even the likes of Xiao Anshan was not fully confident in winning. Moreover, what Suzimo displayed seemed to be only potential, and not absolute strength. Suzimo saw the look in Zhang Hingji's eyes and knew what he was thinking. But there was no need to explain. If the other party did not believe it, then so be it. Anyway, he was not earning or losing. Zhang Hingji seemed to think for a long time before he made a decision. He smiled bitterly and said, Child Su, I think I have a good eye in this life. I'll bet on you once. If I really lose, it's my bad luck. Suzimo nodded with a smile. He shouted inside, staff of the gambling house, come here. Sir, what can I do for you? A busy staff took the time to come over and ask. Bring your manager to me and tell him that I want to make a bet, Suzimo said. Sir, go there and line up. There will be someone to handle it, the staff said with a smile. I'm betting on a big business. I'm afraid they can't make the decision, Suzimo said with a smile. Hearing this, the staff was skeptical. He looked at Suzimo, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. The staff left. Not long after. An old man slowly walked over. Sir, this old man is the manager of the Primal Chaos Gambling House. If you have any business, you can tell me. The old man walked forward and said. Let's find a quiet place to talk, Suzimo replied. The old man nodded slightly. The two of them walked into the inner hall of the casino. After half a day, Suzimo slowly walked out under the warm escort of the old man. Are you done betting? He looked at the two of them and asked. Shangguanxian and Shangguanxian nodded. Let's go then, Suzimo said as he walked into the casino. After they came out, Zhang Hingji asked in confusion, what did you bet on? That old man treated you so warmly. I've wiped out some imperial lineage in the past. I've pawned off the imperial lineage's treasuries, Suzimo said with a smile. Oh, Zhang Hingji said regretfully. With that amount of wealth, you can start your own sect. Is there a need to be so prodigal? I bet that I'll win. What do you think if I really win? If I win, how much does the Primal Chaos Gambling House have to compensate me? Suzimo said with a smile. As soon as he said this, Zhang Hingji felt his breath catch in his throat. Such a large amount of wealth, even if they sold their fallen celestial immortal sect, it wouldn't be enough. Zhang Hingji felt that Su Zimo's way of doing things was not something he could guess. Did the Primal Chaos Palace say when the competition will start? Su Zimo asked. Tomorrow, Xianxia replied. At that time, Child Su's name will spread throughout the Primal Chaos Fiery Realm. I don't care about the quota, Su Zimo shook his head. How many quotas are there in the Primal Chaos Fiery Realm? 3. The top 3 can go to the origin of the fire tribe, Xianxia replied. The 3 of them returned to the inn. Lu Huahua had already brought the disciples of the Celestial Immortal sect to their rooms. Be careful, Lu Huahua reminded them as soon as they met. What's wrong? Zhang Hingji was confused. We're being watched, Lu Huahua looked around. People from Limestone City? Su Zimo asked. He seemed to have offended only Limestone City. I don't know, but it's better to be careful, Lu Huahua replied. Especially before the competition, we can't be careless. Alright, let's all rest early. Su Zimo waved his hand. It'll be fine. Everyone entered their rooms. Su Zimo sat cross-legged in his room. The moon was hidden, and the night was as dark as ink. The bustling streets gradually calmed down. At the inn, there were more than 10 black-robed men guarding the secret corner. City Lord, should we make a move? Find someone to scout the way first. Remember, only kill Su Zimo. Don't hurt the innocent. Otherwise, the Primal Chaos Fiery Realm won't let this go. Understood, a dark voice replied. A dark figure came out from a house and gathered with the black-robed men. You go and scout, the dark figure pointed at one of the black-robed men and ordered. The black-robed man nodded. His right foot stepped on the air and flew directly to Su Zimo's room. With one foot on the window, he quietly opened the window. Then the figure rushed into the room. After about 10 minutes, there was no movement in the room. The black-robed man below frowned slightly. He looked at the other black-robed men and said, all of you, go up. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Yes, the black-robed man quickly replied. More than 10 figures once again flew into Su Zimo's room. The remaining black-robed man below waited for 10 minutes, but there was still no movement. His face was grave and gloomy. He took a deep look at the window of the room and prepared to leave. But as soon as he turned around, he froze on the spot. He saw Su Zimo leaning against the tree behind him, looking at him with a light smile on his face. I waited for so long, but you didn't come. I had to come down in person. Su Zimo looked at the black-robed man and shook his head regretfully. What a pity, I thought it would be a big fish. The City Lord of Limestone City didn't come. This has nothing to do with the City Lord, the black-robed man explained. It doesn't matter, Su Zimo smiled. He grabbed the black-robed man. The black-robed man wanted to escape, but he didn't have the strength to resist. He was suppressed on the spot and directly thrown into the Divine Land. These people should be enough for me to break through to the Supreme Saint, Su Zimo thought to himself. He also returned to the Divine Land. He threw all the black-robed men of the fire tribe in front of the blue man. Mysterious spiritual energy surged around the blue man's body, as if they were 2 pieces of magnets. They were attracted to the fire tribe. They directly swallowed the fire tribe. At this moment, the power of the rules around him appeared again. Su Zimo quickly sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the rules. As time passed, his momentum became stronger and stronger. And in the sky above the Divine Land, there was already thunder gathering. Lightning surged, and the originally calm sky seemed to have a thunder god raging. Su Zimo was in a very special state. A mysterious aura also emerged around him. It was the same aura as the blue man, as if they were about to merge into one. Apart from that, Su Zimo's power was also getting stronger. As time passed, the lightning tribulation in the sky had gathered to a critical point. It was as if it could descend at any time. Master, this is... 7-faced demon general saw this scene. This is the tribulation. Master is about to advance to the great sage. He has comprehended it, Beaumont said happily. We are protecting Master. At this time, we must not be disturbed. The few demon generals nodded. They surrounded Su Zimo in the middle, and even a fly could not fly past. Su Zimo felt as if he was in a special state. The first realm of the great sage was supreme. The so-called supreme was already at the peak. They had the qualifications to look down on this world. Transcendence into the great sage, supreme. The spiritual energy in his body was constantly surging, and his 10th meridian began to surge. It was as if a turbulent sea had gathered in front of his meridian. And the meridian was the dam in front of the sea, trying to stop all the water. Su Zimo's breakthrough to the 10th meridian was much simpler. Because others used the profound to break through the meridian, and after entering the great sage, they would comprehend the laws. And he directly began to break through with the sea of laws. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds kept coming from his body. Blood was already flowing from the corner of Su Zimo's mouth. The impact was very strong, and the range was very wide. It was very normal for it to easily affect other organs. The blue man was formed by the power of laws. Therefore, he had a partial understanding of the laws. Su Zimo was not in a hurry. Breaking through to the great sage was not an easy task. At this time, even if he was a little slow, he could not make a mistake. He did not tire of it, controlling the sea of law in his body, and battering it over and over again. Even though his body was dripping with blood and his internal organs were already broken beyond recognition, Su Zimo did not hesitate. Finally, after an unknown period of time, even Su Zimo himself was somewhat numb. In his muddle-headed consciousness, he could not remember anything. He only knew that he was attacking the pulse gate. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Something in his body seemed to have broken. If one were to look inside, they would find that the veins were like glass, filled with cracks. It could shatter at any moment. At this moment, Su Zimo was even more unwilling to give up. Rumble. The sea of law roared. Su Zimo let out a muffled groan as he attacked with all his might. Finally, his pulse was cleared. The sea of laws poured into the 10th meridian. It was as if he had evolved. Su Zimo's sea of consciousness had already condensed his own soul of life and death. It was condensed by borrowing Xianxia Saint's life spirit, the ghost-faced flower. Su Zimo was now a great sage. He could condense another life and death soul. The 10th meridian was opened. Not only were the laws countless times stronger, but the new soul of life and death also began to condense in Su Zimo's sea of consciousness. Su Zimo did not intend to hide the soul of life and death. It was said that as long as the soul of life and death was not destroyed, the great sage would never die. Su Zimo knew what level his enemies were at. If the other party could really kill him, no matter where the soul of life and death was hidden, the other party would be able to find it. Therefore, he might as well add 2 soul of life and death to his body and become an invincible great sage first. Moreover, he had many trump cards, so it was not certain who would win. Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes. Some sushings might burst out from his eyes. Supreme, I've finally reached this step, Su Zimo muttered to himself. The power in his body was dozens of times stronger than before. Moreover, it was constantly strengthening his body. Master, congratulations on stepping into the great sage, Baimont and the others said with a smile. It's nothing. The road ahead is long. Su Zimo waved his hand. He replied calmly, when will I enter the path fruit? Maybe I'll feel a little safer. By the way, how many days did it take me? Su Zimo suddenly asked. 1.5 days, Baimont replied. Actually, under normal circumstances, it would take others 3 to 7 days to step into the great sage realm. But this is the divine land, and everything is up to the Lord. If the heavenly tribulation does not descend, nothing will appear. The Lord is almost certain to step into the great sage realm. I wonder how long the competition has been going on, Su Zimo thought. He left the divine land and returned to his room in the inn. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Outside the room, Lu Huahua and the others stood anxiously. It was not until Su Zimo opened the door that Lu Huahua and the others breathed a sigh of relief. My ancestor, if you don't come out now, you'll be disqualified. Lu Huahua pulled Su Zimo and said anxiously, let's go quickly. Maybe we can still make it in time. Why? Has it already started? Su Zimo asked. It started a long time ago, Lu Huahua said. Your room was set up with a restriction formation, so I couldn't open the door. I could only wait outside. At that time, Su Zimo had a hunch that he was only one step away from the great sage realm. So when he cultivated, he would set up a restriction formation, so as not to be disturbed by others. Where's Sect Master Zhang? Su Zimo asked. He has already gone to the competition. His ranking is high, Lu Huahua said. You're lucky. Your ranking is low. So it doesn't matter if you go later. The two hurried to the place where the competition would take place. In the central square of the dual chaos fire realm. In this world under the lava, the central square could be said to be incomparably huge. Su Zimo, where is Su Zimo? If you still don't show up, you'll be disqualified. Su Zimo and Lu Huahua were still far away, but they could already hear the shouts coming from the front. He's here, Lu Huahua shouted. Just in time. When Su Zimo walked over, everyone's eyes were on him. For such an important competition, which contestant didn't arrive early to wait, someone was actually late. So arrogant. His opponent is Yan Dao, right? Everyone was talking about it. He's just trying to impress the crowd. He's probably just a first-round loser. Seeing Su Zimo appear, the judge's face was a bit gloomy. He warned, since it's your first offense, if you're late next time, you'll be disqualified. Su Zimo walked into the arena. At this moment, in the main hall in the void, a group of red-robed people looked at the projection in front of him. This young man is the one who killed Ba Sha? Did Ba Dao destroy the Bridge of the Soul Flame to assassinate him? Let's talk about Ba Dao later. We don't have any evidence. The most important thing now is this competition. Let's see how he is first. If he doesn't have potential, it's okay to let Ba Dao kill him. Su Zimo's opponent was Yan Dao. Just like his name, he was holding a large chain of machetes. His entire body was covered in sword intent. He just stood there like a sharp blade standing between heaven and earth. He was so sharp that no one dared to look at him directly. He was wearing a purple robe. When he saw Su Zimo enter the arena, he instantly opened his eyes. A murderous aura was surging between heaven and earth. Su Zimo yawned and looked at him indifferently. The match begins, a judge shouted from below. As soon as he said that, a sharp blade chi soared into the sky. It directly slashed towards Su Zimo. This is the Yan family's blade technique, someone below said. It said that the Yan family once had a great emperor. This blade technique was created by the Yan family's first-generation ancestor and then modified by the great emperor. I'm afraid it's already an emperor-level blade technique, someone praised. It's a good thing that one's ancestors have. The machete slashed through heaven and earth, shattering the void and turning into countless blade shadows that surrounded Su Zimo. Using a blade in front of me? Su Zimo smiled. He stretched out his right hand and a powerful blade chi burst out. Yan Dao's blade chi seemed to have seen its king and actually surrounded Su Zimo meekly. Yan Dao's expression changed slightly. He wanted to control his blade chi but found that there was no reaction. Perhaps there are people in this world who are qualified to play with blades in front of me. But that definitely doesn't include you, Su Zimo waved his hand. Thousands of blades shot out at once. Almost all of the blade chi burst out. For a moment, the entire arena was shrouded in blade chi. In the endless sea of blades, Yan Dao's figure was the first to bear the brunt. Judge, can I kill people here? Su Zimo looked at the judge next to him and asked. Fists and legs have no eyes, do as you please, the judge replied indifferently. No, Yan Dao roared. As if he knew that Su Zimo didn't hold back at all. A stream of light flew out of his storage ring. Immediately after, a giant shield appeared in front of him. He held the shield in his hand and was full of power. He shouted, "Open for me!" Bang! The radiant spiritual energy condensed on the huge shield. Almost all of the saber chi was blocked in front of him. The huge shield emitted a powerful aura, turned into a stream of air, and rushed towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Then he smiled and said, "This is probably your ancestor's weapon." The great emperor of the Yan clan had once left behind a giant shield. Cut the crap and kill. Yan Dao roared. He placed his shield in front of him and rushed towards Su Zimo. It seemed like you wanted to use this giant shield to hit Suzimo. Suzimo snorted coldly. Saber chi coiled around the fingertips of his right hand. With a flick of his hand, he flung the saber chi away. No one had expected that the saber chi, which was originally only the size of a fingertip, would transform into a saber chi that reached the sky. Its surface area had expanded by more than 100 times. The giant saber swept across the entire arena, shattering the ground and tearing the void. Countless storms swept across. The audience's vision was also blurred. Only vaguely, there was a crack sound, and there were screams in the whistling wind. When everything had calmed down, the wind and waves had calmed down. Everyone looked at everything in front of them with a horrified face. The entire arena had been shattered. And the huge shield had been broken into several pieces, thrown on the arena like garbage. As for Yan Dao, he was badly mutilated, and even his face couldn't be seen clearly as he lay in a pool of blood. There was silence all around. Suzimo smiled innocently and said, "Referee, it's time to announce the result." Oh. The referee came back to his senses and shouted, "This match, Suzimo wins." Suzimo calmly walked down the arena. At this moment, many people no longer looked at him with contempt. Because there were too many people participating on the first day, half of them were bound to be eliminated. So Suzimo only participated in one match, and his next match was scheduled for the next day. "Have you all competed?" Suzimo looked at Xianxia and asked. Xianxia nodded slightly. She said, "At the beginning, the opponents were generally not strong. The more you go on, the more strong you will meet." They simply looked at the contestants and found that their strength was uneven, so they lost interest. Returning to the inn, there was an acquaintance waiting for him on the first floor of the inn. "Lord Bien," Suzimo called out. The person waiting for him was the Lord of Black Crow Manor, Bien Wenzhou. "Child Su, I was delayed on the way. I'm a step late." Bien Wenzhou stood up and smiled. "I thought your Black Crow Manor wouldn't come," Suzimo replied. "How is that possible? You're fighting for our Yanhua city." Bien Wenzhou smiled and said, "I heard you killed Ba Dao's son. He's the city lord of Limestone City." He was just willing to accept his loss. His skills were not as good as others, so what? Suzimo said. "That old man is a narrow-minded person. Having a son in his old age is very precious." Bien Wenzhou smiled and said, "He'll definitely do everything possible to stop you from participating. But don't worry, I'm here to solve this matter." "The result is the same whether you come or not," Suzimo said bluntly. "Even so, you're fighting for our Yanhua city. If I don't do anything, it's inevitable that people will be disappointed." Bien Wenzhou smiled. "Where's Bien Shishir? She didn't come?" Suzimo asked. "That girl, I can't make the decision for her." Bien Wenzhou shook his head and said. Suzimo didn't say anything else. He had just broken through to the Great Saint realm and hadn't fully adapted to this realm. He was stabilizing his realm. After eating, he returned to his room. He cultivated until the next morning. A knock on the door woke him up. "Child Su, let's go." Lu Huahua's voice came. Suzimo opened the door and saw Bien Wenzhou and the others eating breakfast downstairs. "Do you want some?" Bien Wenzhou smiled. "No need." Suzimo shook his head. He looked outside the inn and said thoughtfully, "The sky is very gloomy today." "No, it's sunny outside." Lu Huahua smiled. The others just smiled and didn't say anything. After the meal, everyone walked towards the battle arena. But as soon as they walked to the middle of the street, they found something wrong. Because the street that should have been lively was empty at this moment. It was dead silent, not even the slightest sound. The doors and windows of the two shops on both sides were tightly closed. Occasionally, a breeze would blow through the street, and a few leaves would fall in the air. "They're here," Suzimo muttered to himself. Then, he heard footsteps. On both sides of the street, dozens of black-robed people walked over. Those black-robed people didn't talk nonsense. The leader shouted softly, "Kill." Countless people all rushed straight. Zhang Hingji was about to make a move, but he was stopped by Bien Wenzhou. "You guys go and compete, leave this small matter to me." Bien Wenzhou smiled. he clapped his hands. Suddenly, there was a bang-bang-bang sound of explosions. The doors of the originally quiet shops on both sides of the street were kicked open, and dozens of figures walked out from within. Seeing these dozens of figures, the black-robed men surrounding them were stunned for a moment. Obviously, they didn't expect such an accident to happen. It seems that Palace Master Bian was prepared. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Ba Dao wants to take revenge on you. Since he can't kill you, he will find a way to delay your competition. And the way to delay him is probably on our way to the arena. Bian Wenzhou said with a smile, so when I first came to the Chaos Fire Realm, I already sent people to ambush you. Didn't I say that you only need to be responsible for the competition, and I will take care of the rest? Then I'll have to trouble Palace Master Bian, Xianxia said with a smile. Of course, he knew that the person Bian Wenzhou was really helping was Su Zimo. But then again, they had also suffered an undeserved calamity because of Su Zimo. The dozens of people who suddenly rushed out fought with the black-robed people. As for Bian Wenzhou, he brought Su Zimo and the others and leisurely walked towards the stage. Although the crisis has been resolved this time. But that Ba Dao seems to have reached the point of madness. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to kill you so blatantly, Bian Wenzhou said. You still have to be careful. Palace Master Bian, can you find Ba Dao's location? Su Zimo asked. What, Child Su wants to settle it once and for all? Bian Wenzhou asked. Ba Dao can't cause us any harm. But he's like a fly that keeps pestering us, and it's annoying. Su Zimo said, it's better to kill him directly, so that he won't be disgusting. This Ba Dao is extremely cautious. Look at what he does, he never personally comes out. First, he's afraid that if he fails, he will die at your hands. Second, he's afraid that the Chaos Fire Realm will investigate. Bian Wenzhou explained, I can't find him for a while. And although the Chaos Fire Realm hasn't investigated this matter, it's still a competition. You're in the competition now, so it's not good to complicate things. Then look for it as soon as possible. If you find it, let me know. Su Zimo waved his hand. On the way to the arena, the three of them passed by the 10,000 Flames Pavilion. After a day of competition, the Myriad Fire Pavilion's Myriad Fire list underwent another change. Originally, Su Zimo's name was not on the list. But now, Su Zimo had actually reached the 56th place. It was just one battle, so this was not an exaggeration. The change in the list of 10,000 flames was only the last change. As for the top 20, they still hadn't moved. It seemed that the 10,000 Flames Pavilion was still quite confident. These people are blind. In my opinion, Child Su is at least in the top 3, Lu Huahua snorted. Let's go. There's no point in talking too much. Su Zimo waved his hand. This is Xianxia's match. Let's go and watch. How many rounds do you think it will take Xianxia to finish the battle? I'm guessing one move. After all, he used one move in the last match. His opponent is Qi Luan, who is known as the Little Fire God. It's better to show some respect. I'm guessing at least 2 moves. When Su Zimo and the others came to the arena, the people around them had already begun to talk about it. Miss Shangguan, your match is in the second round. It seems that you're about to go on the stage, Zhang Hingji said with a smile. Shangguan nodded slightly. She said, this is Xianxia's match. You can watch. Little Fire God can force him to show some of his strength. On the arena, a man in a blue robe slowly walked up. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was very handsome. His face seemed to have been carved with a knife, and there was some firmness in his handsome face. His hair on top of his head was scattered in the wind. There was a long sword made of white jade hanging on his waist. It was as if he was the focus of the world, the center of it. People couldn't help but look at him. There was envy and jealousy in the man's eyes. And in the woman's eyes, there was fanatical love. Xianxia stood in the arena. Opposite him, there was a heavy sound of footsteps. A young man in a red vest, with fiery red hair and bulging muscles all over his body, walked up. He was very bad-tempered. As soon as he got on the stage, he shouted, Xianxia, everyone is afraid of you. They say you will be the first. But in my eyes, you are nothing. The real first place is destined to be my little fire god. In the face of the opponent's provocation, Xianxia was calm from beginning to end. He smiled and said, the so-called first place is just everyone's love. Our chaos fiery realm has many hidden talents, and I never think I will win. You have some self-awareness, little fire god snorted coldly. Then please teach me, little fire god, Xianxia said with a smile. Fire dragon fist, little fire god shouted softly. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of powerful flame. This flame was somewhat similar to the shape of a fire dragon. He punched out, and the dragon roared. The punch caused the space to boil, and countless flames filled the air. But Xianxia on the opposite side was as still as a mountain. He stretched out his big hand and directly grabbed little fire god with his palm. At the next moment, there was a bang sound. The big hand caught little fire god's fist. At this moment, no matter how powerful his fist was, no matter how powerful the fire dragon was, it was completely destroyed. It was as if the fire that had just been ignited was extinguished by a heavy rain. Little fire god's face changed slightly. The flame on his body became a little stronger. Unfortunately, his opponent's fist didn't move at all, no matter how fierce the storm was. He had always been calm about it. Strengthened fire dragon fist, little fire god continued to roar. He didn't give up. The blue veins on his forehead bulged, and the blood vessels on his arms seemed to burst. At this moment, Xianxia's figure finally moved. Under the powerful flame, his figure began to retreat. You are very good. Although the flame is not strong, it is pure enough, Xianxia praised. Your Taoist heart is firm enough, and you will achieve great things in the future. Don't lecture me like an elder, little fire god said angrily. Either defeat me, don't talk nonsense. In that case, Xianxia withdrew his right hand. The same powerful flame burst out around him. Then I will fulfill your wish. When Xianxia raised his hand, a sea of fire appeared behind him. It brought invisible pressure. The big hand fell again, and the sea of fire slapped. No, little fire god roared. He wanted to resist again. Unfortunately, he was like a small boat in the sea of fire, and he was directly rushed out without any resistance. Boom! As the sea of fire dissipated, little fire god's figure fell under the arena. Since your Taoist heart is pure, I will spare your life, Xianxia said calmly. Little fire god stood there for a while with an embarrassed face. Finally, he sighed. It seemed that he had seen through success and failure. He bowed to Xianxia and left. As soon as the battle ended, the spectators began to discuss. Some people were amazed by Xianxia's strength. There were also people who admired his breadth of mind. He could have killed little fire god, but in the end, he let him go. Xianxia didn't seem to be proud of his victory. He just calmly cupped one hand and the other before his chest. In the end, he slowly walked down. The second match was between Xianxia and Wang Yong. With that, Xianxia nodded at Su Zimo and the others and slowly walked up the stage. Wang Yong's reputation was not well known, and not many people seemed to know of him. However, Xianxia was still quite well known. He came from the Divine Crow Fire region. Even in the Divine Crow Fire region, she was famous far and wide. As Xianxia went on stage, it naturally caused a lot of discussion. He must be from the Shangguan clan. Why didn't she go to the Divine Crow Fire region, but instead came to our Primal Chaos Fire region? I've heard some rumors, but I don't know if they're true. Let's hear it, someone asked. This Xianxia's talent is not bad. If he was placed in other clans, he would probably be a genius. Unfortunately, she was born in the Shangguan clan. What about the Shangguan clan? As far as I know, that's the #1 clan in the Divine Crow Fire region. Isn't it a good thing to have both talent and background? What do you know? Xianxia has an older sister called Xianxia. Her innate talent was the most astonishing. Ever since they were young, she had been suppressing Xianxia. It was said that as long as there were any benefits in the clan, they would basically give it to Xianxia. The entire Shangguan clan is grooming her sister as a great saint. So that's how it is. No wonder Xianxia came to our Primal Chaos Flame realm. She wants to break away from the Shangguan clan and work hard on her own. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Originally, Su Zimo and Zhang Hingji didn't know much about Xianxia, although they had been together for a period of time. However, Xianxia rarely mentioned anything about himself, and neither of them asked about it. This was also the first time the two of them knew about Xianxia. It's not easy for Miss Shangguan either, Zhang Hingji sighed, half believing and half doubting the discussions. It's not easy to live in this world, Su Zimo replied calmly. He looked at the arena. At this moment, Xianxia and Wang Yong were already standing together. The immortal spirit fire blazed around her. Every move was incomparably powerful. Shattering the void, the palm produced 10,000 shadows. His figure was light and graceful. With a light tap of his foot on the ground, he kicked Wang Yong's head. She was practically suppressing Wang Yong. After a few rounds, the flames on his right hand exploded. Wang Yong's figure was also sent flying. Actually, this palm of hers could have killed Wang Yong. But at the end, she still held back a little. In the end, he only managed to severely injure the other party. Xianxia wins this round. The referee's shout could be heard. Inside the Primal Chaos Palace, the red-robed men watched the projected scenes. Someone suggested this Xianxia can be nurtured vigorously. But she seems to be from the Divine Crow Fire region. Is that okay? Someone questioned. Other than the Supreme Sun domain, there was no other domain in the 7 fire domains. Although the other 6 regions were all part of the fire race, they also had grudges against each other and were competing with each other. No one wanted to be weaker than the other. The internal affairs of the fire race were not completely united. Otherwise, why would the water beasts not be eradicated even after so many years, when the Lihua domain was destroyed, if the other fire domains could send troops to help? How could they be destroyed by the water beasts? Let's wait for this Xianxia first. If there's really no problem, it won't be too late to nurture her. Although she's not bad, compared to Anshan, there's still a gap. In my opinion, Anshan will definitely be the first in this competition. The red-robed man laughed. They had great expectations for Xiao Anshan, and Xiao Anshan's improvement in the past few years did not disappoint them. Xianxia came down from the arena. The next few rounds of the competition also began. However, Su Zimo and Zhang Hingji's match would take a while. Seeing Xianxia come down, Zhang Hingji couldn't help but ask about the discussions about her. Xianxia was calm and unperturbed. He smiled and said, "What they said is basically correct. I have an elder sister, Xianxia. Since I was young, she has always been better than me in everything. No matter how outstanding I am, I can't compare to her." You came to the Primal Chaos Fire region because you want to leave the Shangguan family and surpass your sister? Su Zimo asked. Sort of, Xianxia smiled. Actually, I'm tired of staying in the Divine Crow Fire region. It's a way to relax. I believe you will surpass your sister one day, Zhang Hingji comforted. That's enough, sect leader Zhang. I know it better than anyone, Xianxia smiled. It's your turn. When Zhang Hingji heard this, the referee had already begun to call his name. He hurriedly smiled and walked towards the ring. Zhang Hingji vs. Ghost Holy Sun. Why did you let Wang Yong go just now? Su Zimo asked. Why should I kill him? Xianxia asked back. On the arena, it's a life and death battle, Su Zimo replied. Of course, that's your freedom. Do you know, from the first time I saw you, I always felt that you were a murderous person? Xianxia said. And you didn't care about that. And without any hesitation, just like how you killed Baxia. I'm destined to walk a path stained with blood, Su Zimo replied. The path of killing won't work. If you do this, you will only walk towards destruction, Xianxia sighed. After destruction, there will be new life. Isn't destruction also a new path? Su Zimo smiled. Do you know, when we first met, I originally wanted to recruit you. I wanted to recruit you to assist me, Xianxia smiled. Later, I realized that I was overestimating myself. And last night, I met someone. I don't want to hide this from you. Bien sure? Su Zimo asked. You know? Shang Guanxian was stunned. Bian Wenzhou is here, so she will definitely follow. It's just that she hasn't thought about how to face me, so she has been avoiding me, Su Zimo replied calmly. I'm good friends with her. Shang Guanxian didn't hide it and said directly. She wants me to help you kill fewer people. In fact, sometimes you will find that there are many things that don't need to be solved by killing. Don't try to change me, Su Zimo shook his head. Why? Shang Guanxian didn't give up so easily. Look at the arena. Zhang Hingji is about to be killed, Su Zimo said. Shang Guanxian was shocked. She was so focused on talking to Su Zimo that she didn't pay attention to the arena. Now that she looked again, she found something strange. Zhang Hingji's opponent was Ghost Holy Sun. The third on the Myriad Flames list, the favorite to win the championship from Hell Valley. How can this be? Shang Guanxian was shocked. Take a guess and arrange Ghost Holy Sun and Zhang Hingji together. Is it just a coincidence, or someone did it on purpose? Su Zimo asked. Hearing this, Shang Guanxian replied with some uncertainty, it should be a coincidence. This is the competition of the Chaos Fire realm, no one dares to cheat so boldly. In this world, as long as there are enough benefits, anything can cross the bottom line. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. If Zhang Hingji dies, do you think Ghost Holy Sun should be killed? Su Zimo asked. Yes, Shang Guanxian asked hesitantly. Zhang Hingji was a good person. Although they had only known each other for a short time, they could be considered half a friend. Then should the referee who arranged Zhang Hingji and Ghost Holy Sun be killed? Su Zimo asked again. What about the person behind the scenes who bribed the referee? Should he be killed? Su Zimo asked several questions in a row. Shang Guanxian didn't know how to answer. It seemed that killing him was not right, but not killing him was also not right. Killing him was different from her opinion of persuading Su Zimo just now. If she didn't kill him, would Zhang Hingji die in vain? Shang Guanxian was conflicted. In the arena, Zhang Hingji was indeed covered in wounds and seriously injured. Ghost Holy Sun cultivated a ghost attribute cultivation method. When he attacked, ghosts lingered and death chi filled the air. It was as if there were thousands of ghosts surrounding him. The people standing outside the arena could feel the coldness. As for Zhang Hingji, his sword chi was soaring. Using chi to control the sword would control the sky. Unfortunately, his strength was still a little weak. Because Ghost Holy Sun was already a Void Refinement Realm Second Realm Great Emperor. And Zhang Hingji was still struggling in the Divine Vein Realm. It could be said that they were not on the same level at all. Ghost Holy Sun could even kill Zhang Hingji with one strike. Unfortunately, he was not in a hurry to end the battle and was just toying with Zhang Hingji. Sword in the void, Zhang Hingji shouted. Another sword of Tong Tian slashed down from the void. Ghost Holy Sun grabbed with his right hand, and the powerful sword intent was directly crushed in his palm. Someone spent a lot of money to buy your life. The Ghost Holy Sun's figure was like thousands of overlapping ghosts. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zhang Hingji. He grabbed his collar with one hand and laughed sinisterly. I don't need the money, but I like to torture people. Especially my opponents, the feeling of being tortured to death is the most satisfying. Zhang Hingji was already covered in blood, and even speaking was difficult. Ghost Holy Sun laughed loudly. He grabbed Zhang Hingji with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist, continuously smashing Zhang Hingji's chest. Bang! 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 Sounds were heard. Blood was dripping, and flesh was badly mangled. There were even people who couldn't bear to watch the battle and turned their heads away. Finally, Ghost Holy Sun couldn't even remember how many punches he had thrown. He seemed to be a little tired. The spiritual energy in his right fist surged, and he sent Zhang Hingji flying with a deadly punch. At this time, let's not talk about this. Let's go and see sect leader Zhang first. Shang Guanxian could only answer in this way. Su Zimo did not force him. In this world, if there were no restraints, then most people's human nature was destined to be evil. Many people imagined this world to be too beautiful. The two of them came in front of Zhang Hingji. At this time, Zhang Hingji was lying in a pool of blood, and he was on the verge of death. He couldn't even feel his last breath. Lu Huohuo was stunned on the spot. And the disciples of the celestial immortal sect were crying around his body. If you want your sect leader to live, get out of the way. Su Zimo waved his hand and said. He pulled away a few crying boys and girls. Xianxia first checked Zhang Hingji's injuries. In the end, there was only one conclusion. Unless there's a heaven-defying pill, there's no hope. You see, compared with your kindness, I am not. Your ability is pitifully weak, Su Zimo replied. He grabbed Zhang Hingji's wrist and used the Chi of Life to treat him. Su Zimo had the Tree of Life. And he had also received the inheritance of the wood god Gomong. In terms of treatment, as long as the other party didn't really die and the ghost didn't enter the nether realm, he could save him. As the Chi of Life poured in, Zhang Hingji gradually regained consciousness. Take care of the celestial immortal sect for me, Zhang Hingji muttered to himself in a daze in his coma. Before he died, what he cared about the most was his sect. And those disciples who hadn't grown up yet. Several disciples were already sobbing uncontrollably. It's more reliable for you to take care of yourself, Su Zimo said. Gradually, Zhang Hingji's breathing stabilized. Su Zimo stood up and said, let him rest quietly for a while, don't disturb him. After Su Zimo finished speaking, he looked at the ghost saint on the arena. The other party walked down the stage with a look of enjoyment. Is sect leader Zhang okay? Xianxia asked. He'll be fine after some rest, his injuries won't recover so quickly. But his life is saved, Su Zimo said. He looked very calm, as if he was doing something insignificant. Thank you, Xianxia said. I'm thanking you on behalf of those disciples of the celestial immortal sect. Su Zimo nodded slightly. How about we discuss something? Xianxia asked. What? In the future competition, no matter which one of us meets the ghost saint, both of us have to kill him, Xianxia said seriously. Why, your murderous nature is so strong. Su Zimo smiled and said, have you been infected by me? You're right, some things can only be solved by killing, Xianxia replied. Her gaze was deep, and the murderous intent in her tone was not inferior to Su Zimo's. Su Zimo waited for a while. His opponent also appeared. It was a young man named He Jiao. The robe on He Jiao's body was made of crocodile skin, and he had a very long slanted fringe. Half of her face was blocked by it. The eye that was exposed seemed to have a substantial murderous intent condensing. He held a throwing knife in each hand. His hands were nimbly spinning, and the throwing knife in his hand was spinning so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. It's He Jiao, someone recognized him. But there were also people who didn't recognize him. Then he asked, who is this? Actually, before the competition started, I've never heard of his name. But I heard about the competition yesterday. His opponent was a genius ranked 50th on the list of 10,000 flames. He actually couldn't withstand one move from him. He was chopped into minced meat. Hearing this, everyone knew that this was also a ruthless character. He killed people as soon as he drew his knife, and there were never any extra moves. As the referee said, the competition begins, He Jiao's figure had already disappeared into the void. His speed was shockingly fast. Even the spectators below didn't see clearly, and he had already appeared behind Su Zimo. The knife directly cut toward the neck. With a bang, Su Zimo stretched out 2 fingers and directly pinched the knife. He Jiao's sharp eyes were even sharper. At this moment, the black dragon was exceptionally calm. The blade was grabbed by Su Zimo. He actually abandoned the blade and retreated. Su Zimo didn't stop him. He just looked at him quietly. The black dragon stood still, his eyes slightly solemn. He was very confident in his speed and saber skills. Now that he had only taken one move, he could feel the opponent's strength. For someone like him who walked on the edge of a cliff, he was afraid that with one move, he would either kill others or be killed by others. He took out another short saber from somewhere. The 2 short sabers intersected. With a bang, the 2 powerful saber intents split apart. Su Zimo didn't care. He stretched out his right hand and directly crushed the saber chi that was attacking him. Under the cover of the saber chi, the black dragon's figure disappeared again. In the next moment, 7 or 8 black dragon figures appeared around Su Zimo. Is it a clone? Someone said. No, the 8 auras are the same. They seem to be one. And their strength is the same. It's impossible to tell which is the clone and which is the real body. Someone shook his head, looking at the figures that suddenly appeared around him. Suzimo chuckled, both of his palms were also moving very quickly. He took more than 10 palm strikes from the opponent in a row with ease. Bang, bang, bang. A few sounds were heard. Those figures were all sent flying. However, in the next moment, the moment the figures flew out, the figure of a dragon soared into the sky. The dragon was roaring. 4 black claws broke through the void and grabbed at Suzimo. The black dragon was like his name. He was not a human, nor was he from the fire tribe. Instead, he was a creature of the ghost dragon clan. The huge dragon head kept roaring, wanting to swallow Suzimo into his stomach. Suzimo stood where he was, unmoved, as if he had been scared silly. He was directly swallowed. Suzimo's figure could no longer be seen in the entire arena. Only the huge body of the ghost dragon was hovering, and a strong demonic aura filled the void. This round, the black dragon, before the referee could finish speaking, the black flood dragon suddenly roared. It was as if his heart and lungs were being torn apart. His body kept rolling as a powerful aura swept across the entire arena. What's going on? Someone asked in confusion. Finally, after struggling for a long time, the ghost flood dragon's body fell to the ground and stopped moving. Blood flowed out from its body. A saber light flashed out. Suzimo pried open the flood dragon's body and walked out, dripping with blood. He was still holding the flood dragon's internal organs in his hand. Especially the dragon's gallbladder, which was a great supplement. Referee, what are you waiting for? Suzimo said. The referee quickly changed his decision. Suzimo wins this match. Suzimo walked down the stage and threw the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in front of the celestial human immortal sect disciples. He said, boil these into soup. Your sovereign's body is weak now, so he needs a lot of nourishment. Thank you. The disciples hurriedly nodded. You were swallowed by him on purpose, right? Xianxia laughed. It's hard for you to think of taking the dragon's gallbladder for Sovereign Zhang. It's just a casual thing. Suzimo waved his hand. He said, we have another match today. That's right, half of the people were eliminated yesterday. As a result, the number of people today decreased sharply, and we have more matches. Xianxia nodded and said. I estimate that only a quarter of the people will be left after today. It's good to end it early, Suzimo replied. Because there was still some time before the second match between the two of them. So everyone found an inn nearby and prepared to have a meal. A large table of delicious food was served. Suzimo looked at Xianxia and asked, since you've seen Bianshishir, do you know where she is? Xianxia shook his head. He smiled and said, it's always her who looks for me. I can't find her. Xianxia asked in a gossipy manner, what's the relationship between the two of you? I feel that she cares about you. We've known each other for so long, but I've never seen her care about anyone else. What relationship? Suzimo thought for a while. He smiled and said, she's an old friend. A familiar stranger might be more suitable. After chatting for a while, Suzimo looked at Lu Huahua again. He asked, what about you? What plans do you have? Isn't your father the protector of the Chaos Fire realm? He can't be following us all the time. I don't want to go back. When I go back, he'll urge me to marry that pervert Luoji. Lu Huahua shook her head and said. I'll follow you. If you think I'm in the way, I'll go alone. Heroine. Suzimo smiled. You should forget it. In my opinion, after the match is over, if you don't want to go back, you can follow Sovereign Zhang to the Celestial Immortal Sect for a while. I'm afraid of provoking the Celestial Immortal Sect. Although Lu Huahua was tempted, she still shook her head. Now that Suzimo was here, he could still protect her. If Suzimo left, what if Luoji chased him to the Celestial Immortal Sect? He didn't want to implicate the Celestial Immortal Sect. Alright, before I leave, I'll help you one last time, Suzimo said. Child Su, what do you mean? Lu Huahua was shocked. I'll kill Luoji, Suzimo said. No, I'm afraid this will offend Fire Beacon City. Young Master is still an enemy of Limestone City. We can't provoke more enemies, Lu Huahua hurriedly said. Otherwise, I'm afraid Fire-Loathing City won't be able to handle it. Lu Huahua still thought that Su Zimo's background was Fire-Loathing City. Su Zimo was too lazy to explain. He just smiled and didn't say anything. After they finished eating, Zhang Hingji also woke up from his coma. With the help of several disciples, he came to thank Su Zimo. Sect Master Zhang, you should go and rest, Shang Guanxian said. It's fine, I want to watch the match again, Zhang Hingji shook his head and replied. It would be a pity to miss such a rare occasion. As for this injury, I've already saved my life. What's there to be afraid of? Hearing him say this, everyone stopped trying to persuade him. In the afternoon, the few of them estimated that it was about time. They began to walk towards the arena. What do you think we should do if we don't meet that ghost Holy Sun? Shang Guanxian said uncertainly. We'll definitely meet him, Su Zimo said confidently. Why are you so sure? Shang Guanxian asked doubtfully. Think about it, since someone can control the candidates for the match. Let that ghost Holy Sun kill Sect Master Zhang. How could he let me go? Su Zimo smiled and said, you guys just made me suffer an unexpected calamity. That person's real target is me. So he will definitely arrange for me to go against the ghost Holy Sun. Hearing Su Zimo's analysis, Shang Guanxian also thought it through. Sure enough, when the few of them arrived, the new round of matches had already been assigned. Su Zimo vs. Ghost Holy Sun appeared on the leaderboard in large letters. You're right, Shang Guanxian said with a smile. Are you confident? Shang Guanxian asked. What do you think? Su Zimo asked. I know you're strong, but don't let your guard down. Shang Guanxian warned. He's Hell Valley's successor. Hell Valley is a special place. They were born in the fire race, but they yearn for the power of the cold. It's said that Hell Valley's ancestor went to the 9 underworlds and obtained the underground ghost fire, making it his true life flame. As for Ghost Holy Sun, it is said that Hell Valley had a successor before him. But Ghost Holy Sun only cultivated for a dozen years. At the age of 15, he defeated Hell Valley's successor and became the new successor. He was hailed as Hell Valley's most talented successor in the last 10,000 years. Such a thing appeared in 10,000 years? Su Zimo smiled. He's a bit bloodthirsty, but his power can't be underestimated. Shang Guanxian said. When I met him, I used all my cards, but I wasn't completely sure. Your immortal spirit fire isn't any weaker than his ghost fire. Su Zimo smiled. That may be so, but you can do it. Shang Guanxian smiled. The matches ended one after another. Finally, the referee called out Su Zimo's name. Su Zimo vs. Ghost Holy Sun. Ghost Holy Sun was the hot favorite to win second place on the Myriad Flames board. His popularity was out of the ordinary. This was especially true after he had killed Zhang Heng in the previous match. That kind of cruel battle made the spectators feel refreshed. The spectators loved this kind of brutal fight. Every punch to the flesh, a life and death struggle. If it was a normal match, it would be boring. So whenever Ghost Holy Sun's match was held, the audience would be packed. This match is getting interesting. I wonder who Ghost Holy Sun is going to kill. Look, isn't that the youth who killed Black Flood Dragon? Maybe he'll be able to fight. Don't be silly. Black Flood Dragon is good, but he's still far from Ghost Holy Sun. Anyway, I believe Ghost Holy Sun will win. Old son, how much money did you bet on the Ghost Holy Sun to support him so crazily? Someone joked. That person naturally didn't want to be outdone, and replied, I bet everything I have for the rest of my life. Ghost Holy Sun, you have to work hard. Everyone was talking about it. Ghost Holy Sun was dressed in a red robe, and he grinned as he walked onto the arena. He looked at Su Zimo. His eyes were like torches as he carefully sized up Xianxia. I just want to see what you're capable of. To be able to make someone pay such a high price for his life. You accept it? Su Zimo smiled. I have no reason to refuse. Since someone is giving me money, why not? Ghost Holy Sun sneered. I hope you can take a few hits. Don't be like that piece of trash last time. I haven't even had my fill yet and he's already down. I hope you remember what you said now, Suzumo said with a smile. The ghost aura around Ghost Holy Sun began to condense, and a huge white skull burst out from the top of his head, directly swallowing Suzumo. Suzumo stretched out his right hand, and the wind from his palm was cold as he directly slapped it. There was only a boom. The white skull directly knocked Suzumo away. Barely satisfactory. Ghost Holy Sun shook his head in disappointment. Then, ghost shadows appeared around him. The next moment, he had already turned into an afterimage, attacking Suzumo. There seemed to be the shrill screams of malicious ghosts. Within a few seconds, he had already thrown out hundreds of punches. Suzumo was beaten to the point that he couldn't fight back. 1,000 ghosts devour the soul, he shouted. A huge ghost shadow behind him roared and took a deep breath. A powerful suction force came. It was as if it wanted to suck out Suzumo's soul and then swallow it. Suzumo began to struggle. Ghost Holy Sun snorted coldly. The ghost aura around him became stronger, and the ghost fire in the ghost shadow's eyes suddenly burned. Let's end this, Ghost Holy Sun said with a lack of interest. He seemed to be very disappointed in Suzumo's strength. The ghost fire burned. That ghost shadow should have swallowed Suzumo. But it suddenly screamed, as if it had encountered something terrible, and there was a boom. It completely exploded. How can this be? Ghost Holy Sun's figure also exploded and flew out. Then, he saw the panic on Suzumo's face gradually calm down. Was it fun? Suzumo said with a smile. Just now, you. Ghost Holy Sun's gaze focused, as if he had thought of something. Then he sneered, now it's interesting. I thought you were so weak. Have you ever felt fear? Suzumo suddenly asked. I've always been the only one who makes others feel fear, Ghost Holy Sun said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Suzumo's big hand grabbing towards him. Like a whale swallowing, the huge palm swallowed all the spiritual energy. Then it fell from the sky like it was covering the sky and the earth. Ghost Holy Sun snorted coldly, and the white skull appeared on top of his head. 2 balls of ghost fire were flickering in the eyes of that skull. The skull was screaming, wanting to directly pierce through Suzumo's right palm. Unfortunately, when this palm fell, the skull was directly destroyed, and it fell heavily on Ghost Holy Sun's body. It was as if a 10,000-ton mountain had fallen. Ghost Holy Sun snorted, his face was pale, and there was a sweet taste in his throat. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he still forcefully swallowed it down. His feet sank deeply into the ground because of the weight. Kneel, Suzumo shouted softly. He increased the strength of his right palm. This time, Ghost Holy Sun did not resist at all. His legs were directly broken, and he knelt on the arena. At this moment, everyone around was in an uproar. None of them seemed to believe the scene in front of him. It did not seem to be real. How is that possible? Ghost Holy Sun is being suppressed. It's definitely fake. Ghost Holy Sun hasn't used his full strength yet. He must have been ambushed. Investigate this person's identity. I want all his information. It seems that the 10,000 Fire Pavilion also has times when they are blind. This Chaos Fire realm is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. We really can't let our guard down. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and the entire arena was in an uproar. Ghost Holy Sun's incomparable anger surged. He had been humiliated. And in front of the entire Chaos Fire realm. He was afraid that he would soon become a laughingstock. In his eyes, the ghost fire of anger was jumping, and he looked coldly at Suzumo. With a roar, he directly overturned the huge palm that was suppressing him. At this moment, he was really angry. As if he had walked out of hell, his entire body began to spread boundless blood. Amidst this blood-red color, countless corpses walked out of the blood like walking corpses. Kill him, he shouted. These walking corpses all rushed towards Suzumo. The walking corpses were roaring. They rushed out from the spreading blood-colored aura endlessly. Ghost Holy Sun snorted coldly. He commanded, tear him into pieces. When Suzumo saw this, he shook his head slightly. These blood-colored walking corpses were not formed from ordinary illusions or blood qi. These were real corpses. Every time Ghost Holy Sun killed someone, he would refine them into his walking corpses. This ghost clan's cultivation method could be said to be extremely vicious. It went against the heavenly Tao and made people die a horrible death. Don't worry. It won't be long before you become my next walking corpse. Ghost Holy Sun snorted coldly and said, with your strength, I'm afraid you'll be a good fighter if I refine you. Su Zimo did not answer him. Instead, he waved his right hand and the boundless blood qi surged toward him. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the blood-colored aura under Ghost Holy Sun's stunned gaze. Su Zimo licked his lips. This level of blood qi is just a drizzle. Without the support of the blood-colored aura, the walking corpses all fell to the ground. This was because the power supporting them was the blood-colored aura. What did you do? Ghost Holy Sun's expression changed drastically. This is impossible. It's impossible. There's nothing impossible in this world. It's just that you're short-sighted and have never seen the horror of this world. Su Zimo shook his head and asked faintly. He extended his right palm, and the blood-colored aura on his palm was spreading. These fallen walking corpses all stood up under his command. I'll let you have a taste of your own methods. Su Zimo waved his hand. He shouted, kill him. Countless walking corpses pounced on Ghost Holy Sun. I wasn't afraid of you when you were alive. Why should I be afraid of you when you're dead? Ghost Holy Sun snorted coldly. He took out a small bottle from his arms. The bottle was transparent, and its surface was sealed with space-time energy. The moment the bottle appeared, some people who knew what it was had a change of expression. The people watching the battle also took a few steps back. They were far away from Ghost Holy Sun. This was because the small bottle contained many insects with golden wings and dark bodies. These bugs were sleeping in the bottle. On the surface, it looked harmless, but only those who had experienced its true horror would understand. It's the ghost-devouring worm. No way. Hell Valley gave it to Ghost Holy Sun? Did you get the wrong person? What is a ghost-devouring worm? Some people couldn't believe it, some didn't believe it, and some didn't recognize it. However, it wasn't until someone told the story that the others felt their blood run cold. It's definitely the ghost-devouring death worm. Back then, my good friend died in the hands of this worm. I saw it with my own eyes. An old man said with certainty, do you still remember the destruction of the Dark Sky Kingdom? In a single night, the entire kingdom was vaporized. Not to mention the people, even the flowers, trees, city walls, and mansions of the entire kingdom had all disappeared. Later, it was confirmed that he was attacked by the ghost-devouring death worm. That's right. This matter caused quite a stir at that time. It's just that the ghost-devourer beetle hasn't appeared for many years. That youth is in trouble. I heard the ghost-devouring deathworm likes to suck brains. It won't let you die a horrible death, but will devour your flesh bit by bit. In the Chaos Hall, the red-robed men's faces changed at the sight of the ghost-devouring deathworm. One of them snorted, this is nothing. Hell Valley is getting more and more shameless. It's just a competition, yet they took out such a worm. Isn't this cheating? But we didn't say we couldn't use other things. A red-robed man said. The way I see it, let's go. Don't let the ghost-devouring deathworm ruin our Chaos Flame domain. After everyone finished speaking, they all looked at the person sitting at the head of the table. Because only he had the right to make the final decision. The figure was silent for a while. Instead, he smiled, you're all focused on the ghost-devouring deathworm. Didn't you see that youth called Su Zimo? In just a few moves, he forced Ghost Holy Sun into such a sorry state that he had to use the ghost-devouring deathworm. Since when did our Chaos Flame domain have such a genius? Fire Ancestor, we'll send someone to investigate him. A red-robed man said. No rush, let's wait and see. Fire Ancestor shook his head. I have a feeling he will be Shan's greatest opponent. Fire Ancestor, you're exaggerating. A red-robed man smiled. We raised Shan and know what he's capable of. I can still see through Shan, but I've never been able to see through this Su Zimo. Fire Ancestor shook his head. Hearing Fire Ancestor's words, some people instantly reacted. He asked, Ba Dao was unbridled in our Chaos Flame domain. Fire Ancestor ignored him. Did he purposely test Suzimo? Correct, but Ba Dao is trash. After so long, he still hasn't done anything. Fire Ancestor said calmly, let's see how he deals with the ghost-devouring deathworm. Ghost Holy Sun stood on the stage. Seeing everyone's fear of the ghost-devouring deathworm, he felt a bit smug. He enjoyed the feeling of being feared. Then his gaze landed on Suzimo. Your time has come. He smashed the bottle in his hand, awakening the slumbering ghost-devouring deathworms. These worms shouldn't exist. They were brought back from Nether Domain by Hell Valley's Laozu. When they got the ghost fire, they also brought back these worms. These worms didn't fear death. No matter how many times they were killed or how injured they were, they could revive indefinitely. Moreover, their antennae were especially sharp. Even if a great emperor was stabbed, his brain would be sucked clean in an instant, suppressing his power. This was the terror of the ghost-devouring deathworm. You couldn't be hurt, or you'd die. Kill. Ghost Saint Child controlled the ghost-devouring deathworms, and with a buzzing sound, they all charged towards Suzimo. Suzimo waved his hand. Flame surged out and engulfed all of the bugs in it. A series of crackling sounds could be heard. All the worms were burned to death. Not long after, the ghost-devouring deathworms began to emit death energy. They all came back to life. And they didn't fear fire. Give up, ghost-devouring deathworms can't be killed. Ghost Holy Sun laughed. They came from Nether Domain's hell, which means they can't die. Only a fool like you would believe in the so-called immortality. Suzimo shook his head and laughed. Even Nether Domain's ghosts aren't immortal. Let alone a few insects the size of ants. Suzimo had a deep look in his eyes. Don't deceive yourself, Ghost Saint snorted. If you can kill them, why didn't you burn them to death just now? I didn't burn them to death just now because the flames weren't strong enough. It only burned them to death, but it couldn't incinerate the death aura on their bodies. That's why they can keep resurrecting, Suzimo said calmly. He stretched out his hand, and the fire of Zhu Rong bloomed in his palm like a lotus flower. The blazing flame burned calmly, but it had already completely annihilated the void. Seeing this flame, many people of the fire tribe instinctively felt fear. Because the fire of Zhu Rong was too strong. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the flames in the bodies of many people of the fire tribe. Who is he? He's clearly not from our fire tribe. Why does he have such a strong flame? How does this flame compare to the Sun Palace's sun fire? Someone asked. I can't say. We haven't fought head-on. I think they're evenly matched. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Suzimo sneered. Although the sun fire was good, it was still trash in front of the fire of Zhu Rong. The fire of Zhu Rong was the beginning of all flames. Suzimo still couldn't tell if there was any other connection between the fire god Zhu Rong and the blazing fire territory. But since it was fire, there must be a connection. Then you can try, Ghost Saint sneered. Is your flame stronger, or my ghost devourer worm? He had some inexplicable information about his ghost devourer worm. After all, this worm was once invincible, and even the great emperor died tragically at its hands. Suzimo waved his hand. A sea of fire burned in front of him. The fire of Zhu Rong rose from the ground, as the fire of Zhu Rong rose. Among the spectators, someone suddenly screamed. Ah, my eyes are burned. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the person had just stared at the sea of fire of Zhu Rong for a while. His eyes couldn't stand the high temperature and were directly blinded. At this moment, even Ghost Saint was a little afraid. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his mouth was dry, but he forced himself to stay awake. At the same time, he controlled the ghost-devouring deathworm to attack Suzimo. A series of crackling sounds could be heard. These ghost-devourer worms had already begun to spontaneously combust before they even entered the sea of fire. After the sea of fire enveloped them, the ghost-devourer worms completely disappeared. Revive, revive. Ghost Holy Sun shouted anxiously as he watched from the side. Unfortunately, this time, the ghost devourer worm was truly incinerated. How could this be? Ghost Holy Sun sat on the ground, paralyzed. You must have used some sorcery. My ghost-devouring death bug cannot die. Don't you think you're in a sorry state right now? Su Zimo said, Hell Valley's successor is just trash. The Zhurong fire in Su Zimo's hands fell down completely. Ghost Holy Sun wanted to escape, but unfortunately, it was already too late. The flames engulfed him. Aha! His blood-curdling screams rang out. At this moment, he was reduced to a burning man. He continued to struggle in the arena. He stood up and fell down, repeating this process over and over again. The flames burned for a long time. Su Zimo's control was exquisite, making his opponent feel the burning pain. But not enough to burn him to death. Ghost Holy Sun pounced on Su Zimo. He was still yelling ferociously, Kill me, kill me. Don't you like tormenting others? Su Zimo asked. Can you feel what I'm feeling right now? A bunch of ants. Tormenting them is their honor. Ghost Holy Sun roared. He seemed to have lost his mind. That's right. But in other words, you're also an ant to me. Su Zimo smiled, that's why tormenting you is your honor. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they all fell silent. The crowd was as silent as cicadas in winter. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Finally, the flames lasted for a long time. The Ghost Holy Sun was burned alive. It's too cruel, someone sighed. Ghost Holy Sun has been ruthless all his life. I didn't expect to meet someone more ruthless than him this time. This person is unfathomable. I don't think Xianxia is his opponent. At this time, the wind had begun to change. Su Zimo defeated Ghost Holy Sun, who ranked second. So the only person standing in front of him was Xianxia. Su Zimo walked down the arena calmly. Everyone kept their distance from him, consciously opening up a path for him. Zhang Hingji smiled at Su Zimo. He knew that Su Zimo was avenging him. Otherwise, with the strength Su Zimo showed, killing Ghost Holy Sun was as easy as pie. Why waste so much time tormenting him? Do you feel better now? Xianxia asked with a smile. It's Hingji's fortune to meet two good friends in this life, Zhang Hingji said with emotion. Your Excellency, you were too vicious just now. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind. Su Zimo slowly turned his head. Xianxia stood behind him and said calmly. Even if Ghost Holy Sun deserves to die, you shouldn't torture him like this, or even kill him. These practices are against the harmony of heaven. Su Zimo looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Then he chuckled twice. Then he stopped talking. Your Excellency, I will defeat you fair and square on the arena, Xianxia said solemnly. Oh. Su Zimo waved his hand. What do you want to say? I just want to tell you that life needs to be respected. Instead of torturing and killing him, no matter whose life it is, Xianxia replied seriously. How did you become the successor of the Chaos Palace when you were so simple? Su Zimo smiled. It seems to be because you have the Chaos Fire body. Otherwise, you wouldn't talk to me so shamelessly about being kind and torturing to kill. What do you mean? Xianxia frowned. Actually, for me, good and evil are not important. Torturing and killing, or being kind. I only ask for one principle. Su Zimo smiled. What? Xianxia asked. Even 1,000 gold can't buy my happiness. Su Zimo grinned. Don't talk to me about principles, you have too little experience. Looking at Su Zimo's back as he left, it seemed that he didn't care about him at all. Xianxia clenched his fist slightly. After a long time, he took a deep breath. In the end, he calmed down. Only the final winner is qualified to educate others. The day of the competition was completely over. The sky gradually darkened. Everyone returned to the inn where Bian Wenzhou was waiting for them in the lobby on the first floor. Today, Child Su showed his skills and shocked the entire Chaos Fire realm. Bian Wenzhou smiled. I just saw that the Wanhua Pavilion has tied you with Xianxia for first place. Tied for first place? Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. They are really blindly confident in this Xianxia. To be able to make the 10,000 Fire Pavilion tie you with him for first place, this is already a big deal. Bian Wenzhou laughed. You don't know, but the 10,000 Fire Pavilion is very competent in Xianxia. This Xianxia grew up in the Chaos Fire realm. He has several masters. In addition to the Fire Ancestor, it is said that the Pavilion Master of the 10,000 Fire Pavilion is also his master. Bian Wenzhou laughed and said, how can the disciple of their Pavilion Master be inferior to others? If that's the case, then the 10,000 Fire Pavilion's ranking is meaningless. Su Zimo shook his head. It's a reference in itself. Even the 10,000 Fire Pavilion themselves don't dare to say that the list is 100% correct. Xianxia also laughed and said, but all pride is useless. On the day of the real competition, I believe that young master will shatter all their self-esteem. Su Zimo waved his hand. He didn't care much about false reputation. However, he would naturally do what he promised Bian Wenzhou. Su Zimo was thinking about his next itinerary after getting a spot in the Chaos Fire realm. He actually wanted to go to the Lihua realm. He heard that it had been ruled by water beasts, so he wanted to find a new blue man. At the same time, he wanted to see if there was any news of the water god Gongtu's inheritance. However, this was the current plan, but the plan could change at any time. While they were eating, Su Zimo suddenly remembered something. He looked at Bian Wenzhou and asked, this morning, you dealt with the matter of those black-cloaked men? It's basically done, but there are still some fish that escaped the net. But it's difficult for them to do anything, Bian Wenzhou replied. Is there still no news from Ba Dao? Su Zimo asked. Actually, we found some clues before, but they disappeared in an instant. Bian Wenzhou pondered and said, I have some guesses in my heart, but I don't have any evidence. I don't want my guesses to be true. Tell me, Su Zimo replied. I suspect that the Chaos Fire realm is protecting Ba Dao, Bian Wenzhou said seriously. How so? It was Xianxia's turn to be puzzled. If the primal Chaos Fire realm was related to Ba Dao, then they would definitely avenge him. However, there was no movement at the moment. The primal Chaos Fire realm wants to test Child Su's strength, Bian Wenzhou said. Because they can't see through young master. An uncontrollable existence like the young master was very troublesome for them. Therefore, even if the referee cheated and put you and the Ghost Holy Sun together, no one said anything to stop it. They want to use the Ghost Holy Sun to see how much of young master's strength he can force out. Now, even Lu Huahua understood. That's right. I think they all want Xianxia to win. Bian Wenzhou said. Otherwise, with the importance of this competition, if someone were to interfere, I'm afraid that they would be instantly enraged. Let's not talk about the Ghost Holy Sun, Su Zimo said with a smile. Let your fire ancestor come and exchange a few moves with me. Let's see how capable he is. Child Su, you can't say such things in the primal chaos flame realm. Lu Huahua hurriedly reminded him. If someone hears it, we'll all be in trouble. After she finished speaking, she looked around cautiously. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, she relaxed. Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. He was telling the truth, but many people still didn't want to believe it. Although he wasn't in the Saint King realm. He was just a supreme being who had just entered the Great Saint realm, but he had the support of 2 life and death souls. Moreover, the power of law in his body had been tempered and condensed again and again. Su Zimo really wanted to see what level of Great Saint realm his strength had reached. Because the topic was about the primal chaos fire realm, everyone's thoughts were a little gloomy. For people like Lu Huahua and Zhang Hengji, the primal chaos fire realm was the peak they looked up to. They lived in the primal chaos fire realm their whole lives and didn't want to be enemies with the primal chaos fire realm. Bian Wenzhou, on the other hand, smiled freely. He said, actually, you don't have to worry. No matter what, the primal chaos palace is a supreme existence. They definitely won't use any despicable means. At most, they will test us. When the competition is over, if Child Su can win, all the conspiracies and tricks will be resolved. Everyone nodded. After dinner, Su Zimo returned to his room. In fact, the more you cultivate, the more you can feel the vastness and vastness. Because you can feel the entire world more clearly. The higher the realm, the further you can see. This also made Su Zimo feel that the stronger he was, the more he needed to cultivate. Many powerhouses would cultivate in seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years. In fact, for them, thousands of years would pass in the blink of an eye. In the divine continent, Suzimo was cultivating in front of the blue man. Because the closer he was to the blue man, the clearer his comprehension of the heavenly Tao became. Another night of silence. After yesterday's 2 rounds of elimination, there were only 20 people left in the ring. Today was also the last day of the competition. That was because all the matches would end today, and the top 3 would be decided from there. Then, they would represent the primal chaos fire realm to go to the origin of the fire ancestor. Compared to his previous obscurity, Suzimo's current reputation was flourishing. No matter where he went, he would attract a lot of attention. He must be the one who killed the ghost saint. I had something to do yesterday, so I didn't have time to watch the competition. I feel like I missed out on 100 million. I heard that the ghost saint, who likes to torture people, was tortured by someone else. That scene must be very painful. This ghost saint deserves to die. It's good that he died. I bet my life savings on him, but I lost so miserably. The people around were discussing. Suzimo stood at the side of the arena. He did not care about the noise and discussions of the people around him. Because the first round of competition was about to be announced. Footsteps sounded. The red-robed primal chaos fire messenger walked up the arena. His indifferent eyes looked around. The originally noisy scene suddenly became silent. The primal chaos fire messenger was silent for a while before speaking. This time, 6 out of 20 will be eliminated. 4 people will be directly eliminated. And we won't compete in a one-on-one format anymore. As soon as the primal chaos fire messenger finished speaking, it caused an uproar. Why did the rules suddenly change on the eve of the competition? Some people guessed, and some people felt more excited. Because next would be a big fight. Put 20 people in a narrow arena, and when there were only 6 people left, the competition would end. As for who you wanted to attack or join forces with others, it didn't matter. The rule of this competition was that there were no rules. I'm afraid it's targeted at you, Xianxia reminded in a low voice. Suzimo smiled. You want to kick me out in advance? A power like the Primal Chaos Palace could be considered a colossus. To do so would seem extremely petty. They were not magnanimous at all. He raised his head and looked at the 19 people who were about to go on stage. The Chaos Palace was a little naive. It was impossible for these people to defeat him. Since you want to test my strength, then come. Suzimo and Xianxia walked up the stage together. On the way, he reminded, you just have to watch the show from the side. You don't have to do anything. You can easily enter the top 6. What do you mean? Xianxia was stunned. She immediately reacted and said, I'll deal with it with you. These people will definitely join forces to deal with you. No need. Suzimo shook his head. They're just a bunch of mobs. A total of 12 people walked up the stage. Following the referee's shout, begin. The intense battle that they had imagined did not begin. Instead, everyone looked at each other warily. Because at this time, whoever you attacked would inevitably be ambushed by others. Everyone. At this moment, a young man named Wang Guanglin stood out from the 20 people. He suggested, I think we should first eliminate those who are a threat. Then, we'll fight for the top 6. That's right, I agree. A burly man agreed. In the next moment, more than a dozen people looked at Suzimo. As for Xianxia, he had the Chaos Palace as his backing, so they did not dare to touch him for the time being. Suzimo had become a good target. He had no background, but he was strong. He was perfect for everyone to attack. Friend, you should withdraw yourself. Otherwise, if you get seriously injured, the losses will outweigh the gains. Wang Guanglin looked at Suzimo and smiled. What benefits did the Chaos Palace promise you? Suzimo suddenly asked. Hearing this, Wang Guanglin's eyes narrowed. His smile also froze. He said indifferently, Friend, don't be ungrateful. If it's a one-on-one fight, I believe no one is your match. But if they surround and attack you, you will definitely die. Just because of what you said, you're dead meat, Suzimo replied. Since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, Wang Guanlin naturally would not admit defeat. He snorted heavily and said, "We don't know who will die yet. Everyone, let's kill this person together. I'm willing to withdraw and give my spot to you." Hearing this, everyone became even more excited. All of a sudden, he had lost 2 competitors. Among the 20 people, at least 12 of them became restless and began to attack Su Zimo. In the next moment, the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard as more than 10 powerful forces surged out. The surrounding void was collapsing because it could not withstand this power. "Kill!" someone shouted. All 12 of them charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo raised his head slightly, his gaze steady and his expression calm. A divine dragon flew over from the east. He directly threw a punch over, only to hear a boom sound. The divine dragon shattered layer by layer between his fist. A shocking sword intent came from the north. Someone was flying on a sword, and the sword chi was tens of thousands of miles away. Behind him was a sea of swords, like purgatory. "That's the young sect master of the Celestial Mountain Sword Sect." Someone saw the person who was flying on the sword and said in surprise. Su Zimo was still disdainful. The large palm of his right hand swept over with a storm of spiritual energy that filled the sky. Pa! The sword was directly shattered, and the person who was flying on the sword also fell into a pool of blood. "Don't try to be fierce," someone shouted. That person was carrying a huge mountain, and the mountain peak covered the sky. When the huge mountain flew up, the entire sky became pitch black. "Suppress," that person roared. Rumble. The huge mountain fell from the sky, and all of its power surged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo snorted coldly. He stretched out his right hand, and the spiritual energy in the sky gathered. He dragged the mountain with one hand. He condensed a huge palm with one hand, and the mountain was like a toy in his hand. He directly threw the mountain out. When the young man who was carrying the huge mountain saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. Under the huge mountain, the young man was directly crushed into a meat patty. There was also a young man who sat cross-legged in the sky, and several formation discs surrounded him. Boundless spirit formation intent was surging. The young man's expression was solemn. Conceal light, destroy, sword and saber. 3 formations out together, the formation is the Great Thousand, annihilate the void. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the 3 formation discs all transformed into powerful formation intent. Then, they descended from the sky and charged towards Su Zimo. The 3 formation discs were in the form of heaven, earth, and man. The destructive formation intent condensed together, condensing into a saber and a sword from the void. In the crowd watching the battle, Lu Huahua said worriedly, "There are so many people, can Child Su survive?" "Believe in Child Su," Zhang Hingji said. Although his tone was calm, his clenched hands betrayed his inner turmoil. "Kill him." Wang Guanlin also rushed over at this moment. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and then chuckled. Because behind him, the heaven-shaking giant rose into the sky. In the past, the heaven-shaking giant's body was already big enough. At this moment, with Su Zimo breaking through to the Supreme Sage realm, the heaven-shaking giant's body had grown several times. Its eyes were like torches as it stared at the saber and sword in the void. With a wave of its palm, the heaven-shaking giant represented absolute power. It destroyed the saber and sword in an unstoppable manner. When the palm fell, even the young man who set up the formation was destroyed. Wang Guanlin's figure, which was originally attacking, suddenly stopped. He looked at Su Zimo in horror. With a punch and a palm, it was as if he had casually annihilated the joint attack of more than 10 people. "Kill!" the heaven-shaking giant roared. The clouds in the sky kept churning. The heaven-shaking giant was like beating children, punching and kicking them one by one. In an instant, the alliance of 12 people had been destroyed. 11 people died tragically. Under Su Zimo's instructions, only Wang Guanlin's life was spared. Su Zimo walked towards him step by step. Wang Guanlin took a deep breath, put down the sword in his hand, and began to beg for mercy. "I was blinded by greed. Please, spare my life. I will never appear in front of you in the future." What benefits did the Chaos Palace give you? Let me hear it, Su Zimo said with a smile. I don't know if that person is from the Chaos Palace, Wang Guanglin said. He was wearing a black robe and only said that he wanted me to join forces with the others to kill you. It's useless. Su Zimo took a step forward. It directly condensed his head up. The surroundings were silent. It was as if everyone was stunned by his absolute strength and iron-blooded methods. Su Zimo grinned. He looked at the remaining people and asked, is there anyone else who wants to fight? Hearing Su Zimo's words, the surroundings fell silent. His ruthless methods just now were too scary. As a result, no one dared to answer. Boring. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. 12 people had just been sent away by Su Zimo. There were only 8 people present. And 6 people would enter the next round. Therefore, as long as 2 more people were eliminated, this battle royale would be over. Someone seemed to have thought of this. While the people around him weren't paying attention, he actually went berserk. He quickly sent 2 people flying out of the arena, seriously injuring them. After the 2 landed, they didn't seem to have reacted. Until the referee's voice sounded. After this battle royale ends, 3 out of 6 will advance. The last 3 will fight for first place. These last 3 people will also represent our Chaos Fire realm to go to the origin of the Fire Ancestor. Hearing the referee's voice, they were all delighted. Among these 6 people, apart from Su Zimo, Xianxia, and Xianxia, the other 3 were Pajun, Luo Ji, and a young man named Xianxia. Pajun was the holy son of the weapons sect and wasn't weak. He was ranked 3rd on the Myriad Flames list. As for Luo Ji, he was the young city lord of Fire Beacon City. Although he wasn't weak, he wasn't considered much among these geniuses. This time, he was still riding on Su Zimo's coattails. Su Zimo had dealt with 12 people. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to advance with his strength. As for the one called Xianxia, it was this kid who pushed the 2 of them out of the arena at the last moment and ended the battle royale. He seemed to be an itinerant cultivator. He didn't have any forces behind him and his reputation was average. This time, the 6-person competition was still a one-on-one. Su Zimo had estimated that his opponent was most likely Pajun. Judging from the Chaos Hall's current shameless style, they would definitely cheat. Originally, Pajun could definitely enter the top 3. It could only be said that this was an unlucky year. Sure enough, after a short rest, the competition list was released. Su Zimo vs Pajun, Xianxia vs Luo Ji, Xianxia vs Xianxia. As soon as he saw this list, Su Zimo knew that there was something fishy going on. Even Xianxia said angrily, Primal Chaos Palace doesn't even want face anymore. They're probably very angry now, Su Zimo said with a smile. They tried their best, but they couldn't stop me. They don't want Xianxia to fight against you. Xianxia nodded. It's better to say that they don't want to see Xianxia fail. Because it will hurt Xianxia's Taoist heart. Su Zimo smiled and said, Xianxia has the chaotic fire body. He had been groomed by the Primal Chaos Palace since he was young. It could be said that he had no lack of clothes and food. He did not lack any cultivation resources. With such a strong backing, the guidance of a great teacher, and his own talent, he was able to make a breakthrough. I'm afraid that he has always maintained the legend of being invincible among his peers. This kind of flower that grew up in a greenhouse is actually not a big deal, Lu Huahua said indignantly. This is also the reason why the Chaos Palace didn't want Xianxia to meet you. Xianxia smiled and said, this wild flower, even if it is stepped on, it can stand up again. But once a flower in a greenhouse is broken, it will be difficult for it to stand up again. Do you think the Chaos Palace will play other tricks? Zhang Hingji asked worriedly. Probably not. This time, the matter of the origin of Fire Ancestor is still very important. At most, they will secretly control the list of competitors. In the end, it still depends on strength, Xianxia said with a smile. The first match was between Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia's white robe was like snow, and his black hair was meticulously tied up with a bun. His eyes were indifferent, as if there were very few things in the world that could disturb his state of mind. As for Xianxia, he had shifty eyes, was one 6 meters tall, and his skin was dark yellow. Even the way he walked was sloppy and unkempt. This Zhang He is really unlucky. He met Xianxia in the first match. I think he's lucky. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't be qualified to enter the top 6. The people around were talking about it. Except for Su Zimo, in the eyes of the crowd, no one was a match for Xianxia. The audience looked satisfied. Guess, how many moves will this battle end? Someone laughed. Give me some face, 3 moves. Zhang He walked on the stage and bowed to Xianxia. Xianxia naturally returned the bow. At the moment when Xianxia returned the bow, Zhang He's figure suddenly rushed toward Xianxia. Something seemed to fly out of his hand and directly pierced into Xianxia's shoulder. How dare you use a sneak attack? Yes, such a person is qualified to compete. Seeing this, the spectators were furious. Some people regarded Xianxia as their idol. Some people bet on Xianxia in the casino, so they naturally didn't want anything to happen to Xianxia. When the crowd saw what Zhang He threw, they were all shocked. Because it was a seed. A seed of the blood demon tree. The blood demon tree was an evil tree in the world. The place where it grew must be a sea of blood. Throat sealing at the sight of blood, evil and powerful. Blood was its nutrient. Once it entered a person's body, no matter how powerful they were, they would eventually be sucked dry by it. Hearing the curses of the crowd, Zhang He didn't care. He just looked at Xianxia and chuckled, "You are too careless. From the moment we stood on the stage, we were already enemies." Xianxia was silent and didn't say a word. His expression was still calm. What I hate the most is that you geniuses think so highly of yourselves. Zhang He's face suddenly became ferocious. Although I'm not as strong as you, I have many ways to defeat you. What you are doing is just a small way. Xianxia shook his head and replied. The so-called big way is to cultivate oneself. You can talk to me after you kill the blood demon tree. Zhang He sneered. Because on the surface of Xianxia's body, the seed had sprouted and was drinking his blood. The red branches and leaves began to spread. Don't you know that these wood attribute trees are most afraid of the fire of our fire tribe? Xianxia replied, it's not difficult to kill the blood demon tree. On the surface of his body, balls of golden flames began to burn. The flames were scorching hot. In just a moment, all the branches of the blood demon tree were burned. They were uprooted and destroyed together with the seed. How is this possible? Zhang He was a bit shocked. I've tested it, this blood demon tree is not afraid of fire. You're wrong, it's just not afraid of ordinary fire. Xianxia shook his head. My flame of chaos can burn anything. A mere blood demon tree is nothing. Zhang He snorted coldly. Since his plan had failed, he was naturally enraged. He waved his right hand and a burning sword appeared in his hand. The sword of flame was burning the void. Zhang He roared and rushed to Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out his right hand and covered it with spiritual energy. A powerful force covered the sky and covered the earth. With a boom sound, he was directly sent flying. Kill! Zhang He got up from the ground and rushed to Xianxia again. Xianxia knocked him down again and again. Even if he was covered in blood, he would struggle to stand up. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. I, Zhang He, didn't rely on anyone's help or luck to reach this level. I was like an ant, unwilling to give up, shameless, and played tricks. Little by little, I reached this level. Zhang He was covered in blood and laughed ferociously. He staggered but still didn't want to fall down. Xianxia was also slightly moved. He said, whether you win or lose today, at least I admire your spirit. But in my opinion, everything has a Tao. If you don't have a Tao, you will do anything to achieve your goal. What's the difference between you and a beast? So what if I'm a beast? Zhang He spat out blood and laughed. Xianxia sighed slightly. His spiritual energy surged in his right hand and condensed into a big palm. This chapter used at least half of his power. When Zhang He charged over again, only a boom sound was heard. It was like a thunder roaring in his ears. It directly sent Zhang He's figure flying. Zhang He wanted to struggle again, but unfortunately, he couldn't stand up. I destroyed your cultivation, but I spared your life. It's not for revenge. I just hope you can let go of your obsession and experience this mortal life. Xianxia said. My meridians are destroyed and my cultivation is gone. Zhang He was absent-minded for a long time, his eyes were lifeless. Then he looked at Xianxia angrily. You are so vicious. He directly picked up the sword of flame in his hand and killed himself in front of everyone. Xianxia was shocked and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. What was left in front of him was Zhang He's corpse. Why? Xianxia was confused. He didn't seem to understand why Zhang He would choose to commit suicide. He had clearly spared his life. You talk too much. You're annoying him, Lu Huahua said from the side. Xianxia turned around and glanced at Su Zimo and the others. Then, he actually walked towards them. He asked, please enlighten me. Teach me what? Zhang Hingji asked cautiously. I spared his life. Why did he commit suicide? I don't understand, Xianxia said sincerely. Although he had an extraordinary status, he had never been overbearing when speaking to others. In Su Zimo's opinion, Xianxia was good except for his realism. Only a little otherworldly. You grew up in the primal chaos palace. Don't even talk about going to the outside world. Even the primal chaos city we are in now rarely comes. Su Zimo said. Xianxia nodded slightly. He asked, how do you know? That's right. You don't know what the ways of the world are. You have learned a lot of principles since you were young. You don't know what it means to apply what you have learned. Su Zimo shook his head and said. Take this Zhang He for example. He worked hard all his life to become strong. In order to achieve his goal, he did everything he could and even called himself a beast. It's enough to imagine how deep his obsession is. That's why I destroyed his cultivation and let him resolve his obsession, Xianxia said with a frown. What you did was equivalent to negating all the efforts he had made in the first half of his life. Do you think he can bear it for a while? Su Zimo asked back, it doesn't matter if you destroyed his cultivation. At least give him a chance to start over. Now that even his meridians are destroyed, he can only be immortal for the rest of his life. This is forcing him to a dead end. Speaking of this, Su Zimo smiled. Do you think what you think is what you think? His words made Xianxia speechless. He had grown up in the Chaos Palace since he was a child and had never come into contact with intrigue, deception, or the coldness of the world. Naturally, he wouldn't understand the thoughts of all living beings. Thank you for your guidance, brother. No matter what you say is right or wrong. I'm grateful, Xianxia replied. But when I fight with you, I won't hold back. Su Zimo was too lazy to reply. Xianxia bowed again. I have a feeling that I will compete with you for first place in the end. Looking at Xianxia's back, everyone suddenly realized that Xianxia was stubborn. In fact, their impression of him was quite good. In the second round, Xianxia fought against Luoji. The referee's shout could be heard. Luoji's face was solemn, and he was no longer as calm as before. In fact, his ideal opponent should be Zhang He. The two of them were rookies. However, he had no choice when it came to Xianxia. Sister Xianxia, Lu Huahua said hesitantly. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Don't worry, he won't walk out of the arena alive, Xianxia said with a smile. As long as Luoji was still alive, Lu Huahua wouldn't be able to escape from his clutches. Although Xianxia wasn't a murderous person, she knew what to do. She walked towards the arena step by step. Luoji was already waiting for her. Miss Xianxia, Luoji greeted with a smile. Let's begin, Xianxia said indifferently. The immortal spirit fire in her hand slowly burned. She didn't hold back at all and directly attacked. Luoji's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to be negligent at all. The 9 windly fire around him burned. 2 powerful flames collided in the air. Luoji's figure was sent flying. Damn it, so strong. Luoji's expression changed slightly. The moment they exchanged blows, he was crushed. Xianxia was much stronger than he had imagined. I admit. Luoji didn't even finish his sentence. Xianxian's large palm had already slapped towards him. The other party's figure was like a phoenix in the sky, ethereal and domineering at the same time. That jade-like hand passed through layers of the void and finally shone on his chest. Boom! He spat out a mouthful of blood, but before his figure could fly out, Xianxian grabbed him again and threw him into the sky. The immortal spirit fire turned into a pillar that soared into the sky. It directly enveloped Luoji's figure. An endless fire burned. Luoji's screams resounded throughout the entire arena. When the immortal spirit fire burned out completely and everything was quiet, everyone looked up. They saw a burnt skeleton falling from the sky. Xianxian wins, the referee shouted from below. The crowd below discussed animatedly. Seeing Xianxian walk down the stage, Su Zimo smiled and said, "You've completely offended Fire Beacon City now. Anyway, we're going to leave the Chaos Fire realm. What's there to be afraid of?" Xianxian smiled indifferently. Xianxian didn't care about Lu Huahua's gratitude. She looked at Su Zimo and said with a smile, "You're right. What we seek in life is pain. Just like what you men say." They ate large pieces of meat and drank large mouthfuls of wine. Dying under a peony flower is also a romantic ghost. Life is short, so we can do whatever we want. You suddenly thought it through, Su Zimo said with a smile. It's not sudden. I used to think that violence can't solve problems. But when I killed Luoji just now, I felt happy. Some things can only be solved by violence. Xianxian smiled and said, "It's your turn next." Pajun is the holy son of the weapon sect. His strength can't be underestimated. Don't screw up. Don't worry. Su Zimo smiled. Su Zimo versus Pajun following the referee's loud shout. Su Zimo walked towards the arena step by step. The scene was silent. On the opposite side of the arena, a burly man in a red robe also walked up. Pajun, his eyes were like swords as he looked at Su Zimo calmly. Powerful weapon intent was constantly emitting from the surroundings. It was as if he was the leader of hundreds of weapons. His eyes were like swords, his arms were like knives, his legs were like sticks, and his body was like an axe. The weapon intent of 18 kinds of weapons was surging around him. It was as if the person standing in front of Su Zimo was not a person, but a weapon. Using one's body to train one's weapon. This was the philosophy of the weapon sect. As the holy son of the weapon sect, Pajun also understood this point very well. Since he was young, he had regarded himself as a weapon. With a casual wave of his hand, tens of thousands of sword energy and blade intent swept out. Fight. Pajun looked at Su Zimo. He said lightly, "I have always regarded Xianxian as my biggest opponent. Now that you've appeared, you've added some suspense to the primal chaos flame realm. Originally, the world thought that the final winner of this competition would be between me and Xianxian." "You're very good," Su Zimo said. "Using your own body to refine artifacts, I can imagine that you've suffered a lot since you were young." His Dao heart was firm, and his will was strong. "If it weren't for me, you would definitely be able to fight Xianxian." "From what you're saying, it seems like we still don't know who will win," Defeating Armies said with a smile. "Are you so sure you can win?" "From the moment I stood here, this competition has already ended," Su Zimo said calmly. "Then let me see if your strength matches your shameless boasting," Defeating Armies shouted. With a wave of his hand, a 10,000-foot-long saber will swept out. The surrounding void was sliced apart like tofu in front of him. Su Zimo looked up at the saber will and clenched his right hand tightly in the void. It was as if he had grasped the entire void in his hand. There was only a bang sound, accompanied by the shattering of the void. All of the saber wills were annihilated. Defeating Armies frowned slightly. He raised his head and waved his hand again. In the firmament, a vast spear chi continued to condense. The spear is the weapon of 100 soldiers. Using the spear to control chi, the spear soars to the firmament. Defeating Armies clenched his right hand, the spear was still in his hand and directly aimed at Su Zimo's face. Su Zimo slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow from his back. The blade blocked the tip of the spear. With a bang sound, countless sparks flew, and finally the two figures separated. Again, Defeating Armies roared. This time, 2 spears materialized around him. Stepping on 2 flying swords, holding the spear with both hands, he attacked again. Suzimo frowned slightly. The Emperor's might on the other side was so strong that even the void was exploding with a rumbling sound. The tyrannical shadow in his hand turned from top to bottom, forming a semicircle. Saber chi filled the sky. The saber chi collided with defeating army's figure. At this moment, the spears shattered, the flying swords disappeared, and defeating army's figure was also sent flying. Impressive, defeating army stood up and smiled. Purely in terms of saber, I'm not as good as you. What you cultivate is not saber intent, but the body of a weapon, Suzimo said, shaking his head. There's no comparison. Let me see your 100-soldier body. The so-called 100-soldier body was to refine every part of the body into a weapon. Between each punch and kick, there was an endless amount of soldier intent within. Showing off his ability, the saber intent was supreme. Good, defeating armies laughed loudly. The saber intent in his body exploded. At this moment, the spectators around the battle. Everyone who was wearing a weapon seemed to feel it. The saber and sword began to ring. Only defeating armies was respected. Of course, defeating armies didn't care about these weapons. All his saber intent was to envelop the tyrannical shadow. He wanted to win without a fight and seize control of Suzimo's weapon. Suzimo chuckled. He said, "You're still too young to take my tyrannical shadow." He let go of his hand and let the tyrannical shadow float in front of him. He let defeating armies snatch it. On the opposite side, defeating armies only felt that his saber intent seemed to cut into a steel saber soul that couldn't be broken. His saber intent couldn't do anything to the tyrannical shadow. It's really eye-opening, defeating armies said in surprise. When my saber intent is fully activated, I can even control Xianxia's weapon. I didn't expect you to be stronger than I thought. You're like a bottomless pit. Take my saber, Suzimo laughed. The tyrannical shadow was raised above his head, and the saber and sword were pointed at the sky. The endless saber intent connected to the endless void. There was a boom. The sea of sabers fell and stood on defeating armies' 100-soldier body. As long as the saber and sword are not destroyed, I will not be destroyed. Defeating armies shouted, as long as the saber intent exists, so will I. In the face of defeating armies' momentum, Suzimo just looked calm. He slowly said the word destroy. This word was like a mantra, everything was destroyed, and the saber intent was completely gone. The entire void was empty. Defeating armies' figure was directly suppressed to the ground. Strong, so strong that I'm trembling in fear. Defeating armies laughed. He stood up from the ground in a sorry state and looked at Suzimo with a deep gaze. Although I had a feeling that I would lose. But I didn't expect to lose so completely, so quickly, without any power to resist. I'll spare your life, Suzimo said. No need, I have a move. I created it in my life. Because this move isn't stable, I've never used it before. Defeating army said solemnly, now, I want to use it in front of you in front of the entire chaos fiery realm. If I lose, I'll accept it wholeheartedly. Even if I die in your hands, it'll be worth it. Hearing defeating armies' words, Suzimo didn't force him. Everyone has their own ambitions, some are willing to live. Some are willing to be fireworks, even if it's just for a moment of brilliance. Show it. Watch carefully. Defeating armies laughed. This move is called Heavens Passage. Heavenly soldiers connecting the heavens, Suzimo mumbled to himself. He was also looking forward to it. Suzimo was generally optimistic about people who created their own martial arts or cultivation methods. Because what this world needed was new blood. What it needed were strong people who could walk their own path. Not people who would always cultivate the things left behind by the older generation. If everyone was like this, how could cultivation make 100 flowers bloom? Therefore, when he heard the words 100 weapons to heaven, Suzimo naturally wanted to see it. Defeating armies' eyes were slightly closed. The powerful force around his body was constantly pouring into his body. He had tempered his body for countless years and tempered it into countless weapons. At this moment, there was a dim light surging from it. This guy is crazy. He condensed all the souls of his weapons. He will die if he does this. These geniuses are all crazy. The audience below didn't understand and were discussing. This soul was the essence of a weapon. It could be said that without the soul, a weapon was like scrap metal. It would directly decay and shatter. And one had to know that defeating armies was a weapon himself. He was completely risking his life by doing this. No wonder you said that this move is not perfect, Suzimo said in a low voice. I'm afraid you haven't found something that can replace the soul. Because this move was fatal once it was used. Therefore, defeating armies had never used it in front of others. When all the souls were condensed, defeating armies was like an old man with one foot in the grave. He aged 100 years in an instant. His body was still broken, and it was difficult for him to move. His black hair turned white. However, there was no panic on his face. There was only a faint smile and relief. Because above his head, countless souls condensed into the shape of a spear. I like to be strong, the leader of 100 weapons. Defeating armies struggled to stand up. He smiled and said, Today, I will live and die with the spear. He held the spear in his right hand. At this moment, defeating armies' figure gradually became blurry. The spear moved and directly stabbed towards Suzimo. The tip of the spear glowed with endless sharpness. The void shattered, and the rumbling sound continued to sound. And defeating armies' figure also disappeared bit by bit as the spear moved rapidly. In the end, he completely disappeared. Between heaven and earth, there was only one spear. At this moment, Suzimo put away his tyrannical shadow. He did not try to defend himself anymore. Instead, he wanted to test it out with his own body. Let's test its power. This was a strike that defeating armies had used up all of his life force, resplendent strike. Boom. In the eyes of the audience, the spear pierced through Suzimo's heart, and then his soul slowly disappeared from the world. Suzimo's figure stopped in place. This person is courting death. He's too arrogant. He thinks that he can look down on others just because he's strong. He didn't even try to defend himself. He deserved to die. Almost no one was optimistic about Suzimo. Even Xianxia frowned slightly. He didn't understand why Suzimo would do this. At the same time, he secretly wondered if he would be able to withstand this spear if he was placed in the arena and didn't defend himself. The final result only made Xianxia shake his head. He couldn't. Therefore, he stared at Suzimo without blinking. He wanted to see whether the other party really had the ability or was just arrogant. It'll be fine. Xianxia grabbed Lu Hua's hand and comforted her. Zhang Hingxi's eyes also widened. When the spear disappeared between heaven and earth, Suzimo's chest also bloomed like a rose, and blood seeped out. Suzimo closed his eyes slightly and fell directly on the arena. Bang, a loud sound was heard. It was silent again. Both of them are dead? Then how should the verdict be? A draw? If so, doesn't it mean that the final battle will be between Xianxia and Xianxia? Then there is no suspense in the game. Everyone was talking about it. Just as the referee was about to announce the verdict. Suddenly, there was a cough in the arena. Suzimo yawned and slowly stood up. Oh my god, this man is not dead yet. The soul spear pierced through his heart and crushed his soul. How could he not die? Everyone, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Suzimo smiled. He thought to himself, fortunately, I just opened the gate of everlasting life of the heavenly gate of 3 lives. This spear was indeed powerful. The 10,000 soldiers' body that Pajun had condensed for hundreds of years was also extraordinary. Unfortunately, the gap between their realms was too big. Suzimo had already become a saint. But Pajun was just a great emperor. If they were in the same realm, it would be more fun. Referee, why don't you say anything? Suzimo asked. The referee came back to his senses from the silence. He said sullenly, Suzimo wins. He walked down from the arena. At this moment, everyone looked at him differently. Xianxia is in danger now. This was the common thought of almost everyone. Even if Xianxia had always been invincible among the younger generation of the Chaos Fire realm. But the appearance of Suzimo still made many people's hearts waver. What a wonderful game. At this moment, someone in the audience suddenly applauded. The applause was particularly conspicuous. Everyone turned around and saw a tall and sturdy old man clapping. It's the sect master of the weapon sect, Ning Changhong. Someone instantly recognized the old man's identity. He's still applauding? His sect saint was killed. Maybe this is the demeanor of a powerhouse. Ning Changhong walked forward step by step and came to Su Zimo's side. He smiled and said, Pajun deserved to lose. The disciples of the weapon sect are very good. Su Zimo also smiled and said, a general's success is built on thousands of bones. In the end, there is only one general. The others are all bones. Ning Changhong sighed. Because their saint, Pajun, had now become a skeleton. Although he was sad, he was not a sore loser. After congratulating Su Zimo, he left. His footsteps were heavy. He even looked a little old. Because the 6-3 competition was over, the next competition was naturally the 3-1. Su Zimo, Xianxia, and Xianxia would finally choose the top 3. Originally, the onlookers wanted to see the battle between the 3 of them. Unexpectedly, Xianxia directly admitted defeat as soon as she got on the stage. She admitted that she was no match for Su Zimo and Xianxia. If she withdrew now, she could guarantee her strength. She could also win the 3rd place and have the qualification to go to the Origin of Fire ancestor. Why wouldn't he do it? After Xianxia left, only Su Zimo and Xianxia were left in the arena. I've been waiting for this battle for a long time, Xianxia said seriously. He held a sword in his hand, and the momentum around him was constantly fluctuating. Oh. Su Zimo nodded calmly. But for me, you're not a challenge. Have you always been so arrogant? Xianxia asked. It's more accurate to say that I'm confident than arrogant. Su Zimo smiled and said, because I'm invincible. Invincible? Hearing this, Xianxia sneered. Who dares to call themselves invincible in this world, not even our fire race? The path of the great Tao is long, and you may meet someone who is stronger than you. How dare you talk nonsense? Nonsense. Su Zimo chuckled. When he was at his peak, only the old bastard could fight him. In this world, who dares to talk about him if he is not invincible? Su Zimo was too lazy to explain. Summer insects can't talk about ice. Those who don't understand can only prove it with strength. Instead of saying so much, it was just nonsense. He unsheathed the tyrannical shadow in his hand. Clang! The sword intent lingered in the whole world. Xianxia held a long sword in his hand. The sword was 3 feet long, and the shadow of a dragon was engraved on the blade. When the sword was waved, there seemed to be the great Tao in the dark. And at this moment, Xianxia looked more solemn under the great Tao. He was like a god, suffocating and could only be looked up. One sword of no sea. Xianxia waved the long sword. The sword intent surged like a sea, and under the strong sense of oppression, layers of the void were constantly broken. Su Zimo chuckled. He didn't even need to move. The tyrannical shadow floated in the void, and the endless sword intent had already annihilated all the sword sea. 2 swords of yin and yang. Xianxia waved the sword again. He was not anxious. It seemed that no matter how powerful Su Zimo was, there was only one belief in his mind. That was to defeat the opponent. And he was strong enough to defeat the opponent. This was the double guarantee of confidence and strength. The sword was waved, and yin and yang cut the dawn. The world suddenly turned black and white, as if it had turned into a state of 2 extremes. The sword pierced through the thorns. Su Zimo's vision was completely blocked. The world was empty, and there was only the sword that divided yin and yang. You can divide yin and yang with one sword. I can split the sky with one sword. Su Zimo laughed. He held the tyrannical shadow in his right hand, and the violent sword intent roared. From top to bottom, he drew a semicircle in front of him with his saber. Then, a crescent-shaped saber chi burst out. This saber chi came from above. Even the sky and the arena beneath his feet were all destroyed as easily as dry weeds and rotten wood. So what if it was yin and yang? He was still reduced to ashes by the saber. Xianxia looked solemn and kept retreating. The land he was on exploded with a rumbling sound, and the entire land collapsed. A bottomless pit had appeared. As for the surrounding spectators, some of them who were standing close to the battle were directly sucked into it, without even leaving behind a corpse. The remaining people's expressions changed drastically. "Run! Hurry up and run!" someone shouted. "Crazy, really crazy. If this continues, the primal chaos flame realm will be destroyed." "I don't think so. The primal chaos palace will definitely think of a way." However, did the younger generation already possess such strength? With the older generation gone, it's time for the younger generation to take over. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Xianxia's eyes widened, because in her hand there was a transparent crystal. The spirit energy around the crystal was surging, constantly recording the battle between Su Zimo and Xianxia. Xianxia knew that a battle of this level was constantly memorable. It was also quite enlightening for her. If she could comprehend a little, she would benefit greatly. Child Su should already be a celestial venerable, right? Zhang Hingji said with deep reverence. Celestial venerable, this was the limit of the great emperor. He was only one step away from the great sage. With the strength Su Zimo displayed, he was indeed a celestial venerable. But Xianxia didn't say a word. She felt that Su Zimo was suppressing something. It was as if he wasn't serious from the beginning. If he was serious, who knew how terrifying it would be? "Master, this is a powerhouse." The disciples of the celestial immortal sect were all yearning. "Yes, a powerhouse. I won't have a chance in my life." "But you are all still young," Zhang Hingji taught. "You need to take Child Su as your idol and work hard to cultivate. Let's just stay here and watch the competition. Such a competition is hard to come by." "Yes." The disciples' heads were like chickens pecking at rice as they said seriously. "Three swords of life and death." Xianxia waved his sword again. At this moment, he waved it twice in a row. The first time represented life. The second time represented death. The two sword energies of life and death, one left and one right, came from the depths of the void. Life and death reinforced and restrained each other. Therefore, everyone could see a very strange scene. These two sword energies seemed to be blending with each other, becoming more and more powerful. But they also seemed to be repelling each other, becoming more and more violent. Just like that, two strange sword intents rushed towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo didn't dodge and suddenly shook his head. This sword energy of life and death should have been perfectly merged. Unfortunately, you can't control it properly. The power of the death sword energy is stronger than that of the life sword energy. So the balance is disrupted. Su Zimo sighed. This time, he didn't even use the tyrannical shadow. This was the law of death in his hand. "I'll add more fire to your fire." He pointed at the weakest point of the sword energy. After fusing with the law of death, the death sword energy became even more powerful and directly destroyed the life sword energy. Without the life sword energy, Xianxia's sword energy was completely useless. "How can this be?" Xianxia muttered to himself. "The sword in your hand shouldn't be your sword, right?" Su Zimo suddenly said. "That's right, this is the Chaos Sword, the strongest sword in the Chaos Palace." Xianxia replied. He wasn't afraid to tell Su Zimo. After all, this sword was filled with boundless chaos chi. Anyone who knew about the Chaos Palace should have heard of it. The Chaos Palace really paid a big price this time. They even took out the Chaos Sword. I heard that this was the sword of the Chaos Flame Ancestor. In the entire Chaos Palace, even the Palace Master isn't allowed to use this sword unless he's in a life and death crisis. Who would have thought that in order to win, they actually gave it to Xianxia? This also shows how important Xianxia is to the Primal Chaos Palace. He's basically being groomed by the next Palace Master. Su Zimo didn't care about the shock of the people around him. Because many people didn't know shit. They all thought that the stronger the weapon, the better. But how should one differentiate between strong and weak? He calmly said, "There's a problem with your sword energy. The reason is this Chaos Sword." "How can that be?" Xianxia didn't quite believe it. In their hearts, the Chaos Sword had an extraordinary position. Not only did it represent Laozu, but it was also the strongest sword. A martial artist can even abandon his own weapon. How can he be qualified to become a powerhouse? Look at the low-end tricks your primal Chaos Palace has used to target me in these few matches. I know those old fools in the Chaos Palace are also confused. Su Zimo coldly laughed. His tyrannical shadow was only made of ordinary metal. It had accompanied him all the way. From a piece of ordinary iron, it was tempered by Su Zimo over and over again. It was tempered thousands of times, fused with Xianyuan's sword and countless materials. This sword was more than a weapon. It was more like Su Zimo's brother. They had fought countless battles together. They were brothers who had lived and died together. Su Zimo could guarantee this sword's power and tacit understanding with him. It was unparalleled in the world. On the other hand, Xianxia abandoned his weapon on the eve of the battle, which was his best weapon. He used the more powerful chaotic sword. The chaotic sword was strong, but it was the first time Xianxia used it. There was no tacit understanding at all. He couldn't even be of the same mind with the sword spirit. Weapons and people should be one, instead of fighting on their own. The end result of this was that there would always be errors in the face of some powerful moves. Maybe this kind of mistake was nothing when fighting with others. However, against a super expert like Su Zimo, the slightest mistake, once caught by him, would be an attack that could destroy heaven and earth. I didn't take advantage of the power of your sword to attack you. Otherwise, you would be a corpse now. Do you know why? Su Zimo asked. Why? Xianxia asked. Because of disdain. To put it bluntly, you don't deserve it. If I want to win, there are countless ways to do it with my eyes closed. I don't have to choose this way to win, which is despised and not worth the loss. Su Zimo pointed at Xianxia with the tyrannical shadow in his hand. He said faintly, "Pick up your sword and fight with me with all your strength. I'll show you real fear." Xianxia slowly handed the chaotic sword to the referee below and waved his right hand. The sword that was 100 miles away suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards him. This sword was cyan all over. It was simple and elegant, without too many things to refine. At this moment, Xianxia held the sword and his momentum increased. Instead, he became stronger. The sword is called Cyan Sword. It has been with me for 38 years. Xianxia introduced. Su Zimo nodded with a smile. He said calmly, "Make your move." Xianxia closed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Finally, he opened his eyes suddenly. For sword god statues, a deep voice rang out. Then, beastly roars could be heard one after another. Around Shaoan Mountain, 4 statues rose from the ground one after another. They were the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. The 4 divine beasts came to life, and their bodies were surrounded by a powerful beast aura, as if they were going to destroy the world. The green sword was pointed at Su Zimo. The 4 divine beasts also rushed over. Interesting. Su Zimo smiled. The heaven-shaking giant behind him also slowly stood up. The heaven-shaking giant's figure was even larger than the 4 divine beasts. It thumped its chest and roared. His voice covered the roars of the 4 divine beasts. Then, the heaven-shaking giant rushed over, causing the earth to tremble and the void to shatter. The heaven-shaking giant had the power to uproot mountains and rivers. The azure dragon coiled around the heaven-shaking giant's arms. The black tortoise transformed into a dark blue tortoise shell. Profundity constantly surfaced on the tortoise shell, blocking the attacks of the heaven-shaking giant. And the white tiger pounced on the heaven-shaking giant's back, biting and tearing. The vermilion bird floated in the air and let out a long cry. The raging flames burned, dyeing the entire world red. 5 swords to the origin. Xianxia swung the green sword in his hand again. Everything in the world has its origin. From nothing to something, from prosperity to the peak. Xianxia's sword was pointed at Su Zimo. He wanted to see Su Zimo's origin. He wanted to banish Su Zimo to his most primitive state. Seeing this sword, Su Zimo didn't dodge or attack. Instead, he quietly walked towards the sword aura. This guy always does crazy things. The people watching below were also shocked by Su Zimo's boldness. Although he had always been bold, he couldn't help but feel a bit scared. "Do you want to see my origin?" Su Zimo chuckled. "Even I want to see my origin." A long time ago, Su Zimo thought he was the demon lord. His origin should be the demon race. But later he understood that the demon lord was just an honorific title for him. He didn't belong to the demon race. But one day he would descend to the demon race and lead this race to fight for their destiny. One era after another. Epoch after epoch passed. Cycle after cycle, over and over again. So much so that Su Zimo didn't know what his origin was. So Su Zimo wasn't afraid of Xianxia's sword. Instead, he had some expectations. He hoped to trace back to his origin. When the sword landed on his body, the surrounding void fell silent. The power of origin continued to surge around Su Zimo's body. However, Su Zimo didn't change at all. This feeling was like a drop of water falling into the sea, not worth mentioning. It couldn't make any waves at all. Seeing this scene, Su Zimo was slightly disappointed. He looked at the absent-minded Xianxia and said, "It's time to end it." On the other side, the heaven-shaking giant broke free from the shackles of the four divine beasts. It directly smashed the four divine beasts into pieces with one punch each. It roared and rushed toward Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath. This time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he faced the heaven-shaking giant with a punch. On the surface of his body, there were golden flames burning. The flame of primal chaos, the strongest flame of the flame of primal chaos. It was also the foundation of the flame of primal chaos that was famous in the world and created the flame of primal chaos. It was rumored that those who had the flame of primal chaos were invincible in the flame of primal chaos. Because he could comprehend the supreme means left behind by the flame of primal chaos, he was the only true god here and could control the power of the entire flame of primal chaos. This was Xianxia's trump card. In fact, he had been cultivating the flame of primal chaos since he was young. Now, he was even more familiar with the flame of primal chaos than the current hall master. He stretched out his hand, and the entire flame of primal chaos began to change shape. The void kept shaking, and a huge amount of power was controlled by him as if it was being extracted. Xianxia's palm fell, and the whole world shook. It directly suppressed Su Zimo. "Flaming mountain," Xianxia shouted softly. Thousands of miles away from the flame of primal chaos, a volcano rose from the ground and floated from the other side of the sky. This mountain seemed to be wrapped in magma, and the volcano erupted with flames. Su Zimo looked up and saw the flaming mountain descending from the sky. It fell directly on top of his head. The demon lost, right? Someone sighed. Who would have thought that the Chaos Hall and Xianxia both had a trump card? With the flame of primal chaos, you can control the power of the entire flame of primal chaos. At that time, your opponent won't be one person. It will be the power of a domain, the power of heaven and earth. This Su Zimo didn't lose to Xianxia, but lost to his foundation. The flame of primal chaos is famous. People sighed. However, Xianxia frowned and didn't relax. Because at the foot of the mountain, an extremely strong force was erupting. The powerful force couldn't be suppressed anymore. Under the mountain of flames, something seemed to have awakened, and the whole mountain of flames began to shake. Countless flames began to roll down along with the mountain. Endless flames spewed out. With a boom, the spiritual energy in the void condensed, and a pair of fists seemed to be able to smash the whole world. It directly smashed the mountain of flames into pieces. Su Zimo's figure also slowly walked out of the sky full of fire. He stared at Xianxia. He didn't open his mouth. Behind him, a rain of molten lava was falling. "I knew it, I can't defeat you so easily," Xianxia laughed. He didn't feel strange. But he still didn't panic, and just said lightly, "This kind of battle is interesting. But in the end, no matter what, you will lose. Even when your Chaos Fire ancestor was alive, I wasn't afraid. Not to mention you can only rely on the power here." Su Zimo shook his head and said. Xianxia snorted. He waved his hand, and all the lava above his head fell down and condensed in the void. It condensed into the shape of a long lava dragon. "Kill." Xianxia leaped into the air and stepped on the magma dragon, roaring in the dragon's power. He became one with the lava dragon. This was the power of the chaos fire body. Invisible can become visible, visible can become invisible. When the majestic dragon spread out, the void was burned, and the powerful force blew the long hair on Suzimo's head. Suzimo held Tyrant Shadow in his hand as he watched the long dragon rumble through the sky. The tip of the tyrannical shadow shone slightly. Then, as if looking down on the world, countless flames were split open. The lava dragon was about to arrive, and the tyrannical shadow also stabbed into the dragon's mouth. The two figures were in a stalemate. The dragon kept roaring, and the lava annihilated everything. Bang, 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 muffled sounds came from the dragon's body. Then there was a boom, an earth-shaking explosion came, and the lava dragon was completely shattered. And Xianxia's figure also flew out. Suzimo put away his sword and just looked at him calmly. The eyes of everyone in the primal chaos hall flickered as their hearts tightened. Even this can't kill this guy. I'm starting to suspect that he's using some kind of demonic technique. And Xian is borrowing the power of our primal chaos flame realm. Could it be that this young man has already become a saint? As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. Becoming a saint was a heavy topic. In the entire blazing fire domain, other than the existence of the Sun Palace, it was said that he had attained Dao fruit. He was almost invincible in this world. Apart from that, none of the other 6 fiery domains had any fruit of the way. Their highest level of combat prowess was the Great Sage. If Suzimo was really a great sage, then the value of this was completely different. Great emperors were only one step away from becoming great sages. However, this single step was something that countless people would never be able to cross in their entire lives. None of the red-robed men dared to speak. They all looked up at the Hall Master of the Primal Chaos Palace. The Hall Master's face was calm as he said, "Just watch." The Chaos Sword was given to him as well. The power of the entire Primal Chaos Flame Realm was at his disposal. If he still loses, then the difference in strength is too great. If he loses, it won't be a disgrace to our Primal Chaos Palace. Although that's the case, but... A red-robed man still sighed. He was unwilling to accept this. He was extremely unwilling. Xianxia was taught by them since he was young. He symbolized the face of the Primal Chaos Palace. Xianxia stood still. The green sword in his hand was constantly surging with spiritual energy. He raised the green sword high and looked at Suzimo. "Let's decide the outcome with one move." "I'm fine with it." Suzimo waved his hand. "This move will decide the outcome as well as life and death." Xianxia said solemnly. "It seems that you want to die." Suzimo laughed. "I'll go all out for this sword." "As for life or death, let's leave it to fate," Xianxia replied. He raised the green sword high, and countless streams of light flickered from the sword. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the sky. At this moment, the endless power of the rolling lava poured into the sword. The entire Primal Chaos Flame Realm was almost all the power that Xianxia could control. Around him, spiritual energy swallowed like a whale, even forming a spiritual energy storm, constantly spinning and stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky. "This sword has no name, and it doesn't have any moves. It's my strongest attack," Xianxia said solemnly. The sword fell and shocked the gods. The sword was unstoppable and invincible. The moment this sword fell, many of the spectators even had an illusion. It was as if they had been cut in half by the sword. This feeling was very strange. Many people couldn't help but close their eyes subconsciously. Suzimo also raised his head slightly. He looked at the sky and watched calmly. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was also constantly gathering power. At this moment, the rolling saint's aura soared into the sky. Even Xianxia, who swept across the sky that year, could not suppress Suzimo's momentum. "Between heaven and earth, I am the saint. Between the saints, I am invincible." The majestic saint's aura enveloped heaven and earth. Everything was suppressed in it. Xianxia was horrified to find that at this moment, Suzimo's figure was particularly tall. He was so tall that he could only look up. The power of law wrapped around his body. Suzimo raised the tyrannical shadow, stepped into the air, and directly slashed at the final sword of the green sword. At this moment, the bright blade light bloomed in the void. Su Zimo's figure was swallowed by the sword chi and the blade light at the same time. Xianxia looked up at the sky. Because of the collision of the two extreme forces, a black hole had been created that was powerful enough to swallow everything. The black hole shattered everything. Although the final result had not yet appeared. But Xianxia already had a hunch. He was afraid that he was going to lose. The Great Saint. If he had known the existence of the Great Saint, there would have been no need to fight. The other party hid too well. Xianxia took a deep breath. Although he said so, he still looked at the sky. He only hoped that a miracle would appear. The self-healing ability of the void was repairing the sky. The black hole began to disappear little by little. Finally, Su Zimo's figure appeared. He was like a demon king. Demonic energy surged around his body. He stepped on demonic clouds and activated the suppression demon body. He looked at Xianxia arrogantly. Su Zimo wins this round. Before the two of them could speak, the referee suddenly announced. Xianxia took a deep look at the referee. In fact, he came with the mentality that he would definitely die. But when the referee spoke, he knew that this was the meaning of the Chaos Palace. The Chaos Palace did not want him to die. Or, this was the meaning of the Fire Ancestor. Xianxia sighed heavily, looked at Su Zimo and said, "You are right. I have been under the protection of the Chaos Palace all my life. I am like a little bird that can't grow up. No matter how strong the storm is outside, I'm calm. The Chaos Palace has given me enough protection, so there are many things I don't understand." Xianxia sighed deeply, feeling a little disappointed. He replied, "I lost, and I accept my loss." He walked down the arena step by step. Since he started cultivating, he had always been invincible among his peers. This was the first time he had suffered a crushing defeat. It was a defeat that couldn't be any more miserable. And even if he was given more time, even if he were to fight a few more times, he didn't have the confidence to win. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, as if something had been knocked over. Xianxia didn't know how to describe it, he could only sigh and feel sad. When he walked down the arena, a middle-aged man was standing below the arena, waiting for him. Hall Master, seeing the middle-aged man, Xianxia greeted in surprise. He knew the Hall Master of the Chaos Palace. He had always been elusive, and very few people in the Chaos Palace had seen him. Even as his personal disciple, he had only seen him a few times. Except when he gave pointers on cultivation. "I've disappointed you," Xianxia said with shame. The Hall Master smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then he replied, "What disappointment? Is losing a match a disappointment, whether it's me or the founder of our Chaos Fire Realm, Fire Ancestor? Including the most amazing existence in the blazing Fire Realm. What about the one who had never lost when he was young?" The Hall Master's words made Xianxia not know how to answer. "But I don't have the confidence to defeat my opponent." Xianxia turned around and looked at the calm Su Zimo on the arena. It was as if defeating him was just a small matter. It wasn't worth being happy at all. He was like a small character, a clown who thought he would win before the match. This is a heart demon. "Child, losing is not scary. You can win it back, but I'm afraid you'll lose your confidence," the Hall Master comforted. "I know, Hall Master." Xianxia nodded slightly. "Can you leave me alone for a while?" "No problem, but after a while, Fire Ancestor's origin will open. The three of you will go together. You should adjust your state as soon as possible." The Hall Master nodded. On the arena, Su Zimo walked down calmly. He had taken first place in the Chaos Fire domain. As expected, there was nothing to be happy about. From the moment he entered the competition, he was already destined to be first place. Among the crowd, some were happy, while others were worried. After all, before the competition, some people bet on Su Zimo, and naturally, some people bet on Xianxia. Su Zimo did not care about this. He was thinking about other things. At the end of the competition, he could give his quota to Yanhua City. What happened next, he was prepared to go to the Fire realm to have a look. He wanted to see if there were any aquatic beasts there and if there were any inheritances of the water god. Congratulations, Xianxia and the others laughed. Zhang Hingji also smiled and said, Great sage, I never thought that I would be able to see the great sage with my own eyes. Child Su kept us in the dark for a long time. Before the match, I was in all kinds of fear. What are you afraid of? Let you lose your bet? Su Zimo laughed. How could that be? But if Child Su hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it, Zhang Hingji said with a smile. He had bet all his wealth on Su Zimo's victory. At the beginning of the bet, no one admitted defeat to Su Zimo. Now that he won the championship, the entire gambling house would probably lose a lot of money. He remembered that Su Zimo seemed to have also bet on him to win. And the bet was almost unimaginably rich. The casino should be in a terrible situation, Xianxia said with a smile. Don't they make a lot of money? How many people have lost their family fortune because of the bet? Lu Huahua said, now let them have a taste of bankruptcy. Do you think they will go back on their words? Zhang Hingji suddenly asked. It shouldn't be possible. They have the support of the Chaos Palace. If they go back on their words, it will ruin the reputation of the Chaos Palace. And Child Su has shown his strength. I don't think they would dare to go back on their words, Xianxia said with a smile. Let's go and collect the bets, Su Zimo waved his hand and said. Su Zimo was about to leave. Suddenly, someone found him. That person was wearing a red robe, and his entire body was covered by the robe. What's the matter? Su Zimo asked. Someone wants to see you? That person replied. Who? You will know when you go. I have never been interested in people who hide their heads and tails, Su Zimo directly refused. Sir, it's someone from the Chaos Palace who wants to see you. That person was helpless and could only tell the truth. Speaking of which, when had the Chaos Palace ever been so humble? Usually, if the Chaos Palace wanted to see someone, it would be that person's honor. Hearing the other party's words, Su Zimo coldly laughed. He said, Go back and tell your palace master that I have no interest in seeing him. Child Su, you have to think carefully, that person said with narrowed eyes. Su Zimo turned around and looked at him calmly. Then, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the neck of that person, lifting him up. Do you want me to bring your head over? That person struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. In the end, he was thrown out by Su Zimo. He crashed into the arena beside him. In an instant, his internal organs were about to shatter. He looked at Su Zimo with some fear, and finally left without saying a word. The entrance of the gambling house was different from the crowded crowd before. Now, it was slightly bleak. Very few people came here. When Su Zimo and the others arrived, an old man personally received them. When he saw Su Zimo and the others, the old man had a bitter look on his face. He said, I already know your origins. We have already consulted the upper echelons, and we will give you what you need. You can rest assured. Su Zimo and the others nodded slightly. Are you interested in joining our Chaos Palace? The old man suddenly asked. Why? Are you being probed by the person behind you? Su Zimo asked. You are all rare geniuses. Our Chaos Palace is naturally looking forward to it, the old man said with a smile. Su Zimo was naturally not interested. He looked at Zhang Hingji and Xianxia. He did not know what these two were planning. I don't have any thoughts, Xianxia shook her head and rejected directly. Thank you for your kindness, but we know our own matters. I believe the Chaos Palace doesn't lack our celestial sect, Zhang Hingji said with a smile. He was just following Su Zimo for a ride. Actually, he was just being polite. After leaving the gambling house, everyone made a huge profit. Zhang Hingji was overjoyed. With so many resources, their celestial sect could also develop. When everyone returned to the inn, Bian Wenzhou was already waiting. He first congratulated them. Then, he looked at Su Zimo and said, Ba Dao has been found. What? Didn't you say that Ba Dao had hidden himself well? Su Zimo laughed. Previously, it was the Chaos Palace who wanted to stop me from investigating. Bian Wenzhou bitterly smiled. Now that the competition is over, they seem to want to be friendly with you. They lured me to Ba Dao's location. Friendly now? It's too late. Su Zimo sneered. Let's deal with Ba Dao first. As for other things, we'll talk about them later. Ba Dao is in a mansion in the city. I'll take you there. Bian Wenzhou quickly said. Su Zimo had obtained first place in the competition. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 person in the younger generation of the Chaos Fire region. Even Bian Wenzhou had to curry favor with him. After all, regardless of his future potential or his current strength, Su Zimo had the qualifications to invest in him. Since I promised you before, I won't go back on my word. Su Zimo said, I'll give the spot to your Yanhua city to go to the origin of the Fire Clan. You can arrange for people to go when the time comes. Hearing this, Bian Wenzhou was not as happy as he imagined. Instead, he was a bit embarrassed. This matter is not that simple. Bian Wenzhou said. What? I originally wanted to do as you said. However, this time, the origin of the fire ancestor is very important, and it doesn't include the destroyed Lihua city. Just between the 6 regions, there is also an open and covert struggle. Bian Wenzhou said helplessly. According to the Chaos Palace, the spots can't be casually changed. Whoever wins must participate. Su Zimo was stunned. He shook his head and said, I'm not interested in the origin of the fire ancestor. Moreover, I might not have time to go. I've thought about it for a long time and want to discuss it with Child Su. Bian Wenzhou said. If Child Su has time, come to the Sun Palace as soon as possible and participate in the origin of the fire ancestor. If you don't have time, I'll discuss with the Chaos Palace and send someone else to replace you. Since Bian Wenzhou said so, Su Zimo thought for a while and finally nodded. Everything had a silver lining. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. As the two chatted, they walked out of the bustling main street. They came to a remote road. After passing through several alleys, they finally stopped in front of a mansion. It's here. I've been keeping an eye on you. He won't be able to escape even if he grows wings, Bian Wenzhou said. Someone had already kicked open the door of the mansion. Everyone walked into the mansion. The interior area was very large. There were fake mountains, pavilions, and flowing water. It was a pleasant scene. What are you all doing? At this moment, a group of people walked out from the mansion. The middle-aged man in the lead scolded, Why did you break into my mansion? Tell Ba Dao to come out, Bian Wenzhou said indifferently. Who is Ba Dao? I don't know. This is my home. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and snorted. However, no one bothered to talk nonsense with him. Bian Wenzhou made a grabbing motion with his hand and instantly suppressed the middle-aged man to the ground. What are you doing? How dare you commit murder in the primal chaos flame realm? The middle-aged man roared with all his strength. I'm going to report you to the primal chaos hall. Still so stubborn at this time. Bian Wenzhou waved his right hand and looked at the group of people he had brought. He ordered, Search for me. Don't let go of any corner. The group of people behind him were like wolves, tigers, and leopards. They came from all directions. The entire mansion was in chaos. However, the more they searched, the uglier Bian Wenzhou's expression became. This was because Ba Dao's figure was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? He had a bad feeling in his heart. Finally, after everyone had finished searching, they still couldn't find Ba Dao. He couldn't have escaped, right? Su Zimo asked. That's impossible. My people are guarding everywhere. Even a fly can't fly out, Bian Wenzhou said with certainty. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly and he shouted, Why didn't I think of a tunnel? Search again and see if there are any tunnels that lead to the outside of the mansion. Everyone started searching again. Su Zimo looked around and his figure came to the side of the pond in front of the mansion's courtyard. The pond flowed slowly along the fake mountain. The sound of flowing water could be heard continuously. Su Zimo waved his hand and a boom sound was heard. The endless spiritual energy in the surroundings surged and a huge palm overturned the pond. Below the pond, a water trough appeared. There really is a tunnel, Bian Wenzhou said coldly. Everyone opened the water trough and saw that the tunnel below was bottomless. They didn't know where it led. Bian Wenzhou ordered people to go in and investigate. Soon, there was news. This tunnel led to a big tree outside the primal chaos flame domain. Because the end of the tunnel was connected to the roots of the big tree, it was impossible to find it under normal circumstances. This time, it's my fault. Bian Wenzhou apologized. Child Su, give me a few more days. I will try my best to find it. As far as I know, in the few days since the start of the competition, the primal chaos flame domain has always been in a sealed state. The people outside can't come in and the people inside can't go out, right? Su Zimo asked. Child Su means that Ba Dao is still in the primal chaos flame domain. He's just hiding? Bian Wenzhou quickly asked. But then his eyes dimmed again. But the primal chaos flame domain is so big, how difficult is it to find a person? Unless he wants to send someone to assassinate you like before, we can find him. Otherwise, if he really wants to hide, it'll be very difficult for us to find him. We can use other things to find people, Su Zimo said with a smile. His eyes looked around the entire mansion. Above his head, the traceless compass appeared and floated in the air. His eyes were like torches, and the spirit energy around him surged. Since Ba Dao had lived here before, he could definitely follow his tracks and find his escape route. The compass kept spinning. Not long after, a black silk-like line floated out of the compass. Follow the green thread, Su Zimo said. Everyone followed the green thread all the way to the big tree. This meant that Ba Dao had escaped from this place. The green thread was still entwining. Everyone came to a very conspicuous place on the main street. Finally, the green thread stopped in front of a grand mansion. The words Prince's Mansion were engraved in the center of the signboard under the sun's rays. The gate of the mansion was bronze in color. The guards standing on both sides were very powerful, with sabers hanging from their waists. They looked very proud. Why did we stop here? Bian Wenzhou said helplessly. Why did Ba Dao hide in the prince's mansion? Why? Su Zimo asked. You know about this mansion? I'm afraid that everyone in the primal chaos flame domain knows about this mansion, Bian Wenzhou said with a bitter smile. This is going to be troublesome. What's the problem? Su Zimo asked. This mansion is very famous, Su Zimo asked. It's not just famous, it's probably famous in the Chaos Fire domain. Even the Chaos Palace doesn't dare to provoke them. Bian Wenzhou looked at Su Zimo and said. Why don't we go back first and think about it? Tell me about the origin of this mansion first, Su Zimo asked. Chaos Fire domain, you must have heard of the name of the Chaos Fire ancestor. Bian Wenzhou asked. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Even if he hadn't heard of it before, after staying here for a while, his ears were almost worn out. The Chaos Fire ancestor left after creating the Chaos Fire domain. These are all just rumors. In fact, other than the Fire ancestor, there were a few of his brothers who created the Chaos Fire domain. Bian Wenzhou explained. Brothers? Xianxia thought for a while. She asked, are you talking about the 3 elders of the Sacred Flame sect? That's right, it's the 3 elders of the Sacred Flame sect. Back then, in the entire Chaos Fire domain, other than the Fire ancestor, the 3 of them were the strongest. Bian Wenzhou nodded and said, when the Chaos Fire domain was first established, the Fire ancestor left. In fact, the Chaos Fire domain was just a small force at the beginning. To be able to grow to its current level and be famous in the 7 major fire domains, it is all because of the 3 elders of the Sacred Flame sect. The 3 elders of the Sacred Flame sect brought the Chaos Fire domain to its current level. It can be said that their contributions cannot go unnoticed. After the 3 elders gave up their power, they went into seclusion and did not care about the world. As for this mansion, it is the residence of the 3 elders' descendants. Hearing Bian Wenzhou's words, Su Zimo asked, but what does this have to do with us looking for Ba Dao? We can't be presumptuous in the mansion. Moreover, we don't have any evidence to say that Ba Dao is hiding in the mansion. Bian Wenzhou replied, your compass is after all a dead object and cannot be used as evidence. If we anger the mansion, we will become enemies with the entire Chaos Fire domain. Are you afraid? Su Zimo asked. To be honest, I am the city lord of Fire City. I have to think about Fire City in everything I do. I am indeed scared, Bien Wanzhou admitted frankly. If you're afraid, then don't get involved, Su Zimo said nonchalantly as he waved his hand. Who knew that at this time, Bien Wanzhou's face suddenly changed. Changing his previous attitude, he looked at Su Zimo and said solemnly, Child Su, our flame-loathing city is willing to advance and retreat with you. I can even sell my old life to you. Su Zimo looked at Bien Wanzhou. Then, he glanced at the calm void behind him. Did you receive guidance from an expert? Child Su must be joking. Bien Wanzhou smiled bitterly. It's Bien Sure, right? Su Zimo asked. Bien Wanzhou just smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Alright, I'm not in a hurry to see her. If she wants to see me, I will deal with it. Su Zimo waved his hand and said. He looked at the Wang mansion and said to Zhang Hengji, if your celestial immortal sect doesn't want to get involved, you can withdraw now. I believe in Child Su, Zhang Hengji said firmly. After so many times, he felt that Su Zimo would never do anything that he wasn't sure of. What about you? Su Zimo looked at Shang Guanxian again. Of course I believe in you unconditionally, Shang Guanxian smiled. Then go and knock on the door first, Su Zimo ordered. Ask them to hand over the Ba Dao. If they are willing, there is no need to make a big fuss. If they are unwilling, then we can only kill our way in. Let me go, Bien Wanzhou said. He walked into the Wang mansion. Just as he walked up the steps, he was stopped by the guards on both sides. Stop, you can't enter the Wang mansion without an invitation. Don't you know? The guard scolded. Please ask the person in charge of your mansion to come out. Bien Wanzhou was a little tougher. He said, the person we are trying to catch should be hiding in your mansion. What a joke, you think you are qualified to see our master? The guard sneered. As if he was chasing away a fly, he said impatiently, hurry up and get lost, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. You. Bien Wanzhou's face was ugly. Master Bien, you should see how I deal with this, Shang Guanxian chuckled at the side. She waved her right hand, and a strong spirit energy directly suppressed them. The two guards wanted to pull out their swords to resist, but they were no match for her. Under the strong power, they were directly sent flying. You, what do you want to do? The two guards shouted in horror. Go and ask the person in charge to come out, Shang Guanxian said coldly. Otherwise, I will let your corpses fall. You, wait a moment. The two guards looked at each other and finally fled into the mansion in a sorry state. Seeing Shang Guanxian's performance, Bien Wanzhou was slightly embarrassed. He was the master of Yanhua City. The master of Black Crow Mansion. His status was also honorable, but he did not expect that when he came to Primal Chaos City, he was actually a small character who did not give face to anyone. Everyone waited for a while, and saw a group of fierce-looking people rushing out. This group of people should be the guards of the mansion. Each of them was powerful, and wore the same style of silver robes. The moment they appeared, there were dozens of people, surrounding Su Zimo and the rest. Who? Who dares to beat up the people of our mansion? The leader was a fat man with a mustache and a big belly wearing an official's hat. Steward Huang, it's this woman. The guard who was beaten before pointed at Shang Guanxian and said. Although Steward Huang did not look very good. But he still had a face. He looked around at Su Zimo and the rest, and naturally could see that the leader of this group was Su Zimo. And the other party took the initiative to come to the mansion and beat up the guards. This meant that the other party was not afraid of their mansion. He rolled his eyes, and asked with a smile, when did my mansion offend you? It can't be considered offending. It's just that I want to find someone who can take charge, and these two guards did not inform me. Shang Guanxian said indifferently. Steward Huang was stunned. Usually, if someone came to the mansion, they would have to make an appointment in advance. You did not make an appointment, and directly came over, of course the guards would not let you in. But Steward Huang did not show it, squinted his eyes, and asked, how do I address you? This is Child Su, he just got first place in the competition of the Chaos Fire domain. Bien Wanzhou took the lead to say Su Zimo's identity. After all, there was no value in revealing their identities. They might not be willing to pay attention to them. Sure enough, when Steward Huang heard this, his smile immediately became warm. He directly kicked the guard who complained to the ground. He snorted coldly, I scared your dog eyes, Child Su is our mansion's guest. You dare not inform me. He waved his hand and ordered, men, drag him down and behead him. Under the pleas of the guard, he was dragged down. Seeing the guard being dragged away, Steward Huang smiled. Turning his head to look at Su Zimo, he smiled and said, Are you satisfied? This is the matter of the mansion, Steward Huang can handle it himself. You don't have to ask for our opinion, Xianxia waved his hand and said. By the way, why did you come to the mansion? Steward Huang asked. We are chasing an enemy. He should be hiding in the mansion, Xianxia said. Steward Huang, if it's convenient, please send this person out. What do you mean? Steward Huang asked in confusion. When did the people of the mansion offend you? As far as I know, there have been no other guests in the mansion recently. Steward Huang, let's not beat around the bush, Xianxia said. This person is the city lord of Limestone City. His name is Ba Dao. I think you should know him. I've never heard of him, Steward Huang shook his head firmly. Are you guys mistaken? Hearing Steward Huang's words, Xianxia turned to look at Su Zimo. Steward Huang was very confused, and he didn't seem to be acting. Either the other party really didn't know, or the other party's acting skills were superb. Su Zimo smiled and waved his hand, indicating for Xianxia to leave. The traceless compass above his head continued to spin. The green line connected to Ba Dao became clearer and clearer. Su Zimo said, whether he is in the mansion or not, we will know when we go in and take a look. I'm afraid that's not appropriate, Steward Huang stopped smiling and replied. The mansion is an important place, how can we allow others to search at will? Then where is the dignity of the mansion? What about our reputation? We are doing this for the sake of the prince's mansion, Xianxia quickly replied. Since no one has come to the mansion during this period, then the person we are investigating must be hiding in the mansion. This is also a very dangerous thing for the mansion. Who knows what that person will do? Steward Huang asked us to search for the mansion's safety. I believe no one will say anything. The mansion's safety is naturally guarded by the mansion's guards. I don't want to trouble you, Steward Huang was already a little impatient. He opened his mouth to send them off. Gentlemen, why don't you search the prince's mansion yourself? If there's a result, I'll inform you, okay? Looks like my kind words are like playing the lute to a cow. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. Since you said so, then you have to take responsibility for whatever happens next. What do you want? Steward Huang took a step back. The group of guards behind him immediately blocked in front of him. Only then did Steward Huang gain some confidence. He said, Child Su, I know you have an illustrious reputation. Furthermore, he was extremely powerful. But this is the prince's mansion, you should know our foundation. Ask yourself honestly, do you really dare to go against the Wang family? Noisy, Su Zimo snorted. His voice was like a clap of thunder, reverberating through the void. Steward Huang and his guards were as fragile as a piece of paper. All of them let out a muffled groan as their bodies continuously fell backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his internal organs were shattered. You're so vicious, Steward Huang said as he clutched his chest. City Lord Bian, go and challenge them, Su Zimo said lightly. Bian Wenzhou nodded slightly. In fact, he didn't want things to escalate to this point. Everyone should be together happily and have a good talk. It wouldn't be good for anyone to fall out with them. This Wang family is also strange. It's just a Ba Dao. Just hand it over. Why did they hide it? Zhang Hingji muttered. Who knows what secrets there are behind it, Lu Huahua replied. The so-called challenge, in fact, represented the meaning of starting a battle. Bian Wenzhou looked at the black plaque of the Wang family above his head. He stretched out his right hand, and with a bang, the plaque fell directly into his hand. He stepped into the air, and his voice contained a majestic spiritual aura. Mansion master of the Wang family, please come out. His voice continued to reverberate through the entire Wang family's mansion. This voice was not only heard by the Wang family's mansion. The residents on the surrounding streets also heard it. This Wang family's mansion was originally the most prosperous part of the main street. Therefore, in a short period of time, a large number of people had already gathered here. Isn't that the number one person among the younger generation of our Chaos Fire realm, Suzimo? Some people began to call him that. The competition just ended. What is he doing here? Is he going to join the Wang family? Are you blind? Can't you see that they are so aggressive that they even tore down the plaque of the Wang family's mansion? This is the rhythm of a war. Crazy, crazy. This person really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thinks he is invincible after defeating Xianxia. What kind of existence is the Wang family? What about the Chaos Palace? The Wang family represents the reputation of the three holy flame elders. The Chaos Palace will not sit idly by. Everyone was talking about it. But they were happy to see it. After all, the onlookers never thought that things were big. As long as there was a show to watch, it didn't matter who it was. The bigger the show, the more interesting it would be. As Bian Wenzhou's voice fell, it was as if the entire Wang family's mansion was in an uproar. First, a few powerful auras soared into the sky. Two old men stepped into the air from the Wang family's mansion. Who dares to be presumptuous in my Wang family's mansion? It's the Wang family's guest elder, the two elders of the Kongtong sect. Someone recognized the two old men. The aura around them was extremely strong, and it constantly reverberated. The entire void was making bang 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 sounds. The two of them joined forces and a Kongtong seal condensed in their palms. The two of them were incomparably domineering. They didn't say a word of nonsense and directly rushed towards Bian Wenzhou. A black crow condensed in Bian Wenzhou's hand. He came from the Black Crow Mansion, so he naturally cultivated the cultivation method left behind by the Black Crow Emperor. The Black Crow screeched and rushed towards the two elders of the Kongtong sect. When the Black Crow's figure collided with the Kongtong seal, the two elders of the Kongtong sect finally gained the upper hand. Only a rumbling sound of explosion could be heard, and a shockwave could be felt. Bian Wenzhou's figure retreated a few steps. Bian Wenzhou's face was ugly, and the black flames around his body began to burn. You dare to attack the Wang family, the two elders of the Kongtong sect shouted coldly. As the Fire Clan of the Chaos Fire Realm, are you rebelling? What rebellion? Bian Wenzhou's face was ugly. Everyone knows the three elders of the Holy Flame Clan's contributions to the Chaos Fire Realm. Without the three elders of the Holy Flame Clan, it can be said that there would be no Chaos Fire Realm today. And our Wang family is the legitimate representative of the three elders. The two elders of the Kongtong sect shouted coldly, if you don't explain today's matter clearly, I'll take you to the Chaos Palace. I don't mean to offend the Wang family. It's just that the Wang family is secretly hiding the fugitive we're looking for. How do you explain this? Bian Wenzhou asked. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext, the two elders of the Kongtong sect sneered. You said that we are hiding a fugitive. Do you have any evidence? Evidence. Bian Wenzhou knew that he was in the wrong. There was no way to say such things directly. If you let me search the mansion, there will naturally be evidence. Ridiculous, I will suppress you today. The two elders of the Kongtong sect snorted. They represented the Wang mansion. No matter what they did, they had to take into account the reputation of the Wang mansion. So no matter what, he had to put himself on the moral high ground without saying anything. This way, no matter what he did in front of the residents of Primal Chaos City, no one would say anything. The two elders of the Kongtong sect stepped on the air. The two of them held the Kongtong seal in their hands. It suppressed the sky and the earth, shattering the void. The Kongtong seal was like a Kongtong mountain. It carried the power of the mountain and suppressed with the mountain momentum. Powerful rumbling sounds kept surging. Bian Wenzhou snorted coldly. Zhang Hingji also stepped forward and came in front of Bian Wenzhou. I'll help you. Bian Wenzhou nodded. The two of them went all out and fought with the so-called two elders of the Kongtong sect. Su Zimo turned to look at Shang Guanxian. Shang Guanxian seemed to understand what he meant. The immortal spirit fire in her hand surged and instantly turned into a sea of fire. The boundless sea of fire was raging and burning. It kept boiling and roaring. The sea of fire enveloped and began to burn along the gate of the Wang mansion. She wanted to burn down the Wang mansion. This kind of thing could be said to be daring in the Chaos Fire domain because no one in the entire Chaos Fire domain dared to be so presumptuous in front of the Wang mansion. Even the Chaos Hall had to give the Wang mansion some face. Su Zimo didn't care. He wanted to force the people of the Wang mansion out. Or more accurately, the real people in charge of the Wang mansion hadn't come out yet. Perhaps he didn't have enough weight. Perhaps the other party didn't take him seriously at all. Su Zimo didn't care about these. He only needed to be responsible for pushing them out. When the immortal spirit fire burned, the surrounding people seemed to have gone crazy. They only felt that Su Zimo and the others were too daring. This was courting death. Crackling sounds could be heard. Finally, a soft shout came from the mansion. An icy bonfire spread out from the mansion and froze the raging immortal spirit fire. Flames were divided into two extremes, yin and yang. If it was Xianxia's flame, it would be blazing and burning. In that case, the ice flame bonfire was cold and gloomy. Yang fire burned the physical body, while yin fire attacked the soul. At this moment, the yin and yang flames were facing off against each other. Xianxia's eyes glowed, and he said softly, "You didn't even show your face, and you want to freeze my flame. I'm afraid it's impossible." As Xianxia's voice fell, the immortal qi around her body was vast and mighty, pure and clean. This was her immortal spirit body. Although it couldn't compare to the primal chaos fire body, it was still a pretty good physique. The immortal spirit body was activated, and an even more powerful aura came crashing down. The flames that had been frozen burned even more vigorously. In a short period of time, the front yard of the prince's mansion was on fire, as if it was burning the sky and boiling the earth. Many guards appeared to put out the fire, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, a deep sigh was heard. "Why did you make me show myself?" He sighed. Softly. An old man in a southern robe slowly walked over. Behind the old man, there was a group of people. "It's Tian Huizun," someone exclaimed as he looked at the old man in the southern robe. "Didn't Tian Huizun die in the battle against the water beasts? Why did he appear again?" And the group of people behind him, they should be the prince's mansion master, Wang Xian, and a few elders. Someone had already recognized him. With so many people gathered here, it was not surprising that he was recognized. "Zun Zun, it's you?" Seeing the old man in the southern robe appear, Bian Wenzhou's expression changed slightly. He was in disbelief. Their fire-loathing city had always been under attack by the water beasts. Before that, there was a city north of fire-loathing city called Flying Flame City. Later on, Flying Flame City was destroyed, and the water beasts attacked their fire-loathing city. Fortunately, the water beasts had always been wary and did not attack fire-loathing city. They had always been probing. Because of this, Su Zimo was lucky enough to find the Blue Man, the origin of the water beasts. Unknowingly, this crisis was resolved. The reason why Bian Wenzhou knew Tian Huizun Zun. It was during the battle to save Flying Flame City that he had joined hands with him. He had personally seen him die in the water beast's hands. Because of this, he had been sad for a long time. "You're still alive." Seeing the other party appear safe and sound, Bian Wenzhou said in disbelief. "Yes, I'm still alive." Tian Huizun Zun nodded heavily. "That's your scheme, right? You want Flying Flame City to be destroyed." Tian Huizun Zun did not speak. Instead, it was Mansion Master Wang Xian who berated him. "City Lord Bian, do you not want to be the city lord anymore? How dare you be so impudent in our mansion? My position is decided by the Primal Chaos Palace. It's not something your mansion can control." Bian Wenzhou coldly replied. "Could it be that your mansion can command the Primal Chaos Palace?" Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Bian Wenzhou no longer had any misgivings. His words were somewhat hurtful. Not only the mansion, but even the Primal Chaos Palace would be dragged down. The Primal Chaos Palace was the ruler of the Primal Chaos Fire region, and not the mansion's personal thugs. So when he heard this, Wang Xian was rather flustered and exasperated. He shouted loudly, "Right or wrong, justice is in the hearts of the people. Bian Wenzhou, today's matter will definitely not end with you." Haven't you done a lot of bad things over the years? If it weren't for the protection of our ancestors, I'm afraid we would have been wiped out countless times. Bian Wenzhou also threw caution to the wind. He gave tit for tat and said, when I came to the prince's mansion today, I didn't consider anything else. You don't have to scare me, and you can't scare me. Wang Xian was infuriated and ordered, Venerable One, take him down. Tianhua the Venerable narrowed his eyes slightly. However, Xianxia immediately stood in front of him. He smiled and said, your opponent is me. Little girl, although your strength is not bad, and your talent is also astonishing. However, he is no match for me, Tianhua Xianxia said indifferently. He waved his hand, and the heavenly fire flowed from his palm to the ground like water. In the end, the water poured onto the ground beneath his feet. In an instant, a sea of fire was formed. Whether I'm a match for him or not, we'll only know after we fight, Xianxia sneered. Her immortal spirit fire was also not to be outdone. It was tit for tat with the heavenly fire. The two figures quickly turned into two streams of light and finally fought. A battle of this level could not be decided in a short period of time. Su Zimo looked at Wang Xian. He asked, where's Ba Dao? Why are you looking for brother Ba Dao? Wang Xian asked. He knew that Su Zimo was a great sage. After all, he still had to respect a great sage in front of him. Brother Domineering Blade. Su Zimo chuckled. It seems like you really did hide Domineering Blade. Nonsense. Although I'm on good terms with Brother Domineering Blade, I've never seen him before. Although we're close friends, I haven't seen him in the past few days. He must have been harmed by a traitor. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly shouted. Domineering Blade has sent people to kill me time and time again. I'm here to find him now. Are you trying to block my way? Su Zimo asked indifferently. Or do you want to die for him? How dare you be so presumptuous in my mansion, Wang Xian replied. If you have anything, you can go to the Chaos Palace. This is not a place where you can be presumptuous. So what if I'm presumptuous? Su Zimo asked. He waved his right hand, and a powerful force pressed down. Wang Xian raised his head to look. He felt a powerful force, as if the power of heaven and earth was descending. That kind of heavy feeling was like a mountain pressing down on his body. As the mansion master of the mansion, his strength was naturally not weak. He had already reached the life and death realm. Wang Xian's spirit chi surged as he felt this force. The emperor's aura was so strong that it wanted to overturn the world. However, when Su Zimo's force pressed down, his expression changed drastically. This was a force that he could not resist. His body kept emitting muffled groans. His bones shattered, and he fell to the ground like a pile of mud. You deserve to die, Wang Xian said through gritted teeth. Tell me, where's Domineering Blade? Su Zimo asked. I don't know. Kill me if you can, Wang Xian snorted coldly. I won't betray my brother. He was betting that Su Zimo would not dare to kill him. After all, if he killed him, it would be equivalent to going against the mansion. In fact, even if they started a war now, there would be a way to ease the tension. As long as the Chaos Palace appeared, it would not be a big deal. However, if he killed him, there would be no room for reconciliation. Su Zimo knew what Wang Xian was thinking. He asked, I'm very curious. What benefits did Domineering Blade give you? Why are you protecting him so much? I've never seen Domineering Blade, Wang Xian said. At this time, he absolutely could not admit it. Otherwise, he would be the one in the wrong. Wang Xian knew the truth, so there were some things he wouldn't say even if he was beaten to death. Since you won't tell me, wait until I break into this mansion. We'll take our time to search, Su Zimo said. The tyrannical shadow in his hand fell. Endless blade chi fell violently, and the entire void was distorted. Rumbling sounds could be heard all around. Wang Xian felt his mind go blank. This guy really dared to kill himself. Before Wang Xian died, he was still in disbelief. He looked at the incoming blade with a pale face. At this moment, a soft shout was heard. Show mercy. Someone stepped through the air, holding a fiery red decree in his hand. When the people of the primal chaos flame realm saw the decree, they didn't know that it was an imperial decree from the fire ancestor. This decree was equivalent to the arrival of Fire Ancestor himself. No one in the entire Primal Chaos Flame realm dared to disobey. Suzimo was the only one who didn't care. Even after seeing the newcomer, the saber in his hand didn't stop moving. "Child Su, don't make a mistake," the newcomer shouted softly. He waved his right hand, and a distorted spatial flame surged from the void, enveloping Wang Xian's figure in the blink of an eye. It directly teleported Wang Xian from the void and disappeared. When Wang Xian reappeared, he was already next to the emissary in the void. Suzimo watched as Wang Xian was taken away, but he didn't care. He just narrowed his eyes and looked up. "Do you know what you're doing?" the emissary asked. "Do you know what you're doing?" Suzimo asked back. "The Fire Ancestor has decreed." Accept the decree, the emissary didn't want to say more and directly replied. "What does the Fire Ancestor's decree have to do with me?" "I'm not under the jurisdiction of the Primal Chaos Flame realm," Suzimo said indifferently. "You're now in the Primal Chaos Flame realm. You'll also represent the Primal Chaos Flame realm to go to the land of origin. Naturally, you'll be under the jurisdiction of the Primal Chaos Flame realm," the emissary replied. "Alright, cut the crap." Suzimo waved his hand impatiently. "Just read out what the Primal Chaos Palace said." The emissary coldly snorted and then solemnly opened the decree. The fiery red decree was like a burning flame, as if it dyed the sky red. "The Fire Ancestor has decreed that today's matter will end here. The two sides must not be entangled. The Wang family must be cautious, and Child Su must know when to advance and retreat. End of the decree." As the emissary's voice fell, Bian Wenzhou asked, "What about Ba Dao?" "Didn't you hear the Fire Ancestor's decree? Let's end it here," the emissary said proudly. "Have you finished reading the decree?" Suzimo asked indifferently. "Yes." The emissary nodded. "Then you can scram." Suzimo waved his hand. "Go back and tell the Fire Ancestor that I'm too lazy to care about the last time he protected Ba Dao. If he blocks my path again, I don't mind becoming enemies with the Primal Chaos Palace." "You." The emissary was speechless. "Remember what you said." The emissary's expression was ugly. He couldn't even be bothered with the matters here and directly left to complain. Seeing the emissary leave, Wang Xian was a little anxious. "Where are the 3 holy flame elders of your Wang family?" Suzimo asked. "This is your trump card, right? Call it out, I want to experience it." Wang Xian did not speak. What kind of status did the 3 elders have? How could he order them around? To put it simply, if the 3 elders were not willing to come out, even if the Wang family was destroyed, no one would care. Seeing that Wang Xian was silent, Suzimo shook his head. "Since that's the case, then you can die." He grabbed with his right hand, and a powerful force surged over. No matter how hard Wang Xian struggled, it was still useless. Because in front of a great sage, all power seemed weak and pale. "Don't be arrogant, we have already invited Laozu," an elder shouted from the Wang family's side. "When Laozu comes out of seclusion, it will be your doomsday." "Then I will wait for Laozu here today," Suzimo said indifferently. He realized that there were actually not many experts in the Wang family's residence. Not to mention great sages, even great emperors could not be seen. He did not know where the Wang family got the guts to make him their enemy. In fact, Suzimo did not know about this. Although the Wang family's strength was not strong, their status was extremely high. Usually, no one from the Chaos Fire realm would dare to provoke the Wang family. This also created this illusion. Although they had a great reputation, the one who could really fight was still Laozu. There was no one else in the later stage. This time, Suzimo did not hold back. He grabbed with one hand and grabbed Wang Xian in the palm of his hand. While Wang Xian was struggling, he directly twisted the other party's brain. Seeing this scene, both the 2 elders of the Kongtong sect and Tianhua Supreme's faces changed drastically. "You killed him," Tianhua Supreme said. "What's the hurry?" "It's your turn next," Suzimo replied. "Kill." Tianhua the Venerable looked furious. His gaze was like a sword as he charged towards Suzimo. The aura around him was like a storm as a sea of fire burned on his body. He charged towards Suzimo at the cost of self-immolation. Thick heavenly fire kept surging. An ant will always be an ant, Suzimo said calmly. Even if you burn your blood essence, you're just a slightly bigger ant. Looking at Tianhua the Venerable, who was charging towards him, Suzimo clapped his right hand. The entire void began to shake with a series of bang 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 sounds. Tianhua the Venerable's body sank into the ground. The flames on his body gradually dissipated and he looked like he was dying. Suzimo looked at the two elders of the Kongtong sect. At this moment, the elders of the king's mansion had all fled into the king's mansion. The two elders of the Kongtong sect naturally did not dare to act tough. The two of them looked at each other. Run. They came to an agreement. They fled in two different directions. However, how could Suzimo let them do as they wished? The saber energy in his hand was unstoppable. When the saber energy of the tyrannical shadow fell, two heads fell to the ground. After a while, the two headless bodies fell to the ground. Suzimo took a deep breath. The traceless compass behind him spun as he walked into the king's mansion. This time, no one dared to stop him. He led the crowd in unhurriedly. Today, no matter where the tyrannical blade was hiding, Suzimo would find him. At this moment, in the Chaos Palace not far away, the emissary came back with the decree with indignation. He met Ancestor Fire directly. Then, he told her about Suzimo's incident with exaggeration. After that, he said hatefully, "Palace Master, this is a challenge to your authority. I think we should send someone to suppress it immediately." Ancestor Fire stood in his courtyard. In front of him, there were fire feather flowers that had just bloomed. The petals were bright red and each flower was like a flame that had just been ignited. If one was too far away, they would only feel that the sea of flowers had turned into a sea of fire, a sea of red. Primal Chaos Hall's Ancestor Fire, who was also a hall master, stood in front of the flower. First, he asked about the fragrance of the flowers, and was somewhat intoxicated. "Hallmaster, I feel that." The emissary thought that he had not made himself clear and was about to repeat himself. However, he was interrupted. "I know. You may leave." Fire Ancestor waved his hand. The messenger was dazed for a moment. The scene of the fire race's anger that he imagined didn't happen. This was the first time in several thousand years that someone dared to refuse Fire Ancestor's decree. "Hallmaster." The emissary remained kneeling on the ground. "If we don't suppress Suzimo today, where will the prestige of my Primal Chaos Palace be?" "Suppress? Are you going to suppress it?" Fire Ancestor asked. The emissary was speechless. The three elders of the Holy Flame sect have yet to make a move. "What are you in a hurry for?" Fire Ancestor asked indifferently. In other words, the eunuch was more anxious than the emperor. This was the home of the three elders of the Holy Flame sect. They didn't even show up, so why were they in a hurry? But, thinking of Suzimo's attitude, the fire emissary was still a little unwilling. "You may leave." Fire Ancestor still waved his hand. It seemed that this was the end of the matter. The fire emissary had no choice but to slowly leave the courtyard. Fire Ancestor didn't speak anymore. He just looked calmly at the distant sky. That was the direction of the Wan Mansion. This primal chaos fire realm hasn't changed for thousands of years. "It's time for some storms," he muttered to himself. As soon as his voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared from the void beside him. This figure was wrapped in layers of white bandages. His appearance was particularly abrupt. But Fire Ancestor was already used to it. "What's the matter? Why didn't you help the Wan Mansion?" the bandaged man asked. "I helped. The decree was also issued, but unfortunately, that person didn't want to obey it." Fire Ancestor shook his head and said. "What kind of help is that?" The bandaged man replied unhappily. "You should send someone to catch that person." Fire Ancestor smiled and didn't say anything. He just calmly admired the flowers in front of him. "You want the Wan Mansion to be destroyed?" The bandaged man instantly reacted. "I didn't say that." Fire Ancestor shook his head. "Why?" the bandaged man asked solemnly. "I want to know the reason. The Wan Mansion is the home of the three elders of Xingyin. What exactly are you planning? The existence of the Wang mansion is originally just a symbol. If they want to live with their tails between their legs, naturally, there will be no problem, and I will give them all the glory they deserve. Fire Ancestor said casually. Unfortunately, the descendants of the three elders are getting more and more stupid. They are already trying to surpass the Chaos Palace. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. So even if that person destroyed the Wang mansion, it would be just what you want, the bandaged man replied. Kind of, it's the Wang mansion's own fault. Fire Ancestor laughed. If you destroy the Wang mansion, that person is also an uncontrollable factor, the bandaged man continued. He doesn't care about the Chaos Palace. Why should I control him? Fire Ancestor asked back. That person's world will not be limited to the primal chaos fire realm. He will leave in the end, and he can't threaten us. Do you think he can destroy the Wang mansion alone? The bandaged man snorted coldly. The three elders are not dead yet. They should be dead, Fire Ancestor muttered to himself. He didn't say anything else. The Wang mansion was very vast. They almost occupied the most prosperous areas. There were artificial mountains, pavilions, and flowing water. Buildings rose from the ground. Some were like flying dragons in the sky, while others were like fierce tigers descending the mountain. All kinds of precious flowers and plants were planted along the way. However, when Su Zimo and the others came in, the entire Wang mansion was on high alert. Wang Xian was killed. Now, many people began to ask Laozu for help. Before Laozu came out, they were like headless ants. Traceless above Su Zimo's head kept spinning. Domineering blade didn't move? This made Su Zimo a little confused. He originally thought that the other party would keep hiding or escape. However, from the feedback from Traceless, the other party basically didn't move. Let's go and take a look, Su Zimo said. Under his lead, the group of people walked into the prince's mansion in a grandiose manner. After passing through a few halls, the group finally stopped in front of a forbidden area that was covered in lush vegetation. This was the Wang mansion's forbidden area. When they arrived, the people of the Wang mansion finally couldn't take it anymore and blocked them in front of the forbidden area. They didn't allow Su Zimo to enter. This is the resting place of the three elders. You can't go in. An elder stood out and said. Su Zimo ignored him and narrowed his eyes. Because according to Traceless's instructions, Domineering Blade was hiding inside. This made him a little confused. As an outsider, how could Domineering Blade enter the forbidden area? No matter how stupid the people of the Wang mansion were, they wouldn't do this. He was silent for a while, then finally said, Go in. You can't go in. The people of the prince's mansion stood in front of him. Although they were timid, they still mustered up their courage to stop him. This is a forbidden area. You can't go in. Su Zimo couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. The spirit energy in his hand soared, and a huge palm fell down, shattering the whole world. The powerful palm wind blew, and everyone was suppressed. Some people's legs even went soft, and they directly sat on the ground. Although you're ants, your courage is commendable. I'll spare your lives, Su Zimo said. Xianxia and the others followed closely behind him. Then they all walked towards the forbidden area. The gate of the forbidden area was closed, and there were weeds on both sides, as if no one had been here for a long time. These weeds were half the height of a person, and they grew without restraint. Su Zimo looked at the gate in front of him. He slowly raised his right leg, and with a bang, the gate in front of him shattered into pieces. It shattered into pieces, and for a moment, dust flew. A bottomless gully appeared in the ground in front of him. The power of a kick was so terrifying. This was the reason. Su Zimo seemed to be unsatisfied. The defense of this gate was not bad. He looked up. The world inside the forbidden area was actually no different from the outside world. There were some weeds inside, but there were several pine and cypress trees in front of him. These trees had luxuriant branches and leaves, and they all rose from the ground, like ancient trees. The trunks of the trees were more than 10 meters thick, as if several people needed to wrap their arms around them. They looked very old, and it was unknown how long they had been planted. And under the pine and cypress trees, there were scattered stone tablets. To be precise, they were tombstones. 3 tombstones. Even the people of the prince's mansion had never entered this forbidden area, and even the mansion master Wang Xian was not qualified to enter. Because it was said that this was the resting place of the 3 elders of the holy flame. If the 3 elders didn't say anything, no one was allowed to disturb them. This was the rule set by the 3 elders after the establishment of the prince's mansion. However, at this moment, when Su Zimo came in, the people of the prince's mansion who were suppressed outside also regained their freedom and walked in one by one. They were afraid that Su Zimo would do something to their forbidden area. But after entering, the direct descendants of the prince's mansion all turned pale. How was this the resting place of the 3 holy flame elders? It was clearly a graveyard. The 3 elders are dead? A terrifying thought emerged in someone's mind. If the 3 elders die, our Wang mansion will be finished. Who else could be a match for him? Impossible, the 3 elders couldn't have died so easily. Besides, why haven't we heard anything about it? Some people couldn't believe it, while others looked sorrowful and even despaired. The death of the Holy Flame 3 elders was a huge blow to them. It wasn't just the Wang mansion that had lost its high-end combat power. Once they died, the transcendent status of the prince's mansion would cease to exist. In the future, no one would respect the prince's mansion. With the prince's mansion's current situation, it wouldn't take long for them to decline. Some even looked at Su Zimo. It seemed that the person in front of them could destroy their imperial residence even if they didn't decline. Quickly go to the Primal Chaos Palace and ask Fire Ancestor to appear, someone said. Many people hurried towards the Primal Chaos Palace. Su Zimo couldn't be bothered with these people, because Vanishing's instructions to Tyrannical Blade had been cut off at this point. This meant that Tyrannical Blade was hiding here. But looking around, other than the 3 tombs in front of him, there was nothing else that attracted his attention. Could it be that the compass pointed to the wrong place? Bian Wenzhou asked tentatively. Impossible. Su Zimo shook his head. Vanishing wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Then, there's only one possibility. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. The inner world. He's hiding in the inner world. It was like 2 worlds fused together. Although they were in the same place, they were in different dimensions. Just like his divine continent. In fact, the divine continent was centered around him. Wherever he was, the divine continent would be there. The reason why there was no conflict between the divine continent and the 9 territories was because they weren't in the same dimension. Once Su Zimo placed the divine continent in the 9 territories dimension, there would only be one result. The big fish would eat the small fish. The strong world would devour the weak world and strengthen itself. This was the unchanging rule of the universe. In the same dimension, only one world could exist. Su Zimo didn't say anything, he just closed his eyes. He began to examine the special features of this forbidden area. He didn't miss a single corner. The people around him didn't dare to disturb him. After a long time, Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Found it. Child Su, what should we do next? Bian Wenzhou asked. Open the tombs, dig the tombs. Su Zimo looked at the 3 tombs in front of him and sneered. In front of each tomb, there was a black wordless monument. Bian Wenzhou was stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Because Su Zimo must have his reasons for doing this. Bian Wenzhou waved his right hand and a black sword appeared in his hand. On the hilt of the sword, there was a black crow pattern. Bian Wenzhou's spirit energy was strong. With a wave of his sword, a black sword intent turned into a sky-piercing crow and directly attacked the tombs. According to Bian Wenzhou's imagination, his attack would definitely blow up the tombs and create a deep hole. Unfortunately, when the black crow sword fell, with a bang, sparks flew everywhere. The tombs were not injured at all. How could it be? Bian Wenzhou was stunned. He carefully observed the tombs. There was no spirit energy or formation. It was just a very ordinary place. Try again. Su Zimo smiled. Bian Wenzhou nodded slightly. This time, he was completely serious. The spirit energy around his body was constantly hovering. The black crow sword in his hand was constantly trembling, as if there was a strong fighting spirit surging in it. Return to silence /. A black arc-shaped sword intent burst out. This time, Bian Wenzhou could be said to have gone all out. At least, it was his full blow. On the contrary, the hardness of the tombs was still beyond his imagination. The sword intent was bounced off again. Child Su, what the hell is going on? Bian Wenzhou asked. Why do I feel that my power is always blocked by something? It's a space barrier, Su Zimo replied. It's a barrier that connects one dimension to another and separates them. I understand. Bian Wenzhou understood tacitly and hurriedly nodded. You mean to say that there is another world beneath this tomb? The 3 elders of the Sacred Flame sect are hiding in it. Not only the 3 elders of the Sacred Flame sect, but also Ba Jian. Su Zimo nodded slightly. But the origin of Ba Jian doesn't seem to be as simple as City Lord Shiyan. That's right. The reason why you can't attack them is because you're not strong enough. It's because you're not strong enough to tear apart the spatial barrier, Su Zimo explained. Sorry, I'm too weak, Bian Wenzhou said helplessly. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia and asked, do you want to try? This dimensional space is different from ordinary space. It doesn't seem to be so easy to break, Xianxia said. She had been observing this place. At this moment, she said solemnly, I want to try, but I don't know if I'm strong enough. Your immortal spirit body should be enough, Su Zimo asked. Do any of you know anything about Ba Dao? You mean, Ba Dao colluded with the Wang Mansion? Bian Wenzhou pondered. Although I've met Ba Dao a few times, I don't know much about him. However, the Chaos Palace should know something. After all, they were the ones who appointed Ba Dao as the city lord. The Chaos Palace can't be trusted, Su Zimo shook his head. With Ba Dao's status, he should be an outsider to the Wang Mansion. However, the Wang Mansion protected him with their lives. They even let him enter the dimension of the 3 elders of the Holy Flame to escape. No matter how he looked at it, this was not normal. Open the dimensional space and ask him personally when we see him, Bian Wenzhou said. We can't guess anything. Su Zimo nodded slightly. He didn't make a move because he didn't understand the world below. What if the other party had other places to escape? If he made a move and scared the other party, he would have to waste time chasing after him. Therefore, he asked Xianxia to make a move. Although he was a great sage, according to the rumors, the 3 elders of the Holy Flame were people from the era of the Chaos Fire ancestor. The 3 of them should be great sages. 1 great sage against 3 great sages. No matter how he looked at it, he was at a disadvantage. The 3 elders of the Holy Flame should not escape. Bian Wenzhou had just suffered a loss, so Xianxia was very cautious this time. She activated her immortal spirit body. She was pure and clean, like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Her black hair slowly fell down. The immortal spirit fire around her burned. Xianxia didn't use a weapon. Instead, she kept forming seals with both hands. The mark was difficult to decipher and required a lot of time. Finally, when the imprint was completed, a bolt of lightning fire descended. Combining thunder and fire. It could even be said that lightning was a more domineering attribute than fire. This was because the true essence of flames was to burn. No matter how destructive the flames were, the meaning of their existence was to burn. It could burn the sky and boil the sea. It could also be used as firewood for ordinary mortals to eat. They were all inseparable from the word entanglement. Lightning, on the other hand, would only be formed when the flames reached a certain level of violence. This was also a very powerful thunder fire. Xianxia had also condensed countless immortal spirit fires to form this lightning fire. Although the area it covered was not large, its power was astonishing. It was as if all the power had been gathered at one point. Only a boom sound was heard. The thunderbolts went berserk as the void shattered. Purple thunderbolts continued to entangle and explode. Finally, the tomb seemed to have sensed something. The ground beneath his feet began to shake. Brat, if you had left obediently just now, I would have killed you. We were planning to let you live. An old voice emerged from the ground, sounding very stern. He said coldly, unfortunately, you're courting death, forcing this old man to appear. There's no door to hell, but you barged in yourself. Hearing this voice, the expressions of Bian Wenzhou and the others changed drastically. Because they had guessed something. And the people of the Wang mansion were naturally ecstatic. It's Laozu. Laozu is not dead, there's no mistake. Laozu is mighty. As long as Laozu is still here, then everything will be fine. Someone shouted as if relieved of a heavy burden. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the ground. The crack below was getting bigger and bigger, and it was bottomless. Finally, a coffin appeared in the crack. It slowly floated up. Seeing this coffin come up, Su Zimo didn't care and continued to stare at the crack. Unfortunately, the crack was slowly closing. This made Su Zimo a little disappointed. He could only look at the coffin. As the coffin opened, an old man walked out. An old man with white hair and a youthful face. It was hard to imagine that such a young old man would seal himself in a coffin. It's Cui Lao of the Three Elders of Holy Flame. Someone recognized the old man's identity. I was lucky enough to see Cui Lao once back then, why do I feel that he's getting younger? In the Wang mansion, some of the older elders said doubtfully. The old man in front of them was indeed young. He looked at Su Zimo and slowly raised his somewhat ferocious face. Although there were already livor mortis spots on his face, he still gave people a feeling of vitality. Su Zimo carefully sensed it. He really felt that something was wrong. Because there were two powerful forces confronting each other in this old man's body, one was the death aura, the other was the life aura. And this life aura was very familiar to Su Zimo. He recalled a little and knew the origin of the life aura. The blue man. The blue man he obtained before had such a similar life aura. Su Zimo was thinking, because he understood that the three elders of Holy Flame were the same as the old man who obtained the blue man. They made the same choice. They wanted to use the blue man to cultivate and even prolong their lives. After understanding this point, Su Zimo looked at the old man. Cui Lao's eyes were bright, and he didn't look like a dying man at all. Kid, how do you want to die? It's a pity. Su Zimo smiled. What's a pity? Only a small fish like you can't pique my interest. Where are the other two of you Holy Flame Three Elders? Su Zimo asked. He wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, so he naturally wanted to know their whereabouts. And Ba Dao, why don't you dare to come out and see me? Don't you think you're asking too many questions? I'm not obliged to answer you. Cui Lao sneered. Let's not talk about other things for now. You'll only have the right to talk to me if you can survive from my hands. He waved his hand, and ghostly shadows appeared behind Cui Lao. The death aura in his body seemed to have gained the upper hand, as if it had evolved into the appearance of a purgatory Azura. That Azura roared continuously and charged directly at Su Zimo. We're both great sages. Who are you looking down on? Su Zimo shook his head slightly. His gaze was like a knife, and the tyrannical shadow descended from the sky, directly nailing the purgatory Azura to death. The tip of the knife was sharp, and the sound of the great Tao seemed to resound. Seeing this scene, Cui Lao wasn't surprised. He seemed to be testing something. A streak of blue spiritual energy in his hand landed on the purgatory Azura. It looked fierce and fiendish as it pounced towards Su Zimo once again. The injuries on its body had already recovered. Upon seeing this, Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. He was almost certain that the other party also had blue humans and was constantly peeping at their secrets. He grabbed with his right hand, and a powerful force attacked. The purgatory Azura couldn't control his body and was directly caught in Su Zimo's palm. Su Zimo absorbed the power in his body bit by bit. Upon seeing this, Cui Lao frowned. Kid, what did you do? What do you think? Su Zimo said. I'll catch you first. Cui Lao snorted. Majestic spiritual energy spread out from his body, and a wisp of flame was dancing on his fingertip. This flame was sometimes big and sometimes small, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. The flame seemed to be eternal and would never be extinguished. Dazzling light surged. This is the holy flame, Cui Lao's holy flame. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. In our Chaos Fire territory, the holy flame's power is second only to the Chaos Fire ancestor. This Su Zimo is finished. He's so arrogant just because he's a great sage. Let Cui Lao teach him a lesson. Holy Flame Cage. The flame in Chui Lao's hand flew into the void. He didn't intend to kill Su Zimo. This was because he knew that Su Zimo had secrets. Hence, after the flame entered the void, it quickly transformed into a cage of shadow. The cage descended from the sky and imprisoned everything along the way, completely enveloping Su Zimo. The surroundings were filled with raging flames that constantly roared. Keep. Chui Lao waved his right hand, and the cage began to shrink. It seemed to be imprisoning Su Zimo and taking him away. Su Zimo snorted coldly. The tyrannical shadow in his hand directly broke through the cage and charged towards Chui Lao. The tyrannical shadow was filled with endless blade qi. Under Su Zimo's control, it directly transformed into a fire dragon, and its majestic power soared into the sky. Slash. The fire dragon roared. It swallowed Chui Lao's entire body. In the next moment, there were two separate bang-bang sounds of explosions. One was the fire dragon being torn apart. Chui Lao's Saint Might was like purgatory as he stepped out of the air like a rainbow. The other was naturally Su Zimo's opening of the heavenly gate of 3 lives, stepping into the void with supreme poise. The two of them faced each other from a distance. Su Zimo was currently at the first stage of the Great Sage stage, Supreme. On the other hand, Chui Lao's realm was slightly higher. He was at the second level, the primordial chaos realm. Everything returned to the primordial, and the primordial became one. He would be able to utilize the power of a great sage more deeply. You've only just become a great sage, yet you're already so arrogant. It's only a matter of time before he falls, Chui Lao snorted coldly. Young man, don't be too frivolous. How can they be called young if they aren't frivolous? Stop lecturing me, old man, Su Zimo replied. You're already so old. Aren't you afraid that I'll break your bones? You? Chui Lao sneered. When we established the primal chaos fire domain with Ancestor Fire, you probably weren't even born yet. You want to compare your past with me? Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. When I was invincible in the 9 regions, I'm afraid you weren't even qualified to crawl like an ant. Cut the crap. I only have one question. Have you seen the myriad water stream? Chui Lao asked. This was also the doubt in his heart because Su Zimo had just absorbed the special power from the Purgatory Azura. Myriad water stream. Is it referring to the blue man? Su Zimo thought to himself. Although he didn't quite understand, the blue man did fit the description very well. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Zimo shook his head. It's fine if you don't know. When I catch you, I can slowly interrogate you, Chui Lao snorted coldly. He directly soared into the air, and the holy flame spread out majestically. The entire sky was covered by a sea of fire. Kill. Countless fire men condensed in the sea of fire behind him. The fire men seemed to have a life of their own as they charged towards Su Zimo. Return to 1. Su Zimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand. The tyrannical shadow was roaring, but in addition to the powerful saber energy, there was an additional mysterious power this time. It was the power of origin tracing. When he saw Xianxia's power of origin tracing, Su Zimo also thought of this move. He had the entire world, so the power of origin tracing was naturally unimaginable. When this saber slashed out, it was just like its name. All things traced back to one's original state. No matter how many changes one took, in the chaotic world, everything had to return to one's original state. The saber energy was destroyed, and the army of fire men were all trapped in the void. Their figures were constantly changing. The flames began to recede, and they actually turned into the shape of a drop of water. A drop of water could condense into a fireman. How familiar was this scene? The water beast from before was also a drop of water from the blue man. Or rather, this drop of water was condensed from his blood. The fireman in front of him was in the same situation. Su Zimo had no choice but to be vigilant. After all the firemen turned into water droplets, Su Zimo felt something strange. The blue man in his body seemed to be rioting. It sent him a desire. That's right, it was a desire to devour these water droplets. Su Zimo waved his hand. He didn't even need to do anything, and a powerful devouring power erupted from the blue man's body. All the water droplets involuntarily approached Su Zimo. You. Chui Lao was shocked. He had spent more than 10 years to obtain these water droplets. The water droplets could be said to be truly immortal. Even if the fire men were killed, the water droplets could resurrect indefinitely. Unfortunately, after the water droplets were devoured, his original idea of controlling the water droplets was cut off. He panicked. "This kid is a little strange," Chui Lao muttered to himself. The heaven-shaking giant roared behind Suzimo. "Use whatever means you have as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can only send you to the Western Paradise," Suzimo said with a smile. The heaven-shaking giant stepped forward. The ground trembled and cracks kept appearing. A punch came with the speed of a sonic boom. Chui Lao crossed his arms in front of his chest and blocked the attack. There was a boom. The powerful force still sent him flying. "This is impossible." Chui Lao's expression changed drastically. "You're just a kid who has just entered the great sage realm. How can you be so powerful?" Chui Lao thought about it and said, "You've integrated the life and death soul into your body?" Suzimo sneered. Why did he have to be a life and death soul? It was because the two life and death souls condensed by the ghost-faced flower were both in his body. How could he not be strong? "Stupid method," Chui Lao said coldly. "Even if you're strong, as long as you're killed, there's no possibility of resurrection. You should worry about yourself first," Suzimo said with a smile. "Kid, I admit that I can't do anything to you. But we, the three elders of Holy Flame, have never been separated," Chui Lao said. He quickly formed a seal with both hands and sent a seal into the underground tomb. The originally closed ground split open again. 2 more coffins floated up. "The 3 elders of the Holy Flame have gathered," someone said solemnly as he looked at the 2 coffins. Chui Lao was the second elder of the 3 elders of the Holy Flame. As for the eldest, everyone in the primal chaos fire realm called him Elder Wang. The third elder was Elder Luo. As for their real names, no one remembered them anymore. Because that era was too long ago, many people and memories had dissipated in the passage of time. The 2 coffins each exuded an aura so powerful that it was suffocating. In the entire forbidden area, a scorching heat was spreading out. Countless people from the Wang residence knelt on the ground, not daring to speak. Because the 3 elders had all reappeared, everyone was respectfully welcoming them. 3 powerful auras soared into the sky, and they were filled with dense flames. Suzimo looked up. Bang! Bang! The coffins were slowly opened. "Chui, even you can't handle a little brat," an old voice said. 2 figures stood up from the 2 coffins. One was wearing a purple dragon robe. The other was wearing a linen coat, and the flames in his eyes were bursting. "This brat is a little strange. He seems to know about that matter. He can devour the power of my myriad water stream," Chui Lao said solemnly. "Then the 3 of us will attack together. We'll suppress him first, then slowly interrogate him," Elder Wang instructed. Holy flames surged around the 3 of them. The entire void was boiling as the powerful flames pierced through the sky. Behind the 3 of them, their true fate appeared. Their true fate could be said to be exactly the same. It was a ball of golden flames. However, the images formed by the 3 balls of flames were different. One was a sword, one was a knife, and the last was an arrow. Elder Luo held the fire bow and used his true fate to control his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy was like an arrow as he pulled the bowstring. Bang! The arrow was like a shooting star, turning into the silent void as it shot towards Suzimo. The arrow was very powerful, and the sound of the explosion was constantly exploding. The void along the way was burning. Slash! Suzimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand, and a sky-piercing blade intent descended, causing the entire sky to tremble. The blade intent and the arrow tip were fighting, and the aftershocks were dispersed. "Get out of the forbidden area," someone shouted. A battle between great sages was enough to raise the entire forbidden area to the ground. If they stayed here, they would most likely die without a burial ground. Even his ashes were annihilated. "You guys should leave as well," Suzimo said to Bian Wanzhou and the others. Among these people, except for Xianxia and Bian Wanzhou, no one else could withstand the aftermath of the battle. That was especially true of the disciples of the Celestial Immortal sect, who were still young. Finally, the confrontation between the arrow and the saber exploded in the void. At the center of the distance between Su Zimo and Elder Luo, there was a 1,000-meter-deep ravine. Both of them took a step back. However, Su Zimo remained calm. On the contrary, Elder Luo turned pale and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "How powerful," Elder Luo said as he squinted his eyes. "Blade Sword Oceanic Prison." Elder Wang and Chui Lao shouted at the same time. The saber and the sword were connected, and the endless saber will and sword will intertwined. It was like a prison from hell, charging towards Su Zimo. Moreover, the two of them were extremely fast. In almost an instant, they were in front of Su Zimo, not giving him a chance to resist at all. "Heavenly Gate of 3 Lives, Gate of Eternal Life," Su Zimo shouted softly. For a short moment, he was invincible. The saber and sword landed on his body, but he was almost unharmed. Su Zimo squinted his eyes slightly, and the vortex of force continued to rotate in his body. There was a boom sound. His fists hit the two of them in the stomach. The two of them spat out a mouthful of blood in the void, and their figures were sent flying. "Damn it." Chui Lao's eyes were fierce. "This guy's strength doesn't match his realm." "Use that move," Elder Wang said with a deep gaze. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. The three of them were surrounded by an imposing aura. Unimaginable wind and flames were gathering in their hands. 3 balls of golden flames appeared in their palms at the same time. "The flames we control are only ordinary golden flames. But if we fuse them, we can form the true Chaos Holy Flame." Elder Wang said proudly, "Back then, the Chaos Fire Ancestor split into 3 and passed this flame to us. You are lucky to be able to die under the Chaos Holy Flame. In my eyes, all flames are ants. Only Zhu Rong is supreme," Su Zimo said with a smile. In his palm, the fire of Zhu Rong slowly surged out. No matter where that blazing flame appeared, it seemed to be the most dazzling one. In the Chaos Hall, Fire Ancestor looked at the projection in front of him. Other than him, there was only the bandaged man from before. "Amazing. I didn't expect him to be able to force the 3 elders to this extent," the bandaged man praised. "If we wait for him to become a holy king, I'm afraid with his current combat strength, he will be invincible. The great sage realm is invincible." "I'm more concerned about the flame in his hand," Fire Ancestor narrowed his eyes and said. "What kind of flame is that? I've been studying flames my entire life, and I know a little about all kinds of flames. But I've never seen such a flame." "Is it from other regions?" the bandaged man asked. "Our Qihua region is the land of 10,000 flames. The origin of the flames. Such a strong flame is definitely not something that can be born in other regions." Fire Ancestor shook his head firmly. "In my opinion, this flame is an unknown flame." "Then, who do you think is stronger, it or the Chaos Holy Flame?" the bandaged man asked. "Won't we have the answer soon?" Fire Ancestor smiled. "You really want the Wang mansion to be destroyed?" the bandaged man asked. "They have been infected with something that they shouldn't have." Fire Ancestor's expression was indifferent. "I don't want my Chaos Hall to end up like the Lihua region." Hearing this, the bandaged man was stunned. He knew that Fire Ancestor seemed to know something. "That Su Zimo was arranged by you?" the bandaged man asked in surprise. "Not really. His appearance was an accident." Fire Ancestor shook his head. "It's just that I pushed the boat with the current. Ba Dao didn't let me down." The bandaged man was silent. He felt that the person in front of him was somewhat terrifying. He had calculated everything. In the Wang Mansion's forbidden area, the moment the 3 golden flames merged, the primal chaos sacred flame was truly revealed. The Chaos Holy Flame was actually a demonic beast with consciousness. The flame had a spirit, and the spirit could take form. This was the characteristic of a powerful flame. In fact, Su Zimo's Zhurong fire could also take form. The Zhurong lotus from before was an illusion. That demonic beast was like the legendary Xianxia. Its eyes were fierce, and low roars were constantly heard. Then, it jumped up and charged towards Su Zimo. The Zhurong fire in Su Zimo's hand also slowly took form, condensing into the shape of a phoenix. The phoenix of the fire of Zhu Rong and the Qiongqi of the chaotic holy flame faced each other. they kept roaring at each other. The two beasts seemed like real beasts and there was no sign of evolution. The phoenix let out a long cry and its huge body soared in the sky. The Xianxia roared and raised its long fangs as it stared at the phoenix fiercely. It was as if it could jump up and slap the phoenix down at any time. Kill. Under the orders of the three elders, the Xianxia jumped up. Xianxia immediately jumped up. It jumped very high, even higher than the soaring phoenix. The Xianxia roared. It landed heavily on the phoenix's back and gnawed at the phoenix with its sharp claws. It was as if it wanted to tear the phoenix apart. The Xianxia was extremely fierce and in the blink of an eye, it had already knocked the phoenix to the ground. No matter how the phoenix struggled, it continued to tear its flesh apart. I thought you were strong. You're all bark and no bite. Chui Lao snorted coldly. Chui Lao said calmly. However, Su Zimo was not in a hurry. He only watched calmly in the face of Chui Lao's provocation. After the Xianxia killed the phoenix, it glared at Su Zimo fiercely. It roared as if it was demonstrating its power. Little thing, don't be so anxious. Su Zimo smiled. He waved his hand and a series of low roars came from the torn corpse of the phoenix. The phoenix could be reborn. This was to be expected. As the phoenix became stronger, the flames on its body burned even more vigorously. The phoenix let out a cry. This time, it did not wait for the Xianxia to escape and grabbed the Xianxia with its sharp claws. It ruthlessly carried him up into the sky. Torrents of flames spewed out and drowned the Xianxia in a sea of fire. The Xianxia screamed continuously. The phoenix can be reborn. I wonder if your Xianxia can do the same, Su Zimo said with a smile. Kid, don't be too arrogant. The three elders of the holy flame snorted. The three of them began to form hand seals. Seals of beasts appeared in their hands and the three of them roared. The dozens of seals of beasts flew through the air. Xianxia was already on the verge of death. Now that it saw the demonic beast seal, it seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope as it roared furiously. As the demonic beast seal fused into his body, its aura grew stronger and stronger. It even felt like it was about to explode, as if there was too much power in its body, and Xianxia could no longer bear it. Seeing that Xianxia had reached its limit, the three old men stopped. Xianxia roared and broke free from the phoenix's claws. It stepped into the air and shot out a torrent of flames from its mouth. The phoenix's huge body was once again engulfed by the flames, and it died under the flames. It's useless. Each death will only make it stronger, Su Zimo said, shaking his head. The phoenix was resurrected again. It swooped down, igniting the entire sky. Heaven and earth were dyed red. This time, the phoenix's aura was unstoppable as it crashed toward Xianxia. With a loud boom, Xianxia and the phoenix perished together. If Xianxia died, it was dead. However, the phoenix was reborn from nirvana, and looked at the three holy flame elders with a sharp gaze. What kind of flame is this? It's so domineering, Elder Wang said with a deep gaze. Domineering is just the basic form of the fire of Zhurong. I haven't really used it yet. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. Looking at the three coffins beside him, he smiled and said, You know yourselves well. You've even prepared your own coffins. We don't know who it's for yet. The three holy flame elders sneered. Why? What other tricks do you have? Feel free to use them, Su Zimo said. Three great sages. It's not much. You're already old. You're not in your prime, and your strength is much weaker. It's enough to kill you, Elder Chui snorted. Are we going to use that move? Elder Luo asked. When he said this, his gaze was a little dark, as if he was in a dilemma. Even Elder Wang fell silent. That was because he knew what that move meant. If the Wang residence is destroyed today, the three of us will bear the brunt of it, Elder Wang said calmly. He seemed to have made up his mind and snorted. If that's the case, then let's fight to the death. Let's just leave some flames for the Wang residence. As long as the Chaos Palace takes care of it, the Wang residence should be able to grow. Elder Chui nodded. Chaos Palace, Elder Luo snorted. We've been fighting until now, but we haven't even seen the shadow of the Chaos Palace. They're ungrateful and want to see us die. What does the fire ancestor know? Elder Wang said with a deep gaze. The three of them made up their minds and sat down cross-legged. The three of them muttered something and quickly formed seals with their hands. A gray aura of death spread out. At this moment, the people who escaped outside, regardless of whether they were direct descendants or collateral descendants, all of them had the blood of the Wang residents in their bodies. They seemed to have sensed something. One by one, the people from the Wang residence fell to the ground in pain and kept screaming. Their expressions were ferocious, and the blood vessels on their bodies burst. Their entire bodies seemed to be red. The veins on their foreheads popped out. Many people were shocked. What's going on? Everything was fine. Why did this happen? Not long after, the people who had the blood of the Wang residents were all dead. That's right, hundreds of people were dead on the ground, not moving at all. The blood in their bodies had been completely ignited, turning into a ball of black flames. After the flames ignited their bloodlines, they flew out of their bodies. Innumerable people were naturally innumerable balls of flames. The black flames only had one kind of aura, and that was the aura of death. When the flames appeared, they all flew in the direction of the three elders of the holy flame. The flames began to merge in the void. It gradually made people feel terrified. The shadow of death shrouded everything. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva because when they got close to the flames of death, they felt their life force draining away. What is this thing? Someone asked in horror. Why do I feel like I'm dying? Could this be? Someone thought of something. For a moment, no one dared to speak. They could only stay silent and their pupils dilated. Crazy, the people of the Wang residence are crazy. They're all going to die. What are the three elders of the holy flame trying to do? It seems like they have no other choice but to use this move. Someone who knew what was going on sighed. Su Zimo didn't stop them. He just looked at them calmly. He felt the aura of status. But he wasn't afraid. For him who had the inheritance of Gomang, death was nothing. Unless he was killed with absolute power, just like the thieving old man. So what if the other small fights and quarrels were? Finally, when the flames of death condensed together, it was like a black sun rising into the void. The three elders of the holy flame sect slowly opened their eyes. Like the others, a ball of black flames emerged from their bodies and burned their blood until nothing was left. After using this move, even if Su Zimo didn't kill them, they wouldn't be able to live for long. Because at this moment, they were just walking corpses without any life to speak of. They used the last of their consciousness to support themselves. You can die under this move and have so many people die with you. You should be proud, Elder Wang said coldly. Proud? You think you're worthy? Su Zimo smiled. Kill, Elder Wang roared. The three of them used the last of their strength, and the ball of burning flames turned into a bolt of lightning like the Grim Reaper. It landed on Su Zimo's body. Only the rumbling of explosions could be heard continuously. Su Zimo didn't even have time to dodge. The flames seemed to have the ability to track him and directly entered Su Zimo's mind. Seeing this, the three elders of the Holy Flame sect were relieved. Because Su Zimo was definitely going to die. They grinned and used the last moments of their lives to see Su Zimo die in front of them. At this moment, Su Zimo's eyes were deep. He was sensing the situation in his body. After the flames entered his mind, they burned together with his body and soul. His spirit energy was like the fuel for the flames. It burned more and more vigorously. The aura of death kept approaching, and Su Zimo could feel the pressure. His consciousness was blurry, and he seemed to have seen the ferry to the netherworld. Only the dead could see the ferry and be taken to the netherworld. This is the feeling of death, Su Zimo grinned slightly. In the next moment, endless life aura suddenly erupted from his body. Among them was the Tree of Life and the Supreme Sky Tree that he got from Gomang. Both of their life auras were endlessly powerful. At this moment, they were fighting against the flames of death. From the outside, Su Zimo's current situation was half alive and half dead. Death and life clashed against each other. No matter how strong your life is, you can't withstand this death seal, Cui Lao said softly. The aura of death here has gathered countless lives in our mansion. It's enough for you to die several times over. If you include all the people in the primal chaos flame realm, then it might be worth watching. Suzimo shook his head and said, otherwise, these people from the prince's residence wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Suzimo wasn't being arrogant. The life aura of the Tree of Life was indeed too powerful. This amount of people couldn't do anything to it. The three holy flame elders stared at Suzimo. His life force had always been so powerful, as boundless as the sea. On the other hand, the aura of death was being suppressed bit by bit. This is impossible. How is this possible? The three old men shook their heads as if they were about to collapse. They couldn't believe their failure. He didn't dare to face his failure. This was because they had sacrificed the lives of the entire prince's residence. Other than the children, all of their lives had been exchanged for this move. However, to their opponent, it was indeed not painful at all. This contrast made the three of them collapse. Take your repentance and go to the netherworld to see your dead clansmen, Suzimo said. A bang sound came from his body. The life aura had completely suppressed the aura of death. This sure kill move was easily resolved by him. Suzimo waved his hand and a majestic spirit energy came from the void, suppressing the three figures on the spot. In fact, even if Suzimo didn't suppress them, the three of them wouldn't be able to escape. However, it was safer to do so. Speak, Suzimo replied. What do you want me to say? Elder Wang asked calmly. He was disheartened and his gaze was even a little dead. So many of his clansmen had died. This was all his fault. What exactly did you guys study in that world? Suzimo asked. Do you think we will tell you? Chui Lao snorted coldly. You are not as skilled as others. Defeat is defeat. However, it is impossible for you to know anything. If I remember correctly, there are still some children alive in your prince's residence, Suzimo said. What do you want to do? Elder Wang's expression changed. This was the last hope he had left for the prince's residence. I don't want to torture and kill lives. Those children don't have the strength to resist, and I don't want to kill them. Suzimo said, if you cooperate with me, they can naturally live. However, if you want to test the sharpness of the blade in my hand, I don't mind using their brains. You won't even let the children go. Are you still human? The three elders of the Holy Flame sect shouted angrily. You are wrong. I really want to let them go. However, isn't the final decision in your hands? Suzimo asked. If you answer my question, I can guarantee that I won't hurt anyone, Suzimo said. The three of them were silent for a long time. They seemed to be thinking about something, and their hearts were tangled up. In the end, Elder Wang made the decision and replied, What do you want to know? The first thing is about Ba Dao, Suzimo said. Why are you so protective of him, and even offend a great saint? We need an experiment on the flow of all water. I always thought that it was because the limestone city he was in charge of was close to the Lifire domain. We relied on him to capture the flow of all water, Elder Wang said. He knows our secret, and he is on the same side as us. We have many things that we need him to do, so we protected him. Because of your prince's residence's status, it is not suitable for you to show your face, right? Suzimo said. That's right. However, it seems that the Chaos Palace still found out, Elder Wang said with a bitter smile. Otherwise, the Chaos Palace would have helped us in this battle. What is the flow of all water? Suzimo asked. How should I put it? Elder Wang thought for a while. Then he said, some people say that it is a misfortune, while others say that it is an origin. However, according to our research for so many years, we can basically come to a conclusion. The flow of all water is just like its name. It is the origin of the Water Clan. Water Clan? Suzimo was somewhat puzzled. To be more precise, it is the Water Beast, Elder Wang replied. We tried to gather its power. Fire and water are clearly incompatible, but the flow of all water has a strong amplification effect on our Fire Clan. So you have been using the flow of all water to strengthen yourselves and break through, right? Is that right? Suzimo asked. That's right. However, the Chaos Palace forbade us from fusing with the flow of all water, Elder Wang replied. The Chaos Palace always felt that the myriad water flow would cause indelible damage to our fire race. They even fused the genes of the water beasts with our fire race. But do you understand the feeling of power? Fusing with the myriad water flow is really unstoppable. Elder Wang smiled bitterly. We lost ourselves in the power. I thought of many outcomes. Perhaps we would die in the hands of the water beasts, or perhaps we would be exterminated by the Chaos Palace. But I never thought that you would appear out of nowhere. Ba Dao, all of this is fate. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. He asked, where is Ba Dao? Is he in the inner world? He is inside. Many of the things you want are also inside. Elder Wang said. But you have to be careful of the Chaos Palace. After that place is exposed, they will not allow it. Have you heard of the saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? So what if the one stalking the cicada is not the mantis, but the tiger? So what if you are the oriole? Su Zimo sneered. Elder Wang and the other two sighed slightly. Before they died, they said with a slightly pleading tone, please let those children go. We adults should not implicate the young in our mistakes. All right, you can go in peace. Su Zimo waved his hand. Seeing the aura of the three holy flame elders slightly dim. In the end, there were no more signs of life. All three heads were lowered, like walking corpses. Su Zimo no longer paid any attention to them. Instead, he looked at the bottom of the tomb. That mysterious inner world. The three holy flame elders definitely had a way to enter the inner world, but they were already dead, and Su Zimo was too lazy to ask any more. He decided to use a violent method to forcefully open the inner world. He placed his hands on the ground and sensed for a while. He determined the location of the spatial fluctuation. Su Zimo waved his hand, and there was a boom sound. A powerful force gathered like a storm. The world changed constantly, the wind and clouds suddenly rose, and a huge palm fell from the sky. It directly landed on the tomb. Explosions continued to sound from the ground. When the storm of the palm passed, what was left behind was a bottomless palm print. Su Zimo looked at the handprint and chuckled. It seems that the sturdiness of this world is stronger than I thought. He slowly unsheathed the tyrannical shadow, the tip of the blade bursting with boundless sharpness. As the tyrannical shadow descended, the thick earth was as fragile as a piece of paper. The tyrannical shadow continued to pierce through the ground. Su Zimo's figure followed closely behind. Finally, after descending for a long time, the tip of the knife seemed to have touched something. It was soft, but very elastic. The inner plane spatial wall. Su Zimo was overjoyed. The tyrannical shadow in his hand moved violently again, and the saber intent became stronger and stronger. Finally, after a long stalemate, there was a pu sound as the thin film was pierced. Su Zimo's figure fell directly into it. The spatial turbulence around him was surging. Su Zimo hurriedly adjusted his body, his gaze piercing through the layers of the void, trying to see the world in front of him. He seemed to have seen a glimmer of light. Because it was too dark, he was not very sure. He rose into the air, shuttled through the darkness, and headed towards the glimmer of light. Even Su Zimo did not know how long he had been chasing it. The glimmer of light became brighter and brighter. In the end, it even occupied his entire eye sockets. It directly swallowed Su Zimo. When Su Zimo opened his eyes again, he was already in a courtyard. It was a very artistic courtyard. In front of the courtyard were fake mountains and flowing water, poetic and picturesque. There were peach trees planted next to it, and pink flowers covered the ground. The crystal-clear river water fell from the top of the mountain. This courtyard was located at the foot of the mountain. It was like a paradise, a good place to retire. Su Zimo could not help but smile. The three elders of Holy Flame really knew how to choose a place to enjoy. He walked into the main hall of the courtyard. There were 3 futons on the ground, which should be where the 3 elders of Holy Flame usually cultivated. And right in front of him was an iron cage that looked like a prison. There were actually more than a dozen blue people imprisoned in the iron cage. They were all chained up, their limbs pierced through by iron chains. But their mental state was still good, just a little weak. Ba Dao, come out. There's no need to hide, Su Zimo shouted directly. He knew that the other party was hiding in here. How would I dare to hide in front of Child Su? There was a soft laugh. At the back of the main hall, Ba Dao's figure slowly walked out. He was wearing a long robe made of tiger skin. He was tall, and when he walked over, he gave people a sense of oppression. He had a light beard, and his eyes were a little dark. At this moment, there was sweat on his forehead. He smiled apologetically, looked at Su Zimo and said, I knew that young master was coming, so I specially cleaned up this place. Welcome, young master. I thought that you would be more stubborn and would rather die standing. But in the end, you still want to live on your knees. Su Zimo shook his head and replied. Being able to live is a gift from young master. Ba Dao smiled apologetically. Unfortunately, I don't plan to spare you. What should I do? Su Zimo replied, from the moment you tried to assassinate me, you were already a dead man. Young master, let me go. I'm willing to be your slave. Ba Dao hurriedly expressed his loyalty and said. Young master, if you want these blue people, I can go to the Lihua territory to catch them for you. I'm familiar with that place. I'll go to the Lihua territory myself. Su Zimo shook his head. His hand fell. As for you, go to hell. Hearing this, Ba Dao's figure quickly retreated. His face turned ruthless, and he snorted coldly, since you don't want to agree, then let's die together. He formed a seal with both hands, and a seal fell from his hands. Then, it merged into the blue people's bodies. In the next moment, there was a low growl like that of a beast. Su Zimo looked up. The source of the growl was the blue people. The blue people, who were originally quiet, were now rioting. The chains that imprisoned them were directly broken. What did you do? Su Zimo frowned and asked. You know the nature of these blue people. They are the source of disaster, and they created countless water beasts. Once they are enraged, they can destroy a city. Ba Dao laughed and said, with so many blue people, no matter how strong you are, you can't protect yourself. Speaking of this, Ba Dao said coldly, I wanted to coexist peacefully with you, but you really want to kill me. So don't blame me. Water beasts. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't care about the blue people first, and his majestic holy aura fell. It directly suppressed Ba Dao on the spot. He grabbed the tyrant blade with his hand and threw it into the iron cage. Ba Dao was roaring, and he kept cursing Su Zimo. However, it was useless. Because as soon as he entered the iron cage, the blue people pounced on him. In the blink of an eye, these blue men swarmed over and tore Ba Dao's body into pieces. They all bit him. It was as if they were eating meat. Mouthful by mouthful, blood dripped. No matter how Ba Dao screamed, he was torn into pieces piece by piece. Not even his bones were left. The scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. These blue men seemed to have no consciousness. They were like instinctive beasts. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He wanted to know one thing. Were these blue men originally so violent, or were they abused? This was because the blue man that Su Zimo had met before was conscious. They were even good friends with the old man who abused him. This was very important. However, at this moment, it was not the time for him to think about this. Because of the blue men's riot, the iron cage could not control them at all. In a short while, the iron cage was torn apart. The blue men roared angrily and charged back at Su Zimo. Su Zimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand, and there seemed to be endless saber intent fluctuating in his eyes. He waved the tyrannical shadow, and a powerful saber chi burst out. This attack was just a test. The saber directly cut the blue men in half. However, in the next moment, the blue men's bodies healed like water. Water was shapeless. Any form was a stream of water. It was as if they could not be killed. No matter how many times Su Zimo slashed, they could all heal. At this moment, the blue men also rushed forward and had already arrived in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo's figure quickly retreated. The fire rule in his hand surged and directly summoned the fire of Zhurong. Water and fire were originally one. Although they repelled each other, they also merged with each other. With Su Zimo as the source, the sea of fire that filled the sky continuously enveloped the three blue men. The hot temperature was burning. It was roasting the entire inner world. This group of blue men seemed to have sensed something, and their pouncing speed slowed down slightly. However, they still stared fiercely at Suzumo and approached step by step. Finally, when the flames spread to their bodies, they struggled briefly. However, they quickly adapted to these flames. The myriad water stream walked through the sea of fire, unaffected. When Suzumo saw this, he immediately frowned. Normally, the fire of Zhu Rong was so powerful that no matter how strong the water was, it would eventually be incinerated and evaporated. However, the blue people in front of him were very strange. They were not afraid of fire. The blue people continued to rush over, and Suzumo could only passively retreat. Because he couldn't kill them, and his flames couldn't burn them to death. Even Suzumo was somewhat helpless. However, he could feel that these blue men were not the same species as the blue men in the Divine Land. Suzumo could only retreat. After chasing Suzumo for a while, the blue man seemed to feel that there was no point in continuing to kill him. The dozen or so blue people stopped and gathered together. At this moment, a strange scene occurred. The bodies of these blue men began to fuse. It turned into a ball of blue liquid and fused together. Then, the pool of liquid began to spread. The liquid seemed to be endless. In the blink of an eye, it had occupied half of the inner world. Suzumo knew that the other party wanted to invade all of the inner world so that he had nowhere to run. He thought for a while, and the power of law in his hand surged. This time, it was the law of time and space. He wanted to condense the time of the world and then temporarily imprison the time and space here. When the flower of time and space bloomed in his palm, the inner world was completely imprisoned. Suzumo heaved a sigh of relief. He returned to the Divine Land and saw the blue men. The blue men were much better now, and they gradually had some consciousness. When facing the blue men, Suzumo could feel that their bodies were peaceful. It was as calm as a small bridge and flowing water. And when facing the blue people outside, Suzumo could feel that the other party's body was berserk. It was especially violent, as if they were going to explode the entire world and destroy everything. The blue men outside call themselves the myriad water stream. Do you know them? Suzumo asked. He wanted to find a solution from the blue men. The blue men was silent for a while before they said vaguely, fire, the original sin of fire. That's not what? Suzumo asked. Not the myriad water stream? The blue men nodded weakly and continued vaguely, water, they are afraid of water. Hearing this, Suzumo's eyes lit up. Yes, use water. He had never thought of using water before because the other party was the myriad water stream. Logically speaking, it was the origin of water. Suzumo could think of any law, but he didn't think of the law of water. Now he suddenly understood. With the blue men's strength, even he was helpless. Then how did Ba Dao capture them? It must be that the blue men had a fatal weakness, which was why they were captured by Ba Dao and given to the 3 elders of the Holy Flame. Thinking of this, Suzumo hurriedly came out of the Divine Land. In the inner world outside, the imprisoned time and space were slowly recovering. The blue liquid formed by the blue men continued to spread. The law of water in Suzumo's hand was constantly surging. When the law appeared, the spreading liquid seemed to have met its natural enemy and began to condense. It's working. Suzumo's face lit up. The water storm in his hand became even more majestic and began to close in on the surroundings. He could feel that these blue men were very afraid of water. It was as if they were ferocious beasts. As the water flow became larger and larger, Suzumo wanted to drown the entire inner world with the water of the sea. The blue men were forced to retreat in the end. Finally, when the water submerged everything and came into contact with the blue men, smoke began to rise from their bodies. It was like white smoke rising from a flame that was extinguished. How is this the myriad water stream? It's just a burning flame covered in water, Suzumo said with a chuckle. No wonder the fire of Zhurong couldn't burn them. It was because their bodies were also flames. How could a flame burn another flame? As the water continued to submerge them, the blue men's bodies became smaller and smaller. In the end, they became something the size of a jade pendant. Suzumo stopped the water flow and slowly picked up the jade pendant. He looked at the jade pendant carefully. There was only a sun symbol on it. Other than that, there was nothing else. Is it the Sun Palace? Suzumo muttered to himself. The most famous thing related to the sun in the Qihua domain was naturally the Sun Palace. However, he didn't dare to make a judgment as it was still unclear. When he reached the Lihua domain, the truth might be there. After putting away the jade pendant, Su Zimo looked at the inner world. There was nothing left here. It was time for him to leave. After coming out of the inner world, the spatial wall was already very weak. Other than the jade pendant, there was nothing else. This made Su Zimo feel a little regretful. Originally, he had guessed that there should be more than 10 blue people, enough for him to gain a lot. With the support of so many blue people, he could go further on the path of the great sage. Unfortunately, those blue people were not the myriad water stream at all. They were just fake flames. Su Zimo did not know the consequences of fusing with this kind of flame. It seemed that the 3 elders of Holy Flame were also in the dark. This Ba Dao had deceived almost the entire Wang mansion. He was the one who caught the blue people, so he definitely knew the best. When returning to the forbidden area of the Wang mansion from the inner world, Su Zimo found that other than Xianxia and the others, there was another person. There was another man standing outside, as well as 2 other men who looked like bodyguards standing on either side of him. "You're out." Seeing Su Zimo, the man smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. You can call me Fire Ancestor or the Hall Master of the Chaos Hall." Su Zimo knew that this person was the final boss of the Chaos Fire domain. He raised his head slightly and asked, "What's the matter?" He did not have a good impression of the Hall Master. The other party had always been scheming, although there were many things that he had to do even if the other party did not scheme. However, Su Zimo did not like this person's temperament. Therefore, if he could avoid contact, Su Zimo was too lazy to bother with him. The Hall Master did not care about Su Zimo's coldness. He only smiled and said, "What did you see in that world?" "It has nothing to do with you," Su Zimo replied. "If you want to know, you can go down and see for yourself. Actually, even if you don't say it, I understand. It's the myriad water stream, right?" "The Wang Mansion's matter can't be hidden from me," the Hall Master said. "Then why do you ask?" Su Zimo said. "I'm not here to condemn you. I just want to tell you that the myriad water stream is a disaster and cannot be touched. The water beasts in the blazing fire domain are caused by them," the Hall Master said. "I don't need you to remind me. I know what I should do," Su Zimo said calmly. He felt that Primal Chaos Hall Master was a little long-winded. What stream of myriad waters? It was just a disguised flame. This Primal Chaos Hall Master did not know the real situation and could only make guesses based on his subjective judgment. Primal Chaos Hall Master could also see Su Zimo's enmity and knew of his plan. In any case, the prince's mansion had already been destroyed and his goal had been achieved. Nothing else mattered. "I hope you can come to the origin of the fire race. Even if you're not from the fire race, you'll still benefit a lot from that place," Primal Chaos Hall Master reminded. Then, he tore apart the void in front of him. His figure disappeared. Su Zimo didn't say anything. The matter of the origin of the fire race could wait. He was preparing to head to the Lifire realm. "I heard that it has already been occupied by aquatic beasts." Su Zimo became more and more curious about the things that had happened in the Wang mansion. He looked at Xianxia and the others. It was time to part ways. "Sect Master Zhang, have a safe journey. Go back to the Celestial Immortal Sect," Su Zimo said as he waved his hand. "After parting with Child Su, I have a lot of emotions," Zhang Hingji said. "This might be the most meaningful period of my life." Su Zimo nodded slightly. Zhang Hingji left with Lu Huahua and the other disciples. And Bian Wenzhou also said goodbye. As for Xianxia, she said with a smile, "I'm a homeless person. Are you willing to take me in? You know what I'm going to do?" Su Zimo asked. "Follow me. Don't delay the opening of the origin of the origin." "I'm not interested in the origin of the origin." "Although the origin of the origin is indeed tempting," Xianxia said with a smile. "But my intuition tells me that if I follow you, I might gain more." "Your intuition is wrong. What I do has always been life-threatening." Su Zimo shook his head and said. "Then I'll still follow you," Xianxia said with a smile. If you want to follow me, I won't refuse. But I won't protect your safety, Suzimo said frankly. He didn't know what the situation was like in the Lihua territory. So he didn't want to bring a burden. Shangguanxian's strength was not bad, but in Suzimo's eyes, she was still a burden. I know. I'll protect myself. If I die, I'll die without regrets, Shangguanxian replied. Suzimo nodded slightly. The two of them walked out of the Wang mansion. Suzimo didn't care about the strange gazes on the street. He destroyed the Wang mansion and was destined to be famous in the entire Primal Chaos Fire territory. He had the title of the #1 person of the younger generation. The 7 great fire territories are connected. I wonder if there's a formation in the Primal Chaos Fire territory to the Lihua territory? Suzimo asked. There used to be, but since the Lihua territory was occupied by the water beasts, the formation was cut off. The Primal Chaos Fire territory was afraid that they would teleport over, so they cut off the formation, Shangguanxian explained. Now, if we take the formation, we can only reach Limestone City at most. That's the border between the Lihua territory and the Primal Chaos Fire territory. Limestone City is the city that Ba Dao is in charge of, right? Suzimo said. Yes, but Ba Dao is dead. I think the Primal Chaos Fire territory will send a new city lord there soon, Shangguanxian said. Then let's go to Limestone City first, Suzimo replied. When the two of them arrived at the formation, there weren't many people here. In front of the two of them was a man in a green robe who looked rather elegant. He had a kind expression and was always smiling. It was as if he was kind to everyone. Are you two also going to Limestone City? The man greeted them first. That's right. Shangguanxian nodded. He stared at the man for a long time before frowning. He asked, Are you Huiyunzi? You know me? The elegant man smiled and said in surprise. He had retired for many years, so not many people knew his name now. Because I've heard of it. The fire cloud sword at your waist is too obvious. I only recognized it when I saw it, Shangguanxian said honestly. Suzimo lowered his head. The sword at the elegant man's waist was indeed different. The sword was fiery red, and the two sides of the scabbard were decorated with floating white clouds. He didn't know what the sword was made of, but it had a spirit, and it gave people the feeling that the sword spirit was very strong. The life of the sword spirit contained in it was easy to sense. To be honest, I have a hard job this time. I have to go to Limestone City to be the city lord, Huiyunzi said. I hope you two can give me some face and not make things difficult for me when I go to Limestone City. What kind of hard job is this? The city lord of Limestone City is already dead, and no one will fight with you. Isn't it nice to be the city lord for no reason? Shangguanxian laughed. Sigh, you only know one thing, but not the other, Huiyunzi sighed. Limestone City is close to the Lifire region. It could be said to be the barrier between the two domains. If the aquatic beasts attacked the Primal Chaos Flame domain, it would be destroyed. If the beasts attack, the first stop will be Limestone City. Although Ba Dao's character isn't good, he's very good at management. Under his management, Limestone City could be said to be well-trained and well-trained. It's always been the iron barrier of our Primal Chaos Fire region. Hearing Huiyunzi's words, Suzimo understood. Limestone City couldn't go a day without a leader. Huiyunzi's job was a tough one. Unlike other cities, they had to defend against the beasts at all times. If they managed it well, with Ba Dao's example, it wouldn't be that bad. If they made a mistake, they would be held accountable. Ba Dao died too suddenly. The higher-ups didn't have time to test the others. They could only let me come first. Huiyunzi smiled bitterly. He really didn't want to care about this mess. He had retired a few years ago, but he had no choice. Who asked Fire Ancestor to trust him? Fire Ancestor probably didn't feel at ease letting someone else be the city lord. Don't worry, we're just passing by Limestone City. We won't cause trouble. Suzimo was relieved and said, My target is the Lihua domain. As expected of the #1 person in the younger generation of our Primal Chaos Fire region. Most people avoided the Lifire realm. But you took the initiative to go. Huiyunzi smiled. Unfortunately, your ambition is too great. Otherwise, you'd be the perfect city lord for Limestone City. Su Zimo didn't say anything. Even if he wanted to be the city lord, Fire Ancestor probably wouldn't feel at ease leaving Limestone City to him. This Fire Ancestor was very wary of him. The three of them walked into the teleportation array. The powerful void energy swallowed the three of them in an instant. After Su Zimo and the other two left, Fire Ancestor looked at the projection in the Primal Chaos Palace and let out a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. You seem to be afraid of him. The bandaged man walked out at the right time. I'm not afraid. It's just that there are some things I can't control. It's better to leave early. Fire Ancestor shook his head. His world isn't in the Primal Chaos Palace. When we go to the Origin Ground, I don't care what happens to me. What about the prince's mansion? How are you going to deal with it? The man in bandages asked. The Wang mansion has already been destroyed. What else do we need to do? Fire Ancestor asked. The prince's mansion was destroyed, but what about the children? They were all descendants of the Wang family. How are you going to deal with it? The bandaged man asked. That's simple. Send them to another city. In short, we can't stay in the fire domain, the Hui clan member said directly. You are heartless, replied the bandaged man. If I wasn't heartless, I wouldn't have become the Hall Master of the Primal Chaos Palace. Fire Ancestor said, the strong are also strong. Everything I've done, I've long since abandoned my personal feelings. As long as it benefits the Primal Chaos Fire realm. The bandaged man sneered a few times, and then his figure disappeared. After traveling through time and space for a long time, Su Zimo and the others finally saw the light. A ball of flame exploded in front of their eyes, and then a bright light shone down, and their footsteps landed. They appeared in the teleportation square of Limestone City. There were not many people in Limestone City. Due to geographical reasons, many residents had moved away. Therefore, when Su Zimo arrived, he raised his head and looked around. It could be said that there were very few people around. On the wide streets, there were only a few people walking. Here, there were basically no hawkers. However, Limestone City was very big, and the soldiers here were strong. The soldiers guarding the city were all strong and powerful. If they were not strong, how could they suppress these water beasts and act as a barrier for the Primal Chaos Fire realm? Hui Yunzi's figure also walked out. He smiled and said, I won't entertain the two of you. There are still a lot of things waiting for me in Limestone City. It's okay. You do what you need to do. Su Zimo waved his hand. Now, he wanted to find out some things. It was about the fire domain. He brought Xianxia to a few streets in the city. This Limestone City is so desolate, said Xianxia. It's like this place is built on a desert. Probably. Su Zimo nodded. He said, I wonder what the fire domain is like. Those water beasts can manage the city. The two chatted as they came to an inn. There was only one inn in Limestone City, so Su Zimo and Gu Ruoyun wandered around for a while. When they approached the inn, there was not much business. There was not even a waiter in the inn. The boss was lying in front of the table. Boss, we have guests. Su Zimo shouted. The boss quickly stood up and smiled, rare guests. We rarely have people in Limestone City. My inn has not been open for a long time. Speaking of this, the boss smiled apologetically and said, I'm afraid I can't order according to your wishes. It's okay. We'll just eat whatever you have. Su Zimo waved his hand. He was not here to eat. The important thing was to find out. The shopkeeper nodded happily and went to the kitchen personally to cook. Not long after, a few plates of steaming hot dishes and rice were served. Enjoy. As for the price, it's fine. The boss was also generous and said with a smile. Boss, I'd like to ask about something. Su Zimo said with a smile. Go ahead. The shopkeeper nodded and sat down at the side. Since there was no business in the inn, chatting with Su Zimo for a while was to his liking. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Is this place far from the fire domain? Su Zimo asked. Not far, not near. You'll be able to reach the boundary of the Li Fire realm after climbing over a mountain in the north. The boss replied, but the water beasts are all gathered in the center of the fire domain. So there are very few water beasts at the border, and it seems very desolate. Suzimo nodded slightly and asked, other than the water beasts, have you seen any other creatures? He actually wanted to ask about the blue people. The boss shook his head and said, don't think that we are close to the fire domain. In fact, the water beasts basically don't attack Limestone City. I haven't seen many water beasts either. Do you have a map of the fire domain? Suzimo asked again. He had never been to the fire domain. He could not just run around like a headless ant. Wait. The boss stood up. After searching for a while in the inn, he came out with a scroll of map. He gave the map to Suzimo and said, before the fire domain fell, the map of Limestone City was very widely spread. Later, when it fell, everyone knew the value of the map. So many copies were printed. It's not a rare thing. Suzimo took the map and looked at it briefly. Then he put the map away. He was ready to leave. Before he left a lot of spirit crystals for the boss. Although the boss kept declining, he still owed him a favor. Looking at the map of the Lihua territory in front of him, Suzimo knew that although the records on this so-called map were not very detailed, there were still a lot of things. For example, this junction. Suzimo discovered that there was actually a city between Limestone City and the Lihua territory. It was called Xianxia City. This was a small city, but it was said that the population here was prosperous. The residents who left Limestone City before all went to Xianxia City. In terms of resisting water beasts, Xianxia City was stronger than Limestone City. If the water beasts wanted to attack, the first barrier was actually Xianxia City. Then they would go to Limestone City. However, Xianxia City was not under the jurisdiction of the Chaos Fire territory. It was said that they used to belong to the Lihua territory. Later, after the Lihua territory was destroyed, Xianxia City remained. However, the city lord of Xianxia City could be considered a hero. Although his strength was not strong, his ability to control was strong. In just a few years, Xianxia City had become an important city. It was said that even the city walls were built 3 times. The limestone city in front of him was already very good, but compared to Xianxia City, it still paled in comparison. Xianxia was also looking at the map. She asked, "Are we going to Xianxia City?" "Yes." Suzimo nodded. "I want to go wherever there are water beasts. It's best if we can see the existence behind the water beasts." Existence behind the scenes? Xianxia was stunned. She had never been to the inner world, and she did not know about the existence of the blue people. Suzimo felt that since the two of them were now on the same line, she would also follow him. It did not matter if he told her some things. He said, "These water beasts are not living beings. They were all created by humans." "Created? Are you kidding?" Xianxia said in shock. "You're saying that the destruction of the Lihua territory was a conspiracy of others?" "I'm not very sure. I'm chasing the truth." Suzimo smiled. "Then what's your purpose, after chasing the truth?" Xianxia asked, "Don't tell me that you're helping our fire tribe." Xianxia was originally from the fire tribe, and Suzimo was from the human tribe. In the blazing fire territory, the fire clan reigned supreme, and the human race lived a very difficult life. Therefore, in a sense, the human race didn't like the fire race. "What's wrong?" "I'm a bodhisattva. Can't I save the blazing fire realm?" Suzimo laughed. "You're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. I'm narrow-minded. If you have the heart of a bodhisattva, there wouldn't be any bad people in this world," Xianxia complained. "The villainous heavens are much worse than me," Suzimo said with a smile. "Can you tell me your purpose?" Xianxia asked seriously. "Do you know about the ancient gods?" Suzimo asked. "Ancient god?" Xianxia thought for a while and shook his head. The ancient gods were too ancient. Not everyone was willing to understand that part of history. Many people even felt that the ancient gods were just an illusory legend. "What is the relationship between ancient gods and aquatic beasts? Do you think the ancient god is the mastermind?" Xianxia asked. "I'm not sure about that. Didn't I say that I'm also in the process of pursuing the truth?" Su Zimo replied, if you want to know. Slowly explore, and you'll find out eventually. Okay, I'll follow you anyway, Xianxia nodded. At this moment, the sky was getting dark. Su Zimo and Xianxia didn't rush. Who knew what they would encounter? The two of them found an inn here and wanted to rest for the night. At the same time, in the Limestone City's City Lord Mansion, Hu Yunzi's arrival alarmed almost everyone. The entire Limestone City, from the general to the shogunate, basically all came. This general was called Wang Yuehai, and he had a loud voice. Before he even entered the main hall, his shout could be heard. I heard that Brother Ba Dao was killed. I wonder who came to take his place. Wang Yuehai shouted as he walked into the main hall. Then, he looked at Hu Yunzi, who was sitting on the main seat, and his eyes narrowed. He said fiercely, who are you, the new city lord sent by the Chaos Fire Realm? You can call me Hu Yunzi said with a smile. He didn't seem to care about the other's offense at all. He just had a gentle smile on his face. He looked at everyone with an amiable face. What qualifications do you have to be the city lord of Limestone City? Do you know that we brothers have risked our lives to protect this city? Wang Yuehai shouted, if you ask me, even if a new city lord is chosen, it should be from us. How can a newcomer like you pick the peaches? Wang Yuehai felt extremely unbalanced. He and Ba Dao called each other brothers and could be said to be life and death brothers. Originally, he thought that when Ba Dao ascended to the Chaos Fire Realm, he could be the city lord. Unfortunately, his good brother had been killed. And the new city lord wasn't him. Wang Yuehai naturally wasn't convinced. He wanted to show Hu Yunzi his power. If you're not convinced, you can appeal to the Chaos Fire Realm. Actually, I didn't want to come here. This is a remote place. Wouldn't it be better for me to go to the Chaos Fire Realm? Hu Yunzi smiled and said, if you can really change the Chaos Fire Realm's orders, you'll be transferred here. I should thank you for transferring me away. Hearing this, Wang Yuehai was speechless. How could he have the qualifications to order the Chaos Fire Realm around? He was just a local tyrant in Limestone City who could do whatever he wanted. What's going on with my big brother? Wang Yuehai changed the topic and asked, the Chaos Fire Realm's orders only said that my big brother died. How did he die? What happened? We have the right to know. This matter isn't a secret, Hu Yunzi said. Ba Dao offended someone and was killed. Killed. The city lord of the Chaos Fire Realm was killed. Is the Chaos Palace not going to do anything? Wang Yuehai asked unhappily. The Chaos Palace has already investigated. Ba Dao colluded with the water beasts, so his silent death is the best result, Hu Yunzi replied. What a joke. Wang Yuehai snorted coldly. If my big brother colluded with the water beasts, do you think Limestone City could have been defended for so long? The Chaos Fire Realm's gates would have been wide open to the water beasts. I've been here for so long and you've asked so many questions. I still haven't revealed my identity, Hu Yunzi retorted. Then listen well, Wang Yuehai said proudly. I'm the general of Limestone City's defense. All the soldiers of Limestone City listen to my orders and have gone through life and death with me. We're like brothers. Hu Yunzi knew that the other party was saying this to increase the pressure on him. If he didn't handle it well, it might cause a mutiny. When Limestone City fell, no one would be able to escape the responsibility of the Chaos Fire Realm. General Wang, I know what you mean. Hu Yunzi waved his hand and replied. Actually, I didn't come here with any other intentions. You guys can do as usual, so you don't need to report to me. As for other things, as long as the city is safe, I don't care. Hearing Hu Yunzi's words, Wang Yuehai narrowed his eyes. He felt that Hu Yunzi was too easy to talk to. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. Everyone was a new official who made drastic changes, but Hu Yunzi had actually taken a step back. He exchanged glances with the others in the center. They didn't speak because he was the spokesperson and the one with the most power. If that's the case, I won't report to you in the future, Wang Yuehai said. Hu Yunzi smiled and suddenly asked, do you want to know who killed Ba Dao? Where? Wang Yuehai narrowed his eyes and asked. In Limestone City, Hu Yunzi said. I won't stop you if you want to take revenge, but I don't agree. You guys can think about it yourselves. Wang Yuehai pondered for a while and already had an idea. Ba Dao was already dead, but whether or not he could take revenge was another matter. But if he took revenge, he could use this opportunity to win over all the soldiers and set up an image of himself as a righteous person. At that time, as long as he pushed Huiyunzi away, he could become the new city lord. Actually, he knew a little about what Ba Dao had done. He had captured some water beasts to offer to some important person. Ba Dao had always wanted a good future. Now it seemed that Limestone City was better. The mountains were high and the water was far away. No one could control him. He didn't want to get involved in the affairs of those important people. He just wanted to be a local tyrant. This was Wang Yuehai's ambition. Ba Dao is my big brother. He is also a brother in the hearts of all the soldiers in Limestone City. Revenge is necessary. Wang Yuehai finished speaking. He directly walked out of the city lord's mansion. It wasn't difficult to find Su Zimo and Huiyunzi. He didn't even need to ask Huiyunzi. He just needed to check if there were any strangers in the city recently. Limestone City was a place that no one came to on a normal day. Huiyunzi looked at Wang Yuehai's back and the corners of his mouth curled up. No matter who won or lost, the final result. It was beneficial to him. Of course, he was even more aware in his heart that Wang Yuehai would most likely be courting death if he went this time. Once Wang Yuehai died, he would be able to take over the reins of power. By then, the entire Limestone City would be under his control. It was a silent night. The next day, Su Zimo and Xianxia walked out of the room. The two of them had already sensed the commotion outside. Thousands of soldiers surrounded the entire inn in 3 layers, one on the inside and the other on the outside. Although Wang Yuehai's limbs were well developed, his brain was not simple at all. He could kill Ba Dao. One had to know that Ba Dao was already a great emperor, so his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. That was why he didn't come alone. Instead, he had brought a sea of people with him. Of course, you would be wrong to think that it was just a normal crowd. These soldiers were the elites of Limestone City. They were very familiar with fighting and knew how to use battle formations. Wang Yuehai planned to use the strength of the battle formation to suppress others and then defeat Su Zimo. He stood majestically at the forefront. Thousands of soldiers were on standby. The deputy general stood beside him, waiting for orders. Wang Yuehai's gaze was fixed on the inn. Finally, when Su Zimo and Xianxia came out, his aura began to explode. What's the matter? Such a big formation. Are you sending us off? You're too polite, Su Zimo said with a smile. I'm sending you to hell, Wang Yuehai said calmly. You killed Ba Dao and came to Limestone City. Kid, should I say that you're confident or stupid? It seems like you don't want Ba Dao to be lonely, so you want to accompany him, Su Zimo replied. Wang Yuehai snorted coldly and ordered, set up the battle formation. As soon as he said that, thousands of soldiers moved. They formed a battle formation. It was as if they were breathing in and out. Everything was on the same line. At this moment, they were no longer thousands of people. They had become one person. At this moment, their aura condensed together. The deputy general stood at the forefront and began to command the battle formation. At that moment, the battle intent in the sky was about to condense. Ha! 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 Soft shouts sounded continuously. Thousands of people shouted at the same frequency. The sound was so loud that it reached the clouds. Su Zimo looked up. The battle intent in the sky had already condensed into the shape of a dragon and a tiger. They hovered in the air, glaring at Su Zimo and Luli like tigers eyeing their prey. The deputy general put down his hands. Only to hear a boom sound, the dragon's roar and the tiger's roar all rushed towards Su Zimo. A powerful aura rushed over. The dragon and tiger rushed towards Su Zimo. Is this your confidence? Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. Get down. A powerful force burst out from his body. The heaven-shaking giant behind him stood tall. Its figure was as tall as heaven and earth, and it directly suppressed Longhu. The powerful force reverberated in the sky. Soon, 2 bangs were heard. It directly suppressed Longhu and made him lie on the ground, unable to move. The thousands of people seemed to be a little chaotic, and the battle formation was fluctuating. The deputy general hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, calm down." After a moment of panic, the battle formation quickly calmed down. "Kill," the deputy general ordered again. Long Hu began to struggle, constantly breaking free from the suppression of the heaven-shaking giant. "You are indeed strong. Ba Dao did not die unjustly at your hands," Wang Yuehai said. He stepped into the air and stood at the center of the battle formation. At this moment, after he returned to his position. Originally, the battle formation was still a little unstable, but he was like a stabilizing needle that stabilized the battle formation. Long Hu roared and broke free from the restraints. It hovered around Su Zimo. The inn behind him collapsed from the impact of the giant dragon's tail. Under Wang Yuehai's control, Long Hu seemed to have changed and began to attack Su Zimo tactically. At this moment, the power of the giant dragon had already surpassed that of a great emperor. However, it was still some distance away from a supreme sage. Wang Yuehai said confidently, "This battle formation has killed many great emperors. Today, you will be no exception." "Have you ever thought that your opponent is not a great emperor?" Su Zimo suddenly asked. "What?" Wang Yuehai was shocked. In the next moment, a powerful saint aura burst out from Su Zimo's body, and Long Hu was thrown to the ground. Su Zimo was like an awakened demon god. His eyes were full of demonic aura as he stared at Wang Yuehai. At this moment, even though he was protected by thousands of soldiers, Wang Yuehai still felt timid. It was as if death was approaching him. "Kill," he roared furiously. It seemed that only a battle could ease his fear. His eyes were like torches. As Wang Yuehai's fighting spirit surged, that powerful force continued to surge. He seemed to have merged with the dragon and tiger in the void. He directly descended from the sky, roaring as he charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with saint might. He snorted coldly. The cold snort exploded in the void, and the sound was like the power of the heavens. The giant beast formed by the fighting spirit was directly shattered. The battle formation formed by thousands of people seemed to be in chaos in an instant. Some people vomited blood and were directly killed. Some people were pale and couldn't stand steadily. Wang Yuehai was the first to bear the brunt and was directly sent flying. "Huiyunzi, you tricked me," Wang Yuehai roared with his mouth full of blood. If he had known that the opponent was so strong, he wouldn't have come for revenge. He would have avoided as far away as possible. But now was not the time for him to complain, and it was impossible for him to seek revenge on Huiyunzi. He looked at the thousands of soldiers and ordered, "Hold on for me, I'll go get reinforcements." After he finished speaking, he ran away without looking back. He was not going to the city lord's mansion to ask for help. Because according to Su Zimo's strength, no one in the entire limestone city was his opponent. It was the stupidest thing to ask for help at this time. He wanted to leave Limestone City and then escape to the Lifire realm. In this way, he could rely on the terrain and then get rid of Su Zimo. Looking at Wang Yuehai's fleeing figure, Su Zimo was not in a hurry. His divine sense spread out tens of thousands of miles. The other party could not escape at all. He looked at the frightened soldiers and said with a smile, "Your general has run away. What's wrong? Do you still want to fight me?" "The general has called for reinforcements, everyone hold on," the lieutenant next to him shouted. At this time, the morale of the soldiers could not be shaken. Otherwise, they would be defeated before the battle. "It seems that you are determined to die," Su Zimo said with a smile. "In that case, I'll grant you your wish." Su Zimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand, an endless blade chi surged. He raised his blade and stepped into the air. The storm of blade intent was rioting. He waved his hand at the void of space 3 times. The saber intent was exploding with a rumbling sound. 3 saber intents, which were like howling gales, separated the whole world. He fell directly into the battle formation of thousands of soldiers. At this moment, countless figures were being strangled to death. Cries of agony and screams of terror filled the entire limestone city. Su Zimo watched the scene calmly. Finally, when the storm stopped, everything returned to normal. Su Zimo looked down again. Below him were the remains of thousands of people. Like a sea of blood, the smell of blood permeated the void. Su Zimo did not pay any more attention to him. This was the consequence of blocking his path. His gaze pierced through the layers of void and looked at Wang Yuehai, who was fleeing outside the city. He stepped into the air. The void beneath his feet was torn apart as he teleported out of the city. At this moment, Wang Yuehai had just escaped from the city gate when he saw Su Zimo blocking his path. He was trembling all over. "My soldiers were all killed by you?" Wang Yuehai asked uncertainly. "After you die, do you still have the face to face them?" Su Zimo laughed. "You're a demon, you're not human." Wang Yuehai fled in fear. However, Su Zimo's blade fell. He directly cut off his opponent's leg. He lay on the ground, looking at Su Zimo, who was approaching step by step with some horror. He swallowed hard. In fact, he wanted to beg for mercy, but he knew that at this point, it was useless to beg for mercy. "I admit defeat. The winner takes all." "Kill me if you want," Wang Yuehai said. "I hate that Huiyunzi the most. He deliberately lured me to kill you." "Huiyunzi?" Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. "That's right. He was the one who told me that you came to Limestone City. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come looking for you for revenge," Wang Yuehai said angrily. "And he hid it from me. He didn't tell me that you were a supreme saint." "Damn it. How interesting. He used me as a hired thug." Su Zimo laughed. He slashed down, and the blade intent directly strangled Wang Yuehai. Even his divine soul was turned into ashes. Then, he turned his head to look at Limestone City. He slashed fiercely at Tian, Quebec, at this time, in the city lord's mansion. Huiyunzi sat in the seat of honor, holding a book in his hand and reading it with great interest. At this time, in the city, many people with status came to visit. When these people saw him before, they were very unwilling to see him, the city lord who came out of nowhere, and they all ignored him. But now, these people were panicking and all came to ask for help. "City Lord, General Wang went to seek revenge. He and his soldiers were all killed," someone shouted. In front of the inn in the city, blood flowed like a river. It was a terrible sight. "Yes, City Lord, this matter needs to be resolved by you. That person is a killing god. No one in Limestone City can stop him." "What about Wang Yuehai?" Huiyunzi asked calmly. "He escaped the city. We don't know the result yet, so we don't dare to follow him." "What if he was killed too?" The person with the goal sighed. "Should we report this matter to the Chaos Palace? Wang Yuehai is really something. He insisted on seeking revenge. Now, he has implicated the entire Limestone City." Huiyunzi pretended to be unhappy and said, "City Lord, what should we do?" Someone asked. "Everyone, don't worry. Actually, I know that person. Maybe I can say something to calm this storm." Huiyunzi said. "That's for the best." Someone breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "This matter still needs the city lord to take action. Everyone, don't worry. But I hope that in the future, everyone can still cooperate with me." Huiyunzi said. The meaning of his words was very clear. He wanted these people to officially accept him and recognize his position as the city lord. Instead of feigning compliance on the surface and doing all kinds of disgusting little tricks. Everyone understood and hurriedly began to express their opinions. "City Lord Hua, don't worry. From now on, we will only follow you." "That's right. Ba Dao is a thing of the past. From now on, Limestone City will only have you as the city lord." Hearing these people's words, Huiyunzi smiled and nodded. With such a simple move, he was able to make people submit and recognize his position. Huiyunzi sometimes had to admire himself. At this moment, a guard from the city lord's mansion came in to report. "What is it?" Huiyunzi said majestically. "General Wang was killed outside the city gate." The guard hurriedly said. "What about the person who killed him?" Huiyunzi hurriedly asked. "He has already left." The guard replied. "Good, good." Huiyunzi laughed loudly. His heart was calm. All the troubles had been solved. However, he saw that the guard did not leave. Instead, he had a look of hesitation on his face. What's wrong? He frowned and asked. That person, before that person left, he slashed at the city wall. The guard replied. What? Huiyunzi stood up from his seat in shock. Why are you so flustered? Someone asked in confusion. If he wants to kill, let him do it. Our city walls have been strengthened by 4 or 5 layers. Back then, even the army of water beasts couldn't advance. Why should we be afraid of him? That's right. As long as he leaves, we will be safe. Huiyunzi sighed deeply when he saw how relieved these people were. He felt that they were all useless teammates. What do you know? That person is much more terrifying than the water beasts, Huiyunzi replied. He turned his gaze to the guard and asked, what happened after the first slash? Then he left, the guard replied. Just one slash and left? Huiyunzi asked in confusion. That didn't seem like Suzimo's style. His vengeful style shouldn't be like that. That's right, but that slash. The guard stammered. Our limestone city's walls have all collapsed. At least half of the buildings have collapsed. Limestone City is now flawless. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on anymore. What? Huiyunzi swallowed his saliva hard. He fell back into his seat in a daze. The scheming look on his face had long disappeared. Limestone City was able to resist the water beasts and become the barrier of the Chaos Flame realm. Firstly, the city's military strength was strong. It could be said that the soldiers were strong and the horses were strong. But now, a few thousand soldiers in a battle formation were injured and their vitality was greatly damaged. Secondly, the city walls of Limestone City. It was like an iron bastion that had been strengthened by generation after generation. In the end, it reached its current scale. No matter how many water beasts there were, they couldn't break the city walls. But now, Suzimo had slashed the entire city wall with a single sword strike, causing the city wall to be completely destroyed like a dam. If the water beasts attacked again, the barren limestone city would be like a general without an army. What could they do to defend it? They didn't have anyone. They didn't have any walls. This was forcing the entire limestone city into a dead end. Huiyunzi was silent for a long time. Then he asked, how long will it take to rebuild the city walls? This? I don't know, the guard shook his head and replied. Huiyunzi let out a deep sigh. He could no longer handle this matter and could only leave it to the Primal Chaos Palace. That ancestor really had a bad temper. Just by making use of it, the foundation of the entire limestone city was destroyed. No matter what, he had to bear the main responsibility for this matter. On the other side, Suzimo had already left with Xianxia. The two of them headed north. According to the map given by the previous boss, the target was naturally Shanghai City. On the opposite side of Limestone City was a huge city that directly faced the water beasts. Aren't you afraid of offending the Primal Chaos Palace by doing this? Xianxia asked on the way. You should be asking, is the Primal Chaos Palace not afraid of offending me? Suzimo laughed. After walking for a while, the two of them finally saw a towering city at the end of their line of sight. From afar, this city really looked like a demonic beast. Unfortunately, Suzimo didn't recognize any demonic beasts. However, it was surrounded by the sea on all sides, and the magnificent sea surrounded the city. No wonder it was called Shanghai City. With the sea as the center, not to mention the water beasts, if one couldn't step on air, no one would be able to pass through. Suzimo also understood why Shanghai City could stand tall under the attack of the army of water beasts. The main reason for this was the surrounding sea. Those water beasts were actually covered in flames outside the water. Just like how Suzimo killed those blue men. They were afraid of water. Water was the end for them. With such a vast sea as support, how many water beasts would it take to conquer this place? Even Suzimo was somewhat impressed. This was the city lord who built Shanghai City and built the water area here to attract the sea. This kind of wisdom was not something that anyone could understand. Even Suzimo himself only understood the weakness of these fake water beasts after the Blumen's reminder in the Divine Continent. Let's go. I'm getting more and more curious about this Shanghai City, Suzimo said. I don't know if outsiders are allowed to enter here, Xianxia said. Let's go and see, Suzimo said with a smile. The two walked to the sea in front of the city gate. There were guards standing guard at the seaside. They were not surprised to see Su Zimo and Xianxia coming. In the vicinity, there were often people who sought refuge with Xianxia City. The place where Xianxia City was built was only the smallest city in the vicinity. To be able to reach its current scale, it all depended on the wisdom of the city lord. Are you also seeking refuge with Xianxia City? The guard on the left looked at Su Zimo and asked. I've heard of your fame and came here to observe, Su Zimo said with a smile. You can enter the city, but the city has rules. You have to swim through the sea area, the guard on the right explained. Because we have to prevent water beasts from sneaking in. This is the test to enter the city. If the two of you are willing, you can enter the city. If not, we won't force you. You can leave now. Su Zimo knew that the water beasts were afraid of water. That was the meaning of this test. It just so happens that I can swim too. Back then, I was also known as the little white dragon of the waves, Su Zimo said with a smile. The two of you, please, the guard said. Su Zimo and Xianxia looked at each other. He jumped directly into the sea and let the sea drown him. The law of water surged around him, as if he had merged with the entire sea. Xianxia was much more restrained. Her body was enveloped in a faint flame, enveloping her. Because this way, her clothes would not get wet. The two of them quickly swept across the sea. The sea was sweeping, the waves were surging, as if there was a tsunami roaring constantly. Finally, 10 minutes later, the two of them swam to the other side of the coast. In other words, they were in front of the Real City gate of Xianxia City. Standing under the city wall, it gave people a feeling of insignificance. This city wall was even bigger and thicker than Limestone City. The city gate was made of obsidian. On both sides, there were guards in black armor guarding dutifully. When Su Zimo walked in, the two guards did not stop him. As soon as they entered Xianxia City, they felt that the atmosphere was completely different from Limestone City. Limestone City was a desolate and barren place. But here, it was like a paradise. The air was a little humid, and it was like spring all year round. It was very suitable for living. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. The city was very prosperous. The two of them were in a daze for a moment in this bustling city. Who would have thought that the Lihua region would be invaded by water beasts? There would be such a paradise, Xianxia said with a smile. Su Zimo raised his head and looked into the distance. He said, it's quite lively there. I wonder what they are doing. Let's go and take a look. Xianxia nodded slightly. The two of them walked towards the crowd. This time, it's the only daughter of City Lord Long. I wonder who will win. I heard that this time, the younger generation of the Wang family, the Lu family, and the Zhua family have been eager to give it a try. They have been preparing for this for a long time. Why do I remember that the kid of the Wang family is more than 10 years older than City Lord Long's daughter? Why is he still participating in the contest? You don't understand. What if there's a chance? Maybe she likes the uncle type. Someone laughed and said, if he can become City Lord Long's son-in-law, his status can be imagined. I heard that Princess Long has taken the saint as her master. Yes, that's the first saint of our Xianxia City. In the future, our Xianxia City will be stable. We won't be afraid of the attacks of the water beasts. Someone said happily, in terms of strategy, we have City Lord Long. In terms of strength, we have a saint now. Fortunately, we are all here in Xianxia City. In my opinion, the surrounding cities will not be able to escape destruction in the end. And our Xianxia City will only become stronger and stronger. Hearing the discussions around, from the contest to the rise and fall of Xianxia City, these onlookers were really concerned about the national affairs. Unfortunately, if there was really an attack of the water beasts and disaster came, they could only hide and run for their lives. Go and inquire about the situation, Su Zimo looked at Xianxia and said. Why don't you inquire about it yourself? Xianxia asked. You're beautiful. If you go and inquire, I think they'll be happy to tell you, Su Zimo said with a smile. Seduction, do you understand? This joke isn't funny, Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. But she still went forward to inquire about the situation. After chatting with others for a while, Xianxia walked back. She said, the general situation is very simple. The daughter of the city lord of Shanghai City is going to set up a stage here today. Almost everyone is here to watch. A contest for a spouse? Su Zimo was a little uninterested. Why? Don't you want to be her son-in-law? Xianxia joked. By the way, there's a teleportation formation in Shanghai City that can directly go to the core of the Lihua domain. Xianxia suddenly said, because Shanghai City itself belongs to the Lihua domain. Therefore, the range of their teleportation array was very wide. Basically, you can go anywhere in the Lifire realm. That makes things easier, Su Zimo said. I wonder how much Shanghai City knows about the current Lifire realm. What do you want? Xianxia asked. If we can find the source of the aquatic beasts in the Lifire realm, then everything will be easy. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to find the source. At that time, no matter how many aquatic beasts we kill, it will be useless, Su Zimo explained. The Lifire realm was one of the 7 realms. His range was too large. If those blue men were to hide, it would be very difficult to find them without special means. This made Su Zimo think of Ba Dao. The other party definitely had a way to find the blue men. Otherwise, how could they have captured them? Unfortunately, he was already dead. Su Zimo decided that he wanted to meet this Long Qing. Do you know how to meet the city lord? Su Zimo asked. I'll let you ask, Xianxia said with a smile. When the marriage contest officially starts, the city lord will personally take the test. After all, if you want to be his son-in-law, you have to pass his test. Then let's find a place to sit, Su Zimo said. Let's go to the Punlai Pavilion, Xianxia pointed at a pavilion not far away. He replied, I heard that after the marriage contest starts, Long Qing and Purple Sun Saint will go there. Who are you talking about? Su Zimo was stunned. Long Qing, Xianxia replied. City Lord Long and who? Su Zimo asked again. Purple Sun Saint, Xianxia said with a smile. I forgot to tell you this. Purple Sun Saint is the only saint in Shanghai City. He also came to Shanghai City not long ago. He was invited by Long Qing and might stay for a while. Although Shanghai City is strong, Long Qing's strength is limited. He's only a great emperor. Now that Purple Sun Saint is here, he's famous. He's almost as famous as Long Qing. Xianxia said with a smile, if they know that you're also a saint, they'll be very happy. They'll probably be happy to see you. Purple Sun Saint, Su Zimo smiled. We'll meet again if we're fated. When they left Sinful Devil region, Su Zimo, Purple Sun Saint, and Fairy Hao Yu were all sent to different places due to the instability of spacetime teleportation. At that time, Purple Sun Saint and Fairy Hao Yu said that they wanted to follow Su Zimo. They didn't expect to meet here. This meeting is getting more and more interesting, Su Zimo said with a smile. Why are you smiling so happily? Xianxia asked. It's nothing, Su Zimo waved his hand. The two walked toward the Punlai Pavilion. When they arrived at the Punlai Pavilion, they saw that it was full of immortal qi, as if it was shrouded in immortal mist. The paradise on earth was Punlai, and the scenery opened on its own. The blue sea was clear and there were no illusions. There were towers outside Dan Cliff Mountain. Outside the Punlai Pavilion, there was a statue of 8 immortals. The immortals had different expressions, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. The Punlai Pavilion was only 16 floors high, and the decorations on each floor were different. However, when the two entered, they were blocked outside. You too, the Punlai Pavilion is not for anyone to enter today, the waiter at the door said with a smile. Because of the marriage contest, there are too many people who want to see the city lord. So, please forgive us. We have no choice but to set the rules. At this moment, other than Su Zimo and Xianxia, there were many people who wanted to enter the Punlai Pavilion gathered at the door. What rules? Tell us, someone shouted. There's a statue of the 8 immortals at the door. They're the ancestors of our Punlai Pavilion. The waiter said with a smile, only those who are recognized by the 8 immortals can enter the Punlai Pavilion. How can you be recognized? Someone asked. See the stone at the door, the waiter said. Put your hand on it. If the stone lights up, it means you've been recognized. and vice versa. Hearing this, someone immediately pounced on it. It was a piece of white jade. The surface was smooth, as if it was perfect without a trace of flaw. There were no cracks or scars. When the person put his hand down, there was no reaction. Next, the waiter said directly. Someone left in a daze. More than a dozen people in a row did not receive any recognition. Just when everyone thought that the waiter was playing with them. Suddenly, the white jade lit up, and the surface shone brightly. The entire stone was like a lantern, emitting a gentle light. This? Someone looked at each other. Go and try, Suzimo said. Xianxia nodded, and she immediately put her hand on the stone. A buzzing sound was heard, and the light became even stronger. The light in Xianxia's hand was even more dazzling than the previous person's. It was like a small sun. The light was so bright that it lit up the entire Punlai pavilion. My eyes. Someone quickly closed his eyes. This girl is very good. She can enter our Punlai pavilion at will, the shop assistant said with a smile. His attitude towards Xianxia was obviously much gentler. Hey, what's going on? Someone asked. Do you think it's enough to light up this white jade? Lighting it up is just the first step, the shop assistant explained. The brighter the light of this white jade, the better the person's aptitude. I see. Someone nodded in understanding. Some people sadly found that it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to light up the white jade, let alone compete for aptitude. Next, more and more people tried to light up the white jade. And Xianxia walked in front of Suzimo. How is it? Suzimo asked. There's a force inside that seems to be able to detect my body. But there's no malice, Xianxia said. It seems that this white jade is a test of talent, Suzimo nodded. How should I address this girl? There were already people who wanted to befriend Xianxia. Xianxia smiled faintly and ignored the others. Miss, let's get to know each other. I'm the young master of the Zhu family. My Zhu family still has some power in Shanghai City, the man did not give up and continued to say. Okay, don't hit on her, Suzimo waved his hand. He said impatiently, you'll only make people more annoyed. Who are you? The man snorted coldly. I'm talking to this girl. It's none of your business. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt as if he had been hit hard. His entire body was sent flying backwards. Perhaps even he himself did not expect that Suzimo would kill someone without saying anything. After the man flew out, he was seriously injured and lay motionless on the ground. This scene shocked everyone present. When Suzimo went forward to touch the white jade, no one dared to fight with him. Some people even took the initiative to give way. When he put his hand on the white jade, everyone looked forward to it. Some people gloated and wanted to see a joke. Some people were just curious. His hand fell, and the white jade stone fell silent for a moment. I thought he was strong, but it turns out that he's just like me, a pitiful worm with no talent. Someone's vanity was immediately satisfied. However, in the next moment, my jadestone didn't seem to be able to react. I need some time to relax. The white jadestone emitted a light so intense that no one could look directly at it. The brilliance of the light was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Suzimo chuckled. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the white jade. The cracks continued to expand, eventually forming wounds that could not be healed. Only a crack sound could be heard. The white jadestone shattered into pieces. This scene stunned everyone present. How could this be? Someone was puzzled. There were also people whose eyes were filled with shock, as if they had discovered something incredible. Even the eyes of the waiter at the door changed as he looked at Suzimo. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he smiled and said, "This esteemed guest, you can come and go as you please on the 16th floor of our Punlai pavilion. If you have any requests, you can make them." Your white jade stone can't be tested, Suzimo said as he shook his head. In the eyes of the esteemed guest, of course it's nothing, the waiter hurriedly said with a smile. Let's go in and take a look, Suzimo waved his hand and walked in with Xianxia. As soon as they entered Punlai Pavilion, they could feel what a paradise was. There was a self-contained space inside, which could be said to be magnificent and vast. There were 16 floors, and each floor was different. Su Zimo and Xianxia entered the first floor. There was a lake here, surrounded by pavilions built around the lake. Standing on the pavilion, it was like spring all year round, and the climate was pleasant. It could be said to be a special enjoyment. Going up, some places were specially built for the Fire Clan. Because the Fire Clan liked the heat. Su Zimo went all the way to the top of the 16th floor. This was the top of Punlai Pavilion, which was also the top of a mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, one could overlook the entire Shanghai city. It could be high or low. Even the full view of the battle stage was clearly visible, as if it was right in front of him. This was the use of the space folding technology. It could show the scene that was a few miles away in front of him, instead of a teleportation projection. This Punlai Pavilion is quite interesting, Su Zimo said with a smile. He found a seat. There were many seats here, which should be prepared for the spectators. It was not bad to have such a wonderful scene in a small place like Shanghai City. I heard that this Punlai Pavilion is not only in Shanghai City, Xianxia said with a smile. There are branches of this Punlai Pavilion in the 7 regions of the entire Qihua domain. The place we are now should be a branch. You know quite well, Su Zimo said with a smile. When we came in, there was a wall that wrote the entire history of Punlai Pavilion, Xianxia said with a smile. Even if I didn't want to know, I saw it. It seems that Mayor Long hasn't arrived yet. Let's rest for a while, Su Zimo said. The two sat on the seats. The battle for a spouse below was in full swing. Some people had already started to compete in the arena. Su Zimo looked at it from a god's perspective, which was quite interesting. There were so many people. Everyone was different, and the point of contentment was also different. Some people envied a great sage like him. But at his level, the higher he stood, the more far-sighted he could see. He also felt that the happiness of being as small as dust was not bad. It was just that there were many things that he could no longer take a step back. Su Zimo shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Xianxia tugged at his sleeve. She signaled that someone was coming. Su Zimo looked up and saw a group of people with extraordinary auras slowly walking over under the lead of the Punlai Pavilion staff. Their auras were different at a glance. Especially the person walking in the middle, with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The people around him were very respectful to him, and he seemed to be the center. That's Mayor Long? Su Zimo asked. It seems so. Xianxia nodded. Do you want to go over and greet him? No need, I want to wait for him to greet me, Su Zimo said with a smile. He doesn't know you, how can he take the initiative to greet you, Xianxia said with a smile. Just wait. Su Zimo looked at the group of people. Then he asked, where's the purple dawn saint you mentioned, why don't I see him? He's probably at the back. This kind of battle for a spouse is meaningless to that kind of existence, Xianxia explained. Mayor Long led everyone and began to sit down not far away. The group of people was discussing something, and Su Zimo did not disturb them. Everyone looked at the competition below. As the competition reached the later stages, the people on the stage naturally became stronger and stronger. And there were also more and more people sitting in Punlai Pavilion. Su Zimo saw the Wang family, the Liu family, and the Zhou family. These 3 families arrived one after another. They were the 3 major families of Shanghai City. Their power was second only to Mayor Long. However, they didn't have much history after all, and their strength was so. The younger generation of the 3 families were participating in this competition, so it was understandable that these 3 families also came to watch the battle. After all, Mayor Long's daughter was now in high demand. Not only did she have a mayor as a father, but she also had a saint as a master. No one in Shanghai City dared to compete with her background. So everyone adhered to the principle of joining her if they couldn't beat her. They wanted to win the competition and be together with the mayor's daughter. Look at the 2 people in the competition, who do you think will win? Xianxia asked in boredom. The boy in yellow, Su Zimo said. Their realms are about the same, but the boy in yellow has a more solid foundation. As soon as Su Zimo's voice fell, the winner was already decided in the middle of the field. The 2 of them could be said to have suffered losses. However, the man in yellow still struggled to get up and stood at the end. Just as the two of them were talking, a waiter suddenly walked over. The waiter was holding a plate of pastries in his hand. The pastries were made very carefully, and each of them was lifelike. "This is our Punlai Pavilion's specialty, 8 Immortals pastry. This lady can try it," the waiter said with a smile. Suzimo also wanted to try it. However, he was stopped by the waiter. "Sir, this pastry was given to this lady by the young master over there," the waiter smiled apologetically. "If you want, I can get you another one." Suzimo turned his head and followed the waiter's gaze. He saw that the Wang family was on the far right of the two of them. A man in a white robe with a white jade crown was looking over here. He smiled and nodded at Suzimo. "Femme fatale," Suzimo smiled. He said, "She probably likes you." "What? Are you regretting bringing me along?" Xianxia asked with a smile. "I don't regret it, but you should solve the trouble you caused yourself," Suzimo replied. He crossed his legs and looked at the waiter with a smile. "Give me one of your specialty pastries." "Please wait a moment." The clerk quickly nodded. He sent the pastries to Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head slightly and replied, "I don't eat food from strangers. Please return it to that young master, I don't know him either." As Xianxia spoke, the man had already stood up and slowly walked over. "Don't all relationships start with strangers? It doesn't matter if you don't know me," the man said with a smile. "I am Wang Xian, the eldest young master of the Wang family. How should I address you?" Xianxia replied calmly. "Miss, you don't seem to be from our Shanghai city. Shanghai city has never had a beauty like you." The man laughed. "I've heard a lot about it with my friends, so I came here to take a look." Xianxia nodded. "Oh, how should I address you, young master?" The man looked very friendly, and took the initiative to greet Suzimo. "My surname is Su," Suzimo smiled and said. "Why didn't young master Wang participate in this joust for a spouse?" Wang Xian shook his head and smiled, then sat down next to her. He replied, "Everyone wants to marry Long Wulin, but for me, power isn't what I pursue. Long Wulin isn't a good match for me either." Saying so, Wang Xian looked at Xianxia and smiled. "Miss Xianxia, are you going to stay here for a while, or will you leave soon?" "I don't know, it depends on the situation," Xianxia said. "This Shanghai city is also my home. No matter what, I can do my best as a host." Wang Xian smiled. "My Wang family also has some face in this Shanghai city. You two can stay in my Wang family, and I can help you with anything." "No need," Xianxia shook her head. "We're used to being idle, we can't afford young master's favor." While they were talking, another group of people came from not far away. "Wang Xian." Someone shouted the man's name. The few of them turned and saw that this group of people had just walked up to the 16th floor and were walking towards them. The clothes that this group of people was wearing should be from the Liu family and the Zhou family. "Wang Xian, you're picking up girls again." A man in a green robe in front of him laughed and said in a sloppy manner. "Shui Yuan, what are you talking about?" Wang Xian's expression changed slightly, and he glared at him. Then, he turned and smiled. "Let me introduce you, these are my good friends. Shui Yuan from the Zhou family, and Lu Ming from the Liu family." As for the people behind them, Wang Xian did not introduce them. They were probably not presentable. Xianxia nodded slightly as a form of greeting. "Wang Xian, it seems that he has a mistress." Shui Yuan looked at Suzimo and teased. "If you don't know how to speak, you can shut up," Wang Xian scolded. At this moment, even Xianxia's expression was a little ugly. After all, the meaning of the word mistress was not very good. "Why?" Shui Yuan did not mind. Instead, he smiled and said, "Wang Xian, given the power of your Wang family, you can have any woman you want. Just snatch her directly. Do you have to dawdle?" Hearing Shui Yuan's words, before Wang Xian could speak, Xianxia, who was at the side, could no longer hold it in. "Do you know that you're an eyesore standing here? You even make me feel disgusted." Xianxia's voice was cold as she said lightly. "Do you know that kind of lapdog? She ignores you, but she keeps getting close to you." Little girl, don't think that I won't dare to touch you with Wang Xian around. He can't protect you. Shui Yuan stopped smiling. There was already a faint dangerous aura around him. I'm not close to him, but if you continue to speak without thinking, I'll kill you. I don't mind cutting your mouth off, Shang Wanxian replied. Hearing this, Shui Yuan laughed instead. Wang Xian, did you hear that? He's not close to you. You can't interfere in this matter. He waved his hand, and a group of people from the Zhou family surrounded them instantly. They directly surrounded Shang Wanxian in the middle. Shui Yuan looked at Wang Xian provocatively and said, watch how I teach this girl for you. Take him down. Shui Yuan had originally participated in the martial arts competition, but unfortunately, he failed. Now, he just happened to vent his anger here. Looking at the servants of the Zhou family faintly surrounding them, Shang Wanxian snorted coldly. The immortal fire burned in her hand. The flame exploded with her as the center. The servants around were all blown away. Shui Yuan was also shocked. He did not expect Shang Wanxian to be so powerful. Shang Wanxian turned around and looked at Shui Yuan. The immortal spirit fire in her hand slammed toward him. The flame burned in the air. The white immortal spirit fire was like wisps of floating immortal qi. Shui Yuan retreated quickly. You're quite capable. Shui Yuan snorted. His hand was also burning with flames, forming a huge fireball. The fireball covered half of the sky. Such a big commotion quickly attracted the attention of other people on the 16th floor. Originally, the elders of the Wang family, Lu family, and Zhou family were by City Lord Long's side. Seeing this scene, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Ruyan, snorted. He said, this unfilial son, such a big thing today. He actually fought in the Punlai Pavilion. I'll teach him a lesson later. It's okay. City Lord Long waved his hand and smiled. It's normal for young people to have some conflicts. As long as you don't cross the line, it's fine. Zhou Ruyan could only nod. On the other side, Shang Wanxian's flame and Shui Yuan's flame exploded. The difference in their strength was obvious. No matter what, Shang Wanxian was a great emperor. Shui Yuan was only at the divine meridian realm. How could he be his match? As the immortal spirit fire engulfed everything, Shui Yuan's figure flew out. Shui Yuan, this fool. Wang Xian snorted. The other party can enter the 16th floor. There must be something special about him. Otherwise, with the rules of Punlai Pavilion, not just anyone can enter. Shui Yuan has always been arrogant. It's good to let him suffer. Lu Ming nodded and replied. But looking at the situation, Miss Shangwan wants to kill him, Wang Xian said worriedly. What's there to be afraid of? City Lord Long and the head of the Zhou family are there. He won't die, Lu Ming replied with a smile. He felt that everything was not out of control. He was just watching the show. On the contrary, Wang Xian was a little anxious. He came in front of Su Zimo and said, Child Su, persuade your friend. Just teach him a lesson. If it blows up, it'll be bad for you. What's wrong with that? Su Zimo said casually. The Zhou family is quite powerful in Shanghai City, and you don't have any foundation, Wang Xian explained. Su Zimo smiled. It's okay. It'll be interesting if things get out of hand. Seeing Su Zimo's attitude, Wang Xian could only shake his head and sigh. The battle between Shang Wanxian and Shui Yuan was coming to an end. Shang Wanxian had been suppressing her the whole time. The powerful immortal spirit fire burned the entire void, and Shui Yuan could only passively dodge. Even so, he was still in an extremely sorry state, and his entire body was covered with injuries. Finally, he was forced to the point where he had nowhere to run. Shang Wanxian's flaming palm descended from the sky. Under the threat of losing his life, Shui Yuan hurriedly shouted, Father, save me. Boom. Shang Wanxian's silhouette also took a few steps back as the huge palm was extinguished. She raised her head slightly and saw a middle-aged man in a green robe standing in front of her. He was none other than the Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Ruyan. You're so young, but you're already so murderous, Zhou Ruyan said coldly. It's just a conflict between young people. Just teach them a lesson. Why do you have to kill them? Zhou Ruyan's face was not looking good. After all, in front of so many people, all the influential people in Shanghai City were here. And Zhui Yuan was the new generation of the Zhui family, but he was beaten so badly. His face was also very pale. Originally, he did not want to make a move, but his life was in danger, and he had to make a move. You want to protect him? Xianxia said indifferently. Little girl, let's stop here, Zhui Ruyan said indifferently. Xianxia ignored him and just reached out to grab Zhui Yuan. This Zhui Yuan was like a frightened bird, hiding behind Zhui Ruyan in fear. Seeing this scene, Zhui Ruyan said coldly, you don't know what's good for you. His big palm slapped toward Xianxia. This time, the two figures retreated at the same time. A strange look flashed across Zhui Ruyan's face. Xianxia's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. At such a young age, Xianxia was already not weaker than him. If given more time to grow, thinking of this, Zhui Ruyan's heart was already filled with killing intent. Since he had already offended him, he could not let him continue to grow. Thinking of this, the flames around Zhui Ruyan began to riot. A powerful force exploded around his body with a bang bang bang. The void was directly melted. The Zhui family was famous for their fist techniques. At this moment, Zhui Ruyan's fists began to spread out a pair of fiery gloves. The wind from his fists burst, and he directly went forward to smash towards Xianxia. Every time a punch fell, the void would shatter, and the fist shadows would overlap, making a buzzing sound. However, Xianxia was able to deal with it easily. She did not fight Zhui Ruyan head-on, but used a kind of skillful force to constantly neutralize the opponent's attacks. The two of them exchanged more than 10 rounds, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Zhui Ruyan's face became more and more anxious. Helplessly, he could only ask for help. Brother Liu, Brother Wang, both of you give me a hand. Take this woman down, and after this matter is done, I will reward you handsomely. In fact, he was a little shameless to say this. The dignified 3 big families of Shanghai City actually joined forces to besiege a woman. Regardless of success or failure, it was quite embarrassing. However, Zhui Ruyan did not care about this at this moment. Hearing Zhui Ruyan's request for help, the patriarchs of the Wang and Lu families smiled. The patriarch of the Wang family was called Wang Xiongning. The patriarch of the Lu family was Lu Fengdong. That's easy. Lu Fengdong laughed. He directly stepped on the air and came over. Wang Xiongning also followed behind him. I think the two of you should stand aside and watch the show. Suddenly, a laugh was heard. Then, the two of them felt a powerful force coming toward them. The two of them unconsciously flew backward. When the two of them stabilized their bodies and looked up, they saw Su Zimo sitting calmly on the chair, seemingly watching the battle in front of him with interest. Who are you? Wang Xiongning asked in a deep voice. For the time being, I'm that woman's accomplice. Su Zimo smiled. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. Lu Fengdong narrowed his eyes and said. You'd better not get involved in this mess. Hearing the other party's words, Su Zimo slightly stretched out his right hand. Majestic spirit energy gathered in the palm of his hand. Then, he directly grabbed Lu Fengdong with his big palm. The other party did not even have time to resist. He only felt a supreme force suppressing him. He could not move. Like a chicken, he was directly caught in the palm of Su Zimo's hand. Are you worthy of warning me? Su Zimo sneered. Seeing this scene, the people around were shocked. As the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Fengdong was also one of the top masters in Shanghai City. But now that he was lifted up in such a humiliating manner, he could not resist at all. While he was surprised, he could not help but be a little shocked. Lu Fengdong shouted, Kid, let go of me. Otherwise, my Lu family will fight you to the death. Being treated like this in public, Lu Fengdong's face was naturally ugly and his eyes were wide open. Do you want me to go to the Lu family and destroy your Lu family? Su Zimo said indifferently. Do you really think that the small Lu family is a big deal in my eyes? To put it bluntly, this Shanghai City is nothing to me. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lu Fengdong was really a little scared. Wang Xiongning smiled embarrassedly and quickly said, Sir, if there's anything, we can talk about it. There's no need to really fight and kill. This Shuruyan is also our good friend, so I want to help. If that's the case, then Xianxia is also my good friend. Since that's the case, we should also fight, Su Zimo replied. Sir, you must be joking. We won't interfere in this matter. Sir, do as you please, Wang Xionying said quickly. On behalf of our Wang family, I can withdraw. Our Lu family also withdraws, Lu Fengdong quickly shouted. Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you, Su Zimo warned. Then, he directly threw Lu Fengdong's figure out. As if nothing had happened, he sat down on the chair next to him. On the other side, the battle between Xianxia and Shuruyan was still ongoing. Although the two of them were about the same strength. But in fact, it was completely different. The more Xianxia fought, the fiercer he became. The immortal spirit fire on his body had completely suppressed the opponent. Shuruyan, on the other hand, seemed to be restrained, as if he wanted to end the battle quickly. As a result, he became more and more flustered. Until finally, he made a mistake. Xianxia's flame directly hit his shoulder, and Shuruyan's figure flew out. With a boom, he slammed into the stone pillar next to him. Shuruyan quickly stood up and frowned as he looked at his shoulder. The immortal spirit fire burned a big hole there. His shoulder was burning with pain. Xianxia wanted to attack again, but at this time, City Lord Long had no choice but to stand up. Small fights were fine. If they really got into a fight, it would be hard to clean up the mess. Gentlemen, how about giving me some face and ending this matter here? City Lord Long smiled and looked at Zhu Yuan. He scolded, why aren't you apologizing to the guests? Zhu Yuan shrunk his neck and walked over carefully. He was no longer as arrogant as before. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It's all my fault, Zhu Yuan said as he slapped his own mouth. Thinking about it, this must have given him quite a scare. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Xianxia waved his hand in annoyance. Zhu Yuan quickly nodded. Under Shuruyan's lead, they quickly walked out of the Punlai pavilion. As for the other members of the Zhou family, they were naturally too ashamed to stay here. After everything was over, Master Long looked at Su Zimo with a smile and asked, can we talk? Su Zimo nodded slightly. The two of them sat in the center of the 16th floor. The others could only sit to the side in order. How should I address you, sir? City Lord Long asked. With his status and prestige in Shanghai City, he could address Su Zimo like this. This was already absolute respect. Just call me Child Su. Su Zimo waved his hand. Then where did you come from and where are you going? City Lord Long asked with a smile. Why? Do you have any ideas? Su Zimo smiled. Child Su, what do you think of my Shanghai City? City Lord Long asked. I've been to Primal Chaos City. Compared to here, there's no difference except that there are more experts. Su Zimo replied. Don't you think this is a good place to settle down? City Lord Long asked again. I'm still young. I don't plan to retire so soon. Su Zimo smiled. Then just say it. City Lord Long asked. I want you to stay in our Shanghai City. You can name your conditions. City Lord Long, don't tell me you use this trick on every expert who comes here? Su Zimo said. Actually, to be honest, I dare to stay, but I'm afraid you don't dare to accept. Child Su, what do you mean? City Lord Long shook his head slightly. To be honest, I want to go to Lihua Domain. Su Zimo replied directly. When the time comes, I need Shanghai City's teleportation formation. Of course, City Lord Long's information is indispensable. So you came for Lihua Domain. City Lord Long understood and thought for a moment. He said, this matter is a bit complicated. After Little Rose blind date is over, I'll discuss it with you slowly. How about it? It seems that City Lord knows a lot. Su Zimo nodded slightly. You should have already entered the Saint Realm. At this moment, City Lord Long suddenly said. In fact, City Lord Long didn't dare to confirm it. It was just a guess in his heart. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary great saint to deal with Lu Fengdong and Wang Xionying with one hand. Su Zimo didn't hide it and just nodded calmly. Since it's a great saint, we happen to have one in Shanghai City. You should have a common topic. City Lord Long smiled. Purple Dawn Saint, of course I know. Su Zimo nodded. He asked, where is he? The saint is not interested in this matter, but it's also because Wu Lin is his disciple. When the marriage contest is over, he will come and take a look. City Lord Long smiled. Why did the Purple Dawn Saint stay in Shanghai City? Su Zimo asked curiously, what benefits did City Lord promise him? You're wrong, child. The Purple Dawn Saint didn't stay in Shanghai City. He just stayed here temporarily. City Lord Long shook his head and explained, the saint will leave eventually. When he said this, he was more or less regretful. He was intelligent, but unfortunately, his talent was too poor. His strength was only so, and he would reach the peak in this life. As for the younger generation, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to nurture a powerhouse. Or it could be said that it was unattainable. But now, Shanghai City was getting bigger and bigger. People from other cities around were rushing here. City Lord Long thought that as the last flame of the Lihua domain, they would have to fight the water beasts sooner or later. So he desperately hoped that a saint could stay in the city. The Purple Dawn Saint is just waiting for someone. Hearing City Lord Long's words, Su Zimo instantly figured it out. The Purple Dawn Saint must be waiting for him. It was just that the Lihua domain was too big. It was like looking for a needle in water. It was unrealistic. So he found a place to stay for the time being. This Shanghai City was indeed a good place to go. After understanding this, Su Zimo didn't ask any more. City Lord Long looked at the battle stage below. He smiled and asked, Child Su, what do you think of the people competing below? Not bad. Su Zimo nodded. He looked down at the competition below. It was already coming to an end. Now there were only 3 or 4 people left. It would probably be over in a few minutes. I'm afraid they won't enter Child Su's eyes. Lord Long laughed. In this world, how many people can enter my eyes? Su Zimo didn't hold back and said directly. I originally thought that among the younger generation of Shanghai City, the most outstanding. Among the younger generation, only the descendants of the Zhua, Liu, and Wang families are outstanding. Lord Long said with a smile, unfortunately, none of the people standing at the end are from the 3 families. This shows that Shanghai City is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This is a good thing, Shanghai City will prosper. Su Zimo laughed. But the point is, these people are not from Shanghai City. Lord Long suddenly said. He looked at the few people left on the stage, his expression unfathomable. Su Zimo was stunned for a moment. He said, there are tens of thousands of people in Shanghai City, some of them keep a low profile, it's normal that Lord Long hasn't seen them. No, Child Su believes in my memory. These people definitely don't belong to Shanghai City. Lord Long said firmly, although my strength is not very good, my memory is very good. Everyone in this Shanghai City is in my memory. Lord Long means. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Some things have sneaked into the city. Lord Long laughed. But it doesn't matter, someone will deal with them. It's just a pity that the marriage contest is ruined. Although Su Zimo was confused, he knew that there was something wrong with those people. He waited quietly for the next thing to happen. Lord Long looked as if victory was in his hands. Sure enough, when the competition below reached the final stage, the soldiers of Shanghai City suddenly intervened. These soldiers wanted to capture the contestants directly. Then a conflict broke out. The participants who were originally in the competition went berserk and turned into fierce monsters one by one. Looking at the appearance of these monsters, they were somewhat similar to water beasts. But they didn't seem to be water beasts. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Beside him, City Lord Long sighed and said, alas, it seems that Shanghai City is no longer safe. What's going on? Su Zimo asked in confusion. Bring those things up later and let Child Su have a look, Mayor Long said. Su Zimo was puzzled. Sure enough, not long after. A group of soldiers led this group of monsters over. The bodies of these monsters were also dark blue, very similar to the aquatic beasts. However, under this dark blue color, there was a faint black gas. Moreover, after these monsters were captured, they were still very brutal. Always thinking of resistance. Take a look at Child Su, Duke Long ordered his soldiers. Su Zimo grabbed one of the monsters with one hand. The huge amount of spirit energy in his body flowed into the monster's body. As soon as he entered the monster's body, he wanted to investigate the monster's situation. Unfortunately, in an instant, he was pulled into a dark world. It was as if even his mind was about to be devoured. Within the darkness, there was an endless amount of demonic energy. The demonic energy rampaged through the entire world, violent and tyrannical. Su Zimo frowned. As a demon lord, he knew better than anyone that this was indeed demonic energy. And it was a very strong one at that. Normal demons couldn't possibly have it. But for him, this demonic energy was still a bit lacking. His mind calmed down a bit. After searching the dark world for a while, he still couldn't find anything. In the end, he could only retreat. Standing on one side, City Lord Long smiled at Su Zimo and asked, "Child Su, did you find anything?" Demon Su Zimo only said one word. "That's right, it is indeed a demon," City Lord Long replied. "To be precise, it's a fusion between a demon and an aquatic beast. What do you mean?" Su Zimo frowned a bit. A long time ago, these aquatic beasts were exactly what we knew them to be. Nothing but a bunch of animals that relied on their numbers to attack cities. Unfortunately, as the world went on, we found that these aquatic beasts were also constantly evolving. Just like the one you saw today. He said that they were aquatic beasts, but they could take on human form. I understand, this so-called marriage by joust is actually a trap, Su Zimo suddenly said. The goal is to lure these people here, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. But I don't understand, how did City Lord Long know that these aquatic beasts would definitely come? If they want to get close to me, they will think of a way to get close to me. Even if they suspect that this is a trap, they will still try, City Lord Long said. It's safe now, Child Su, what questions do you have? If you have any questions about the Lihua realm or the aquatic beasts, I can answer them all. But before that, can I ask Child Su a question? Go ahead, Su Zimo nodded. What is Child Su's goal in doing all this? City Lord Long asked the same question as Xianxia before. But he was different from Xianxia. In his eyes, he still cared about the Lihua realm. There was not a moment when he did not think about rebuilding the entire Lihua realm. This Shanghai city was the spark that could start a prairie fire. I want to find the source of the aquatic beasts. Maybe it will be useful to me, Su Zimo said. He did not directly talk about the ancient gods. For this kind of thing, the fewer people who knew, the better. Actually, when the Lihua realm was destroyed, I saw it with my own eyes. City Lord Long sighed deeply. What do you mean? Su Zimo suddenly felt that he had asked too many people. Child Su, if you really know the truth, I'm afraid the truth will shock you, City Lord Long replied. The more shocking the truth is, the more interesting I find it, Su Zimo smiled. If the truth is too ordinary, I will be disappointed. With the strength of the Lihua realm, it was actually impossible to destroy the aquatic beasts. However, there were other powers involved in the domain extermination war. Longqing pondered. Other forces? Su Zimo did not know why, but a name suddenly popped up in his mind. Then, he blurted out, Holy Court? Hearing these two words, City Lord Long's entire body trembled slightly. Su Zimo knew that he had guessed correctly. No matter what it was, as long as it was something bad, it seemed to have the shadow of the Holy Court. Sometimes, even Su Zimo was curious about how much the Holy Court was controlling behind the scenes. How do you know? City Lord Long asked. Other than the Holy Court, I can't think of any other forces, Su Zimo smiled. We saw people from the Holy Court. But I'm not sure whether it was the Holy Court who did it or not. After all, this is too big of a matter, City Lord Long replied. I'm only telling you this because it's too big of a matter. If the Holy Court finds out about it, I'm afraid my small city will be destroyed in minutes. Then aren't you afraid that I'll tell? Su Zimo smiled and asked, aren't you afraid that I'm a spy for the Holy Court? If you're a spy, I'll accept it. Longqing smiled. But I trust my own eyes. I'm not good at anything in this life, but my eyes never misjudge people. Su Zimo smiled and asked, how did you find out about the Holy Court? It's not really a secret. Back then, the aquatic beasts weren't strong enough to destroy the Lifire realm. But when the aquatic beasts arrived, most of the experts in the Lifire realm evaporated overnight. None of them could be found. We were caught off guard by the aquatic beasts. Longqing recalled. I didn't know at first. When the aquatic beast charged into the city, I hid by myself. Maybe I was lucky, or maybe the heavens didn't want me to die. In any case, I managed to escape. After I escaped from the Lifire realm, I accidentally saw people from the Holy Court. They were with a group of blue people. At that moment, I understood. Before the aquatic beasts attacked, most of the experts in the Lifire realm had been killed by the Holy Court. Then do you know why the Holy Court wants to destroy the Lifire realm? Su Zimo asked curiously. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any conflict between the Holy Court and the Lifire realm. Longqing shook his head. That's what I'm curious about. But all these years, I've never dared to openly investigate. Then do you know how to find the blue people? Su Zimo asked. I know. But what good will it do me if I tell you? Longqing asked. This information wasn't easy to come by. Naturally, he couldn't tell Su Zimo for no reason. Don't you want to rebuild the Lifire realm? With those aquatic beasts, you'll never be able to do it. Su Zimo replied, if I drive away those blue people, then the entire Lifire realm will be destroyed. Once the source is gone, the danger of the aquatic beasts will naturally be resolved. At that time, you can do whatever you want with the Lifire realm. That's true. But the Lifire realm is too big. Even without the aquatic beasts, it's impossible for me to rebuild it in a short time. Longqing replied, I only have one condition. What condition? Su Zimo asked. If there comes a day when the Holy Court wants to destroy the Lifire realm again, I'll do it. I need your help, City Lord Long said seriously. If he wanted to rebuild the Lifire realm, the biggest threat was still the Holy Court. If the Sacred Hall insisted on destroying it, no one in the entire Blaze Fire field would dare to resist, unless the Sun Hall intervened. This was the might of the Holy Court. Although they weren't in the Blazing Fire realm, their fame had spread throughout the 9 realms. Are you that confident that I can withstand the pressure of the Holy Hall? Su Zimo smiled. I'm not confident, but I will continue to accumulate strength. When the time comes, you won't be the only one, City Master Long said seriously. Although I've never negotiated with others, I've never been one to negotiate with anyone. But if it's about the Holy Hall, I'll agree to it, Su Zimo said. Alright, it's a long story. Mayor Long nodded firmly. A promise is worth 1,000 gold. Su Zimo smiled. According to what I've gathered over the years, there are 2 places where the blue people gather. One was in the ancient Phoenix City to the west of the Lifire region. The other is hidden deeper, in a small world under the Lifire abyss. City Lord Long analyzed, according to my investigation, that small world didn't exist before. It's a hidden nest that the blue people opened up. These things are very important to me, thank you, Su Zimo said. This also saved him a lot of crooked paths. Of course, he had only met City Lord Long once, so he couldn't trust him unconditionally. But since he had a clue, there was no harm in taking a look. While the two were chatting, City Lord Long suddenly looked up. He said, I have someone to introduce to you. Su Zimo looked up. Xianxia Saint, dressed in a golden robe, slowly walked over from the 16th floor. He looked at Xianxia Saint and smiled. The other party seemed to be surprised and smiled at him. The two looked at each other and smiled. Xianxia Saint had already walked in front of him. Let me introduce you. This is Xianxia Saint, City Lord Long said with a smile. This is Su Zimo, Child Su. Of course I know his name, Xianxia Saint said with a smile. Young master, I've been waiting for you for a long time. But your sudden arrival in Shanghai City is a bit of a surprise. Hearing Xianxia Saint's words, City Lord Long was stunned. You know each other? This is the young master I'm following, Xianxia Saint admitted frankly. I'll be blind then, City Lord Long replied in shock. To be able to be followed by a saint, this meant that Su Zimo's identity was no longer ordinary. He felt that he had overestimated Su Zimo just now. He didn't expect that he had seriously underestimated him. I only found out about your whereabouts after coming to Shanghai City. Su Zimo waved his hand and smiled. After I came to Qihua Domain, I've been asking people to find out about your whereabouts. Unfortunately, I haven't been strong enough. It's very difficult to find out, Xianxia Saint explained. Shanghai City's strength was not bad. But it was still a city. It was still too difficult to gather information about the entire Qihua Domain. Since everyone knows each other, why don't you come to my mansion? It's quieter there, City Lord Long said with a smile. Su Zimo didn't object. Accompanied by City Lord Long, everyone walked towards the City Lord's mansion. Child Su, how do you think we should deal with these monsters? City Lord Long asked. Can we force them to give us useful information? Su Zimo asked. No, they won't say, City Lord Long shook his head helplessly. If we can force them to give us information, then everything will be much simpler. Then kill them all, it's useless to keep them, Su Zimo waved his hand and said. On the way to the City Lord's mansion, Xianxia seemed to have discovered a new continent. He replied, I'm getting more and more curious about your background now. Even the saint is your subordinate. Could it be that you're the illegitimate son of some big shot? My background is not important, Su Zimo waved his hand. No wonder you've been fearless all this time, I'm afraid when you heard the name Xianxia Saint. You already know his background, Xianxia said with a smile. Everyone went all the way back to the City Lord's mansion. As the most prestigious City Lord of Shanghai City, City Lord Long's mansion was somewhat simple. It was ordinary, and there was nothing extravagant about it. After entering the main hall for receiving guests, City Lord Long personally boiled the hot tea. Then he poured a cup for the two. With the strength of Su Zimo and Xianxia Saint, they were worthy of his respect. Did the two of you come from the Sin Devil domain or the Celestial domain? City Lord Long asked curiously. Because he had just overheard their conversation. He knew that the two of them were definitely not from Qihua domain. Sin Devil domain, Xianxia Saint said with a smile. Thank you for taking us in these days, City Lord Long. Hearing Xianxia Saint's words, City Lord Long panicked. He hurriedly replied, why do you say that? Could it be that you're leaving? You know, I've been waiting for someone. Xianxia Saint smiled. Now that you're here, I naturally have to follow you. Hearing this, City Lord Long was very disappointed. He first nodded. Then he shook his head and sighed. Although I knew this day would come, the saint doesn't belong to my Shanghai City. But I didn't expect it to come so soon. City Lord Long, you don't have to be like this, Xianxia Saint replied. If I didn't have things to worry about. This Shanghai City is indeed a good place to go. When I have nothing to worry about, I'll definitely come to Shanghai City again. Although that's the case, the saint's presence always makes people feel at ease. Whether it's me or the people of Shanghai City. City Lord Long sighed and said, but it's fine, the saint is leaving. I can only wish you a prosperous martial arts in the future. I will. I also believe that with City Lord Long in Shanghai City, this city will become stronger and stronger, Xianxia Saint smiled. We may need to use the teleportation array of Shanghai City, Su Zimo said. That's not a problem, I can teleport you to Phoenix Ancient City, City Lord Long said. As for the small world under the fiery abyss, I can't do anything about it. There's no teleportation array there. Phoenix Ancient City is fine. Su Zimo nodded. How about you two leave tomorrow? City Lord Long said, let me do my part as a host. Besides, the saint is leaving, this matter should be notified to the whole city. Su Zimo thought about it and felt that it made sense. After all, this City Lord Long was a good person, so he agreed to stay for another day. While everyone was chatting, a noise suddenly came from outside. Miss, you can't go in now. The City Lord is entertaining an important guest. Why can't I go in? I want to ask my father for an explanation. An angry female voice came. What's the matter? Wait until after the guest, okay? I can't wait. As the quarrel came, a figure walked in from outside the courtyard. It was a woman wearing a martial arts suit with a red bandage wrapped around her head. The woman had a well-proportioned figure and an oval face. She had a heroic look on her face. There was a ponytail at the back of her head. She looked very spirited, like a big rooster that had just won a fight. Father, Why did you use my name to organize the marriage contest? The woman angrily asked. Now the whole city is talking about how I met some monsters in the martial arts competition. I just want to catch those monsters, Duke Long said with a smile. Then, he turned his gaze to Su Zimo and explained with a smile, this is my daughter, Long Wulin. Purple Dawn Saint was Long Wulin's master, so he naturally knew Long Wulin. Long Wulin also greeted, Master. Then he looked at City Lord Long and said, I don't care. My reputation has been damaged. Explain it to me. Jean, stop messing around. Can't you see that there are important guests here? City Lord Long explained. I will inform Shanghai City of this matter. Hearing the majestic voice of City Master Long, Long Wulin could only say, oh. There were many things that he could still distinguish between important and important. After saying so, City Lord Long looked at Su Zimo. He smiled, City Lord Long, I'll go arrange things. I'll have someone arrange a place for you to rest. Or you can go anywhere you want. Go ahead, City Lord Long, no need to worry about me. Su Zimo waved his hand. Looking at City Lord Long's back as he left. Purple Dawn Saint also stood up and said, I'll personally explain this matter to the citizens of Shanghai City. After all, I've been here for so long. Many people respect me and even see me as their hope. Su Zimo nodded. Seeing Purple Dawn Saint leave, he stood up and wanted to take a look around the City Lord's manor. This City Lord's manor was very simple. But it was quite large. Walking out of the courtyard, Su Zimo smelled a fragrance. It was the fragrance of plum blossoms. Following the fragrance, he walked along a small path on the side of the road. After walking for a few minutes, he finally saw a garden of plum blossoms. It was currently the season where the plum blossoms bloomed. The light ink plum blossoms and pure white plum blossoms bloomed one after another, and the fragrance of the plum blossoms spread for several miles. From a distance, this place looked like an ink painting. Black and white embellished with endless artistic conception. This was plum blossoms, and at this moment, there was a small pavilion in the plum forest. It's a pleasure to have friends from afar. A man's laughter came from the pavilion. He was wearing a white robe. The robe was very long, not only covering his entire body. It was also dragging on the ground for a few meters. The man was holding a pot of turbid wine and drinking it wantonly. He was copying paintings in his hands and was very happy. Esteemed guest, why don't you come into this plum forest and discuss the Tao with me? This City Lord's manor is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There's a hermit like you, Su Zimo said with a smile. This person was very strong, but it was not just his strength that was strong. It was his own aura that had merged with heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if he was heaven and earth. And heaven and earth were him. This person understood the great Tao of heaven and earth and had merged himself into the great Tao. His every move could resonate with the great Tao. Why not? Su Zimo smiled and walked into the plum forest. As soon as he entered the plum forest, he could clearly feel the great Tao of the person he was facing directly. It was as if he was looking up at a tall mountain, vast and boundless. The great Tao of heaven and earth was roaring in his face. Su Zimo smiled. He waved his hand casually, and all the aura was like the colorful snow meeting the sun of spring in March. It melted without a trace. Su Zimo knew that this person was testing him. He waved his hand, and an even more powerful aura pressed down. Wasn't he also testing him? When the aura descended, this person's expression changed slightly. However, it instantly returned to normal. He held a brush in his right hand, and the brush swept through the void. After a few strokes, Su Zimo's oppressive aura seemed to be isolated in the void. Su Zimo walked forward step by step and finally arrived at the pavilion. The man's brush also fell, and a painting appeared in front of Su Zimo. It was the season of plum blossoms, and a man was walking over. Su Zimo fixed his eyes on it. Wasn't the man in the painting him? He had been in the plum forest for less than a minute, but the man had already completed a painting. It's fate. I'll give this painting to you, young master. The man chuckled. Who are you? Su Zimo asked. I'm just a nameless person. The past is the past. Let bygones be bygones. Nothing is important. The man shook his head. He asked, how many cups? He took out a few more pots of wine from the pavilion and threw one of them to Suzimo. Then, he began to drink by himself. Although this man was not a great sage, he was more majestic. Suzimo reckoned that many great sages could not reach his level of unity with the heavenly Tao. This was acting on behalf of the heavens. Suzimo smiled as he looked at the other party. Picking up the wine pot in his hand, he began to drink in a carefree manner. When the wine entered his throat, there was a strong feeling. It was as if a bomb had exploded in his throat. However, the strong wine immediately dissipated, leaving behind a faint fragrance that left an endless aftertaste. Suzimo sighed. After finishing the pot of wine, he asked, is there more? Is it good? The Merlin man asked with a smile. It's not good, but I want to drink it, Suzimo replied. The Merlin man laughed loudly. His laughter caused the plum blossoms in the entire plum forest to boil and wither. To put it bluntly, this wine is worthless. It's originally a fragrant wine, as bland as water, the man replied. But I added a strong feeling to it. After the strong feeling, you can feel the fragrance in it again. It's a different taste. It's clearly the same wine, but after adding a strong feeling to the prelude, it becomes a good wine. At this point, the man's laughter gradually calmed down. This wine is like life. If the path is smooth, you will feel that it doesn't matter. But if the road ahead is full of thorns, after you pass through the thorns, you will be given a smooth road. You will feel that ordinary is the true meaning. Suzimo listened to the other party's words and said with a smile, you and I are here to talk about principles. I'm used to talking about principles. I'm used to it. I can't change it in this life. The Merlin man laughed loudly. I've taken in 3 disciples in my life. The eldest disciple is the current hall master of the Sun Palace, the Sun Lord. The second disciple is the Lifefire Domain's Domain Lord, Wang Buxiu. As for the third disciple, he entered the Holy Court a long time ago. I don't know how he is now. The Merlin man spoke word by word as if he was narrating his life. He said with a smile, you can say that my education failed. My disciples have all achieved astonishing achievements. But if you say that my education was successful, they all went in the opposite direction and embarked on a path that went against their wishes. What do you want to say? Suzimo looked at Merlin and asked. My second disciple, Wang Bufan, was killed by my third disciple. Merlin replied, with my broken body, I've long been unable to clean up the house. I heard that you're going to the Lifefire realm. How about helping me clean up the mess? Merlin finished speaking and did not wait for Suzimo to refuse or agree. He said, this time, when you go to the ancient Phoenix City, you will face my third disciple sooner or later. He is from the Holy Hall, so you two are destined to be enemies. There was bound to be a battle. Before this battle, I'll lend you a hand. Suzimo shook his head and corrected her, I will kill him, but not to help you clean up your family. It's only because he blocked my path. Anything is fine. As long as he dies, I will have no regrets, Merlin said with a smile. He waved his hand. A small bell appeared from the void of space. One of them was completely colorless, with only 2 bells in it. The bell rang in the void of space. It was as if something had been shattered. It was very mysterious. That third disciple of mine is actually not human. It's a 10,000-year-old ancient tree that grew in the land of extreme negative energy. Merlin handed the bell to Suzimo. He instructed, this bell is his companion creature. It was originally the bell of Coldine. But later, I modified it and converted it into the bell of extreme yang. This bell is the best at restraining him. Suzimo took the bell. He had the mentality that it would be a waste if he did not want it. He asked, did City Lord Long tell you about me? Little Long, he doesn't know my identity. Merlin shook his head and said. I have my own intelligence network. From your various actions in the Chaos Fire realm, I have already deduced it. What did you deduce? Suzimo asked curiously. You are looking for the source of the water beasts. Although I don't know why you are looking for those, Merlin replied. Suzimo did not know if the other party was telling the truth or not. But regarding the inheritance of the ancient gods, he really did not tell anyone. he was still a little vigilant. It turned out that his actions along the way had already been taken into the hearts of some people. He was not absolutely secretive. "I'm leaving," Su Zimo waved his hand and said. "I hope you don't see me," Merlin said with a smile. "Then give me a few more jars of wine," Su Zimo said. Merlin shook his head with a bitter smile. "This is all I have to survive." Suddenly, he regretted his old habit. Using wine to understand reason. Now, the good wine was gone. Looking at Su Zimo's departing figure, Merlin shook his head slightly. Just as Su Zimo left Merlin, he saw a figure walking over from the side. Looking closely, it was City Lord Long's precious daughter, Long Wulin. Long Wulin walked over with a reluctant expression. She said, "My father asked me to accompany you and take you around our mansion." "Oh." Su Zimo nodded slightly. The two of them followed the cobblestone path and walked forward. After a long silence, Long Wulin was the first to speak. "Is my Shifu about to leave?" Su Zimo was stunned for a bit, then realized that the Shifu Long Wulin spoke of should be Violet Glow Saint. "You should go find your Shifu about this, why ask me?" Su Zimo smiled. "Stop pretending," Long Wulin coldly scoffed. "I already know, it's because of you that my Shifu is leaving. You don't understand, it's not because of me, this is Violet Glow Saint's own choice." Su Zimo shook his head and replied. "What do you mean by own choice? Isn't it good to stay in Shanghai City?" Long Wulin asked. "Shanghai City, it's quite good," Su Zimo nodded. Hearing that, Long Wulin wanted to strike while the iron was hot and hurriedly said, "Then why don't you stay as well? That way, my Shifu won't have to leave." "You're still young, there are many things you don't understand." Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. "We look about the same age, don't always act like an old man." Long Wulin was unconvinced. "Let me put it this way, this Shanghai City is good to me. It's just an illusion, unrealistic and unrealistic. This kind of good is within reach and can be easily destroyed. And what I do is to make it eternal," Su Zimo replied. "You're speaking in such a roundabout way, I don't understand," Long Wulin replied. Su Zimo didn't bicker with him. He just treated it as a child's temperament. But in the next moment, he frowned slightly. Closing his eyes, he spread out his divine sense. After a long while, he opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Speak of the devil and he will appear." "What's wrong?" Long Wulin asked doubtfully. "Something has come to destroy this beautiful illusion," Su Zimo smiled. "Let's go to the city wall and take a look. I reckon your father's farewell banquet won't be held." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Long Wulin was still a bit doubtful. But seeing Su Zimo quickly leave, she had no choice but to follow behind him. Su Zimo quickly walked out of the city lord's mansion. The closer he got to the city wall, the louder the rumbling sound. It was the attack of thousands of soldiers and horses. That kind of earth-shaking rumbling sound. The aquatic beasts are here. At this time, no matter how stupid Long Wulin was, she understood what was going on. She looked at Su Zimo and anxiously said, "I have to report this to father as soon as possible." "Enough, City Lord Long probably already found out," Su Zimo said. "Let's go watch a good show." "What show?" "The city lord is in danger and you're still so relaxed." Long Wulin coldly snorted, "I forgot, you're not from Shanghai City. You don't have to be upset." Su Zimo waved his hand. "If you're upset, you can stay away from me. I didn't ask you to accompany me. This is father's order." Long Wulin replied. "It's useless to me." Su Zimo waved his hand. As the two talked, they had already arrived at the city wall. For the safety of Shanghai City. The residents of Shanghai City were more united than ever. Their spirits were all tense. They were all discussing this matter. What's going on? Why did the aquatic beasts suddenly attack our Shanghai City? The aquatic beasts haven't come for a long time. They can't break through Shanghai City, why don't we be afraid? Yeah, the sage is still here, there's no need to be afraid. But didn't the city lord say that the sage is leaving? Is it because the sage is leaving that the aquatic beasts dare to attack? Then let's go ask the sage of Purple Dawn, I hope he doesn't leave Shanghai City. Hearing the words of the people around, Su Zimo slightly shook his head. Only a fool would place their hope on someone else. City Lord Long clearly understood this principle. At this moment, he was wearing a golden dragon armor. The armor was extremely hard. Especially under the sunlight, it emitted a gentle glow. City Lord Long stood on the city wall, surrounded by soldiers who were ready to attack. They were all brave and fearless, holding steel arrows in their hands. When Su Zimo arrived at the city wall, Long Wulin ran to find City Lord Long while Su Zimo looked down. It was a sea of azure. It was as if the entire world was shrouded in azure. The army of aquatic beasts had been assembled. This made everyone feel quite terrified. With so many aquatic beasts, there was at least an army of 1,000,000. Suddenly, they were not far from the city. But before that, there was no sound at all. This method was even more worth pondering. Fortunately, Xianxia City was surrounded by the sea. The waves of the sea surged as if they were roaring. When the aquatic beasts attacked, they were all drowned by the sea. The sea was their nemesis. As long as it came into contact with water, it would completely melt away. Even so, as the aquatic beasts swarmed forward, there were still some aquatic beasts that stepped over the corpses of the former and made their way over with great difficulty. The number of aquatic beasts gradually increased. Master Long also waved his hand and lightly shouted, "Release the arrows." In an instant, thousands of arrows with water hidden in them fell from the void and exploded when they got close to the aquatic beasts. This was the result of City Lord Long's research. Arrows specially made to deal with aquatic beasts. This method was also very effective. No matter how many aquatic beasts there were, with the sea blocking in front and the water arrows shooting from behind. For a moment, the situation was stabilized. City Lord Long walked towards Su Zimo and asked with a smile, "Child Su, what do you think?" "What do you mean?" Su Zimo asked. "What's the purpose of these aquatic beasts?" City Lord Long asked. "Probably because the monsters you caught today were defeated. They want to take the opportunity to attack the city." Su Zimo said, "I think these aquatic beasts have never given up on Xianxia City." "I know that, but I don't know how the aquatic beasts came here so quietly." City Lord Long said with lingering fear. "I didn't get any information. This is actually not that difficult." Su Zimo said. "A teleportation formation and a maze. Although that's the case, I've always thought that aquatic beasts are a group of creatures without intelligence. But this is also their weakness." City Lord Long sighed. "Now it seems that they are becoming more and more disciplined, just like an army. And they are not afraid of death." He looked down and saw that tens of thousands of aquatic beasts had died, but they still did not know fear. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a force? Do you want to have Purple Dawn Saint give you a gift before you leave, or just think of it as a parting gift for the entire Xianxia City? Su Zimo asked. "Child Su, what do you mean?" City Lord Long was stunned, as if unable to react. "City Lord Long, have you seen Purple Dawn Saint in action?" Su Zimo asked. City Lord Long shook his head slightly. At this moment, a chuckle came from the side. "Just as young master said, before I leave, I just want to move these old bones." Purple light bloomed under Purple Dawn Saint's feet as he walked up the city wall step by step. When the people around him looked at him, their eyes were filled with respect. This was the supreme status of a saint. "Saint, you mean?" City Lord Long seemed to have thought of something and asked. "That's right, I will help you deal with these aquatic beasts." Purple Dawn Saint nodded. "That would be for the best." City Lord Long smiled. "Do you need our help?" "No need, I want to see who is commanding the aquatic beast army this time," Purple Dawn Saint said. He stepped into the air, and the purple light around him filled the entire sky. At this moment, he seemed to be more dazzling than the sun. All the residents of Xianxia City looked up, but what they saw was no longer the sun or the sky. They only saw the figure emitting a dazzling light. "The saint has made his move, we don't have to be afraid anymore." Someone celebrated. "Let's see how the saint is going to deal with those aquatic beasts." "I'm afraid we won't be able to see the saint in action for the rest of our lives, we can't miss this opportunity." Naturally, there was a lot of discussion and they began to squeeze towards the city wall. Su Zimo also looked up. When Purple Dawn Saint stepped into the air, the rampaging aquatic beast army also quieted down. They seemed to have sensed danger. One by one, they looked up at the sky and vigilantly looked at Purple Dawn Saint. Purple Dawn Saint didn't care about these aquatic beasts. In his eyes, these aquatic beasts weren't worth his attention. He stepped into the air and walked towards the back of the aquatic beast army. His dignified voice echoed throughout the void. "I wonder who is here, come out and meet me." His voice echoed in the void of space. But the aquatic beast army couldn't answer him. The originally calm aquatic beast army also became restless and attacked Xianxia City in a frenzy. But Purple Dawn Saint didn't care at all. Seeing this, Violet Glow Saint snorted coldly. He reached out his right hand, and a large amount of purple dawn chi shone down. The purple mist exploded in the void. It covered a large area of heaven and earth. When the aquatic beasts saw this scene, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they roared in protest. Purple Mist Saint snorted coldly. His big hand fell, and only a boom sound of an explosion was heard. The purple mist sputtered across the vast land. A large number of aquatic beasts were almost all turned into nothingness. Purple Mist Saint was not satisfied with this. He waved his big hand again. At this moment, he was standing on the endless sea. The endless sea water was for his use. The sea water seemed to be about to be sucked dry. The endless sea water surrounded Purple Mist Saint in the roaring sound. He was going to drown the aquatic beasts. Along with the sound of splashing water, the aquatic beasts looked up. When the aquatic beasts raised their heads to look, they could no longer see the sky. All they could see was the overwhelming tide. It drowned everything. This was the power of a saint. When a saint was angry, he could overturn rivers and seas. Everything was just like this. When the sea was drowned, all the residents of Xianxia City cheered. He killed these aquatic beasts. The saint is mighty. With Purple Mist Saint here, Xianxia City will have no worries. Perhaps this is the best farewell for the saint. Someone sighed. With the saint here, Xianxia City would be able to stand even more. For a moment, the crowd was filled with emotions. People began to dance on the city wall. However, there was no joy on Purple Mist Saint's face. He looked down in silence. After the water drowned everything, the roaring of the aquatic beasts gradually stopped. Su Zimo looked at Duke Long and replied, "It seems that things are going in a bad direction." Duke Long also had a deep look of worry on his face. He seemed to have sensed something too. He stared down, not even daring to blink. After a long period of silence, a beastly roar was suddenly heard. It broke the happy gathering on the city wall. Su Zimo looked over. He saw a huge monster slowly standing up in the sea. This monster was a few thousand meters tall. When it stood up, it was even comparable to the entire city wall of Xianxia City. It was as tall as Xianxia City. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this monster was actually formed by countless aquatic beasts. Its body was covered with the heads of aquatic beasts. It had no legs, and its body was like a pool of viscous liquid that was moving around. Its body had no shape, just like real water, wriggling forward. However, what caught everyone's attention was that the monster's body was wrapped in a layer of light blue membrane. This membrane protected the monster. This also caused the surrounding seawater to be unable to attack the aquatic beasts. This was specifically used to prevent seawater. They actually came up with such a plan, City Lord Long said with a bitter smile. The rate at which these aquatic beasts evolve is too terrifying. If we give them more time, I'm afraid that my Xianxia City won't be able to hold on any longer. Don't worry. At least we're not out of control yet, Su Zimo said with a smile. Child Su, I know you're looking for the source of the aquatic beasts. Although I don't know your purpose. However, I still hope that you can eliminate this calamity for the entire blazing fire domain. City Master Long turned his head and solemnly said. Don't count on me. Your blazing fire domain has true experts. Since they haven't made a move yet, it means that things haven't reached that stage yet, Su Zimo said, shaking his head. City Lord Long, on the other hand, laughed bitterly. Naturally, he knew who the true experts that Su Zimo was referring to were. The entire blazing fire domain had a total of 7 domains. Although the 7 domains were equally famous, everyone knew that the solar domain reigned supreme. This was because the solar domain had a truly terrifying existence. Huangzhu. That was a Dao fruit expert, an existence that could do as he pleased in the entire 9 domains. How could it not be terrifying? The aquatic beasts were a disaster for the blazing fire domain. Huangzhu hadn't even made a move yet, so why should Suzima worry? In other words, even if the blazing fire domain was destroyed, it had nothing to do with Suzimo. Hearing Suzimo's words, City Lord Long couldn't say anything. Now that they were facing a great enemy, it was better to think of a way to deal with this monster. The monster roared angrily. He looked at Violet Glow Saint. A flame spewed out of his mouth. A torrent of flame swept through everything, and a destructive force exploded in the void. Violet Glow Saint snorted coldly. A violet glow barrier spread out in front of him, blocking the torrent of flames. At this moment, an extreme force came from the side. This force was violent and powerful, as if it wanted to annihilate Violet Glow Saint. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I thought you wouldn't dare to come out, Violet Glow Saint shouted softly. He blocked the torrent with one hand. His other hand clenched in front of him, and it was as if a dazzling sun had exploded. It collided directly with the attacking force. There was a boom. Heaven and earth seemed to be about to collapse. Everyone on the city wall subconsciously covered their ears. Their eardrums reverberated as if they were about to go deaf. When the rumbling gradually quieted down, Suzimo looked up. The sky had indeed collapsed. The endless broken void reverberated in the withering. Violet Glow Saint's figure was directly sent flying. Violet Glow Saint steadied himself and grinned coldly. You've finally come out. You're much stronger than I imagined. He looked at the figure who had just launched a sneak attack. It was a black-robed man. As if afraid that others would know his identity, his entire body was covered in a black robe. What was left outside was only a pair of eyes illuminated by shadows. Interesting. He smiled. When did Shanghai City have a saint? I didn't even know. The black-robed man said in a hoarse voice. Because Violet Glow Saint had never fought, it was understandable that the black-robed man didn't know. There are many things you don't know. Violet Glow Saint snorted coldly. Coward, you don't dare to show your true face. Take off your black robe if you have the ability. I have my own concerns. I'm not afraid of you. The black-robed man shook his head and said. Today, even with a saint like you here, Shanghai City still can't escape the fate of destruction. The black-robed man waved his hand. He commanded the huge monster to squirm towards Shanghai City bit by bit. The water flow along the way could no longer stop it. Violet Glow Saint wanted to stop it, but he was blocked by the black-robed man. You'd better stay here and watch. Watch the destruction of the best city. The black-robed man said cruelly. If you want to fight, I'll play with you. How about it? The monster was getting closer and closer to the city. A sigh sounded. Your holy court only has trash like you left. Suzima walked out step by step. That guy. Long Wulin looked at Suzimo's back. He was stunned for a moment. His brain didn't seem to have reacted. When Suzimo's entire body erupted with a powerful aura, the entire world fell. What's the point? Why do you have to make me do it? Suzimo shook his head slightly. The monster was roaring angrily. He snorted coldly and kicked the monster. Don't underestimate this kick. From afar, Suzimo seemed to be overestimating himself. His figure was incomparably small, while the monster was like a mountain. It was very majestic. But when this kick landed, the entire world seemed to rumble. The huge monster was sent flying with a single kick. This huge contrast almost frightened everyone. This. On the city wall, someone was speechless. Oh my god, this is also a supreme saint. Why do I feel that he is even stronger than Xia Saint? How is our Shanghai City able to have 2 great sages guarding it? Suzimo didn't care about the exclamations and cries on the city wall. He just looked calmly at the black-robed man. He said, lowly person of the holy court, take off your black robe. Suzimo didn't need to guess at all. He was standing behind the aquatic beast and didn't dare to show his face easily. Only these lowly people of the holy court would do that. Although the holy court was strong, they openly helped the aquatic beast against the fire tribe. This matter was very serious. If it was exposed, there would be no place for the holy court in the vast Chihua domain. Hearing Su Zimo's words, the black-robed man's figure stiffened. He realized that things weren't simple. To be precise, it was out of his control. But no matter what, this black robe couldn't be taken off. No matter how suspicious others were, it was useless without absolute evidence. If he was caught, it would be completely over. After thinking about this, he snorted coldly. He said, "I don't understand what you're talking about. This matter has nothing to do with the holy court. Whether it has anything to do with it or not, we'll know the truth when I take off your black robe," Su Zimo said indifferently. The black-robed man snorted coldly. He turned around and wanted to escape. But this time it was Xianxia's turn to stop him and not let him leave. "It's easy to come, but how can it be so easy to leave?" Xianxia laughed. "Damn it." The black-robed man was furious. He charged straight at Xianxia. However, in his state of rage, he did not lose his mind. At the same time, he ordered the monsters to stall Su Zimo. After all, it was still impossible for him to fight two great sages alone. The monster roared and pounced at Su Zimo. "Can you do it?" Su Zimo asked, looking at Xianxia. "Leave it to me," Violet Glow Saint said with a nod. "All right, I'll play with it," Su Zimo said with a smile. He looked at the monster that pounced on him. He immediately rushed forward and threw a punch at him. There was a strong sense of contrast between him and this monster. As the punch landed, the monster roared in pain. The huge figure fell to the ground again. However, the membrane on his body still did not break. "Interesting." Su Zimo smiled. The strength of the film was beyond his expectations. He waved his fist again, and the powerful force roared in his ears, boiling the air in the void. As the punch landed, the monster's huge body was once again smashed to the ground and could not get up. This time, Su Zimo did not give it a chance to resist. He began to punch it one after another. It was like a rain of punches, falling from the void. The monster was also stunned by the attack. At first, it could still withstand Su Zimo's punches, but as the punches came one after another, it did not stop. And the force was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, there was a crack sound. The membrane on the monster's surface finally broke. The moment the membrane broke, countless aquatic beasts rushed out of the monster's body. Because this monster was fused with aquatic beasts. And when the aquatic beasts appeared, there was an endless sea outside. Only death greeted them. When all the aquatic beasts rushed to their deaths, Su Zimo looked at the black-robed man who was fighting with Xianxia in the void. The black-robed man could not defeat Xianxia for a long time. He was very anxious. In addition, all the aquatic beasts had been killed, so he was no longer in the mood to fight. The immortal chi in his hand exploded. After repelling Xianxia, he wanted to take the opportunity to escape. However, how could Su Zimo let him do as he wished? He threw out the tyrannical shadow in his hand. The scimitar turned into a stream of light and directly hit the black-robed man's figure, knocking him to the ground. The black-robed man struggled to stand up and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, he would not give up without a fight. The immortal chi in his hand exploded and directly tore the void in front of him, trying to escape again. The majestic holy aura surged as if to drown the entire world. Su Zimo stepped on air and directly landed with one foot. He destroyed the torn space. "Stay," Su Zimo said. "If it's only you today, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape." He waved his hand and was about to grab the black-robed man's black robe, trying to tear it off. However, at this moment, a powerful force suddenly attacked. It directly flipped Su Zimo over. This powerful force came without any warning. Even Su Zimo did not notice it. The entire Xianxia city shook violently as if it was about to collapse. In the invisible void, a big hand grabbed the black-robed man and directly fled into the depths of the void. Su Zimo wanted to chase, but it was too late. He frowned slightly. Suddenly, he thought of something. He directly took out the bell of extreme yang that Merlin gave him and shook it. The figure in the void suddenly froze. However, it recovered in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Su Zimo already had an answer in his heart. Should we chase? Xianxia asked. Su Zimo shook his head slightly and said, we can't escape, they will wait for us in Phoenix Ancient City. Don't worry, what will come will come. He waved his hand, and the sea around Shanghai City gradually calmed down. Almost all the water beasts were dead. On the city wall, they survived a disaster and were reborn. They were all cheering, as if welcoming a hero. However, Su Zimo did not like this feeling. He did not want to be the savior of the world, he only came to destroy the world. The reason was Shanghai City. In fact, it was because the other party was from the Holy Court. If it were anyone else, he would not make a move. Lord Long was not dead yet, and Shanghai City still had a lot of power, there was no need for him to take the lead. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia and said, go, and say goodbye to them. I will wait for you at the teleportation array. You're not coming with me? Xianxia asked. You also saved them. That is not what I want. Su Zimo shook his head. After he finished speaking, he calmly left. He went to the teleportation array. Because he wanted to go to Phoenix Ancient City, he had to use the teleportation array in Shanghai City. After waiting for a long time, Xianxia finally came. The teleportation array opened, and the two figures also entered and slowly disappeared. The journey to Phoenix Ancient City began. Phoenix Ancient City. In the Lifefire domain, this was the city with the longest history. It was said that this city was even older than the Lifefire domain. There was even a saying that often circulated in the streets. First came the phoenix, then came the fire. Lifefire came after the ancient city. The meaning of this saying was easy to understand. In the ancient past, a phoenix descended from the sky and burned this world with raging flames. The phoenix underwent a tribulation here, but unfortunately, it failed in the end. After the phoenix died, the entire world wailed in sorrow. That fire burned for 3 whole years. No power could extinguish this fire. 3 years later, the phoenix's fire suddenly extinguished, and the places burned by the flames were named the Lifefire domain. As for the place where the phoenix once fell, it was also the beginning of the fire that built Phoenix Ancient City. This was the origin and history of the ancient city. Shanghai City's teleportation formation led directly to Phoenix Ancient City. However, this ancient city had long been occupied by water beasts. Therefore, Shanghai City had never used this teleportation formation in all these years. This was because no one knew what was going on at the other end of the formation. Some people even suggested to destroy this formation. This was to prevent things from Phoenix Ancient City from coming here through the teleportation formation. City Lord Long fought for a long time and finally left the formation behind. However, it was in a sealed state all year round. At this moment, Su Zimo and Violet Glow Saint stepped into the teleportation formation. Although the formation had not been activated for a long time, it was still stable. It had not been destroyed. Su Zimo looked at Violet Glow Saint and asked, do you have any news about Fairy Hao Yu? Back then, the 3 of them came to the Lifefire domain together. However, after parting, they never saw each other again. Violet Glow Saint smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, I've asked around before, but there's still no news. Let's take our time to find her. With her strength as a saint, there are very few existences that can hurt her. Su Zimo nodded. He was not worried about this. You have to be especially careful when you go to Phoenix Ancient City this time, Su Zimo reminded. That might be the nest of the water beasts. If there's any danger, don't worry about me. You can take care of yourself or even escape. I have a way to stay safe. Su Zimo was reminding him in advance. At their level of combat, it was actually very difficult for them to take care of themselves. Not to mention saving others. Su Zimo was not afraid. He was mainly afraid that the Purple Dawn Saint would perish. After all, the enemy this time was quite powerful. The alliance between the Holy Court and the aquatic beasts. After a long time, the teleportation array was activated. Both Su Zimo and Yi Zichen sensed the changes in the void. This meant that they were about to reach the ancient Phoenix City. The 2 of them stared at the end of the array while accumulating their power. Suzimo laughed. Guess, what do you think is at the end of the Phoenix ancient city? Endless aquatic beasts? Purple Cloud Saint guessed. I don't think so. Aquatic beasts are only used for large-scale battles. Against top experts like us, it might not be useful. Suzimo shook his head. Have you heard of an idiom? What? Please enter the jar. Suzimo smiled. I'm guessing that they've already prepared an inescapable trap for us. The two of them chatted and laughed, not worried at all about what would happen next. But Suzimo knew that the two of them had never relaxed. Finally, the light in front of the array exploded. The two of them also left the void, and the feeling of being swallowed by the void instantly disappeared. The moment the two of them left, Suzimo seemed very calm. On the other hand, the Purple Dawn Saint looked around vigilantly. He was in a fighting posture. He was on guard against attacks from all directions. Unfortunately, the surroundings were very quiet. It did not seem like a dragon's den or a tiger's den at all. Instead, it was as quiet as an ancient city. Looking around, the ancient city did not seem to be in ruins, nor did it seem to have collapsed. The buildings here were intact. Other than the fact that there were no signs of people and it was a little quiet, the entire ancient Phoenix city did not seem to have been invaded by aquatic beasts at all. The ancient city was very old. The two of them were standing in a square. Countless bluestone paths spread out from all directions. Moss grew all over the roadside. Occasionally, spider webs would wither in the lonely wind. The buildings here had an ancient aura spreading out, and there was not a single aquatic beast around. You win, you guessed right. The Purple Dawn Saint turned his head and looked at Suzimo with a smile. There are no attacks, but it makes me feel even more uneasy. No, actually, from the moment we entered here, we were already under attack, Suzimo said, shaking his head. The Purple Dawn Saint was stunned. He sensed carefully. Sure enough, his expression changed slightly as he felt something different. The entire ancient Phoenix city has been sealed, said the Purple Dawn Saint. And this seal is very strong. Even if we are great saints, we can't open this seal. With just a simple understanding, the Purple Dawn Saint understood the situation clearly. Suzimo nodded slightly. And there's something wrong with this seal. I can't see through it. It's okay, the Holy Court has existed for so long. Occasionally, there are some divine items that seal space, but it's not enough. Suzimo said with a smile, let's walk around this ancient Phoenix city first. Now, it's a competition of patience. Suzimo came for the blue people. And the Holy Court probably also wanted to ambush him and the Purple Dawn Saint. Now, it was a competition of who could stay calm. Who would make the first move? Suzimo was not in a hurry. Since the other party had sealed this ancient city, it meant that they could attack at any time. And he was also very interested in this ancient Phoenix city. So, he wanted to walk around and take a look. A place that was even older than the Lihua domain. A place that had been sealed for countless years, a place that no one had set foot in since the aquatic beasts. I've always been curious about something, said the Purple Dawn Saint. What? What do you think is the purpose of the aquatic beasts attacking the city? The Purple Dawn Saint said, they want to use this method to rule the entire Lihua domain. I don't think it's possible. What about the people behind the aquatic beasts? Suzimo asked in return. What if the aquatic beasts are just their weapons? The Purple Dawn Saint frowned. Although this made sense, he still felt that something was wrong. But he could not put his finger on it. Actually, I've always had the same question as you. What is the purpose of the aquatic beast's existence? Suzimo said with a smile. That's why I came to the Lihua domain and took the risk to enter the ancient Phoenix city to find this secret. In fact, there were some things that Suzimo did not tell anyone. That was the blue people hidden in the divine continent. That blue people was different from all the other blue people and aquatic beasts. What kind of role did it play? Was it good or bad? This was what Suzimo was curious about. The blue people in the divine land were of the true water attribute. And these blue people who invaded the Lihua realm were just flames covered in water. That was why they were afraid of water. If they were really made of water, they would probably enjoy water very much. The two walked in the Phoenix ancient city. Along the secluded path, they leaned against the shade and admired the charm of the ancient buildings. After walking for a while, suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Bang! 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 Sounds seemed to be coming from underground. It was as if something was about to wake up. Suzimo and Purple Cloud stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Why don't you take a guess? Suzimo smiled. I can feel a very strong plant aura, Purple Cloud Saint said. It's an ancient tree born in the land of extreme negative energy, Suzimo said with a smile. He remembered what the Merlin man said. Of course, that was if the other party didn't lie to him. The two of them followed the direction of the sound and quickly walked towards the ancient tree. After passing through a few dark alleys, they came to the front of the Phoenix ancient city. The style of the entire ancient city was similar to that of the phoenix. It had a large head, wings on both sides, and tail feathers. And a huge body. The two of them walked through the body of the phoenix and then stood on the head of the phoenix. Looking straight ahead, there was a big tree that reached the sky. The big tree rose into the sky. It was so tall that they couldn't see the end of it. This tree had no trunk. There were only intertwined branches. They were intertwined and crisscrossed. Countless intertwined branches condensed into this tree. Suzimo and Purple Cloud Saint looked up at the same time. This was because there were several figures standing on top of the tree. This was a group of people covered in black robes. At a glance, there were more than a dozen people. 4 of them were in the Great Sage realm, and the others were all Great Emperors. Although in front of the Great Sages, Great Emperors were not enough. But this group of Great Emperors did not intend to participate in the battle. Each of them was in charge of one area and used their own life force to power a square door. After this square door absorbed their life force, it emitted an even more powerful sealing power. Suzimo and Li Wuyo could tell at a glance. It was this square door that suppressed the void and sealed the entire ancient city. However, although the square door was powerful, the price to pay for using it was also very heavy. It was supported by the life aura of several great emperors. This scene could be said to be extremely shocking. However, this was nothing. The main thing was still the 4 great sages standing in front of him. Their powerful aura suppressed everything. Looking at Suzimo, the black-robed man standing in front chuckled and said, "Welcome to the ancient Phoenix City, your burial ground." The ancient tree was obtained. It was born in the land of extreme negative energy. It seems that you were the one who killed your own senior brother, Suzimo said. You don't have to use the black robe to cover yourself. Instead, he was a little timid. There's no one else here. Since when did the Holy Hall become so cowardly? Senior brother, ever since I joined the Holy Court, I lost my parents, master, and senior brother. The so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires, they are just thorns on my path. The black-robed man said indifferently. He didn't agree to my conditions and dared to go against the Holy Court. This is his fate. But you're right. There's no need for me to hide my identity here. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, he took off the black robe he was wearing, revealing his original appearance. It was an old man who looked like a withered tree. The skin on his body had all withered away. The blood vessels on the surface could be seen clearly. There were many spots on his body, like the livor mortis of a dying person. The old man's appearance was very scary. There were only 2 big yellow teeth left in his mouth. He was as thin as skin and bones. Seeing the old man, Suzimo frowned slightly. He said, "You look even older than your master. What's the big deal about my appearance?" The old man said indifferently. "It seems that he told you everything." "I guess so," Suzimo replied calmly. "He can't be counting on you to clean up the sect, right?" The old man smiled. "You can't even protect yourself now." "It seems that you don't know my identity," Suzimo replied. His identity as the Devil Master was not a secret to the Holy Court. Therefore, when the Holy Court dealt with him, they were always very cautious. They had been scheming to kill him. And like the old man, it was more like he had accidentally encountered him. It was not a scheme of the Holy Court. "Are you very amazing, or do you have a great background?" The old man sneered. forget it. Since you don't know, there's no need to know, Suzimo said. I don't need to know the name of a dead person. The old man waved his hand. By the way, where are those water beasts, and the myriad water stream? Suzimo asked. Why are there only people from the holy court here? They're not here, so we're here to deal with you. The old man snorted. The figures of the four great saints suppressed the four directions. At this moment, they were preventing Suzimo and the others from escaping. You still recognize this? Suzimo took out the bell of extreme yang and asked. Seeing this, the old man's eyes narrowed. He said, that person really trusts you. He even gave you this. It seems that he thinks highly of you and wants to use this to kill me. Suzimo did not say anything. Instead, he slowly shook the bell in his hand. Ding ding dang sounds rang out. This bell of extreme yang was not just a sound. It gathered a very strong power of extreme yang. It was as if a sun was rising in the sky. If one looked carefully, they would find that it was not a sun at all. Instead, it was a flame summoned by the bell of extreme yang. This flame was not offensive to others, but to this old man, it seemed to be specially used to restrain him. The powerful flame was invisible, burning the old man's body. The towering tree began to burn. Almost instantly, the raging flames engulfed the entire tree. The thing that this person gave is surprisingly useful, Suzimo said in surprise. Although his body was burned, the old man was not anxious at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. That old thing has long been confused. What era is it now? He still wants to use the same methods to punish me. To tell you the truth, I'm no longer afraid of this thing. Following the old man's laughter, a thick layer of ice formed on his tree body. The flame could not burn no matter what. Ever since the divine ancestor agreed to my request, I have obtained absolute power. Now, I am already immortal, the old man said proudly. Immortal? Suzimo shook his head and laughed. He replied, even the divine ancestor himself cannot be immortal. Can he give it to you? Looks like you're also a pitiful worm who was deceived by the divine ancestor. These people's worship of the holy court had reached a crazy level. For such a situation to be so blind, it could only be said that they were really stupid. Suzimo didn't know how to describe it. These people from the holy court were really brainwashed to a terrifying extent. Hearing Suzimo's words, the black-robed man said coldly, when you kneel at my feet, I will let you know who's the pitiful worm. You don't recognize your own family, you're worse than a beast. What's the point of living like you? Suzimo asked, I think I'm already a great demon in this world. But I also respect my parents and love my friends. Thieves have their own Tao, and demons have their own Tao. People like you are polluting the world if you continue to live. Hearing Suzimo's words, the black-robed man's face turned red with anger. He roared angrily. A powerful force burst out, and the ice on the ancient tree became even colder. The power of fire brought by the bell of extreme yang was so weak that it couldn't withstand a single blow. It was instantly annihilated. The bell of extreme yang in Suzimo's hand rang softly, and was instantly frozen by the ice. Looks like this method doesn't work. Suzimo smiled. Then I can only use my own method to solve it. In fact, he didn't think that the thing that Merlin gave him had any hope. Think about it, the black-robed man knew the threat of the bell of extreme yang a long time ago, so how could he let it go? Now that he found a solution, it wasn't surprising. See, this is your laughable strength. You don't know what strength is. The black-robed man laughed contemptuously. The powerful thing in his hand left his hand. He raised his right hand, and in an instant, thousands of vines wrapped around the ancient tree. The ancient tree obeyed his command. Suzimo's figure retreated. With a boom, the place where he was originally standing was pierced by thousands of ancient vines, and countless large holes appeared. You have something. Suzimo smiled. Fire, come. The fire of Zhu Rong in his hand burned. Unknowingly, fire was the nemesis of wood. You are not from the fire clan. Even if you have mastered the law of fire, you will not be that strong. The black-robed man sneered, fire can burn wood, but that depends on what kind of wood it is. Even your extreme yang fire can't do anything to him, yet you still want to be delusional. Your wood is not ordinary wood, but my fire. I call it the number one fire under the heavens. Even if you gave me the flames of the fire race, I wouldn't be interested in them. Su Zimo sneered. The fire of Zhu Rong exploded in the void. Endless flames filled the sky. It was as if the sky was raining fire, and the entire ancient Phoenix city was enveloped in flames. Su Zimo waved his hand and shouted, "Fall." Suddenly, the crackling sound of burning could be heard. Under the burning of the fire of Zhu Rong, the hard layer of ice on the surface of the ancient tree melted instantly. The flames went straight into the ancient tree. The black-robed man's roar of pain could be heard. The black-robed man didn't dare to be careless anymore. He took the ancient tree and flew underground, wanting to escape the range of the fire of Zhu Rong. What, aren't you immortal? You're not afraid of this? Su Zimo smiled. The black-robed man didn't say anything and only snorted. The burning sensation coming from his body made him feel a burning pain. There is such a flame in this world. That's why I said you're inexperienced. Su Zimo replied. After joining the Holy Church, you think you're number one. But you don't know that the peak of the world is like this. The black-robed man didn't refute this time, nor did he try to argue. He looked at the other three great saints. He ordered, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. This bastard is cruel, we must kill him here today." "Don't worry." The other three great saints nodded. Saying so, the four of them sat down cross-legged. One of the great saints formed a hand seal. He muttered, "Amnesty. Raccoon." The other three also chanted. Raccoon. Shaman. The words they chanted were very strange, as if they were some kind of incantation. However, with each word, the might of the heavens became even stronger. Su Zimo frowned. Even he felt pressured by this kind of power. He looked up at the sky. There was already a sea of lightning. A sea of lightning hovered above his head, constantly surging with thousands of bolts of lightning. The lightning was like the brilliant might of the heavens. It made people not dare to look directly at it. Su Zimo naturally wouldn't give them the chance to finish chanting the complete incantation. He shouted softly, and the tyrannical shadow in his hand fell. Powerful blade will swept through heaven and earth. The blade will surged in four directions. It attacked the four great saints separately. However, the four of them were also extremely fast. They constantly moved in the void, dodging the tyrannical shadow's attacks. They also didn't want to fight Su Zimo head-on. They just wanted to complete the attack that had already been launched in the sky. "Stop them." Su Zimo looked at Saint Xianxia and ordered. Saint Xianxia nodded slightly. Just as the two of them moved, they suddenly felt a wave of pressure from the sky. It directly suppressed the bodies of the two people. It didn't want the two of them to have any power to step on air. Su Zimo looked up at the group of great emperors who had sacrificed their lives in the void. He said coldly, "Originally, I didn't want to kill you. But since you want to die, I'll kill you first." As he spoke, the heaven-shaking giant behind him had already risen into the sky. A powerful aura enveloped them. It kept rumbling in the void. The heaven-shaking giant first grabbed with its big hand, then grabbed at the great emperor at the edge. The other party didn't even have time to react. It seemed that the giant hand used too much force and directly crushed him into a bloody mist. The other great emperors were shocked. The heaven-shaking giant roared angrily. It kept smashing the seal in the sky as it rushed towards the portal in the void. Those great emperors didn't dare to get close, so they could only attack from afar. The heaven-shaking giant went forward, one in each hand. One in each hand. These great emperors had no chance to resist at all. Under the heaven-shaking giant's full strength, all the great emperors were quickly dealt with. And on the side of the four great sages, their chanting speed was getting faster and faster. They had even reached their limit. In the sky, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. The lightning had already reached an indescribable level. Without the restraint of the seal, Su Zimo and the heaven-shaking giant also quickly ran toward the great sages. The powerful force in his hand shone over. At the critical moment, the black-robed man actually didn't dodge and took the palm head-on. When he was sent flying, the last word in his mouth had just finished. "Kill." Finally, the lightning in the sky had gathered. And after the black-robed man's figure was sent flying, it was also a bloody mess. It was very cruel. You're dead. The black-robed man spat out blood and laughed. This is the Holy Court's extermination curse. No one can save you once you've been hit by this curse. This is a curse of certain death. Although the black-robed man's words sounded a little intimidating, but he felt the powerful force in the sky. Suzimo still looked at Purple Cloud Saint and said, "You go first." "We can try to block this attack," Purple Cloud Saint replied. "Remember what I told you before?" Suzimo asked. Purple Cloud Saint nodded slightly. Suzimo had said before that if he encountered an unstoppable force or a real crisis, he could protect himself. So he asked Purple Cloud Saint to leave first to protect himself. Thinking of this, Purple Cloud Saint hurriedly said, "I'll wait for you at the usual place." The usual place he was referring to was naturally the place where the two met, Xianxia City. Purple Cloud Saint wanted to return to Xianxia City. He had nowhere to go anyway, and he was also afraid that Suzimo would not be able to find him when he came out. Suzimo nodded slightly. Seeing that the crisis above his head was about to descend, Suzimo did not care. Instead, he controlled the heaven-shaking giant to blast the door in the void. This door was the culprit that sealed the entire Phoenix ancient city. If he broke it, the seal would naturally be undone. Suzimo wanted to destroy the door, but the great sages naturally did not want to. It was just that they had exerted all their strength and used this extermination curse, but they had not recovered yet. So at this moment, when Suzimo bombarded the door with all his might, they had no power to resist. The explosion was accompanied by a boom sound. The door was completely shattered. Purple Cloud Saint took the opportunity to transform into a Purple Cloud Saint light. Then, as fast as the light, he disappeared without a trace. The sages wanted to stop him, but they had no chance. However, the black-robed man snorted coldly and said, "You're the big fish. After killing you, Xianxia City and that person will not be able to escape." Suzimo did not answer. The four great sages trapped him with the surrounding scenery. They had already let Purple Cloud Saint escape. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to keep Suzimo. And Suzimo was also very calm. He had never thought of escaping from the beginning. At this moment, the firmament had already fallen completely. The thunderbolts raged and enveloped everything as if they could destroy the heavens and the earth. Then, a murderous aura filled the air. Seeing this scene, many people probably thought that the lightning was the beginning of a massacre. In fact, the real killer move was not the lightning. Instead, it was a gray fog that made people stop when they looked at it. Even great sages didn't want to come into contact with the mist. They were like jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. The four of them retreated far away. They watched as the fog enveloped Suzimo, making it impossible for him to escape. The four of them also revealed relaxed expressions. They had paid a huge price for this ambush. Just the dead great emperors. Those great emperors didn't have high statuses in the Holy Court because they would never be able to become great saints. Perhaps that was the extent of his value. Therefore, although their deaths were regretful, it was inevitable. Didn't the Holy Hall nurture so many people for the sake of sacrificing them? Otherwise, what was the point of their lives? This was the rule of the Holy Court. Sacrifice or death was an honor to them. To be able to die for the Holy Court was a supreme honor. The gray mist was enveloped. Suzimo could clearly sense that his entire body was rotting. From his body, soul, meridians, and even his blood and internal organs. This time, he didn't resist. He didn't use the life energy of the Tree of Life to resist this death. He just let himself wither. He watched as he died bit by bit. One of the four great sages looked at the black-robed man and asked, "Are we going to let him die just like that?" "What else?" the black-robed man asked. "I think we can control him. Seeing that he has an extraordinary background, we might be able to use this to carry out our other plans," the great sage suggested. The black-robed man was deep in thought. He was probably considering the gains and losses. "Then use the four directions seal. After capturing him, we'll kill him if it's useless," the black-robed man said. He pondered for a long time and finally decided to take a risk. Their original plan should have been to fight steadily and steadily. The four of them nodded. The seals in their hands were formed, and a stream of qi flowed out from each of their fingertips. When the four streams of qi merged together, they instantly formed the shape of a coffin. Seal. The four of them shouted at the same time. A powerful force fluctuated, and the coffin passed through the mist. It allowed the decaying mist to open a path. Then, like a crystal coffin, it enveloped Suzimo bit by bit and locked him up. At this moment, Suzimo was already lifeless. He looked no different from a dead person. This spell of annihilation is really domineering. In just a short while, it really destroyed everything, a great sage lamented. Of course. Do you think something passed down by the sacred ancestor would be simple? Someone snorted. Let's leave this guy first, the black-robed man said. Everyone controlled the crystal coffin and slowly approached. Even they had to be careful when facing this spell of annihilation. They would die if they touched it. It was so domineering. After everyone received the crystal coffin containing Suzimo, they began to check on Suzimo's situation. In the end, they confirmed that Suzimo's life was hanging by a thread. If that was the case, he was half dead. It was not an exaggeration to say that 4 people were alive. Go and investigate his identity. I hope he's a big fish, the black-robed man looked at one of the great sages and ordered. It could be seen that the black-robed man's status was quite high among this group of people. To be able to order others, he could be considered the person in charge here. Okay. The great sage nodded and his figure disappeared into the void. How's the matter in Xianxia City? The black-robed man looked at another great sage. We've hidden many mutated aquatic beasts in the city. However, it's unrealistic to rely on them to attack the city. At most, it'll cause some chaos. The real big fish is the waterproof armor that we developed, the great sage replied. And experiments have shown that the armor is very strong. It's enough to destroy Xianxia City. What did they say? The black-robed man thought for a while and asked. That group of idiots, they're still having their sweet dreams. Naturally, I've agreed to all the conditions that I can promise them. However, it's up to them whether they'll live to enjoy it, the great sage replied sinisterly. It's not good to clash with them now, the black-robed man nodded and finally reminded. When this matter is done, you can do whatever you want. I'm going to the fiery abyss. What about him? A great sage looked at the coffin containing Suzimo and asked. I'll take him, the black-robed man said worriedly. In case anything happens. The others nodded and agreed. After the few black-robed men finished their conversation, the others left. They had a clear division of labor and each had their own things to do. And the last black-robed man, the one in charge, dragged Suzimo's crystal coffin and jumped directly into the teleportation array of Phoenix Ancient City. Darkness, endless darkness. The entire world was like this. This was the end of the teleportation array, and also the location of the Lifefire Abyss. In fact, the time spent in the teleportation array was not long. The teleportation array built by the Holy Court was indeed amazing. At the very least, the speed of this teleportation array could be counted on one's fingers. When the black-robed man talked about this place of darkness, he first formed a seal with both hands, and a very strange symbol appeared in the void. Then, it was reflected in the darkness. This symbol was like a knock on the door, and soon bloomed in the darkness. Then, there was an ear-piercing, kacha-kacha sound. This sound was like grinding teeth, and in this silent darkness, it was particularly eye-catching. Finally, a pitch-black door appeared in the void. The black-robed man picked up a key. The keyhole slowly turned, and the door opened bit by bit. Finally, as the black door opened completely, the black-robed man also took Suzimo's crystal coffin and entered the door. The darkness came again, covering the entire Lifefire Abyss. Here, it returned to its usual calm. Inside the door, there was another world. To be precise, it was a small world that had not been opened for long. There were volcanoes everywhere. And all of them were active volcanoes, and every day, countless volcanoes would erupt at irregular times. Under the volcanoes, there were countless blue people sitting. They surrounded the volcanoes, and seemed to enjoy the hot feeling. When the black-robed man arrived, These blue people had also changed. The blue on the surface had faded, as if they had taken off their blue clothes. What was exposed was a mass of red. From blue people to red people. This was their true appearance. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of these red people. However, most of the red people were in a state of deep sleep, and there were less than 100 red people who were awake. Seeing the black-robed man, a red person said in a stiff tone, "You're here again? What? You don't welcome me? Don't forget our agreement." The black-robed man smiled indifferently. An agreement is an agreement, but you attacked Xianxia City before. Didn't you promise us something that we were confident in? I sent you so many water beasts. Why were they all wiped out? Red Hostage asked. The black-robed man recalled the water beast that Su Zimo had killed earlier and smiled. There were some accidents, but they were all resolved. He pointed at the crystal coffin beside him and said with a smile, "There, I brought it over." Only then did Red Man notice the coffin beside him. It was destroyed by this fellow. However, the main culprit has been caught, the black-robed man said with a smile. This guy's aura is very strange. Several red men frowned as they surrounded the crystal coffin. It's something that causes delay. You're saying that it's that guy? Suddenly, one of the red people opened his eyes wide and asked. They all seemed to have thought of something. Originally, the few popular people didn't care, but now their expressions changed greatly. They surrounded Su Zimo in a circle. What's wrong with you? The black-robed man asked in confusion. Do you know him or what? Do you still remember that battle? Red Man asked. The black-robed man nodded. We suspect that he came into contact with that fish that escaped the net, one of the red people said. How is that possible? The black-robed man was surprised. How is that not possible? Do you not trust our senses? Red Man asked. Wake him up, we need to interrogate him. We can't wake him up. He's already been hit by the extermination hex, he's already half dead, the black-robed man said. You should know how important this is, Red Man replied. We need to do everything we can. That fish that escaped the net is still a huge threat, it could very well be the reason why our perfect plan failed. It's been so long, you still haven't worn away his consciousness? The black-robed man asked in dissatisfaction. If we can't do it, why don't you try? Red Man didn't hold back at all. Even the heavens couldn't erase that person's consciousness, how could we? The black-robed man went silent. He also knows how serious this is. After that fish that escaped the net disappeared, they almost searched the entire blazing fire domain in secret, but still couldn't find it. Now that they finally have a clue, they can't just let it go like this. He thought for a bit, then finally said, put him in the myriad water stream. I refuse, Red Man directly refuted. To heal the extermination hex, only the myriad water stream can try, the black-robed man explained. And it can't be healed 100%. You can choose. If you want to know where the fish that escaped the net is, this is the only way. Red Man still wanted to say something, but another red man stopped him. The red man who stopped him smiled, this is a very important matter, we need to discuss it internally. How about we give you an answer later? Go ahead, the black-robed man nodded. He replied, also, you can discuss it further. I also need a few water beasts. What do you need water beasts for? Red Man from before asked in dissatisfaction. To destroy Xianxia City, the black-robed man replied. You won't fail again this time, right? If you fail again, your holy hall will have to think of something else. If our holy hall could show up, why would we cooperate with you? The black-robed man smiled. Looking at the red men's backs as they left. The black-robed man's smile slowly disappeared. Then he spat on the ground. If it weren't for the fact that you pieces of trash are still useful, I would have killed you already. The red man discussed for a very long time. After about half a day, the black-robed man was getting impatient. Just now, he saw them walking over slowly. If you don't want to, I'm going to take him away, the black-robed man casually said. Don't be in such a hurry, the red man smiled. We agreed to let him enter the stream of myriad water very well, as soon as possible, the black-robed man replied. You need to understand, I brought him here. Don't worry, when the time comes, we'll share the information. After all, we're all just taking what we need, the red man smiled. The crystal coffin that contained Suzimo was taken away bit by bit. They passed through a few active volcanoes. Finally, the entire picture of this small world could be seen. The place where the active volcanoes were surrounding was actually a naturally formed crater. In fact, it wasn't a crater at all, but a lake. The water of the lake was very special and different. A world of fire was projected inside. Water and fire were naturally incompatible. But here, they were perfectly fused together. There was fire in the water, and water in the fire. It was a state that went against nature. The crystal coffin stopped here. Inside the crystal coffin, a group of fire people carefully took out Suzimo's figure. Suzimo's figure was enveloped by the aura of extermination. The group of red people also stayed away, not wanting to touch his aura. They isolated Suzimo and slowly pushed him into the lake. This lake of water and fire had always been very quiet, as if it would never change. When Suzimo's figure descended bit by bit, one of the red men said, "Should we give him some protection? Otherwise, this myriad water stream will be too overbearing." "Who cares about him? Whether he lives or dies will depend on his luck," another red person said. "I hope we can find the clues of that fish that escaped the net soon, then we can be at ease," another red person sighed. Finally, Suzimo's figure was completely submerged by the lake. Only traces of gray aura could be seen floating out. "It's useful," several red people chuckled. In fact, they were also very nervous before, afraid that this myriad water stream would not be able to break the curse of extermination. After all, the myriad water stream was not omnipotent. "It's good that it's useful," a red person said. "Watch carefully, don't completely cure him. It's fine as long as he wakes up and is conscious. Then, bring him out of the myriad water stream." A red person gave an order and left. "What about the holy court?" The red people also began to discuss. "He wants the water beast, should we give it back?" "Yes," the red person in charge replied. "We have to rely on the holy court now, only with the help of the holy court can we survive. Otherwise, once the entire blazing fire domain joins forces, we will lose the great situation we have now." Inside the lake water seemed to be in a state of stillness. It was motionless. Even after Suzimo entered, he still felt that time and space had frozen. "Child, wake up, wake up. Child, you are safe for the time being." In the dark, there seemed to be a voice constantly calling Suzimo. Suzimo opened his eyes and looked around. In fact, he did not need the myriad water stream to save him, because he was completely fine. When the curse of annihilation fell, he opened the gate of everlasting life of the heavenly gate of 3 lives, directly negating the most fatal damage. Even so, the remaining chi of extermination was still extremely overbearing. Suzimo couldn't resist too obviously. In the end, he could only consume the leaf that he had condensed. This leaf was Gomon's legacy. 1 leaf was equivalent to 1 life. For an existence like Suzimo, the condensation of this leaf was also very troublesome. Originally, he wanted to fake his death and escape before following these black-robed men. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so naive. She really thought he was dead and brought him into this small world. What was that saying again? One can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. He saw the true faces of these blue men. Although he didn't know what the other party's plan was, it didn't stop Suzimo from speculating. At that moment, he opened his eyes. Originally, he wanted to explore the lake and see what was different about the so-called myriad water stream. He didn't expect that as soon as he woke up, there would be a voice calling him from the depths of the lake. Suzimo didn't know what the problem was. He decided to ignore it for now and instead felt the myriad water stream. He narrowed his eyes slightly. In the past, he felt that the blue men in his body were the myriad water stream. But now that he felt it again, he realized that the myriad water stream was different from the blue man's power. The two were not the same thing at all. The blue man's power was more powerful, or rather, more delicate. This power was the same as the myriad water stream. There were many similarities. But in comparison, it was as if the blue men were the core of the myriad water stream. This was the result that Suzimo felt and fed back. In fact, if it weren't for the group of red men watching from the sky. He wanted to release the blue man now and see if the blue man would have any reaction. After he figured out the myriad water stream. Only then did Suzumo begin to move. He used his spirit energy to condense a substitute and then let it replace him to avoid the detection of the red men. As for himself, his real figure dived into the bottom of the water. Below the myriad water stream, there seemed to be a very strong force condensed below. Suzumo could feel it, so he kept going down. Furthermore, the voice that was calling out to him was also coming from the bottom of the water. Suzumo had a faint feeling in his heart that the answer he had been searching for was under the water. But the bottom of the myriad water stream was very deep. It was bottomless. He swam for a long time, but he couldn't see the end. Even Suzumo was a little tired. The voice from below came again. "You'll never get through like this. Who are you?" This time, Suzumo finally responded. "I'm the real owner of this place. You can call me Water God Gong too," the voice came. "Are you kidding me? There are still ancient gods in this world?" Suzumo said in surprise, "In this era, if you ancient gods are alive, what's the difference between that and eternal life?" As Suzumo's voice fell, the business in the depths also fell silent for a long time. Then he replied, "It seems that you know quite a lot of things." "No, I can sense several familiar auras from your body." The voice was muttering to himself, but also seemed to be talking to Suzumo. No, it's been too long. Let me think carefully." He thought for a long time before saying, "It's some old friends. I almost forgot their auras." Of course, Suzumo knew who the other party was talking about. Among them were the fire god, the wood god, and the wind god. These were the inheritances he had obtained so far. "There's still my aura?" The voice from below was surprised again. "That's not me. It's an obsession that I once separated. It seems that you know a lot, more than I thought. Are you really the water god?" Suzumo believed it now. Because there were many things that he hadn't told anyone. And the other party had already sensed it before they even met. "Come down, let's meet." The voice from below came. "How do I go down?" Suzumo asked. He wasn't familiar with the myriad water stream. Now that he was like a headless ant, he couldn't directly break through here. If he did, he would probably alarm the entire small world. Although Suzumo wasn't afraid of those people, now wasn't the time. He had to figure out the truth first. "Put your hand on the wall in front of you." "I can let you in," the voice said. As soon as the voice fell, a wall protruded in front of Suzumo. It was erected directly in front of him. Suzumo didn't think too much and directly aimed his palm at the stone patterns on it. Voices began to sound. "Kacha, kacha" sounds kept ringing out. The entire ground was shaking. However, the myriad water stream was still like a pool of stagnant water, without any movement. It was as if it would be indifferent even if the sky was turned upside down and collapsed. Along with the continuous kacha sounds, the water below began to boil, and a path opened up from the originally dark water. Then, the path was sealed, and a door appeared. It was a very small door, the kind that only allowed one person to enter. "Child, come in," the voice sighed. "Perhaps you are the hope of everything." Suzumo was not afraid, and directly walked into the small door. As soon as he entered, the scene in front of him began to change. This was a very large space. There was a very long dragon pillar that rose to the sky, and one could not see the end of it. It was unknown where it led to. And on top of the dragon pillar, there were chains wrapped around it. Apart from that, there were all kinds of corals of different shapes and colors. It was magnificent, too beautiful to be taken in all at once. "Where are you?" Suzumo shouted. Because after he came in, he did not see any figure. This made Suzumo a little suspicious. Could it be a trap? "I'm right in front of you," the voice replied. Suzumo was stunned, and looked at the corals in front of him. He asked, "Are you a coral?" "On your left, look at this sealed pillar," the voice said. This time, the voice was emotional, and was not as cold as before. Instead, it was like an old man past his prime. "Pillar?" Suzumo was stunned. He quickly turned his head to look, put some distance between them, and looked at it vigilantly. Before this, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with the pillar. Now that he took a closer look, he found that there was indeed a thin aura inside. And it was very hidden. If the other party did not deliberately expose it, he would not have noticed it at all. How did you become like this? Suzimo asked doubtfully. It's a long story, and also to protect myself, the voice sighed. I am the water god. I did not lie to you about that. As for the specific reasons, I can tell you one by one. But before that, I need to get to know you. Understand me? Suzimo laughed. What do I need to know? You are looking for the legacy of the ancient gods, right? The water god said. Suzimo also knew that this matter could not be hidden. He didn't try to hide it, so he nodded. What is your goal? Water god asked. Is that important? Suzimo asked. If you don't tell me, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass my legacy to you, the water god replied. I want to unlock a seal. He was exiled by the Holy Hall and sealed in a forgotten land, Suzimo replied. There was no way he would tell them about the primordial devil cave. And things had already come to this point. He couldn't possibly meet the water god but not obtain the inheritance. However, this also reflected his guess. Whether it was the myriad water stream or the water beasts, they were all related to the water god. However, this was just his speculation, and he didn't have any proof. Now, everything was laid out before his eyes. Suzimo raised his head and asked, What else do you need to ask? Ask it all at once. We don't have much time left. The Red Man will find out sooner or later. The Holy Hall is indeed a very ancient organization. The water god sighed. No matter how ancient it is, can it be older than you? Suzimo laughed. These ancient gods were a group of old farts. From the creation of the 9 regions, the beginning of the first era, and the ancient gods Tao seeking, they had already existed. And they were the main characters. At that time, the Holy Hall did not exist yet. You can't say that. Whether one is strong or not is not related to the length of time. The water god smiled and said, The Holy Hall is indeed the #1 organization in the upper 9 regions. From ancient times until now, countless factions have been destroyed, but they have become stronger and stronger. They are just lackeys of the heavenly Tao, Suzimo said disdainfully. You can't say that, the water god replied. In this world ruled by the heavenly Tao, they are also doing it for survival. It's just that many people choose to survive in different ways. Suzimo did not refute this point. Some people stood to eat, while others knelt to beg. Look at this world, it's all different. As long as you are firm in your goal and continue to walk down it without hesitation, that's enough. This was Suzimo's Tao. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. Let's talk about us now, Suzimo replied. It's my turn to ask. Go ahead, the water god replied. Why have you been reduced to such a state? As a dignified ancient god, you are actually in such a sorry state, Suzimo said. This matter has to start with the water beasts. The water god sighed. I asked about that aura from you. You should have seen it. You mean, the blue man? Suzimo asked. That's what you call him. I call him the stream of hope, the water god replied. You are a human, so you might not know many things. However, our fire race will slowly learn once we cultivate to a certain realm. Our fire race is flawed. Flawed? What do you mean? Suzimo was startled. One had to know that the entire blaze fire domain was the fire race's world. If there really was a flaw, it would be a huge matter. But why had he never heard of it? Perhaps he didn't even know. It was unbelievable that such a shocking matter had been concealed so secretly. That's because only experts who have cultivated to the Tao fruit level can sense that flaw. How would ordinary fire race people know? Think about how many Tao fruit experts there are in the current fire race. The water god asked. Suzimo nodded slightly. That was true. The current fire race seemed to only have one expert, Xianxia. As long as Xianxia didn't tell anyone about this matter, no one would know. After thinking this through, Suzimo asked. What is the flaw you are referring to? The fire race is born with too much yang energy in their bodies. They can't sense it at the initial cultivation stage. However, at the peak, all things are yin and yang. Chaos fuses. The great Tao is simple. The water god explained, what the fire race lacks is that yin energy. Or rather, water energy that can suppress fire energy. Only with water energy can water and fire be combined can one reach the peak of the great Tao. So that's why water beasts were born? Su Zimo asked. In the beginning, I also cultivated the fire Tao. Later on, when he saw this level, he gave up on the Tao fruit of the fire Tao and directly shattered it. I wanted to cultivate the water Tao. The water god sighed. Su Zimo sighed with emotion when he heard this. He had already reached the peak, but he was willing to sacrifice himself. How should he put it, after entering the Tao fruit realm, he was already the center of this world. This meant that if he took another step forward, he would be able to open the 12th meridian and reach the eternal realm. Undying and indestructible, jumping out of the great Tao of heaven and earth. For everyone, this was something that they could only dream of. Many people dreamed of it their entire lives, but they could not find it. However, the water god Gong-tu in front of him could give up these temptations and be careless for the fire race. He broke his realm and started from a mortal to cultivate the water path again. This kind of courage was not something that everyone had. Moreover, after cultivating the water path again, he still deduced it to the level of a Tao fruit expert. It could be said that the water god Gong-tu in front of him was definitely the strongest candidate Su Zimo had ever seen. He was silent for a moment before asking, then why did you fall to such a state? What about those red men in the sky? You created them too, right? I guess so, but that was not my intention. Water god Gong-tu sighed. After I discovered the weakness of the fire race. Cultivating the water path again was to give the fire race a future. When I became a sage of the water path and stepped into the Tao fruit realm, I did not expect that because of my impatience, the water path would not be completed. The cultivation of the water path was actually incomplete, resulting in the birth of this strange creature. Anomaly? You mean those red men, right? Su Zimo asked. That's right. If I was still in my peak state at that time, everything could have changed. Unfortunately, at that time, my lifespan had already reached its limit. We ancient gods have lived for too long. Water god Gong-tu sighed. My lifespan is approaching, and I no longer have the ability to deal with them. Therefore, at that time, I opened up a small world. Even my own body was sealed within. You know that they started because of me. Sealing myself is the same as sealing them. What happened after that? Su Zimo asked curiously. After sealing me, my lifespan was about to end. My body and soul died. I left behind a wisp of my essence soul, which is what you see. Water god Gong-tu continued, although I can't deal with the red men. However, the myriad water stream flowed down. As long as the conditions are right, I can use the myriad water stream to destroy the red men. I have to entrust my hopes to the juniors. At this point, the water god sighed again. He continued, unfortunately, I didn't see any descendants of the fire tribe. Instead, people from the holy hall came. I think I know the rest of the story, Su Zimo replied. The holy court broke your seal and released the red man. This small world that you have sealed has become their backyard instead. That's the general idea, but it's more complicated, water god Gong-tu replied. When the holy court broke my seal, I knew this place was going to fall. Thus, the myriad water flow, which could contain the red man, was divided into 10 portions. The lake we're in right now is actually just the true core of the myriad water stream. It was only at the periphery. The true core of the myriad water stream was the 10 blue men that I had separated. Under the obstruction of the red man and the holy hall, there was only one blue man who really rushed out. Su Zimo nodded slightly. The blue man should be referring to the blue men in the divine land. That was the first blue man he had ever met. The blue men he met later were actually the red men in disguise. The seal was broken, and the holy court and the red men were in cahoots. Do you know the nature of the red men? They're actually very similar to the blue men. They can reproduce countless water beasts on their own. These water beasts were originally meant for the fire tribe to fuse, but the water beasts split from the red men are fatal to the fire tribe. Not only can they not repair the flaws of the fire tribe, but they will also devour the flames of the fire tribe and turn them into corpses that only obey the orders of the red men. This method is called parasitism. Water god Gontu said, during that period of time, the red men appeared in the blazing fire territory for the first time. They lied to the people of the 7 regions, saying that they could help repair the flaws. Thus, they fused with many people. It wasn't until more than half of the blazing fire territory fell that everyone realized that they had been tricked. At that time, the 7 regions merged, and we paid a huge price to drive out these red men. This is also the reason why the entire blazing fire territory hates water beasts. Then what's the Holy Court's goal? What do they want to do? Suzimo asked. The red men want to rule the blazing fire territory. They have their own will. As for the Holy Court, I don't understand them, water god Gontu replied. Why don't you understand? Don't you know their goal? Suzimo asked. I can't get out of here. In fact, there are many things that I don't know. Water god Gontu shook his head. But the red men working with them is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. There won't be a good ending. I agree with that, Suzimo said with a smile. The people of the Holy Court have never been good people. They are said to be cunning and scheming against the entire 9 regions. The red men can't win against them. I think you are willing to help me, water god Gontu replied. Let the entire blazing fire territory return to peace, and I will also give you my inheritance as a reward. Your inheritance is important, but it depends on the situation, Suzimo replied. If the effort is not proportional to the benefit, your inheritance will still be useless. I want you to eliminate the red men this time, water god Gontu said. If you want to kill those red men, you must have water. Apart from this lake, there are no other water flows in this small world. It's very difficult to kill them, Suzimo said as he shook his head. He was estimating the difference in strength between the enemy and himself. Although he could leave this place safely, the red men here included those who had yet to awaken. There were hundreds of them. It was unrealistic to kill all of them. Actually, I can help you. These myriad water flows are the most effective way to kill the red men. Water god Gontu replied, also, you must have seen the core of the myriad water flows that I mentioned just now, right? As long as you find him, you can definitely eliminate the red men. You have to understand that the enemies here are not only the red men, but also the Holy Court, Suzimo said. Don't worry. Once the battle begins, unless a Dao fruit expert interferes, the red men will not be able to enter. Otherwise, the Holy Hall's people wouldn't have been able to enter at all, explained the water god. This small world might be occupied by the red men now. But I built this place with my own hands. In fact, no one is more familiar with this place than me. That won't do. Just an inheritance is enough to make me take such a huge risk. Suzimo shook his head again. How about this, other than my inheritance? I can tell you one more thing. It's about another ancient god's inheritance, water god Gontu suddenly said. Suzimo's eyes narrowed. Thinking about it this way, he didn't lose out. The inheritance of an ancient god was extremely difficult to find. Suzimo had always been very concerned about this matter. In fact, it was not the inheritance of an ancient god that was difficult to find, but the location of the inheritance. Just thinking about it, Suzimo had spent a lot of energy just to find the inheritance of the water god. Moreover, he was considered lucky. There was the existence of water beasts. Otherwise, who would have thought that the water god would be sealed in such a place and would probably never be found? There were still a few more inheritances of the ancient gods. Suzimo naturally did not want to spend so much effort to find them one by one. So he asked, who is the ancient god that you want to give me clues about? Poison god Shibaishur, Gontu said word by word. Suzimo was stunned. He knew that Shibaishur was different from other ancient gods. This was an extremely fierce and powerful ancient god. Especially his poison, it was impossible to guard against it. Back then, Wood god Gomeng was killed by him. Suzimo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked, how do you know where his inheritance is he also in the Chihua domain? He's not in the Chihua domain, but the information I told you is absolutely true. Because I know him well enough, Gong Tu said with a smile. As for whether you dare to snatch the inheritance, that's for you to consider. Deal, I promise you, Su Zimo nodded directly and said. He did not hide anything and released the blue man who was being treated in the divine land. The blue man was still very weak. However, when he was released, he already had a certain level of consciousness. Have I returned home? The blue man muttered to himself. The endless water around him began to gather in his body. Perhaps it was because he had been away for too long. These water currents were recovering his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha, I knew it. You have seen the myriad water stream at the core, water god Gong Tu laughed loudly. But I'm very curious. Just now, I only felt a trace of its aura. Even I didn't feel its existence. Where did you hide it? That's not important, right? Su Zimo naturally would not reveal the secret of the divine land. These ancient gods were too talkative. That's true. That's not the main point, not the main point. Water god Gong Tu hurriedly nodded. He was too excited for a moment and had to calm himself down. Child, welcome back to your home. My home. The blue man raised his head in confusion. When he saw the pillar, he shouted excitedly. Father, is it really you? That's me. Water god Gong Tu nodded with a smile and said, use the power of the myriad water stream to recover your strength as soon as possible. We'll have to rely on you to eliminate the red men later. At this moment, something strange happened in the outside world. It seemed that the group of celebrities had begun to suspect Su Zimo and discovered his fake identity. Powerful attacks continued to land on the lake, as if the entire lake was about to be turned upside down. It was as if a water dragon was roaring, and the rumbling sound exploded in their ears. It's all right, water god Gong Tu comforted. They won't be able to break through this place in a short amount of time, and they won't be able to find us. Let's plan how to kill the red men as soon as possible, Su Zimo said. Actually, these red men are all mutants in the water. I can help you from this side and prevent the people from the Holy Court from interfering. However, if you want to eliminate all the red men, other than the myriad water stream, you also need to learn my inherited divine ability. Water Flood 8 Desolation. Water Flood 8 Desolation? What's so special about it? Su Zimo asked. Don't underestimate this move. Water god Gong Tu smiled. This move was created by fusing the power of water laws. It involves the great Tao of time and space. Do you know infinity? What is infinity? Su Zimo shook his head and asked. The so-called infinity refers to the truth of the world. There is no end to this world. Look at the blazing fire domain outside the Lihua domain. Outside the blazing fire domain, there are 9 domains, and outside the 9 domains, there is the vast universe. The world is infinity, water god Gong Tu explained. Our cultivation, opening the meridians, breaking the shackles, is also a kind of infinity. I think I understand. Su Zimo nodded slightly. You want to use this infinite myriad water stream to eliminate the red men, Su Zimo said. Yes and no, water god Gong Tu replied. It can't be considered elimination. The red men are a kind of derivative of my cultivation. It's just that there was a mistake in my cultivation. I just want them to go back to where they came from. Then give me the inheritance as soon as possible, Su Zimo said impatiently. I will give it to you, but don't disappoint me. Gong Tu sighed. Perhaps this is my last chance. I originally thought that I would be trapped in the seal forever, unable to do anything. But your appearance brought the blue men. This is a great blessing. At this moment, the red men in the outside world seemed to be even more irritable. Their voices had already reached the inside. The entire lake was stirred up, constantly colliding with the inner walls. Kid, come out quickly, or I'll tear you to pieces. Kid, do you think we won't be able to find you if you hide? If you don't come out now, we'll overturn this lake and find you. The red men's voices seemed to be very anxious. To them, of course they were anxious. On Su Zimo's body, there were hidden clues about the fish in the net. And that wasn't all. They knew that there was another existence in this lake. Although that existence was no longer of any use, no one dared to underestimate them. The black-robed man's furious voice came from outside. Trash, a bunch of trash. A living person actually ran away under your noses? The black-robed man was naturally angry because they had previously investigated Suzumo's identity. With the efficiency of the Holy Court, they soon had a result. But when the news came, the black-robed man was stunned. This young man was actually the demon master that the Holy Court had been looking for a long time. One had to know that the Holy Court had tried to kill him more than once, but they couldn't do anything to him. And the demon master had actually fallen into his hands. The black-robed man even felt that this kind of contribution was 100 times more important than completing the mission in the blazing fire domain. Therefore, he hurriedly rushed over, wanting to bring Suzumo back to the Holy Court. He didn't expect that he would disappear. How could this not make him angry? Don't worry, he's in this lake. He definitely won't be able to escape, a red man comforted. The Holy Court values this matter very much. If he disappears, I'm afraid that the Divine Ancestor will directly come down and destroy you. The black-robed man snorted coldly. He really wasn't exaggerating things to scare people. He hadn't reported this matter to the Divine Ancestor yet. Otherwise, the Divine Ancestor would have come personally. The Divine Ancestor valued the Demon Master more than anyone else. The favorites didn't care about the black-robed man. After all, his strength was only so. In this small world, they could still suppress him. However, behind him was the Sacred Ancestor. Not to mention the favorites, who in the entire 9 regions dared to ignore the Sacred Ancestor. The Sacred Ancestor was an existence that had lived since the ancient gods' Tao-seeking era. Think about it. Even the ancient gods were dead, but the Sacred Ancestor was still alive. He was like the sun in the sky, shining on everything. To his own people, the Sacred Ancestor's existence was a great encouragement. It was as if no matter what you did, as long as the Sacred Ancestor was there, he would definitely be behind you. To his enemies, the Sacred Ancestor was like a huge stone that pressed down on their hearts, making everyone breathless. No matter what they did, they had to think for a long time before doing anything. The black-robed man snorted coldly. Since the favorites had promised, he didn't want to be aggressive. Now was not the time for internal strife. Instead, they should focus on finding Suzumo. His eyes were indifferent and deep, as if there was endless spirit energy surrounding him. It was as if he wanted to see through the entire lake. The favorites were also anxious. Although they were threatening him, they all knew that they couldn't do anything to the myriad water stream. Because weren't they also foreign objects that had split off from the myriad water stream? At this moment, Suzumo was sitting cross-legged in this small world. Although the heavenly pillar was suppressed by chains, the power of the water god common earth was still growing. The surrounding coral sea began to grow visibly. It kept expanding, as if it had grown from 1 meter to 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and it was still growing. A water dragon descended from the sky and coiled around the heavenly pillar, circling and circling. The dragon's might resounded through the world, and the dragon's roar sounded. This water dragon wasn't a real water dragon, but a form of the common earth's inheritance. At this moment, the water dragon swept with powerful power and rushed directly towards Suzumo. Suzumo didn't mind and allowed the water dragon to merge with him and into his body. Boom! An explosion sounded in the next moment. It was as if Suzumo's consciousness was being baptized by the water. The water condensed into a square space that appeared in his body. It continued to baptize Suzumo's body and soul. Powerful energy kept gushing out, falling and ringing out one after another. Suzumo only felt that his own strength was also constantly improving. It was a wonderful feeling. Suzumo had only just entered the Great Sage Realm, and he was only at the first stage of the Supreme Sage Realm. At this moment, he was advancing step by step towards the second stage of Primordial Chaos. The so-called Primordial Chaos cultivators were filled with heaven and earth, but everything was lacking. The power of Primordial Chaos was the most abundant power in the world. It was like a huge water tank that was filled to the brim with water, and not a single drop was left. Then, the human body would be like this water tank. It could fill up all the energy in the body and not leave a single drop behind. Suzumo's aura grew stronger and stronger. As he deduced his power to advance towards Primordial Chaos, he also absorbed the inheritance of water god Gong Tuesday. Neither of them would miss out. As time passed, regardless of the outside world being turned upside down, Su Zimo was already in a special state. Water god Gong Tu did not disturb him. To Gong Tu, the stronger Su Zimo was, the higher the success rate of his plan. Therefore, he could not wait for Su Zimo to become stronger. After an unknown period of time, Su Zimo felt his consciousness begin to wake up. His perception of the water around him was unexpectedly strong. Just like a fish, the current had become its home. The spiritual energy in his body had also reached a certain level, and he had officially broken through to the primordial chaos realm. Overall, Su Zimo was quite satisfied. However, there was still a fierce battle to fight. He opened his eyes and calmed his aura in an instant. "Are you ready?" Water god Gong Tu asked. "If you are, I'll send you out." "What about him?" Su Zimo looked at Blue Man and asked. "He has already recovered. In this lake of myriad water, it's not difficult to kill him," Gong Tu said with a smile. "With his help, I think you can control the entire myriad water flow as soon as possible." Su Zimo nodded slightly and replied, "That's true. Then I should go out and meet them. They're probably going crazy looking for me now." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force surged. The small world in front of him slowly closed. Su Zimo and the other two immediately rushed out from within. At this moment, in the outside world, a group of red men surrounded the entire lake. At this moment, along with the fluctuations of the lake, there was a rumbling sound as if something was about to rush out. "He's out," a red man shouted. Everyone looked at the center of the lake. The rumbling sound became louder and louder, and the fluctuations also became louder and louder. Finally, with a boom, Su Zimo's figure directly flew out from the water, stepping on the air. As soon as he came out, over a dozen red men surrounded him, wanting to capture him. "Scram!" Su Zimo shouted. He kicked one of them one by one, bursting with power. Bang 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 sounds came from the void of space. More than 10 red men were sent flying with a kick. Su Zimo stood still and looked at the crowd with a cold gaze. "You're fine?" the black-robed man coldly asked. His voice was filled with disbelief. After being hit by the curse of annihilation, even the myriad water flow couldn't cure him in such a short time. Furthermore, Su Zimo's presence was much stronger than the last time they met. "What? Didn't you want to ask me something?" Su Zimo smiled. "If I can catch you once, I can catch you a second time," the black-robed man coldly replied. "You really think you could catch me that time?" "I was just going with the flow. Even if your Laozu sect descends, I'm still not afraid," Su Zimo coldly scoffed. At most, he would use the power left by the previous demon lord. The level of the previous demon lord was at the level of the real heaven punisher. After Su Zimo finished, he replied, "But I'm not interested in starting a war with your holy court right now. Today's main goal is to deal with these other worldlings. Deal with us? With just you?" The red men laughed as if they heard the funniest joke in the world. "I'm afraid you've been fooled by that old man down there. When he was alive, he couldn't do anything to us. Who do you think you are?" Although the red men were mocking him, they were also very cautious and began to surround him, not giving Su Zimo a chance to escape. "You'll know whether or not I can try," Su Zimo replied. He directly summoned the blue man. The lake under his feet instantly became turbulent. The myriad water flow wrapped around his body. All the water in the lake began to surge upwards, forming a whirlpool that wrapped around Su Zimo. Like a water dragon, the blue man also surged into Su Zimo's body. How did you find it?" The red men's expressions changed drastically. They couldn't believe it. "I picked it up on the road," Su Zimo said with a smile. The red men looked uneasy. They looked at each other and saw one of them form a seal with his hands. The seal was instantly magnified countless times, covering the entire small world. Originally, many of these red men were in a state of deep sleep. But now, when the seal fell, almost all of them woke up. A powerful aura rose into the sky. The cries of the red men kept coming, and the whole small world was echoing. Su Zimo looked up and saw hundreds of red men rushing over from the distant horizon. They were practically surrounding Su Zimo in an encirclement. This time, we may need the help of the Holy Court, one of the red men said to the black-robed man. Even if you didn't say it, the Holy Court has to intervene, the black-robed man replied. The Holy Court had always been willing to pay any price when it came to the Demon Lord. But at that moment, the bottom of the lake began to fluctuate. A blue dragon with a heavenly aura rushed up. The dragon was very powerful. Just the dragon's aura alone was enough to send countless red people flying. The power of laws, a Dao fruit powerhouse? Sensing the dragon's powerful aura, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. Then, he frowned slightly. No, you're already dead. You're just a nascent spirit. My nascent spirit can still crush you, the water dragon said with a cold snort. He was the water god, Gong Tuesday. The water dragon's current form was just his consciousness. He could only accept the appearance of this body of consciousness. Gong Tu, you can't destroy us, the red men shouted. You couldn't do it tens of thousands of years ago, and you still can't do it now. It's not up to you whether I can do it or not, the water dragon snorted. Then he looked at Su Zimo and said, I'll help you get rid of some irrelevant people. The rest is up to you. As soon as the water dragon finished speaking, a powerful force began to emanate from its body. At this moment, the entire small world began to shake. The group of popular people even had an illusion, as if the control of this small world had been seized in an instant. They couldn't control this small world at all. Damn it, that old guy still has a backup plan, a popular person said with an ugly expression. Attack him, shouted the Reds. The heaven-burning flame soared into the sky, turning into a blazing fire dragon that rushed over. You can't hurt me. I have already become one with this world. Gong Tu shook his head and laughed. He clapped his hands, and with a boom, all of the flames were isolated. His eyes were burning as he slowly spat out a few words. Expel. Things that are not from my world will never enter. At this moment, the black-robed man felt an extremely powerful force shining on his body. It was as if the void had cracked open, wanting to banish him. The black-robed man continued to struggle. Unfortunately, this force was like the ruler of this world, making him unable to resist at all. You're making an enemy of the Holy Church, the black-robed man roared. Even if your divine ancestor came here today, he still wouldn't be able to enter my small world. Gong Tu coldly shouted. He had the confidence to do so. At worst, he would just fight with his life on the line. He was the one who created this small world, so he had to have that much confidence. Finally, the power of banishment grew stronger and stronger until the black-robed man's figure was completely swallowed up. With this technique, as long as someone or something didn't belong to this small world, they would be banished. And because Su Zimo had the blue man's possession, he wasn't afraid of this at all. Finally, as the small world quieted down, the water dragon turned into a barrier that sealed the entire small world. Only Su Zimo and a few hundred Reds were left here, facing each other in the void of space. Seems like you're that old bastard's hope, a popular person scoffed. Killing you will cut off that old bastard's path of retreat. When the time comes, we'll take care of this fish that slipped through the net and everything will be fine. The fish that slipped through the net he was referring to was actually the blue man. Su Zimo waved his hand, and the tyrannical shadow appeared in his hand. Seems like some people don't even know that their time of death has come. The power of the myriad water stream gathered around Su Zimo's body and his blade. For him, the myriad water stream didn't need to be that strong, as long as it could injure these popular people, that would be enough. Su Zimo wielded his blade and charged towards the countless popular people. Blade G filled the entire void of space. As he raised his blade, the powerful blade cut a popular person in half. Because of the myriad water stream, this popular person couldn't be revived. The flames on its body began to dissipate, and eventually, it stopped breathing. Su Zimo coldly snorted. Another dozen or so popular people charged at him. Their hands were like a sea of fire that melted the void of space. Su Zimo took a few steps back to avoid this attack, then the tyrannical shadow in his hand came down again. It contained the powerful power of origin. With a bang, all the popular people's hands were chopped off. Even though Su Zimo was so cruel that the popular people suffered heavy losses, they still charged at him. As if death was nothing. In just a few moments, Su Zimo was completely surrounded. He frowned. He reached out his right hand, causing the myriad water stream in the lake to swirl. "Run," a popular person shouted. "We can't run, this small world has been sealed off, instead of hiding, we might as well defeat him head-on," another popular person suggested. The popular people nodded. They gathered together. Flames burned around their bodies. They formed an indescribable sea of fire. This sea of fire covered half of the small world, all of it burning towards Suzimo. "Eight desolate water stream," Suzimo also roared. This was the water god Gongtu's inherited technique. The myriad water stream in the lake around them was constantly surging, crashing and crashing, countless waves were crashing against each other. The entire sky looked like it was about to be drowned by the myriad water stream. Finally, when the two extreme powers of fire and water collided, this small world seemed like it couldn't handle this power and was about to break apart. Fortunately, with Gongtu's seal, it was safe for now. The myriad water stream and the red people's sea of fire were in a stalemate. Bang 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 sounds of explosions resounded. The myriad water stream and the myriad water stream were both extinguishing and evaporating the other. Kill the hundreds of people on fire gathered together and somehow managed to gain the upper hand. "You're no match for us," the popular person's voice was still roaring. Suzimo snorted coldly. The power of the primordial chaos continued to flow from his body, and several of his meridians were also rumbling. When the powerful power in his body roared, it was like a surging sea. Although he was only one person, he was not inferior to hundreds of red men. After resisting fire and water for a long time, Suzimo finally realized. If these red men gathered together, even if he had the myriad water flow, he would not be able to do anything to them. "In that case, I'll break them one by one," he shouted softly. He directly cancelled the water gourd, drew his saber, and dragged the tyrannical shadow toward the red men. A powerful force was surging. Between heaven and earth, there was only an endless stream of saber intent and the flames of the red men. Every time Suzimo's saber fell, it seemed to be inextinguishable saber intent. Those red men could not dodge in time, and one or two would be killed. As for himself, it was naturally difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. His body was already covered with wounds. There was a burning sensation all over his body, as if his whole body was about to spontaneously combust. Another few red men's bodies fell from the sky. Suzimo panted and pulled away. "You are afraid of death, I am not." "In terms of ruthlessness, you are still far from it," Suzimo laughed. "So in this battle, you will definitely lose. You are only one person, we can exhaust you to death," the red man also snorted coldly. They did not want to give Suzimo time to rest and recover, so they attacked again. Suzimo took a deep breath. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was erupting, and the saber intent was bursting out more and more powerful. He used the 10 great divine techniques one by one. The heaven-shaking giant roared, and the heavenly gate of 3 lives surrounded him. There was also the law phenomenon, the body of a giant, and the eyes of a god. The divine demon visualization, the soul of an ancient divine demon, destroying heaven and earth. The eye of samsara, yin and yang, divided heaven and earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars, everlasting. One hand was the heaven-swallowing finger of fortune, the other hand was the Aisha seal. When the powerful force attacked, at this moment, Suzimo was like a divine demon that could destroy heaven and earth. No one was a worthy opponent for him. Even though his entire body was drenched in blood, and there wasn't a single part of him that wasn't roasted by the flames. However, he was still able to slay gods and devils that blocked his path. He killed wherever he went. The sky seemed to be raining blood, and the corpses of the red men fell from the sky. His eyes were bloodshot from the killing, and those popular people gradually became fearful. "You, how dare you," a red man said in horror. "Let's use mutual destruction," a red man said. "Are you crazy? Indiscriminate destruction? That's something that can kill even us," one of the red men said, his expression changing. "I'm not crazy. We can leave the little red guy here. Us old fellows will fight him with our lives." The red man said, "It's still not too late. Otherwise, let him kill us again. I'm afraid we won't be able to stop him even if we die." While all the celebrities were thinking, Su Zimo raised his saber and charged over. Let's do it! Someone shouted. Leaving a chance for survival in everything is more meaningful than becoming nourishment for others. Many of the celebrities nodded. One of the red men stood at the very front. He mumbled something, and then his figure became illusory. As if he didn't exist in this void of space. Sure enough, when Su Zimo's saber fell, it hit nothing but air. This red man was right in front of him, but he couldn't hit anything. What is that? He frowned. Immediately after, the red people behind him started to rush towards the first red person one by one. They fused with him. As more and more red men fused with him, the first red man's aura became stronger and stronger. At the same time, his body also became bigger and bigger. But Su Zimo couldn't do anything. He could only passively watch as the other party changed, but he couldn't attack. They've comprehended a tiny bit of infinity at this time. Water God Gontu's solemn voice came from the void of space. I think I know what they're trying to do. What is it? Su Zimo asked. With the first red man as the vessel, they want to fuse everyone's power into the first red man. To make the first red man stronger and stronger. The more red men fuse with him, the stronger the first red man will be. In theory, it can be infinitely large and infinitely strong. Water God Gontu said, I understand. These red men are attacking the blazing fire domain with all their might. They don't just want to occupy this world. They want to assimilate all the fire race into red men, and then fuse with the people of the entire domain. They want to use infinity to create a true powerhouse. Hearing Water God Gontu's words, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. That seemed to be a good idea. For many people, if they wanted to become a powerhouse, they would need countless years of experience. Talent, luck, and opportunity were all indispensable. But if they used this method, it would indeed be the easiest. This was equivalent to raising all the fire race in the entire blazing fire domain. How strong will these red men be when they fuse? Su Zimo asked. I don't know. If they're close to the Dao fruit, it'll be completely troublesome, Gontu said solemnly. As hundreds of red men fused, the power of the first red man was indeed increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. From supreme to primordial chaos, eternal, creation, and sacred king. It was only when he became a sacred king that his power decreased a lot. The speed of his rise also slowed down, but he was still becoming stronger. More and more red men were fusing. And the number of red men that could be fused was decreasing. Almost all the red men in the small world had fused. There seemed to be a bang sound coming from the red man's body, as if some shackles had been opened. Immediately after, the red man's aura rose like the sun in the sky. Its roars continued to sound. This is the Dao fruit? Su Zimo was surprised. He had not seen many Dao fruit powerhouses, so he did not have a detailed understanding of this realm. It's not the Dao fruit, Water God Gontu shook his head and replied. But it's not far away. Let's call it the half-step Dao fruit for now. Even if it's the half-step Dao fruit, with my current strength, it's very difficult to contend against it. Su Zimo shook his head. Currently, he could challenge someone of a higher realm. If he fought a sacred king, he could still fight evenly or even suppress the other party. But the Dao fruit was the difference between a major realm and a true meridian. The other party had opened 11 meridians. It was not an exaggeration to describe the difference between heaven and earth. I can control it temporarily, Water God Gontu hurriedly said. He naturally could not let Su Zimo leave. After waiting for countless years, this was his only chance. Why didn't you say you could control it earlier? Su Zimo was puzzled. I'm using my own life to control it. To put it simply, I'm sacrificing my essence soul. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to do this, Water God Gontu replied. But now that things have come to this, we can only rely on the two of us to go all out. How do I kill him? Su Zimo asked. This was a very realistic problem. Even if the Water God Gontu could control the giant, if Su Zimo was not strong enough, he would not be able to kill the other party. If it was just a simple red man, he could use the myriad water flow to kill it. However, with the scale of the red man, Suzimo estimated that even the myriad water flow would not be able to do anything to the other party. Use the water flow to separate them. Then destroy them one by one, the water god Gong Tu shouted. In the end, their half-step Dao fruit strength wasn't obtained through cultivation. I think this method also has a lot of side effects. For now, we can only try this. Suzimo nodded. In fact, to be honest, he could not do anything to the big guy in front of him. The red man was roaring. Below the half-step Dao fruit, there was a faint rule power surging. The rule power was an existence that surpassed the laws. It was one of the most core things to construct a world. The red man roared and charged towards Suzimo step by step. Speaking of which, it was strange. His pace was not very fast, but when he charged towards Suzimo, he actually had a feeling that Suzimo had nowhere to hide. Under his feet, the rule power surged. It was as if a part of the world was measured under his feet. Suzimo picked up the tyrannical shadow. The powerful saber intent was rioting as he tried to attack. However, his attack was like a stone sinking into the sea. It could not cause any damage to the red giant at all. It could not even cause a ripple. He frowned slightly. The strength of a Dao fruit powerhouse, just a half-step Dao fruit powerhouse, was enough to suffocate him. When the red man charged again, Suzimo retreated frantically. At this time, it was naturally time for the water god Gong Tu to make a move. The azure dragon soared into the void. The powerful draconic force seal suppressed the entire void. The giant dragon roared, and a surge of rule force emanated from its body. Boom! There was an explosion. It seemed that Gong Tu's rule power and the red man's rule power had collided. Two waves of extreme power erupted from both sides. Suzimo looked up. At some point in time, the dragon's silhouette had already grown to 1,000 or even 10,000 meters long. The giant dragon's body enveloped the entire void, wrapping around the red man. The next moment, the red giant struggled desperately, but the dragon's restraint was also very tight. He wasn't afraid that the other party would break free. At the same time, water god Gong Tu's voice sounded. Hurry up, I can't hold on for long. Suzimo nodded slightly. He raised both of his hands, and the powerful myriad water current circled around him. The 10,000 streams of water were like a long river, burying the red giant's surroundings. Water flood 8 desolations, Suzimo waved his right hand. A powerful force collided with the red man. He could clearly feel that the red man was formed by fusion, and the myriad water stream was all-pervasive. He wanted to split the red giant apart. 10,000 water flow and the red man were in a stalemate. Suzimo also felt that it would be difficult to break through the red man with his own power. Even if he used the 8 desolation water spirit, it still wouldn't work. He frowned slightly. He also knew that he couldn't drag on like this any longer, because water god Gong Tu couldn't control the other party for long. Suzimo waved his hand, and all the demon generals in the divine continent were also teleported out. Everyone, lend me a hand and destroy this red man, Suzimo said. Yes, sir. The demon generals quickly nodded. Demonic energy soared into the sky, and then a powerful force poured into Suzimo's body. At this moment, Suzimo felt like he was the same as the other party. Absorbing an endless stream of power, he became stronger and stronger. His eyes were shining, and the realm in his body was constantly rising. Suzimo knew that this was because he and the demon generals were both demonic energy, and their powers were fused together. If it were other powers, it wouldn't be like this. His eyes were like torches, and a loud boom came from his body. He raised his head, and at this moment, an even more powerful force was surging. Suzimo stepped into the air and charged towards the red man. Under his command, the 10,000 streams of water surged like the sea, and the original lake became vast and boundless. The red giant was also roaring, and constantly resisting. Because it could feel Suzimo's sudden increase in power. Just a little more, Suzimo roared. His power was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, as he moved forward step by step, his expression became somewhat ferocious and twisted. Baimont and the others behind him were almost releasing their power to the limit. Suzimo only felt his mind go blank. Even he didn't know how long it lasted. A sudden explosion woke him up. The sound was very loud, and not only did it wake him up, but the aftermath of the explosion also sent him flying. The void kept fluctuating. Su Zimo raised his head, and his figure kept falling. And the direction where the red man was hiding began to explode. The red man's huge figure was quickly disintegrated. Did it work? He shouted in joy. You did it, Water God Gontu's voice came from the side. Are you all right? Su Zimo hurriedly asked. I'm already a dead man, it doesn't matter if I'm all right or not, Gontu weakly replied. Before I die, I want to tell you about the poison god's luxurious corpse. Tell me quickly, Su Zimo hurriedly nodded. He was really afraid that if the red man died, then he would have no tears to cry. He finally got rid of the red man, but didn't get any benefits. The poison god's luxurious corpse is different from the other ancient gods. He didn't hide his inheritance, but instead announced it to the world, Gontu smiled. He left 1,100 inheritances in the world, but it said that only one of them is real. For millions of years, many of his inheritances appeared one after another, but unfortunately, they were all fake. But I know that his true inheritance is in his steed. In the hands of the poison undying beast. Poison undying beast? Su Zimo frowned. That's right, in a sense, the poison undying beast is immortal. Because it can't be considered a living creature. It's just a creature born from the combination of technology and spirit energy, Water God Gontu explained. Its body is forged from spirit energy. As long as there's spirit energy in the world, it will never die. And its consciousness is the consciousness of an inanimate object given to it by the Shibai corpse. It can be said that its consciousness will never change, so there's no such thing as death. The meaning of its existence is to revive the Shibai corpse. Can the people of this world really be revived? Su Zimo asked. This was also what he was curious about. If the nether realm didn't receive a soul, could it revive a person? There's no such thing as absolute in this world. Water God Gontu smiled. Maybe there's a way. But I don't know, otherwise I wouldn't have fallen to this point. What about the poison undying beast, how do I find it? Su Zimo asked again. If he didn't know where the poison undying beast was, he would have to search again. What was the difference between having a clue and not having one? Water God Gontu smiled bitterly. Actually, I'm not too sure about that either, that's a bit tricky. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and said. Don't worry, Water God Gontu quickly replied. The poison undying beast likes poisonous places the most. When you go to the Empyrean realm, you can specifically look for poisonous places. The chances of finding it will be very high. Hearing Gontu's words, Su Zimo's mood eased a bit, and he nodded slightly. In any case, your information is not bad. Then can I trouble you with one more thing? Gontu smiled and said. I gave you an inch and you want a mile? Su Zimo looked at him. Let's talk about it later. He stepped into the air. Because of the explosion of the red giant, not all the red people were dead. The red people's momentum was gone, so many of them began to consider escaping. At this time, Gontu's strength was at its weakest point, so it was the best time to escape. Naturally, Su Zimo wouldn't let them go. He stepped into the air, holding the tyrannical shadow in his hand. Like a reaper reaping lives, he followed behind those red people step by step. Every time he swung his blade, the power of the myriad water would surge, and a red person would fall to the ground. When these red people saw him, it was as if they saw the god of death, and they frantically ran away. Su Zimo followed behind them unhurriedly. Finally, all the red people were killed. After they died, their corpses turned into a pool of myriad water and merged into the blue people's bodies. They were originally one with the myriad water, but there was a mutation. Gontu just made a mistake in his cultivation. Since his consciousness was dead, he naturally returned to the myriad water. After dealing with all the red people, Su Zimo returned to Gontu's side. He smiled and said, Speak, what do you need me for? This myriad water is what I left for the fire tribe. Water God Gontu smiled and said. Now, the myriad water stream was under the control of Su Zimo. There was nothing Gontu could do. As the saying goes, it's easier to invite the devil than to send him away. Asking Su Zimo to hand over the myriad water stream was no different from pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Can you leave behind the myriad water stream to fix the flaws of the fire race? Water God Gontu asked. No problem. Suzimo smiled and nodded. Hearing this reply, Gongtu was bewildered. Could it be that he had gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure? He found it hard to believe. He asked uncertainly, is Child Su really willing? That guy Huangzhu must really want this thing, Suzimo smiled. What do you think if I hand it over to him personally? He is now the only Dao fruit expert of the fire tribe. The entire fire tribe is under his command. Hearing Suzimo's words, water god Gongtu was no fool. After pondering for a moment, he understood. Suzimo wanted to threaten Huangzhu. What kind of price would Feng Yao have to pay to obtain the myriad water stream? In fact, after thinking about it for a moment, he knew that Huangzhu might have to pay a heavy price this time. But Gongtu had no other choice. This was all he could do. In the end, he could only place his hopes on the fire race itself. The primordial spirit he left behind was about to dissipate. This myriad water stream is not of much use to young master. But to the fire race, it is a life-saving grace. I hope young master will keep his promise. The fire race will be eternally grateful. Gongtu was still worried. Don't worry, go in peace. Suzimo waved his hand. In the end, Gongtu sighed. His primordial spirit could not withstand it. In the end, its power dissipated and slowly disappeared. Suzimo summoned Baimont and the others. He raised his head and looked at the vast world. Water god Gongtu was dead. The fireman was also dead. Basically, everyone who deserved to die was dead. This world no longer had the support of power. The myriad water stream was also taken away by him. The entire world began to fall apart. He stretched out his right hand, and the spirit energy in his hand transformed into the shape of a flying pigeon. He said softly, go back to Shanghai City and tell Purple Dawn Saint and Xianxia. See you in the Sun Domain. After the pigeon heard this, its figure jumped in the void and flew towards Shanghai City. And Suzimo looked at this world. It fell apart, and countless cracks appeared in the sky. This was the fall of a small world. Fate rose and fell. Everything in the world should be like this. Suzimo did not resist. He allowed the small world to be destroyed, and then his figure merged into the ruins of the destruction. The void shattered. He followed the traces of the shattered void and began to drift endlessly. He was too tired from the battle. So he did not care about anything. Instead, he closed his eyes and slept. During this time, he could not control where he would drift to. The warm sunlight fell on his face. Suzimo slowly opened his eyes. This sleep was a bit deep, but his body was relaxed. He stood up and yawned. He found that he was actually on a flying spirit ship. And around him, a group of white-robed people looked at him warily. You're awake? A man walked over and asked gently. Seeing that the other party did not have any ill intentions, Suzimo asked blankly, where is this? Our spirit ship of the immortal land. One day, you fell from a crack in the void. You just happened to fall into our spirit ship, the man replied. I'm the eldest senior brother of the immortal land. My name is Lu Wuming. How should I address you? Suzimo. Brother Su is a human? Lu Wuming asked curiously. Aren't you humans too? Suzimo smiled. In this blazing fire domain, we humans have to help each other. Lu Wuming looked at the vigilant white-robed people around him. He smiled and said, everyone, don't worry. Brother Su is a friend and not an enemy. There's no need to be wary. Suzimo smiled. He looked in the direction of the spirit ship. He asked, where are you going? The origin of the fire clan is about to open. Of course, we're going to the sun domain. Lu Wuming smiled. Brother Su, do you want to follow us? Sure. Suzimo smiled. This just happened to be the same trip as him. It was interesting. At this moment, footsteps came from the spirit ship. A woman in a white robe walked over. This woman's aura was very cold. Even her eyes were like ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. She looked at Suzimo and said, since you're awake, you can stay or leave. But it's best not to cause trouble. After being scolded for no reason, Suzimo frowned slightly. However, after the woman finished speaking, she turned and left, ignoring Suzimo. Lu Wuming saw this scene and quickly explained, Brother Su, don't get used to it. This is Sect Master Bai of the Immortal Land. She's cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She's actually a good person. It's just that her personality is a little cold. Moreover, after you fell into our spirit ship, many people wanted to throw you away. It was Sect Master Bai who asked you to stay. Hearing Lu Wuming's words, Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. Alright, as long as she doesn't provoke me, I can't be bothered with her. Brother Su, where are you from? Lu Wuming began to ask about Su Zimo's background. I'm just an itinerant cultivator, Su Zimo said with a smile. Oh right, the Immortal Land is also qualified to participate in the opening of the Fire Tribe's origin land. Logically speaking, it should be the place where the Fire Tribe came from. The human race was not welcomed in the first place. To be able to receive an invitation from the Fire Tribe's origin land, the Immortal Land must be extraordinary. Lu Wuming smiled and said, actually, that's not necessarily the case. This time, the origin ground has opened. Not only us, but the various clans have also been invited. What's the Fire Tribe's intention? Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked. We don't know about that, Lu Wuming said with a smile. However, it's said that other clans can also enter the origin land. We're just trying our luck. Su Zimo nodded slightly. After chatting with Lu Wuming for a while, he also understood the Immortal Land. The ancestors of the Immortal Land were indeed rich. It was said that there were a few great sages. It was only after these ancestors left that this force gradually declined. And it was not a simple decline. It even declined to the point where it was almost exterminated. Later on, Sect Master Bai of this generation succeeded the position and led the Immortal Land to start to rise. However, there was only hope for it to rise. The current Immortal Land still could not compare to its peak. This was Su Zimo's understanding of the Immortal Land. After chatting with Lu Wuming, the other party also began to busy himself with his own matters. Su Zimo was still relatively free here. The sky gradually darkened, and the day was almost over. It would take more than 7 days to take the spirit ship to the Sun Domain. This time, the Celestial Immortal Court's main force was going to the Solar Domain. Other than sect leader Bai and a few important elders, most of the people he brought were from the younger generation. Because they also knew that it would be extremely difficult for them to get a share of the origin land of the fire race. It would be better to bring the younger generation to broaden their horizons. Compared to these elders, the younger generation was much kinder to Su Zimo. It's time to eat, child Su. At this moment, a chubby young man walked over and smiled at Su Zimo. His name is Wang Wei. He was one of the new disciples from the Celestial Land of Immortals. He was quite honest, and was also the one who was the friendliest to Su Zimo. On the other side of the spirit ship, many youths were already sitting around a bonfire. Above the bonfire, there was a fragrant meat paste. Everyone was drooling. Actually, to the strong, they didn't need to eat anymore. However, these youths still needed to eat. Seeing Su Zimo arrive, one of the youths joked, Child Su, you must be here to freeload. Why don't you join us? I'm too big, and your Celestial Land of Immortals is too small, Su Zimo said with a smile. Bullsh *T, a girl next to him snorted. Your heart is higher than the sky, but your life is thinner than paper. It's better for you to be down to earth. The girl who spoke was called Ali. She had always looked down on Su Zimo, and they often bickered with each other when they spoke. Su Zimo didn't pay much attention to her. Junior sister, don't talk so much, Wang Wei reminded her. He carried a bowl of hot meat soup and handed it to Su Zimo. He smiled and said, You eat. You're all eating? At this moment, Lu Wuming walked over and said with a smile. Eldest senior brother. Everyone greeted him. Lu Wuming's identity was very special. Although he was the eldest senior brother of the Celestial Land of Immortals, his seniority was as high as the elders. It was said that he had been the eldest senior brother of the Celestial Land of Immortals since 1,000 years ago. He could have become an elder long ago. However, he had always regarded himself as the eldest senior brother and was willing to be the guide for these young disciples. Therefore, everyone in the Celestial Land of Immortals respected Lu Wuming very much. Eldest senior brother, if you ask me, our trip to the Sun region this time is very important. How can you just bring a stranger along? Ollie said. Her meaning was very clear. She was targeting Suzimo. Ollie, do you have some misunderstanding about Child Su? Lu Wuming asked with a smile. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ollie seemed to dislike Suzimo. Ollie didn't answer. She just snorted and left. She's just a child. Don't mind her. Lu Wuming smiled helplessly. Where is she from? Suzimo asked with a smile. She's from Limestone City. She has been in the celestial land of immortals for 3 years, Lu Wuming replied. Suzimo was stunned. He seemed to know where Ali's prejudice against him came from. There seemed to be a conflict between him and Limestone City. The previous mayor of Limestone City, Ba Dao, was killed by him. When he left, he destroyed all of Limestone City's thousands of miles of city walls. This caused Limestone City to exist in name only. In fact, he didn't pay attention to Limestone City after that. After eating with everyone, Suzimo saw the young girl called Ali standing at the side of the spirit ship's cabin. She looked at the scenery in the sky. It was as if she could touch the stars in the sky. Of course, this was just an illusion. The stars were still in the sky. The girl's long black dress fluttered slightly in the wind as the wind blew. You know me? Suzimo's voice sounded from the side. Ali turned to look at him but didn't answer. After a short silence, the girl prepared to leave. It's okay if you don't want to talk to me, Suzimo said with a smile. I just wanted to tell you that the matter in Limestone City is over. Don't jump in front of me, or I'll kill you. You're just like what the notice said, Ali said angrily as she turned around. What notice? Suzimo frowned. Our Limestone City's notice said that it was just a small conflict and you destroyed our Limestone City, Ali replied. Small conflict? You think a life and death battle is a small conflict? Suzimo shook his head and laughed. It seems that you weren't there at that time. I was wrong. Suzimo thought that the girl saw him destroy Limestone City with her own eyes. Now it seemed that she only heard about it after he left and Limestone City was rebuilt. I'm not too sure, but Limestone City is the home of many people and the foundation of their lives. How can you destroy it? Ali replied. It's also the first barrier against the water beasts. Firstly, there's no need for Limestone City to exist. If you want to find a home, wouldn't it be better to go to Xianxia City? Xianxia City is more suitable for living. Secondly, there won't be any water beasts in the future, so there won't be any barriers. What do you know? We're from the Chaos Fire realm. Xianxia City is in the Lihua realm. How can we go to other realms? Ali replied angrily, and why did you say that there won't be any water beasts? It seems that you want to go to Xianxia City too, but you're restricted by the region. It's fine. You don't have a choice now anyway. Suzimo waved his hand. As for the water beasts, you'll understand in the future. Ali asked warily, so mysterious. Then tell me, why did you come to the immortal land? In her heart, she had always been wary of Suzimo. After all, Limestone City had been destroyed not long ago. She didn't want anything to happen to the immortal land. I said that I accidentally fell into your spirit ship. Whether you believe it or not, that's the truth. After saying that, Suzimo prepared to leave. Before leaving, he reminded her, I'll say it one last time. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, if I kill you, I'll probably offend the immortal land again. I'll have to kill everyone in the immortal land again. There won't be any sense of accomplishment, and it'll be troublesome. Suzimo was most afraid of trouble, especially trouble that didn't have any benefits. So what if he killed the entire immortal land? There was no hatred or resentment, and there were no benefits. Looking at Suzimo's back view, Ali was silent for a long time. Then, she pouted slightly. That night, Suzimo meditated in the cabin. The weather outside seemed a little dark. One had to know that the Chihua realm had always had hot weather. There were 9 suns in the sky. Such hazy weather was definitely a wonder. Even the people from the immortal land looked at the weather in surprise. Suzimo frowned slightly. He actually didn't quite understand, but he had some guesses in his heart. Did this weather appear because he killed a red person, perhaps for the fire race, this kind of weather would no longer be a wonder in the future, but a common thing. He had actually been cultivating this night. After entering the primordial chaos, his cultivation speed had slowed down. However, whenever he had time now, he would condense the leaf of life. After all, he could save another life. Why not, ladies and gentlemen from the celestial land of immortals, long time no see. At this moment, a loud voice came from not far away. Suzimo turned his head and saw that not too far away in the clouds, there was also a massive spirit ship flying towards them. This spirit ship looked even more majestic than the one from the celestial land. It was very imposing, and golden light flickered all around. The shape of the spirit ship was like a python that coiled together. The head and tail of the python were held together. At this moment, there were several golden figures standing on the head of the spirit ship. When he looked closer, he realized that it was a golden robe. Suzimo didn't think much of it. On the other hand, the faces of the people from the celestial immortal court changed drastically. Some of them even looked angry. Xian celestial court ignored the shouts of the people on the spirit ship. However, the python spirit ship seemed to be deliberately moving in this direction. It was right next to the celestial land of immortal spirit ship, and it was just a hair's breadth away. Wang Yunpeng, what are you trying to do? Lu Wuming could not take it anymore and stood out. Lu Wuming, you have no right to talk to me. Where is your sect master Bai? I haven't seen her for a while. I miss her very much. A man's voice sounded. On the python spirit ship, there was a figure flying in the air. His golden robe was shining in the air, and it was especially eye-catching. The man landed on the spirit ship. He looked to be in his 20s, and he looked a little like a ruffian. Especially his eyes, which were like a poisonous snake, making people feel uncomfortable. Wang Yunpeng, do you want to compete? Lu Wuming stood in front of him and asked with an ugly expression. Even if I want to compete, you're not my match. Wang Yunpeng smiled and said, I'm here to look for Sect Master Bai. I'm not interested in fighting with you today. Sect Master doesn't see outsiders, Lu Wuming said indifferently. How can I be an outsider? Our sects have always been neighbors, Wang Yunpeng said with a smile. He wanted to walk forward, but Lu Wuming had already pulled out the long saber at his waist and blocked him. The smile on Wang Yunpeng's face faded, revealing a dangerous aura. Wuming, let him come over. Just as this was about to happen, Sect Master Bai walked out of the cabin of the spirit ship. She was still dressed in a white crescent moon robe. There was a cold look on his face. What's the matter? I haven't seen you in a long time, and I miss you, Wang Yunpeng said with a smile. If there's nothing else, then leave, Sect Master Bai directly asked him to leave. No, I do have something to talk to you about, Wang Yunpeng hurriedly replied. Our Fire Python sect has also received an invitation to go to the Sun region. Although our sect scale is not bad, you should know that it's also a big sect. But you also know that the ones going this time are all large sects and clans. We are actually nothing much. Sect Master Bai nodded slightly when she heard Wang Yunpeng's words. Compared to the 7 fire regions, they were indeed not ranked. So what do you mean? What I'm thinking is, let's form an alliance. With our 2 forces together, we won't have to be afraid of others bullying us, Wang Yunpeng said. Forming an alliance with your Fire Python sect is like asking a tiger for its skin. Lu Wuming, who was beside him, sneered. What do you mean by that? I'm doing this for the good of our 2 sections. There are many people who want to form an alliance with us. I'm only here because of Sect Master Bai, Wang Yunpeng said arrogantly. Otherwise, do you think your fairy land is qualified to form an alliance with us? Sect Master Bai was not angry when she heard this suggestion. She only nodded slightly and said, I'll think about it and discuss it with the elders. I'll give you an answer when we go to the Sun region. Then you'd better hurry, Wang Yunpeng said with a smile. Come play on our spirit ship when you have time. You'll be my woman sooner or later anyway. What are you talking about? Lu Wuming was angry for no reason. However, Wang Yunpeng had already ignored him and stepped into the air. When the fairy land can't hold on anymore, you'll marry me sooner or later. Looking at Wang Yunpeng's arrogant appearance, Suzimo looked at the naive Wang Wei and asked, who is this person, does he have a grudge with the fairy land? He's a very, very bad person, Wang Wei said angrily. All these years, the Fire Python sect has been suppressing the fairy land. Otherwise, we wouldn't have declined so quickly. At this point, he seemed to be afraid that Su Zimo did not understand. Wang Wei explained, the Fire Python sect and the fairy land are neighbors. The two forces have been fighting for a long time. However, now that we've declined, they've been trying to swallow us up. That's right, the Fire Python sect is also from the Fire tribe, but they're pythons. They're not popular among the Fire tribe. Pythons have achieved the Tao. It seems that they aren't righteous. Otherwise, pythons can also become dragons. Their appearance is constantly changing, so the Fire tribe looks down on them, Su Zimo said. I don't know about that, but the Fire Python sect is indeed stronger than the Immortal Land. We also tolerate many things because we don't want to have a conflict with them. Wang Wei sighed and said, I don't know when we can rise. What about Wang Yunpeng? Su Zimo asked. What role does he play in the Fire Python sect? Wang Yunpeng is a genius disciple of the Fire Python sect. Don't be fooled by his arrogance and personality. His talent is so good that it makes people jealous. Wang Wei sighed and said, he has only cultivated for a few hundred years. He is already one of the top experts in the Fire Python sect. Even the sect master of the Fire Python sect is respectful to him. Speaking of this, Wang Wei whispered to Su Zimo, we actually heard some rumors. This Wang Yunpeng is the reincarnation of a big shot in the Fire Python sect. That's why his cultivation is so strong. The reincarnation of a powerhouse, Su Zimo said with a smile. That's a little interesting. If I can become stronger, I will definitely kill this Wang Yunpeng. Wang Wei said angrily, this guy has been spying on our sect master. In fact, it's not just because of our sect master's beauty. Our sect master also has a snow physique. It is said that it is very beneficial for his cultivation. Kid, you should cultivate well, Su Zimo said with a smile. Child Su, to be honest, I don't think you are an ordinary person, Wang Wei suddenly said. What do you mean? Su Zimo asked with interest. You were not surprised when I told you about the Fire Python sect. You just listened. This means that a sect like the Fire Python sect is not worthy of your attention, right? Wang Wei asked. You are a kid. You are young, but your observation is quite detailed. Su Zimo said with a smile, that's right, I laid my cards on the table. In fact, I am the ultimate demon king of this world. I almost destroyed the world. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Wang Wei burst into laughter. He almost laughed out loud as he replied, Child Su, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. If you were to say that you were some kind of hermit expert, I might still believe you. But you're being too ridiculous. Sigh, sometimes no one believes the truth. Su Zimo shrugged helplessly. Seriously, don't think that our sect master didn't reject Wang Yunpeng outright. In fact, it was just a stalling tactic. The celestial land of immortals and the flaming python sect are mortal enemies. How could we possibly form an alliance? Wang Wei said very clearly, so, if Child Su knows someone, or some force, then he'll have to deal with them. Why don't you introduce him to us? After Wang Wei finished speaking, Su Zimo looked at him for a long time without saying anything. In the end, he asked, this doesn't sound like something you would say. I'm afraid someone taught you. No, Wang Wei scratched his head and quickly said with a smile. These are all my guesses. Child Su, don't think too much about it. A force you know? I do know one. Su Zimo nodded. Really? Wang Wei was delighted. Really? But you can't make the decision on this matter. Let the person behind you talk to me. Su Zimo waved his hand. Wang Wei smiled and didn't refute. In the next few days, the spirit ship seemed to be much quieter. Except for Wang Yunpeng, who would occasionally come and make a fuss. The flaming python sect spirit ship followed behind the celestial land of immortals, as if they were monitoring them. As for Su Zimo, besides condensing tree leaves, there was basically nothing else he could do. Finally, in the evening, Su Zimo was outside the cabin as usual, admiring the night sky. Sect Master Bai's figure appeared beside him at some point. I knew it. That little fatty was following your orders, Su Zimo said with a smile. Sect Master Bai smiled. Her skin was as white as snow. Under the moonlight, her white robe seemed to be sprinkled with a layer of frost. She gave off a peerless and independent feeling. She stood quietly in front of the cabin and said, Wang Wei has been smart since he was young. I taught him some of the words, and he thought of some of them himself. Actually, when you fainted in the cabin for the first time, I knew you were extraordinary. When you fell from the void storm gathered. I'm afraid that even a great emperor would be reduced to ashes. But you were unscathed. So? Su Zimo waited for her to continue. In the beginning, I didn't want the celestial land of immortals to have anything to do with you. So, I reminded you not to cause trouble. Because you were an uncertain factor, and the celestial land of immortals needed stability to develop, Sect Master Bai explained. Su Zimo didn't mind and smiled. He said, but the appearance of the flaming python sect made you change your strategy, right? You wanted to rely on my strength to break free from the suppression of the flaming python sect. I did have that idea, Sect Master Bai admitted frankly. What about me? What do I get? Su Zimo replied. We saved you. Shouldn't we repay the favor? Sect Master Bai smiled, which was rare. That smile was like the blooming of the moon and flowers. Even the moonlight paled in comparison. However, Su Zimo was unmoved. He said calmly, you should know that even without you, I would be fine. This favor can't even be considered as icing on the cake, much less providing charcoal in the snow. Then you should pay for the ride on the celestial land of immortal spirit ship, right? Sect Master Bai said. You're too narrow-minded. Su Zimo shook his head. I want to be more open-minded and spend a lot of money, but the celestial land of immortals can't afford it now, Sect Master Bai replied helplessly. Su Zimo smiled and said, if you want me to help the celestial land of immortals, that's fine. But I want you. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, Sect Master Bai's aura flashed. She quickly calmed herself down. You and Wan Yanpeng are the same kind of trash. I misjudged you. Little girl, you want to gain, but you're not willing to pay. There's no such thing in this world. Su Zimo was unmoved. After all, he wasn't the one who was anxious. Someone was more anxious than him about the celestial land of immortals. I'm the sect master of the celestial land of immortals. I can't do anything to you. Sect Master Bai calmed herself down. She replied, you can make a new request. Little girl, don't flatter yourself. I haven't finished what I wanted to say. Su Zimo smiled and said, I want you to be my maid for a while. I can consider finding a faction for you to form an alliance with. As for you wanting to follow me, I'm afraid I won't be willing. It just so happens that I'm going to the origin of the fire tribe and need a maid to serve me. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, Sect Master Bai subconsciously became angry. However, she managed to control herself. For the future of the celestial land of immortals, she could endure being a maid. Everything was for the celestial land of immortals. Then you have to promise me. The alliance must be stronger than the fire python sect, Sect Master Bai said after a long silence. She had already relented. In her heart, the celestial land of immortals was number one. Before her master passed away, she handed the celestial land of immortals to her. Sect Master Bai grew up in the celestial land of immortals, so she had feelings for this place. Revitalizing the celestial land of immortals was almost her lifelong wish and dream. Therefore, the burden on her was actually very heavy. Don't worry, there are at least 8,000 forces stronger than the fire python sect. Su Zimo waved his hand. Maid Bai, try making a pot of tea for me. Sect Master Bai was silent for a moment before saying, I'll go to the room to get the tea leaves and tea set. Su Zimo waved his hand. He found a reclining chair and lay down in the cabin. He leisurely looked at the starry sky. The starry sky was very bright. In fact, in the past few days, everyone had felt that the weather in the Qihua domain had begun to change. It was no longer as extreme as before. Instead, it felt like the 4 seasons were distinct. Apart from summer, the Fire Clan did not like the other seasons, so recently, the Fire Clan had been looking for the source and reason of the weather change. However, Su Zimo enjoyed this kind of weather very much. He enjoyed the cool breeze and looked at the night sky. Sect Master Bai quickly returned with a small box of tea leaves in her hand. She found an incense table and slowly built it. She knelt on the ground and cooked tea skillfully. Not long after, Su Zimo smelled the fragrance of the tea. It was a little refreshing. This girl is good at making tea. It seems that I've found the right maid, Su Zimo thought to himself. Try it, Sect Master Bai poured a cup of tea and said. She seemed to know what Su Zimo was thinking. Thus, he explained, my master taught me how to brew tea. He said that tea can calm the heart. Not only drinking tea, but also making tea. I usually deal with the matters of the celestial land of immortals. When I have no clue, I often drink tea. Su Zimo tasted it. It was bitter and sweet, and it left a lasting aftertaste. Su Zimo slept here for the night. As for Sect Master Bai, she was standing guard by his side, fulfilling her duties as a servant girl. She didn't agree to anything easily. But once he agreed to it, he would definitely do it to the best of his ability. This was the way Grandmaster Bai handled things. The next morning, when everyone from the celestial immortals woke up, they discovered that their sect master had spent the entire night with Su Zimo on the deck of the ship. All of them were in disbelief. Wang Wei and the other juniors didn't dare to say anything. However, the accompanying elders were in an uproar. With the great elder and the others in the lead, they rushed over aggressively. The first elder questioned after understanding the general situation of the matter. Sect Master, no matter how much the Celestial Court of Immortals has declined, we'll never be able to stop it. You don't have to be a maid for a brat. First elder, say no more. I've already made up my mind. Sect Master Bai shook his head and stopped him. Forgive me for not understanding, the second elder said. The way I see it, you've been deceived by this kid. We need to drive him out of the spirit ship. Are you trying to rebel? Sect Master Bai's expression changed as she scolded. She had already given herself to someone as a servant girl, so she naturally didn't want this matter to be ruined by others. Sect Master, the celestial immortals can't be bullied like this, the first elder replied stubbornly. I'm still the sect master of the celestial immortals. You have to obey my words. Sect Master Bai scolded, if you have any dissatisfaction, when you return, you can overthrow me as the sect master. I have no objections. Seeing that Sect Master Bai was really angry. The elders naturally didn't dare to be forceful. In fact, in their hearts, they all respected Sect Master Bai very much. She had led the entire sect to rise. Sect Master, why do you have to do this? The first elder sighed helplessly. I have my own reasons, Sect Master Bai explained. We need a way to defeat the enemy now. If we continue to do nothing, I'm afraid that only death will be left. While they were talking, a loud laughter suddenly came from the side. Yo, what are you all arguing about? Let me break it up for you. Hearing this voice, everyone immediately shut up. The first elder turned and said, the celestial immortals are discussing something. It doesn't seem appropriate for an outsider like you to come over. What's inappropriate about it? We're neighbors. If you need help, just tell me, Wang Yanpeng said with a smile. He was dressed in a golden robe and walked over slowly. He didn't act like an outsider at all. It was as if he was the owner of this place. Young Master Wang, what's the matter? Sect Master Bai asked. About the matter I mentioned before, about forming an alliance. Have you thought about it? Wang Yanpeng asked. Today, the Fiery Lion sect and the Flaming Tiger tribe came to us to form an alliance. I've been delaying them and waiting for your reply. Since the Fiery Python sect is so popular, we don't want to compete with others. The Celestial Immortals is just a small sect, Sect Master Bai replied. Let's end the alliance here. Sect Master Bai, you're being a little insensible. Wang Yanpeng narrowed his eyes. Wang Yanpeng, you're being too presumptuous. Lu Wuming was already a little restless. The scimitar in his hand was humming lightly. Sect Master Bai, I've chosen to give it to you. If anything happens, don't blame me for not reminding you, Wang Yanpeng replied. The path of cultivation is long and it's normal to die. As for the destruction of the various forces, it is also very easy for them. Young Master Wang, you don't need to remind us of this. When the celestial immortals were still alive, your fiery python sect was still nowhere to be seen. Sect Master Bai was also a little angry and snorted coldly. Good, very good. Wang Yinpeng gritted his teeth and said. Then, he turned and left. After seeing Wang Yinpeng leave, the elders looked at Sect Master Bai again. In the end, they could only sigh and say, Sect Master, don't forget your responsibility. You're on your own. The elders left and the younger generation disciples didn't dare to watch. Sect Master Bai was completely silent. At this moment, Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes and yawned. He asked, Are you done? I'm now considered to have been betrayed by everyone. Sect Master Bai smiled bitterly. My hopes are all on you. Don't worry. Su Zimo waved his hand. He asked, How long until we reach the Sun region? Look to the east. Sect Master Bai pointed ahead and said. Only then did Su Zimo stand up and look up. In just a single night, a dazzling golden sun had appeared in the area where the Eastern Spirit ship had sailed. This sun was so big that it almost covered the entire sky. However, other than the dazzling light of the sun, there didn't seem to be any heat. The place where the sun shines is where the Sun region is, Sect Master Bai said. We're about to reach. At this moment, the spirit ship also began to accelerate. The huge spirit ship moved at the speed of light. It sailed towards the glorious sun. Many of the younger generation were curious. What exactly was the Sun domain, the leader of the 7 domains and the true core of the blazing fire domain? Like, Wang Wei and the other young people were lying on the edge of the spirit ship. However, they couldn't see anything clearly. Only the huge sun covered everything. Have you been to the Sun domain before? Sect Master Bai asked. Not here. Why? Are you trying to get information from me? Su Zimo smiled. You're really vigilant. I was just asking casually. Sect Master Bai shook her head. The solar domain is different from other places. Although it's also the territory of the fire race, it's still the territory of the fire race. Although it's the blazing fire domain, it's the most tolerant towards other races, Sect Master Bai replied. You should know about the Sun Palace. Of course. The Sun Palace's master, the Holy King, and their saintess, Morongqing. I know them all, Su Zimo replied. I'm afraid you know them, but they don't know you, Sect Master Bai said with a smile. She just felt that Su Zimo should be a good successor of a big force. However, she never dared to think about the Sun Palace. The Sun Palace was too big. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. You're the same as your disciples. No one will believe you even if you tell the truth. Su Zimo shook his head and didn't argue. When he destroyed the Hua family of the 5 elements Lotus, he had also fought side by side with Morongqing. She had invited him to the Sun Palace, but he had rejected her. That was because he wanted to find the ancient god's inheritance. He didn't want to go there too early. Or rather, he didn't want to meet Huangzhu too early. Now, the time was almost ripe. Okay, you know them. Don't forget to introduce them to me when the time comes, Sect Master Bai teased. Sure. Su Zimo nodded calmly. Let's get down to business. Where are the forces you want us to form an alliance with? Sect Master Bai asked. What do you think of the Chaos Fire domain? Su Zimo asked. Are you kidding? You want us to form an alliance with a fire domain? Sect Master Bai's mouth opened slightly. The Chaos Fire domain couldn't compare to the Sun domain. However, they were still one of the 7 great fiery realms. Why would they take a liking to the land of immortals? What is your position in the primal Chaos Fiery realm? Sect Master Bai asked cautiously. I'm here to represent the primal Chaos Fiery realm in this competition, so I have some say in this competition. It won't be a problem for the primal Chaos Flame realm to protect you, Su Zimo replied. You're not lying to me, right? Sect Master Bai was in disbelief. Participating on behalf of the Chaos Fire realm. One had to know that only the top 3 from each fire domain were qualified to participate in the origin grounds. Moreover, these 3 spots were obtained from the thousands of young people in the Chaos Fiery realm. Every single person who obtained a spot could be said to be a monstrous genius. And looking at Suzimo's appearance, he didn't seem to have the demeanor of an expert at all. Do you think I need to lie to you? Suzimo looked her up and down. He laughed and said, are you after wealth or lust? In any case, we're about to reach the Sun domain. I'll know whether you're lying to me or not. Sect Master Bai snorted coldly. The huge figure of the spirit ship was finally drowned by the sun. Everyone only felt the golden light explode in front of their eyes, and then they couldn't see anything else. Only. Suzimo stood at the top of the cabin, looking outside without blinking. He could clearly see that there was another world in the sun. It was not entirely correct to say that it was an independent small world, because this small world was connected to the blazing fire domain and could be said to be one with the blazing fire domain. But it existed alone. It was a very special way. When the spirit ship entered this place, it appeared on a very vast plain. There were no houses or cities in the sun domain. Basically, no buildings could be seen. This was because the natives here lived in tents or slept on the ground. In the entire Sun domain, there were basically no other buildings apart from the Sun Palace. The people here were already used to a nomadic life. When the spirit ship of the celestial land of immortals descended on the plain, they happened to encounter a tribe. They were about to break camp and leave. The people of the celestial land of immortals walked down from the spirit ship. Sect Master Bai waved her hand, and the spirit ship shrank hundreds of times to the size of a fist. Then, she put it away. It could be big or small. This kind of spirit ship was very convenient. There were dozens of people in this tribe, and they were all wearing beast skins peeled from the bodies of demonic beasts. There were colorful and all kinds of things. The tribesman of the tribe was an old man. Seeing that there were outsiders, the old man appeared very calm and took the initiative to welcome them. Old man, may I ask for directions? Lu Wuming went forward and asked. You're going to the origin ground, right? The old man smiled. Don't be surprised. During this period of time, people from all over the blazing fire domain have come. They're all here for the origin ground. Then how do we get to the Sun Palace? Lu Wuming smiled. They had received an invitation to gather at the Sun Palace. However, the direction of the Sun Palace had always been a mystery. No one knew. Even they had never seen it before. Actually, we didn't know where the Sun Palace was before, the old man said with a smile. However, because of what happened in the origin ground during this period of time, the Sun Palace is hidden. The Sun Palace is no longer hidden. If you follow the direction of the sun, you will eventually see it. After separating from the tribe, everyone followed the old man's words. They walked towards the sun occasionally, they would step into the air and fly. In the beginning, there was no one. This huge sun domain actually gave off a desolate feeling. However, as they walked for a long time, they began to see some people around them. A group of people flew above their heads on swords. These people were all dressed in white. And it was a very complicated kind of white. The white clothes fluttered in the wind and had an extraordinary aura. Basically, each of them had a long sword hanging on their waist. They're from Shu Mountain. Sect Master Bai immediately recognized them. Shu Mountain was located in the Vermilion Bird Flame domain. It was also one of the 7 fire domains. Usually, they didn't see each other that often. Many of them hadn't even left their own fire domains. Naturally, they did not dare to say that they had only heard of Shu Mountain. Not long after the people from Shu Mountain stepped into the air. Suddenly, a tiger's roar was heard. This sound shook the heavens and the earth. It could be said that it could rupture one's eardrums and shatter the void. When everyone looked up, they saw a huge ferocious beast moving through the void. This ferocious beast was a slanted-eye white tiger. It was 1,000 meters long and majestic. The beast's aura was majestic for tens of thousands of miles. It looked boundless. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that on the back of the white tiger, there was a group of people sitting. A group of people wearing yellow robes, with the heads of tigers and the bodies of humans. They're from the Hell Tiger tribe, Lu Wuming said in a deep voice. Among the many fire tribes, the Hell Tiger tribe was definitely one of the strongest. They were a very powerful force. The Hell Tiger clan came from the Hellfire realm. It was said that they were the force that ruled the Hellfire realm. Of course, on the surface, it was still managed by the Hell Palace. The white tiger was roaring, and the people along the way consciously made way for it. No one dared to stop the white tiger. The Hellfire clan was naturally majestic. Along the way, they attracted the attention of countless people. It was not until the white tiger left that everyone retracted their gazes and slowly followed behind it. How arrogant, someone said jealously. Say, when can we be so domineering? Wang Wei asked enviously. A tall tree attracts the wind. Don't think about this in the future, sect master Bai scolded. Wang Wei shrunk his neck and did not dare to say anything else. Actually, after arriving here, they could already see the outline of the Sun Palace when they looked up. It was a castle that seemed to be standing in the void. Its top was like the sun. It was one with the entire void. Just the blazing temperature around it. The temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees made people understand that this hall itself was an extraordinary treasure. After all, it was naturally extraordinary to be able to become the residents of the Sun Palace. At this moment, countless forces were gathering towards the Sun Palace from all directions with this place as their goal. Some of them had never seen before, and some of them had only heard of. Apart from the destroyed Lihua realm, as many as the other 6 realms had come. One had to know that in the past, the origin of the Fire clan was in the hands of the Sun Palace. No one knew what was in the origin of the fire. No one had gone in to take a look. Even the people of the Sun Palace themselves might not know. Because in the Sun Palace, those who were qualified to enter the origin of the land were very rare. As for the people who entered, they also kept their mouths shut. Therefore, now that the origin of the land was open, one could imagine how tempting it was. Many people knew that this matter might have nothing to do with them. Just like the immortal land, they also wanted to join in the fun and broaden their horizons. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the place where the Sun Palace gathered. It was a mountain ridge. At the center of the mountain ridge was a very large and deep valley. The valley was full of wind, and there were dozens of entrances. The people of the immortal land just happened to enter the southeast entrance. This entrance was controlled by the Hell Tiger clan. The huge white tiger was lying on the side, and these tiger-headed humans guarded both sides. When Su Zimo and the others entered, their gazes swept over them. It seemed to be patrolling something. Where is the primal chaos fire realm? Su Zimo asked. I don't know either, Sect Master Bai replied helplessly. That's because too many powers have come this time. If the Sun Palace doesn't come out to mediate, we're actually in a mess. We're all moving around randomly. Then let's wait, Su Zimo said. He led everyone to a secluded place to rest. As for the Celestial Immortal Land's Grand Elders, they were there to maintain relations with the other factions. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everyone to gather together. If they could form an alliance or something, it would be a blessing. Su Zimo was too lazy to care about these things. He rested at the side while Sect Master Bai once again set up the tea table and started brewing tea. His movements were smooth and he did not feel awkward at all. It was as if she was a real tea brewing maid. As for the first elder's side, he naturally hit a wall full of rebuffs. Basically, no one paid any attention to him. At first, there were still people who were enthusiastic, but when they heard that it was the Celestial Immortal Land, it was just an unknown force, so he wasn't interested in it. The first elder and the others were rebuffed and could only return dejectedly. After they came back, they stayed at the side unhappily. Yo, isn't this the Celestial Immortal Land? Why are you here? Why aren't you forming an alliance? Wang Yunping's chuckle came from the side. He led a group of people over from the southeast entrance. This group of people was not just from the Fire Python sect. There seemed to be 5 or 6 factions forming an alliance. It could be seen that the Fire Python sect's appeal was very strong. To be able to form an alliance with so many factions in an instant. Wang Yunpeng, if you have anything to say, just say it, Lu Wuming said softly. If you don't agree to our Fire Python sect, you won't be able to form an alliance with a single faction. Don't you know the words dead end? Wang Yunpeng said proudly. Are you done? If you're done, leave early. Sect Master Bai was unmoved. Bai, I'll give you one more chance. Don't be ungrateful, Wang Yunpeng said. Get out of here. Didn't you hear me? Lu Wuming shouted. Okay, wait here. Wang Yunpeng nodded slightly. Then, he turned around and led the group away. Su Zimo did not care about such a small character. Instead, he asked, what's the meaning of the Sun Palace? Why did they leave so many people here? Or do they have other plans? They probably want to wait for everyone to arrive, Sect Master Bai said. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Time passed little by little. Many major factions had also begun to gather. The main forces of the other fire domains had also arrived. The Hell Tiger tribe and the Vermilion Bird tribe. Su Zimo also saw the people from the Chaos Fire domain. The leader of the Chaos Fire domain this time was the Fire Ancestor. It could be seen that everyone attached great importance to this matter. After the major factions arrived, the other factions also circled around the fire domains. Especially Wang Yunpeng, who wished he could squeeze in like a grandson. Su Zimo looked at Sect Master Bai and said, go and find that person. Tell him that Su Zimo is looking for him. The direction he pointed to was the location of Shaoan Mountain. After the competition, the top 3 of the Chaos Fire domain were Su Zimo, Xianxia, and Xianxia. But later, Su Zimo left, and Xianxia and Fairy Xianxia should have just arrived from Shanghai City. Su Zimo, on the other hand, did not see their figures. The only one he knew was Xianxia. Are you kidding? Sect Master Bai looked at Su Zimo and asked. I know that person. I heard that he has the Chaos Fire body of the Chaos Fire domain. He has a very high status. If we offend him, the Celestial Court of Immortals will be destroyed in minutes. Trust me. Let's talk over there. Su Zimo smiled. Sect Master Bai was silent for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and walked over to the group of people. When Sect Master Bai approached, Wang Yunpeng was the first to recognize her. Sect Master Bai, this is not a place you should be. Wang Yunpeng snorted coldly. Don't even think about getting involved. You'd better look at your own face, Sect Master Bai said in disgust. When she entered, Wang Yunpeng snorted coldly. Let's see how you embarrass yourself. He naturally did not believe that Sect Master Bai knew the big shot inside. Otherwise, the Celestial Court of Immortals would not be so miserable. Sect Master Bai stopped in front of Xianxia. What's the matter? Xianxia frowned and asked. Do you know someone called Su Zimo? Sect Leader Bai asked cautiously. Hearing this name, Xianxia's breath stopped. This was probably the only defeat he had ever suffered in his entire life. Sometimes, he would have nightmares about that scene. He probably wanted to defeat Su Zimo even in his dreams. And this time, the Land of Fire Source might be an opportunity. After all, he was from the Fire Clan and might be able to get great benefits. And Su Zimo was a human, so it was difficult for him to gain anything in the Land of Origin. Seeing that Xianxia had been silent, Sect Leader Bai was also nervous and a little worried. But soon, Xianxia nodded and said, yes, what's the matter? He wants to see you, Sect Leader Bai replied tentatively. Following the direction of Sect Leader Bai's finger, Xianxia looked up. Su Zimo was sitting leisurely not far away, waving at him. Why is he looking for me? Xianxia asked. This? I don't know. Sect Leader Bai shook her head. She didn't say anything about the alliance. It was better for Su Zimo to say it himself. Xianxia tidied up a little and walked towards Su Zimo. This made Sect Leader Bai a little happy. Now it seemed that Su Zimo didn't lie to her. And Wang Yunpeng next to her looked like he had eaten shit. He watched Xianxia leave with Sect Leader Bai, feeling angry and a little nervous. After thinking for a while, he decided to follow and see. Since the last competition, you haven't shown up. I thought you wouldn't come to the Land of Origin this time. Xianxia walked to Su Zimo and took the initiative to say. I didn't plan to come, but I just finished my business and happened to have something to ask the Sun Palace, Su Zimo said with a smile. I'll visit the Fire Ancestor when I have time, Xianxia said. By the way, there's something I need to tell you, Su Zimo replied. The land of immortals wants to form an alliance with us. It happens to be under our Chaos Fire realm. The celestial land of immortals isn't part of the Chaos Fire realm, is it? Xianxia frowned. We belong to the Divine Crow Fire region, Sect Master Bai quickly replied. Then you should go to the Divine Crow Fire region, said Xianxia. Sect Master Bai smiled apologetically but didn't say anything. If he could find the Divine Crow Fire region, why would he need to go through so much trouble? Given the celestial immortal status, even small factions wouldn't bother with them, let alone a colossus like the Divine Crow Fire region. It's just a small matter. I'll make the decision, Suzimo said, waving his hand. I can't make the decision, Xianxia replied. Then go tell Fire Ancestor that it's my idea. See if he agrees, Suzimo replied. Ancestor Fire still had to give him this bit of face. After all, he had come to the Sun domain. Basically, except for the destroyed Lihua realm, the other 6 realms were all fighting openly and secretly. Everyone wanted to be the one to benefit the most. During this period of time, Suzimo had also learned about the remaining 6 great fire regions in the blazing fire domain. They were the Solar Realm, the Chaos Fire region, the Divine Crow Fire region, the Hell Fire region, the Vermilion Bird region, and the Immortal Fire region. These 6 realms equally divided the entire Chihua realm. Hearing Suzimo's words, Xianxia nodded slightly. In fact, he knew that in Suzimo's heart, even Fire Ancestor didn't take him seriously. The Fire Tribe had also reminded him not to provoke Suzimo and to only treat him as a goal. Perhaps even the Fire Tribe didn't think he could surpass Suzimo. Xianxia had a lot of thoughts, but before he left, he said, I'll tell Fire Ancestor about this. Also, come back soon. After all, you're from the Chaos Fire region. Where's Xianxia? Suzimo asked. Have you seen her? No, didn't you two leave after the last battle? Xianxia replied. Suzimo nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After Xianxia left, the people of the immortal land still hadn't recovered from the joy. Wang Yinpeng chuckled and walked over from not far away. What are you doing here? Sect leader Bai frowned and asked. I'm here to meet a big shot. It has nothing to do with you. Wang Yinpeng walked to Suzimo with a big smile on his face. In fact, he had met Suzimo a long time ago on the spirit ship. But at that time, he thought Suzimo was a disciple of the immortal land, so he didn't pay attention to him. Who would have thought that he was a hidden big shot? In fact, he was very surprised that the immortal land knew such a person. He looked at Sect Leader Bai. Could it be that he was after Sect Leader Bai's beauty? He came to Suzimo with a smile and introduced himself. Greetings, young master. I'm Wang Yinpeng of the Fire Python sect. Oh, what's the matter? Suzimo asked. I just want to know you, young master. What can I do for you? Wang Yinpeng replied. Do you want to be my dog? Suzimo asked. As soon as he said this, Wang Yinpeng's face immediately changed. Although he did have this intention. However, these words were a little too unpleasant to hear. No matter what, he was still a well-known figure in the Fire Python sect. Wang Yinpeng laughed awkwardly. He replied, Young master, you're wrong. How should I address you? Don't force yourself. You don't deserve it. Suzimo waved his hand. Wang Yinpeng also stopped smiling. He replied indifferently, Sorry to disturb you. He turned around and left. No matter how angry he was, at least he didn't dare to show it on his face. After Wang Yinpeng left, Sect Leader Bai looked at Suzimo. He whispered, Thank you. Don't mention it. I promised you before. Suzimo waved his hand. Hurry up, the tea is getting cold. Sect Leader Bai quickly boiled the hot tea. Let's not talk about the farce in the fairyland for now. At this moment, at the highest point of the mountain ridge, the Sun Palace was floating in the void. Inside the Sun Palace, the gilded steel images were constantly moving. The murals were painted on the walls. This was the history of the Sun Palace. In fact, many of them were even the big secrets of the blazing fire domain. Unfortunately, it was difficult for outsiders to see them. And in the main hall, the Holy King sat in the seat of honor. Below him were many elders. King of Darkness, how is it? The Holy King asked. The King of Darkness was the deputy leader of the Sun Palace. It could be said that he usually didn't appear easily. He would only appear when he was doing something underground. Basically, all the forces are here, the King of Darkness replied. His entire body was covered in a black robe. Even the people of the Sun Palace rarely saw his true face. What about the people I asked you to pay special attention to? The Holy King asked again. They're all here, the King of Darkness replied. Alright, I hope it's useful this time. The Holy King stood up. The flames beside him burned on his body. We should go out and meet them. The Holy King of Light led everyone out of the Sun Palace. The Dark King's figure was also hidden in the void. He was everywhere, but he never appeared in front of people. This was the Dark King. In the mountains, Suzimo was drinking the tea brewed by Sect Master Bai. At this moment, someone walked past him. The sound of discussion also rang in his ears. Go and see, someone wants to challenge the Shangguan family. Which Shangguan family? Someone asked confusedly. How many other Shangguan family can there be? It's the leader of the Divine Crow Fire region, the previous person explained. Who dares to be so bold? The Shangguan family has dominated the Divine Crow Fire region for so many years, even the other fire regions have to give them some face. After all, the ruler of the Divine Crow Fire region was the Shangguan family. They had been the ruler of this place since ancient times. They had dominated the Divine Crow Fire region for millions of years. It could be said that other than one of the 7 fire regions, it was difficult for other forces to compete with them. So when this was said, the surrounding people became excited and looked over curiously. I don't know either. It's said that it's a man and a woman, the previous person replied. They seem to know the Shangguan family. I heard about it too. Let's go and see. Where's the place of the duel? At the bottom of the East Valley, the person replied. Hearing that person's words, the surrounding people stopped talking for a while. Suzimo subconsciously thought of Xianxia and Xianxia Saint. Although he didn't know their names, he felt that it was Xianxia and Xianxia Saint. After all, Xianxia was also a disciple of the Shangguan family. It was just that there was a deep conflict between her and the Shangguan family. Let's go and see, Suzimo turned and said to Sect Master Bai. I didn't expect you to like to watch the fun too. I thought you weren't interested in anything, Sect Master Bai smiled. A maid should act like one. Don't worry so much, Suzimo said. Sect Master Bai pursed his lips and didn't dare to refute. Suzimo actually didn't know where the East Valley was. However, because this matter had attracted a lot of attention, he only needed to follow the crowd. As one of the 7 fire regions, the Shangguan clan of the Divine Crow Fire region had always been a hot topic. Now that the challenge had been announced, it could be said that everyone was talking about it. Even the other fire domains couldn't help but pay some attention to it. When Suzimo and the rest arrived at the so-called East Cove, they realized that it was actually just a valley. There were lush trees all around, dyeing the edge of the valley green. The side was already filled with people, and it was difficult to squeeze in. Fortunately, Suzimo and the others were standing on very high ground. Therefore, the situation at the bottom of the valley could be clearly seen. On one side of the valley was the habitat of the Shangguan family. Most of the members of the Shangguan family were standing here. Opposite them were Shangguan Xian and Purple Dawn Saint. At that moment, Shangguan Xian seemed to be seriously injured and was lying at the side. He was half kneeling on the ground. On the other side, Xianxia Saint's saintly might was powerful, and a majestic suppressive force shrouded the surroundings. For a moment, no one dared to stand beside him. A middle-aged man stood across from Saint Xianxia, facing him from a distance. That was the current head of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Xiongba. He was wearing a green robe, which fluttered with the breeze. Shangguan Xiongba had a gourd hanging on his waist. He looked at Xianxia Saint and said, "Why are you interfering in this matter? No matter what, she's my daughter. This seems to be a family matter of the Shangguan family." "I don't care about family matters. I only know that she's your friend, so I'll protect her," Xianxia Saint said lightly. "Are you determined to be enemies with the Shangguan family?" Shangguan Xiongba narrowed his eyes. He said lightly, although saints are strong, you should know that saints can also die. Are you threatening me? Xianxia Saint narrowed his eyes and said lightly. To a saint, threats were a kind of humiliation. It could be understood that apart from Tao fruit powerhouses or invincible great saints were already very powerful existences in this world. Even if they were great saints, it was difficult to threaten a person. However, everyone present understood. The Shangguan family had the capital and the strength to threaten a great saint. Shangguan Xiongba's aura spread out majestically. Beside him, a few gray-robed men wearing the Shangguan family's uniform slowly walked out. Their auras were strong and faintly connected together. They were actually not inferior to Xianxia Saint. They could fight as equals. These people are also great saints? The spectators were surprised. No, they should be peak great emperors. However, the cultivation technique they cultivate is a bit strange, so they already have the aura of a great saint. There were also some knowledgeable people around them who began to explain. No matter what, this person is dangerous. Then let's try, Xianxia Saint said. His body shone brightly like the rising sun, covering the entire valley. The three gray-robed men stood in a triangular formation. Each of them had a scimitar on their body. At this moment, the three of them pulled out the long scimitars at their waists and rushed over in unison, attacking Xianxia Saint. A shocking aura exploded among the crowd. Everyone, disperse. Someone among the spectators shouted. A battle of this level was enough to collapse the entire valley. If they were not careful, they would all be buried together. The three gray-robed men and Xianxia Saint were already fighting. Rumbling sounds of explosions could be heard continuously. The entire valley was shaking. Sect Master Bai looked at Su Zimo and said, let's retreat a little. Why should we retreat? Let's go down and take a look, Su Zimo waved his hand and replied. At this moment, the crowd just happened to disperse. Many of the spectators had already dispersed. Su Zimo and Xianxia Saint were walking down the valley. It was the opposite of the crowd just now. The opposite side is the Shangguan family. Let's not watch the show, Sect Master Bai said. Who said I'm watching the show? Su Zimo retorted. He walked out of the valley. At this moment, the battle between Xianxia Saint and the three gray-robed old men almost affected the surroundings. Shangguan Xian's heavily injured body fell to the side, unable to move. In front of her, Shangguan Xiongba slowly walked over. Have you played enough? You think you can provoke our Shangguan family just because you have a great saint? I've never played. Do you still think I haven't grown up? Shangguan Xian sneered. You should know that the family rules are strict. What punishment will you receive for such behavior? Shangguan Xiongba said, at least 100 years of confinement. I don't think I'm a member of the Shangguan family anymore. You might as well expel me directly, Shangguan Xian sneered. Hearing Shangguan Xian's words, Shangguan Xiongba narrowed his eyes for a long time. Smashing a broken jar, he snorted coldly. He replied, expelling you or imprisoning you, this is not up to you. I also said that it is not up to you. The elders of the family need to meet and discuss before deciding your fate. Shangguan Xiongba looked at Shangguan Xian without any pity in his eyes, only coldness. In his opinion, it was all Shangguan Xian's own fault that things had developed to this point. Even as a father, Shangguan Xian was his daughter. Shangguan Xiongba also understood that he was first and foremost a patriarch, then a father. In a big family like the Shangguan family, the rules were actually very strict, not inferior to some big forces. The concern for family was a lot lighter. Shangguan Xiongba walked towards Shangguan Xian step by step. In everyone's opinion, the outcome was already decided. Although Purple Cloud Saint wanted to protect him, the three gray-robed men desperately held him back. They did not give him a chance to get close. This melon is really good, it's really lively. At this time, a laughter came from the side. In fact, without thinking, he knew that the laughter came from Su Zimo. Shangguan Xiongba's footsteps slowed down and slowly stopped, turning his head to look at Su Zimo. Su Zimo? He asked tentatively. It seems that you know me, Su Zimo said. The two had never met before, but the other party directly called out his name, which meant that the other party knew him very well. I heard that a monster appeared in the Chaos Fire domain. He defeated Xianxia, so I know a little, Xianxia replied. In fact, the 7 major fire domains had their own reporting system. No matter which fire domain had a big event, they would be the first to know. Of course, the contestants of the origin realm from the Chaos Fire realm would attract the attention of the other realms. Suzimo was the #1 candidate of the Chaos Fire domain. It could be said that the attention on him was especially high. What do you want? Xianxia asked. Could it be that you want to interfere in our family matters? Family matters? Suzimo smiled. She said, she is my follower, whether it's your family matters or national matters, it's not as important as mine. These words are a bit arrogant. Even your fire ancestor wouldn't be like this. Junior, your tone is quite big. Xianxia coldly snorted. Do you really think that you can be so arrogant just because you got first place in the Chaos Fiery realm? When Xianxia said this, he laughed disdainfully. He looked at Xianxia who was beside him. He said, even someone like her can get on the list and get 3rd place. I can imagine that your primal Chaos Fiery realm is declining more and more. I think she's not bad. Suzimo smiled. He replied, also, since you look down on me, do you want to spar with me? You don't deserve to compete with father. If you want to spar, I'll give it a try with you. At this moment, a woman's cold snort sounded. A woman who looked somewhat similar to Xianxia stepped on the air and came over. She was wearing a blue glazed dress. Countless ribbons wrapped around his body. The woman's black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her skin was fair, and her eyes were bright and full of expression. When she stepped on the air and came over, without saying a word, countless ribbons turned into sharp weapons and shot towards Suzimo. Countless ribbons crisscrossed. Even the void was constantly shattering. Suzimo smiled and slowly stretched out his right hand. One of the 10 great divine techniques, the swallowing fortune finger, directly shot out. The power of fortune wrapped around his fingertip, as if it was rioting with the power of swallowing the heavens. Everything in the direction of his fingertip was annihilated and turned into nothingness. Even the void was swallowed. That finger was like a pillar of the heavens, surging with the might of the heavens. Only a boom sound was heard. The ribbons of the woman who stepped on the air were all shattered. The powerful aura directly sent her flying. Jiner, Xianxia shouted. He hurriedly caught Xianxin's figure that was sent flying. The woman who stepped on the air was called Xianxin. Everyone knew that she was the daughter of the Xianxia family, Xianxia. As a woman, she suppressed the entire younger generation of the entire Divine Crow Fire region. Almost no one was her match. Xianxuan's reputation was too great, so the world had somewhat forgotten about her. The Xianxuan family actually had a total of 3 daughters. The eldest daughter, Xianxuan. The second daughter, Xianxia. The third daughter, Xianxin. The 3 of them were actually talented people and could be called geniuses. Unfortunately, the world only knew about Xianxuan and did not know about the other 2. Looking at Xianxin, who was covered in blood in his arms, Xianxuan's eyes gradually changed. There was a hint of anger in the fierceness. He looked at Suzimo and said, "You are declaring war on the Xianxuan family. Today, even if the Primal Chaos Fire region protects you, you will definitely die. The Primal Chaos Fire region is nothing. I don't even put the Fire Ancestor in my eyes. Why do I need their protection?" Suzimo said indifferently, "If your Xianxuan family wants to fight, I don't mind destroying you today." Xianxuan's eyes were filled with anger. A majestic aura began to appear around him. It was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas as it suppressed Suzimo. However, Suzikung was calm from the beginning to the end. He just looked at Xianxuan with a smile and hooked his palm at him. Xianxuan looked at the people of the Xianxuan family. That person immediately understood. He took out a signal flare and fired it. Boom! This was the signal flare unique to the Xianxuan family. Once it was fired, as long as there were people of the Xianxuan family around, they would definitely rush over to help. In this East Valley, Xianxia did not bring many people because he also knew how powerful Suzimo was. Therefore, he requested for help. As the saying went, a cloud-piercing arrow could summon thousands of troops. The moment the signal flare was fired, dozens of figures rushed over from afar. These figures were very powerful. Each of them had the aura of a great emperor. There was even a figure who faintly emitted sage aura. This was actually a great sage. Suzimo was not in a hurry. He just waited for the people of the Shangguan family to gather. Not long after, more than 20 people had arrived. They surrounded the entire valley. Among these people, there were actually 2 great sages. "Greetings, Patriarch," these people shouted at the same time. Shangguan Xiongba stabilized Shangguan Jin's injuries and then looked at Suzimo. He shouted, "Take him down." Countless people rushed over. Seeing that the battle was about to start, suddenly, an explosion sounded above their heads. Because the sound was too loud, almost everyone was shocked. Everyone looked up and saw a huge hall passing through the clouds and the void. It appeared above their heads. This hall was too big. The moment it appeared, it even blocked the sun. Everyone only felt the light above their heads dim. "Welcome to the Sun Domain," a majestic voice sounded. The moment this dignified voice rang out, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Everyone held their breaths and looked up. Although the main hall was 1,000 meters above the ground, the pressure that came from it still made everyone tremble in fear. It was like a steel fortress, but it also seemed to emit a powerful aura. Multicolored lights were blooming. With the Holy King leading the way, the people of the Sun Palace all walked out. They all wore red robes of the same style. A golden sun was drawn on the back of the robes. The Holy King looked down at the people below. He chuckled and said, "Everyone is here for the origin land of the Fire Tribe, but you should know that there are only a limited number of places. The number of people who can enter the land of origin is limited. Not everyone can enter." "Holy King, just tell us the rules," someone below shouted. "Only 50 people can enter the origin land this time. Each of the 6 fire territories will have 3 spots. That's 18 spots. As for the other 32 spots, they will be chosen from you." As soon as the Holy King finished speaking, the people around began to talk. However, most of them were from small forces. This was because the other fire territories, including some large forces, knew about it. They had already known about the inside story of this election. The 6 fire territories had a fixed number of spots. After all, there were only 6 of them. As for the rogue cultivators, there were at least a few hundred of them. 32 spots seemed like a lot, but compared to the huge group of rogue cultivators, it was a drop in the bucket. "Holy King, how will the 32 spots be chosen? How will the competition be held?" Im Suihua from Shu Mountain was the first to ask. Shu Mountain came from the Vermilion Bird Flame territory. Although they were a large force, they were not the rulers of the Vermilion Bird Flame territory. Therefore, they could also participate in the competition for the 32 spots. The Vermilion Bird Flame territory was led by the Vermilion Bird sect. It must be mentioned here that each of the 6 fire territories had a different way of selecting the fire territories. For example, the Primal Chaos Fire Realm called for everyone in the Fire Realm to compete and choose the top 3 strongest. The other fire territories were different. For example, the Divine Crow Fire territory. The Shangguan family had chosen the fire territory in advance. Therefore, the 6 fire territories had their own selection methods. These people from the other forces were the most innocent. Therefore, everyone gathered here to enter the origin land. Hearing the question from Mount Shu, the Radiant Saint King smiled and said, "The method of the competition is very simple. Our Sun Palace was created by our ancestors. There was a very strong power inside, and no one had been able to break in for generations. According to our plan, we should fully open the Sun Palace. Whoever can enter the innermost part of the Sun Hall will have a spot." Someone asked in confusion after hearing the Radiant Saint King's words. "If all of us go in and there are only 32 spots left, what will happen?" However, someone at the side laughed and said, "You're thinking too much. Those who can enter the Sun Palace and come out unscathed are all people. There were very few of them. Let alone 32, I'm afraid it would be good to have 20. Inside the Sun Palace, there were layers upon layers of traps. It was so dangerous that even great emperors could fall. Even great sages could be injured. Although there were many great saints in the blazing fire domain, they were not stones that could be picked up anywhere. After the Radiant Saint King finished speaking, he added, "Actually, the number of people in the 6 fire regions isn't fixed." Hearing this, everyone held their breaths. If any of you come out of the Sun Palace, then you have the qualifications to challenge the 6 regions. As long as you defeat the people of the 6 fire regions, their spots will belong to you. In other words, you will have 2 spots. What if we fail the challenge? Someone asked. Die. The Radiant Saint King stopped smiling and replied. Many people did not understand his words. The spots of the 6 fire regions were already allocated. Why did they have to add a challenge? However, Suzimo thought about it and understood. Some people in the 6 fire regions were predetermined. They were not strong, and some entered through connections. They wanted to guide their juniors to enter the origin ground and obtain opportunities. The Sun Palace did this to get rid of some people who were just there to make up the numbers. The spots were given to the 6 fire regions. However, if they dared to make up the numbers, it would be better to take them back. Hearing the Radiant Saint King's words, Xianxia glanced coldly at Suzimo. He said indifferently, "I'll let you live for a few more days. When this matter is over, I'll let you die without a burial place." Why? Not fighting anymore? Suzimo smiled. "I'm already prepared." "You've disappointed me." Xianxia coldly snorted and left with his men. He ignored Suzimo. Because he knew what was more important. Suzimo deserved to die, but he could not ruin the Shangguan clan's plan. They needed more spots to enter the origin ground of the Fire Clan. Therefore, other than the Shangguan clan's own 3 spots, they also trained outsiders to enter the Sun Palace to compete for the spots. Watching the people of the Sun Palace leave, Suzimo walked in front of Xianxia. What happened? He frowned and asked. "I took revenge on them," Xianxia said. "Don't you know how strong you are?" Suzimo said. "Besides, you're also a member of the Shangguan clan. Do you really have such a big grudge, just because of Shangguan Wan'er?" "Actually, there's something I haven't told you," Xianxia said. "My mother was killed by that man. Your family's business is too melodramatic. I can't be bothered. But next time, whether you take revenge or kill someone, it's fine. Think about your own strength." "I might not save you next time," Suzimo said. "Thank you," Xianxia lowered her head and said with some shame. She stood up from the ground. After this period of rest, her injuries had stabilized. Actually, she was too impulsive this time. When she saw the Shangguan clan, she was blinded by hatred. She did not care about many things. She silently followed behind Suzimo and walked towards the Chaos Fire domain. Although Sect Master Bai's heart was in turmoil, he was too embarrassed to ask. As for Purple Cloud Saint, he walked on air. "It's fortunate that young master is fine," Purple Cloud Saint smiled. When the 2 of them separated in the Phoenix Ancient City, he was really afraid that Suzimo would fall in the hands of the Holy Court. "The matter of the water beasts has been settled. Did anything happen to you?" Suzimo asked. Purple Cloud Saint shook his head slightly. "Do you want to go to the Sun Palace to take a look?" "I'll give you a spot in the origin land," Suzimo said with a smile. Purple Cloud Saint was a saint, so he had the ability to pass the Sun Palace. "I'm not interested in the spots, but I'm interested in the Sun Palace," Purple Cloud Saint said with a smile. A Supreme Saint-level existence like him was not that tempting to the origin ground. Could it be that the origin ground could allow them to reach the Dao fruit level? That was obviously impossible. Therefore, Xianxia Saint was more curious about the main hall than the origin ground. Suzimo, Xianxia Saint, and the others arrived at the Chaos Fiery Realm. Xianxia looked at the crowd and his gaze fell on Suzimo. He said, "The Fire Ancestor has agreed. The celestial land of immortals can become our subordinate force." Suzimo nodded slightly. All of this was to be expected. The people of the celestial land of immortals began to converge with the Chaos Fiery Realm. And in the sky, the Sun Palace also underwent an earth-shattering change. The Sun Palace, which was originally like a fortress, began to emit colorful lights. These rays of light paved a path to the heavens. It guided everyone in. Some people stepped into the air and were swallowed by the lights. Basically, all the other forces except the 6 fire domains had entered. As for the celestial land of immortals, Sect Master Bai asked Lu Wuming to bring some talented disciples in. It would be best if they could make it to the end. If they couldn't, they could still broaden their horizons. Safety was the most important thing. When all the forces began to set off for the Sun Palace, only the 6 fire domains and some elders of the accompanying forces were left in the mountain ridge. Many elders were unwilling to enter the origin ground. It was not that they were unwilling. They wanted to leave the opportunity for the younger generation. After all, everyone knew that the origin ground was full of wonders. However, for some Supreme Saint-level experts, it was not that effective. Otherwise, why would the Sun Palace be willing to open the fire domain? This was also something that made everyone speculate. What was the Sun Palace's intention? Did they open the fire domain out of kindness? The people of the celestial land of immortals were cultivating. At this moment, a chuckle came from the side. Sect Master Bai, we meet again. Hearing this voice, Sect Master Bai did not even need to turn around to know that it was Wang Yunpeng. She turned around and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" "Nothing, I just wanted to see you," Wang Yunpeng said with a smile. Sect Master Bai was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the Fire Python sect would not dare to be presumptuous now that the celestial land of immortals had allied with the Chaos Fiery realm. How could Wang Yunpeng still be so arrogant? However, Wang Yunpeng did not come alone. There was another person beside him. Looking at the person beside him, Sect Master Bai understood. It was a man. However, this man had a long braid that looked like the braids worn by men in ancient times. There was a strange bird on the robe he was wearing. That was the legendary immortal bird. It was not a phoenix, but a divine bird that was said to be able to resurrect infinitely. As long as there was fire, it could transform. This bird was the totem of the Undying Blaze domain. Basically, only people from the Undying Fire territory would carve his image on their clothes. Without a doubt, this man was an existence from the Undying Blaze realm. The reason why Wang Yunpeng dared to come here was because he had the support of the Undying Hall. Therefore, he was not afraid of the primal chaos flame realm. Sect Leader Bai's expression was calm. "You're like a fly, circling around the land of immortals. It's disgusting." Sect Leader Bai, "I'm not the one looking for you this time. It's young Master Sua," Wang Yunpeng snorted coldly. After he finished speaking, he looked at young Master Sua beside him. He smiled apologetically and said with a flattering tone, "Young Master Sua, what do you think of this woman? She's definitely the best." "Not bad, not bad. I heard that she's the leader of a sect?" "That's even more interesting," young Master Sua said with a smile. He stepped forward and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. I'm the young master of the Undying Hall, Su Fengyun." Sect Leader Bai heard this name. Although he was disgusted, he could not offend him. He asked, "Young Master Sua, what's the matter? Is the land of immortals thinking of reviving?" Young Master Sua said with a smile, "Follow me. I guarantee that the land of immortals will annex the Fire Python sect and rule that area." He said this with confidence. Although the Undying Hall could not manage the Divine Crow Fire region, they could send out some experts to solve the problem. Hearing this, Wang Yunpeng, who was standing at the side, became anxious. "Young Master Sua, we didn't say this before." Su Fengyun had promised to help him take over the land of immortals. Why was he going back on his word now? If the Undying Fire region really targeted them, the Fire Python sect would not be their match. Su Fengyun turned and said flatly, "Do I need you to teach me what to do?" Wang Yunpeng's breathing stopped and he quickly shut his mouth. After Su Fengyun finished speaking, he looked at Sect Leader Bai with a smile and asked, "What do you think?" "Then what do we have to pay?" Sect Leader Bai asked. Although she wanted to destroy the Fire Python sect, she was not stupid. There was nothing free in this world. There's no need to pay anything. As long as you make me happy, we can talk about anything. Su Fengyun stepped forward. He reached out to touch Sect Leader Bai's face. Sect Leader Bai's expression changed slightly. She slapped Su Fengyun's hand away and took a few steps back. She said, "Young Master Sua, please respect yourself. The more you act like this, the more I like it. Tell me, what do you want?" "I can agree to anything," Su Fengyun said confidently. In his opinion, sect leader Bai did not submit because the conditions were not high enough. As long as the price was reasonable, everything was negotiable. However, sect leader Bai's expression turned cold. She said flatly, "Young Master Sua, if there's nothing else, please leave. Our immortal land does not need your help. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Young Master Sua's expression also turned cold. He said, "Do you think I won't help the Fire Python sect destroy your immortal land? There's nothing I, Su Fengyun, can't do. If you don't submit, at most you'll suffer a little. You'll still have to listen to me." As he spoke, his expression turned ruthless. A powerful aura covered the sky and covered the earth. This time, he grabbed sect leader Bai forcefully. Sect leader Bai snorted coldly and did not back down. In fact, to be able to become the leader of a sect, she was definitely not weak. She waved her hand again. Immortal chi seemed to spread out. A powerful sense of oppression suppressed the void, and the two powerful forces exploded in the void. This startling sound attracted the gazes of many people over. Su Fengyun stood in place without moving. On the other hand, sect leader Bai snorted and took a few steps back. One exchange was enough to determine who was stronger. After all, Su Fengyun was the young master of the Undying Hall. In terms of strength, he was indeed worthy of attention. Again. Su Fengyun laughed loudly. His aura was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. His powerful strength could topple mountains and overturn seas. He stepped forward, stepped into the air, and punched. Su Fengyun's aura was strong and full of power. Just like his name, he was like a meteor falling from the sky. It exploded in front of sect leader Bai. After all, he was a genius disciple with outstanding combat strength and rich battle experience. Although sect leader Bai was also extraordinary, she could only barely resist the attack. At this moment, sect leader Bai was surrounded by powerful immortal chi. It was as if the shadow of an ancient bell in the celestial land of immortals was shrouding her. The ancient bell took most of the damage for her. Otherwise, sect leader Bai would not have been able to hold on. Rumor has it that there was a great saint in the celestial land of immortals in its golden age. His name was the Skybell Great Saint. I wonder if the move this woman used was the Skybell protection of the Skybell Great Saint. Someone from the Flaming Python sect said. In terms of understanding of the celestial land of immortals, their old neighbor was probably the most knowledgeable. After all, they were always thinking about annexing the celestial land of immortals. Hearing the words of the Flaming Python sect, an elder from the celestial land of immortals snorted coldly. That's right. It is indeed the move of our Skybell Great Saint. It's a pity that the descendants can't restore the prestige of our ancestors. Otherwise, the Flaming Python sect would have nothing to do with us. After the elder finished speaking, he looked at sect master Bai, who was already in a precarious situation under the pressure of Su Fengyun. He hurriedly asked Su Zimo for help. "Young master, please save sect leader. Didn't you dislike her being my maid?" Su Zimo said with a smile. "We were confused and didn't know your true identity. But sect leader has always respected you," the elder from the celestial land of immortals pleaded. "Wait a little longer. Your sect leader won't die," Su Zimo said with a wave of his hand. He was not in a hurry to save sect leader Bai. Instead, he was interested in Su Fengyun's fighting style. The battles in the immortal fiery realm were unique. Their battles were all evolved from the immortal bird. When they fought, they were like angry divine birds. Their arms were like wings, and their legs were like claws. There were purple flames burning on their bodies. It was said that this was the immortal flame. Under this flame, no matter how serious the injuries were, they would recover at the fastest speed. The pinnacle of the undying flame was the undying bird, which could revive after being killed. It was impossible to kill. Of course, these were all legends. But now, with the undying flame, Su Fengyun was invincible. Although sect master Bai had some tricks up his sleeve, he relied on the divine ability left behind by his ancestors. It was a pity that his cultivation was still too weak. He had just touched the threshold of becoming a great emperor. The other party was already a peak great emperor. Can you defeat him? Su Zimo looked at Xianxia and asked. Xianxia was also a peak great emperor and his injuries were gradually recovering. He hasn't used his trump card yet. I'm not sure either. Xianxia shook his head and replied, however, I have some understanding of this undying hall. Their undying techniques are very strong. Violet Glow Saint, go take a look, Su Zimo instructed. It doesn't matter if we kill them or not. Stop them first. Xianxia Saint nodded slightly. The purple cloud chi in his palm was surging violently, like a scorching sun exploding in the void. Sect Master Bai and Su Fangyun were forcibly separated. Su Fangyun steadied himself and looked at Xianxia Saint's position. His eyes were filled with coldness. Let's stop here, Violet Glow Saint said. Who do you think you are? Su Fangyun snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, Violet Glow Saint charged over. His figure turned into countless afterimages and swept across the void. Like a shadow, he appeared behind Su Fangyun. There was a boom. The large palm hit Su Fangyun's back and his figure was directly sent flying. If you want to talk big, get the elders of your undying fire territory to come. Who do you think you are? Violet Glow Saint snorted. The might of a saint was not to be offended. After Su Fangyun's figure was sent flying, his eyes were filled with rage. He roared angrily. Purple cloud chi began to swirl around his body. Behind him, a purple bird spread its wings, as if covering the sky and the sun. It circled behind him. This was the legendary undying bird. The purple bird was roaring angrily, and the surrounding void was constantly burning. The bird directly swallowed Su Fangyun. Then, it turned into a sea of fire and swooped down toward Violet Glow Saint. The undying bird was extremely fast. A path was burned out of the void. Violet Glow Saint blocked in front of him with both hands, his palms glowing with golden light. There was a boom. The claws grabbed Violet Glow Saint's arms, and purple flames raged. The two figures were in a stalemate. The undying bird kept roaring angrily. Violet Glow Saint's figure began to retreat, drawing lines on the ground. Go away, Violet Glow Saint shouted angrily. He threw the undying bird to the side and sent it flying. Su Fangyun's figure was sent flying against the rock wall. The undying bird behind him began to dissipate, and he spat out blood. Violet Glow Saint waved his right hand again, and a ray of purple light shot out. The people of the undying hall don't need others to teach them a lesson. There was a soft shout. It directly scattered the purple light. Violet Glow Saint looked up and saw an old man in a red robe flying over from afar. The old man's holy aura was vast and mighty. The old man stood in front of Su Fangyun and looked indifferently at Violet Glow Saint. Your Excellency is too presumptuous. He made the first move, Sect Master Bai said from the side. Xian Tian, this old man will remember, the old man replied coldly. Sect Master Bai's expression was ugly. This was already a blatant threat. If the Undying Hall has any problems, you can come at me, Su Zimo stood out. He said, is my maid someone he can mess with? And who are you? The old man frowned. Su Zimo from the Chaos Fire Realm. The Chaos Fire Realm is getting more and more presumptuous, the old man replied. Do you want to come and spar? Su Zimo asked. There will be plenty of opportunities, the old man said. The Sun Domain competition has begun, and the real battle will begin. The old man left with Su Fangyun. It seemed that whether it was the Undying Fire Realm or the Shangguan clan, they were all deliberately suppressing him. Before the Land of Origin began, he did not want to have any conflicts. Seeing the people of the Undying Hall leave, Wang Yunping's face was already pale. He took a few steps back, wanting to take the opportunity to escape. However, Violet Glow Saint grabbed him with a slap. Young master, what should we do with this person? Violet Glow Saint asked. Kill him, he's an eyesore. Su Zimo waved his hand. You can't kill me. Wang Yunping struggled with all his might. I'm the young sect master of the Fire Python sect. However, Violet Glow Saint ignored him and pressed his head to the ground. His hand turned into a knife and chopped down heavily. I beg you, please spare my life. Wang Yinpeng no longer dared to maintain his status. Instead, he begged for mercy. He shouted, I promise that the Fire Python sect will no longer target the celestial land of immortals. We will mind our own business. It's too late, Sect Master Bai said lightly. Sect Master Bai, you have to think carefully. He can protect you for a while, but he can't protect you forever. You may have killed me, but the celestial land of immortals will still be annexed by the Fire Python sect. If you let me go, wouldn't that be perfect? I still have a say in the Fire Python sect. Why don't I just destroy the Fire Python sect? Why go through so much trouble? Su Zimo said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yinpeng was stunned. And what he said made sense. He couldn't refute it. If you let me go, I'll agree to any conditions, Wang Yinpeng could only say so. But Xianxia Saint obviously couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. A purple light flashed in his hand and he was already charging towards him. At the critical moment of life and death, Wang Yinpeng obviously couldn't care about anything else. His eyes were filled with malice. He transformed into a huge fire python. His body was burning with raging flames as he charged towards Xianxia Saint. The fire python twisted its body. There were 2 fangs in its mouth. Xianxia Saint snorted coldly. He raised his hands. The purple light exploded and the fire python's fangs were broken. Xianxia Saint didn't seem to be satisfied. He clenched his right hand and the fire python's head was directly smashed into the ground. The ground was covered in mud. The fire python kept struggling. But Xianxia Saint wasn't in a hurry. He allowed the other party to fight desperately. He folded the entire fire python. He circled it into a ball like a football. The fire python was entangled. Then, he threw it into the void and kicked it away. There was a boom. The ball directly broke into pieces in the void. It was as if a rain of blood was falling, drifting down from the void. Wang Yinpeng was dead. The other people of the Fire Python sect were angry but didn't dare to say anything. In the end, they left the scene one by one. Here, the Fire Python sect didn't have the right to speak. Xianxia Saint looked at Su Zimo. His meaning was obvious. Should they eliminate the Fire Python sect? Su Zimo shook his head slightly. There was no hurry. It was easy to extinguish the Python sect. A trashy force like that could be destroyed at any time. Now, the most important thing was still the matter of the land of origin. Su Zimo knew the Sun Palace's holy maiden, Murongqing. Therefore, he wanted to find Murongqing and ask her about the situation. Actually, he knew that the Sun Temple would not hand over the origin grounds for no reason. However, their plans had not been foreshadowed. Perhaps no one else knew except for them. And this time, his participation in the origin grounds was a small matter. Most importantly, it was also to use the stream of all waters as a trade. Su Zimo was also preparing to leave the blazing fire domain, so before he left, he was prepared to finish everything that needed to be done. He looked at the Sun Palace in the sky. At this time, Fire Ancestor also came with Xianxia. He looked at Su Zimo and said with a smile, "We'll have to rely on you for this trip to the land of origin." "What do you want?" Su Zimo asked. "Our Chaos Fire domain should help each other, don't you think so?" Fire Ancestor smiled and said, "Actually, I don't have any other intentions. It's just that I'm raising Anshan as my successor. I hope you can help him more when we go inside." "What's in the land of origin?" Su Zimo asked. "It's said to be a kind of evolution. I'm not very sure." "I'm afraid that the people of the Sun Palace know best," Fire Ancestor said. "I don't need him to take care of me," Xianxia replied stubbornly. "Don't throw a tantrum. You are one of the best among the younger generation of the Chaos Fire domain. You can even rely on the power of the Fire domain to remain undefeated. But this time, the people who came to the land of origin are all geniuses from various domains. They won't be much weaker than you," Fire Ancestor scolded. Xianxia lowered his head and didn't say anything more. Fire Ancestor's words were in absolute order to him. He wouldn't disobey. Alright, for the sake of the Chaos Fire domain giving me face, I can take care of him. Su Zimo waved his hand lazily. I heard that you offended the Immortal Hall and the Shangguan family. You have to be careful. Fire Ancestor reminded him, especially that Shangguan Waner. I met her once in my early years. She's really a genius. Who dares to call themselves geniuses in front of me? Su Zimo laughed. My favorite thing to do is to kill geniuses. Fire Ancestor shook his head helplessly. He knew that Su Zimo was qualified to say this, but he still had to be careful. He didn't want to fail miserably. After chatting with Fire Ancestor for a while, Su Zimo stepped into the air and walked directly to the Sun Palace. At the entrance of the Sun Palace, there were 2 golden-armored warriors guarding. At this moment, when they saw Su Zimo, they stopped him and said, the contestants of the 6 fire domains don't need to enter the Sun Palace. I'm not here to break into the Sun Palace. I'm here to see your holy maiden, Morongqing, Su Zimo explained. How can a saint be seen casually? The golden-armored warrior replied, we can't let you see her. I'm an old friend of your holy maiden. If you tell her my name, she'll naturally come out, Su Zimo replied. The 2 golden-armored warriors frowned slightly and looked at each other. In fact, they didn't need to report this kind of thing. But since they were old friends. In the end, one of the golden-armored warriors walked in, while the other was still guarding the door. Su Zimo waited and asked with a smile, have you been to the origin place? The golden-armored warrior's eyes narrowed and he was silent for a moment. Then he replied, how can you casually enter the origin place? That's a pity. The origin place can be open to outsiders, but you insiders can't enter, Su Zimo said with a smile. Are you trying to sow discord? The golden-armored warrior exposed. I'm not trying to sow discord. I'm just telling the truth, Su Zimo shrugged. While the 2 of them were talking, the golden-armored warrior who had entered before also walked out. What do you mean? Su Zimo asked. The holy maiden asked us to invite you in, the golden-armored warrior replied. Su Zimo nodded slightly. He followed behind the golden-armored warrior and walked all the way into the Sun Palace. As soon as he entered the main hall, he felt as if he was in a furnace. It was hot all around. After a while, he was sweating profusely. After Su Zimo walked for a while, he found that the direction he was walking in was getting quieter and quieter, and it was especially remote. Is the place where your holy maiden lives so remote? Su Zimo asked with interest. The golden-armored warrior didn't answer and just led the way. What's wrong? Su Zimo suddenly stopped. Are you going to see the holy maiden? The golden-armored warrior said impatiently. Su Zimo frowned slightly, then relaxed and asked, tell me the truth, who wants to see me? You'll know when you get there, the golden-armored warrior replied. As expected, you lied to me, Su Zimo said. So what? The golden-armored warrior snorted. But as soon as he finished speaking, Su Zimo's figure had already exploded. He directly grabbed the warrior's neck with one hand and slammed his head into the wall with a powerful force. The wall shattered like tofu. The golden-armored warrior's figure was also embedded into the wall, blood flowing out. The golden-armored warrior didn't seem to be able to react. Someone actually dared to attack him in the Sun Palace. This could be said to be provoking Tai Sui. You want to die, the golden-armored warrior said angrily. But as soon as he finished speaking, Su Zimo threw another punch. Only a boom sound was heard. The fist was like a strong wind, landing heavily on the golden-armored warrior's face. The golden armor on his body shattered, revealing his bloody face. Tell me, who's looking for me? Su Zimo replied. I won't tell you, you're dead. The golden-armored warrior's eyes were filled with resentment. Whether I die or not, you probably won't be able to see it, but you're definitely going to die, Su Zimo sneered. He slammed his palm down again. This palm carried a strong sense of oppression, the kind that intended to kill the opponent with one strike. Wait a minute, the golden-armored warrior panicked and hurriedly shouted. What? Su Zimo smiled. Scared? I'll tell you, let me go, the golden-armored warrior said. Okay, Su Zimo nodded. It's young Master Mu Yang, the golden-armored warrior replied. I originally came to report to the Saintess, but I didn't see her, and was instead stopped by young Master Mu Yang outside. After he heard about it, he asked me to bring you to see him. Who's young Master Muyang? Su Zimo asked. He is the young master of our Sun Palace. His status is the same as the holy maidens, the golden-armored warrior replied. Why does he want to see me? Su Zimo asked in confusion. He didn't seem to know the other party. I don't know either, but the young master must have his own ideas, the golden-armored warrior replied. Alright, I've said everything I need to say. Let me go. Sorry, I'm going back on my word. Su Zimo smiled. He snapped the neck of the golden-armored warrior and burned him to ashes. Actually, from the moment the other party lied to him, he was already doomed. Su Zimo looked ahead. He wanted to meet this young Master Muyang. He walked forward alone, and the flames around him began to turn from golden to golden red. Finally, Su Zimo's figure stopped in front of a lake. The entire lake was golden in color. The ripples were clear and crystalline, as if a sun was being reflected in the void. In front of the lake was a thatched hut. In front of the hut, a young man in a linen robe sat by the lake, holding a fishing rod in his hand. Young Master Muyang? Su Zimo asked. Why are you looking for Qing? The young man focused on fishing and asked. The Qing he was talking about should be Murong Qing. We're just talking about the old days. I don't need to report to you, Su Zimo said. Ever since Qing came back from Sin Demon region, she's been talking about someone's name. The young Master Muyang said, if I'm not wrong, you're the person she met in Sin Demon region. You really have a lot of nonsense to say. Just say what you want to say, Su Zimo replied. Qing and I have been childhood sweethearts since we were young. I was also engaged to her long ago. So I want to remind you to stay away from her, young Master Muyang replied. Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. It seems that Murong Qing doesn't like you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be trying to make your presence known in this kind of thing. What did you say? The fishing rod in the young man's hand broke and he slowly stood up from the ground. The aura around him was very strong. It was like a storm was gathering. Of course, the strongest was the flame on the surface of his body. It was really like the sun, indescribably hot and burning everything. The golden-red flames were rioting. I said, you can only make your presence known here, Su Zimo repeated. It seems that you're not afraid of me. Do you believe that I can cancel your entry to the origin land? Young Master Muyang said. He was the young master of the Sun Palace. His words had a certain weight. Then do you believe that I can make all of you from the fire tribe kneel and call me father? Su Zimo asked. He had the myriad water stream in his hand. This was something that could make up for the shortcomings of the fire tribe and let them step onto the peak. It was no exaggeration to say that if the fire tribe wanted to go higher, they had to use the myriad water stream. And Su Zimo was the father of all of them from the fire tribe. Young Master Muyang snorted and reached out to grab Zimo. Vaguely, the aura he emitted fluctuated between strong and weak. It seemed to be between the half-saint and the peak of the great emperor. It seems that you haven't even broken through to the half-saint level. Su Zimo shook his head in disappointment. It's enough to kill you, young Master Muyang shouted angrily. When his big hand reached out, the tyrannical shadow behind Su Zimo pulled out its blade. The violent saber will directly cut his palm into two halves. Kill, Su Zimo shouted softly. The tyrannical shadow transformed into thousands of blade chi, moving restlessly in the void. The void shattered and surrounded young Master Muyang. The other party kept shattering the blade intent. However, taking advantage of the fact that he had no time to care, Su Zimo kicked him. The big foot imprinted on the other party's chest. Young Master Muyang's figure fell into the lake. Young Master Muyang stood up in the lake in a sorry state. His body was already wet. The aura on his body was even weaker. It seemed that he had stabilized at the peak of the great emperor level. If I wasn't trying to break through, I would definitely fight you to the death, young Master Muyang said angrily. After all, he was going to the land of origin. He wanted to increase his strength and break through to the half-step saint realm. I'll accompany you anytime. However, you've ruined my plan. How do you want to settle this? Su Zimo asked. What do you want? Don't forget that this is the Sun Palace, young Master Muyang snorted coldly. This was his territory. He was the Sun Palace's young palace master. Therefore, he believed that Su Zimo wouldn't do anything rash. I've never been one to abide by the rules. Su Zimo immediately took advantage of the situation. As he spoke, he charged forward. The tyrannical shadow floated above his head. Endless blade intent spewed out. Young Master Mu Yang wanted to defend, but it was already too late. The strong pressure came again. Su Zimo was as fast as lightning. He hit young Master Mu Yang again and kicked him away. Damn it, young Master Mu Yang's hair was a little disheveled, and he was furious. Behind him, his true fate appeared. A golden sun shone brightly in the sky. The sun seemed to want to swallow everything. This sun gave people the feeling that it was a real sun. However, Su Zimo knew that with young Master Mu Yang's strength, there was a world of difference between him and a real sun. It was simply impossible. He probably would not be able to obtain a real sun even if he spent his entire life. Instead, the one in the sun hall might have a small sun. Of course, these were all Su Zimo's guesses. At this moment, the illusory sun behind young Master Mu Yang burned, and the entire sky seemed to be incinerated. The lake was boiling. Under the scorching sun, the lake water not only showed no signs of evaporating, but instead became more and more majestic. The entire lake surged with thousands of waves. Young Master Mu Yang raised his hands high, and a boom was heard. The lake directly covered his face, and like a flood, countless waves surged. Su Zimo looked up, and the entire sky was filled with the mighty lake water. The lake water swallowed him, as if to completely annihilate him. Su Zimo snorted coldly. The heaven-shaking giant behind him rose from the ground. The imposing figure was like a giant carrying the sky on his shoulders, and his hands blasted towards the sky. Although the lake was vast and boundless, it was still shattered by the punch in the end. All things withered and flourished, young Master Mu Yang shouted loudly. A golden light shone from the sun and froze. Su Zimo's figure was directly frozen by the golden light, and he could not move. I want to expose your skin to the sun, evaporate your blood, and turn you into a skeleton. Young Master Mu Yang said viciously. After the sun shone and froze Su Zimo, it seemed to be baking at a high temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees. The water on the surface of Su Zimo's skin was the first to evaporate. His skin was as wrinkled as the bark of an old tree. If you become a great saint, you can still take a look, Su Zimo said, shaking his head. Unfortunately, you're not even a half-saint. Rich life force once again filled the air. The tree of life in his body was surging, and under the majestic life force, Su Zimo directly broke through the sun's shackles. His speed was shockingly fast. He rushed to the front of young Master Mu Yang, and with a split kick, he knocked him down from the void. What do you think you're doing? Young Master Mu Yang shouted. Su Zimo made a grabbing motion with both hands, and the sun's shadow behind him began to distort. The entire sun was annihilated by the palm. Young Master Mu Yang screamed in agony as his true fate was crushed. Su Zimo's fists were like raindrops, constantly hitting young Master Mu Yang's body. Countless fists rained down, and young Master Mu Yang's chest caved in like a bloody mist. Su Zimo punched again. His figure was completely sent flying. Looking at the figure that was sent flying, Su Zimo's tyrannical shadow was ready to attack. The powerful saber chi slashed at him as if it wanted to tear him to shreds. Stop. Right at this moment, a woman's shout rang out. A figure stood in front of young Master Mu Yang, blocking Su Zimo's saber chi. Su Zimo looked up and saw that the woman who rushed over after hearing the news was Murong Qing. Her purple robe fluttered in the wind. It had been a long time since they last met, and the aura around her seemed to be stronger, with thick flames burning around her. Child Su, stop. Take it as giving me face. Murong Qing said, no matter how much of a jerk he is, he's still the young master of the Sun Palace. Su Zimo put away the tyrannical shadow and smiled. I heard from him that you have an engagement? It's already been destroyed. Murong Qing shook her head. She looked at young Master Mu Yang who was lying on the ground in a sorry state and said, leave this place and heal your injuries. Qing I. Young Master Mu Yang wanted to explain but was interrupted by Murong Qing. Our engagement is no longer valid. Besides, he's my friend. I don't need you to get involved in my affairs, Morongqing said with a frown. I'll let it go this time. The next time you get beaten to death, I won't care. Hearing this, young Master Muyang sighed. Then he dragged his heavily injured body and walked away. Morongqing slowly walked towards Su Zimo and smiled. I've made a fool of myself in front of Child Su. This kind of person can become the young master of the Sun Palace? It seems that the Sun Palace is not as good as it used to be, Su Zimo said with a smile. There's a lot involved, so I won't explain it to Child Su one by one. Morongqing smiled. Last time when we parted in the Evil Devil region, I thought I would never see Child Su again. How could that be? I found the Sun Palace's competition first. Su Zimo smiled. I think Child Su came to find me to ask for information, Morongqing said. This is not the place to talk. Child Su, come to my residence. Morongqing led Su Zimo all the way to the residence she lived in. Although it was called a residence, it was actually a few connected attics and courtyards. It was just that this attic was especially huge. First of all, the Sun Palace was famous for being a big hall. In fact, it was a small world inside. It was tens of thousands of miles wide, with tall mountains and flowing water, blue sea, and sky. And Morongqing lived alone on a mountain peak. This mountain peak could be said to be full of birds and fragrant flowers. There was an emerald green path on top. All kinds of butterflies were dancing in the air. They were not afraid of strangers. When Su Zimo arrived, the butterflies landed on his shoulders. There was a faint floral fragrance in the air. In front of this attic, there was a pavilion. Standing on it, one could overlook tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Su Zimo and Morongqing sat in the pavilion. Morongqing smiled and asked, You didn't come to find me just to catch up, did you? I want to ask you some insider information. Su Zimo smiled. I shouldn't tell you anything, but you just spared Muyang, so I owe you a favor. If I can tell you, I can tell you. Hearing Morongqing's words, Su Zimo smiled and asked, What is the meaning of the Sun Palace opening the land of origin? Child Su, you asked such a confidential question as soon as you came up. Morongqing shook her head and laughed. You can tell me this, but I can guarantee that we have no ill intentions. No ill intentions. Su Zimo smiled. Do you think I'll believe in something like this? You won't wake up early if there are no benefits? We are also a part of the Fire Tribe. Many things we do are for the Fire Tribe. Morongqing smiled and said, But Child Su, you are a human. You seem to be too concerned about these things. I want to see that person, Su Zimo said. Who? Morongqing was stunned. You're Laozu holding the candle, Su Zimo said. That's impossible. Laozu hasn't seen an outsider for many years, Morongqing said. Not to mention you, even I and the Holy King can't see Laozu. Unless the Sun Palace is destroyed, Laozu will not come out. And he has always been the one looking for us. We dare not disturb him. Hearing Morongqing's answer, Su Zimo was not surprised. An existence like Xianxia had already stepped into the Dao fruit realm and had probably gathered the 3 flowers. Worldly matters could not shake him. Perhaps even when the Sun Temple was destroyed, Xianxia might not appear. Su Zimo waved his hand. A strand of the myriad water stream appeared in his palm. Take this to see Laozu. He will definitely meet me, Su Zimo said with a smile. Morongqing was a little confused. She carefully felt the stream of water and only felt that it was incomparably intimate. She couldn't help but want to devour this power. What is this? She asked in surprise. One had to know that she had never felt this way before. And this power was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. How can this be? Morongqing was a little confused. You will know in the future, but this matter is too big now. I can't tell you for now, Su Zimo replied. Morongqing thought for a moment and finally nodded. She said, I can take this to see Laozu, but I can't guarantee whether it will work or not. I believe that Laozu knows what's good for you, Su Zimo said with a smile. What is the purpose of the Sun Temple opening the land of origin this time? Since it's not convenient for you to say, I won't force you. I'm more curious, what's in the land of origin? That's the place where the Fire Clan originated. Child Su, what do you think should be there? Morongqing smiled. If there's nothing special that interests me, I'm too lazy to go in. Don't play dumb with me. Su Zimo waved his hand. I can only tell you that there is the fire of life there, Morongqing said with a smile. And the Holy Court values the fire of life very much. It's very likely that they will snatch it. With the Laozu sect, the Holy Court will not openly fight with you unless it is absolutely necessary. Su Zimo shook his head. The situation in the 9 regions was very complicated. Although it seemed that everyone was doing things their own way. But there were some faint connections between them. No one wanted to see the Holy Hall dominate and then destroy them one by one. So if the Sun Hall was attacked, it wouldn't just be the Sun Hall's own counterattack. The other powerful forces would also come to help resist the Holy Hall. At that time, the entire 9 zones would be in complete chaos. This wasn't something the Holy Hall wanted to see. Once the 9 regions fell into chaos, it would be like a quagmire. Everyone would sink into it. At that time, it would be the demons who would reap the benefits. Now that the Holy Court no longer had a chance to deal with him, he could start planning. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, the Holy Court would never start a war. Unless they were so strong that they could suppress the entire 9 regions. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Morongqing did not object. Instead, he smiled and said, I don't know how to snatch in the open, but what about in the dark? Su Zimo nodded slightly. That was true. There were many ways, but this was something that the Sun Palace should be worried about. He stood up and said, all right, I should leave. Remember to give that thing to Laozu. Be careful of the others. Morongqing nodded and reminded him. After bidding farewell to Morongqing, Su Zimo didn't leave the Sun Palace directly. Instead, he prepared to walk around the Sun Palace. He felt that the Sun Palace was very interesting. The flames here weren't strong. Instead, it felt like they could contain everything. It was as if any power could be accepted by the flames here. Su Zimo walked to the end of an aisle. There was a mural here. In fact, this kind of mural was very common in the Sun Palace. They were all secrets of the blazing fire domain. Su Zimo was standing in front of the mural. It was a story about the fire relayer. Legend had it that the blazing fire domain wasn't the world of the fire race. There were still some places here that weren't covered by flames. Some people from other races lived here. In the place where these races lived, there was a continent called Bingyuan Island. This place was dominated by ice, and it was winter all year round. The people living here were all eroded by the snow until one day, the war of the fire race spread here. At that time, the fire race had a war maniac. He built a huge empire. He wanted to use war to bring the entire blazing fire domain into the territory of his empire. In the battle that followed, Bingyuan Island was beaten until it fell. Madman's empire was also torn apart and eventually fell. What was recorded on this mural should be the last pure land of the blazing fire domain. Ever since the fall of Bingyuan Island, the blazing fire domain had completely become the world of the fire race. Su Zimo stood in front of the mural. He could feel that the mural was burning. A drop of water condensed in his palm. It wasn't the stream of all water, but an ordinary water droplet. When he put the water droplet into the flame, it didn't evaporate as he had imagined. Instead, the flame and the water droplet merged perfectly. What do you think of this flame, young master? A voice suddenly sounded from the side. Su Zimo turned his head to look. A figure had appeared beside him at some point. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dark King. Su Zimo looked at this figure. His entire body was covered in a grayish-brown robe. He was like a ghost, and nothing could be seen clearly. It was also like a cloud of fog. Rather than saying that this is a flame, it's better to say that it's a type of consciousness, Su Zimo said with a smile. A flame's consciousness, and its self-consciousness is very strong. It can accommodate all things. What's that saying again? The sea can accommodate all rivers. Then do you think this flame can replace the fire race? Dark King suddenly asked. Su Zimo fell silent. He was slightly stunned. What do you think? Su Zimo asked back. Dark King didn't say anything and also fell silent. We've always had a great goal. I know. Su Zimo nodded. Actually, although I can't completely guess why you opened the land of origin, I know what you want to do. Do you know who I hate the most? Dark King asked. The Holy Court, or those fake fire race? Su Zimo said. No, traitors. No matter how hateful outsiders are, they're still outsiders. However, it's unforgivable for your own compatriots to betray you. Dark King replied. If you want the fire race to be rebuilt, the first thing you kill is not the enemy, but the traitors. Who betrayed you? Su Zimo asked curiously. You'll know when you get to the land of origin, Dark King said. I've heard about you from the Holy King, so I need your help with something. No, I'm a businessman. I don't usually get involved in the matters of the fire race. Su Zimo waved his hand. To put it bluntly, even if the fire race was destroyed today, it had nothing to do with Su Zimo. If the fire race couldn't take out a suitable bargaining chip, Su Zimo wouldn't give them the myriad water stream. Therefore, Su Zimo was curious when he heard what the King of Darkness said. But he wasn't surprised. He replied, What do you need me to help you with? Kill the enemy with the fire tribe, the King of Darkness said. When we go to the land of origin, we shouldn't be able to control the situation there. So before that, we want to unite some people. Why unite with me? There are so many people in the 6 fire territories. You can find others, Su Zimo said with a smile. I don't trust them, the King of Darkness replied directly. Then you trust me? This is the first time we've met, right? Su Zimo said with a smile. The Holy King of Light told me that although you are very dangerous, perhaps even more dangerous than them. But you can trust some things, the King of Darkness replied. For example, you can never compromise with the saints in the Holy Court. And they won't agree to compromise with you. There's no problem with helping the Sun Palace, but what can I get in return? Su Zimo asked. Actually, we've already set up an inescapable net. We're just looking for you to have an extra layer of protection. You know icing on the cake, right? It doesn't matter if it's icing on the cake or providing timely help. Su Zimo waved his hand. He said, Since you want me to help, you must ask for a reward. What do you want? The King of Darkness pondered for a while and asked. What bargaining chips can the Sun Palace give me? Su Zimo asked back. I'll give you a copy of the Land of Origin's inheritance, the King of Darkness said. I'm not interested in the inheritance of the Fire Tribe. Su Zimo shook his head. In fact, he had the inheritance of the Fire God Jerome. Basically, it was very difficult to have a stronger flame than Jerome. Then tell me, what do you want? The King of Darkness asked. I heard that the Sun Palace has a sunflower, Su Zimo replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the King of Darkness's expression froze. There was a dangerous aura in his eyes. This was a top secret of the Sun Palace. Some things are actually not top secret. You snatched the sunflower from the red. It's not difficult for me to know, Su Zimo said with a smile. The sunflower was originally something that the water god Gong Tu left in the small world. Later, the small world was taken over by the red man. The sunflower naturally fell into their hands. Then, they went to the Sun Palace and snatched the sunflower. Afterwards, they took it for themselves and used it to achieve their goal. After Su Zimo killed Red Man, he actually wanted to see if Gong Tu had left anything good behind. Unfortunately, the Red Man had occupied the small world for so many years. Even if there were good things, they would have been used up long ago. Although the sunflower was good, it was not important to Su Zimo. He was just teasing the King of Darkness. Now, it seemed that the other party's reaction was somewhat out of his expectations. Looks like it's a pity that we can't make a deal, the King of Darkness replied. I don't care. Su Zimo shrugged. He turned around and prepared to leave, but the King of Darkness stopped him. Child Su, even if we can't work together, we still have a chance. I also hope that it won't mess up our plans. Then tell your people not to provoke me, Su Zimo replied. This? The King of Darkness seemed to be in danger. When there are too many people, it's hard to control. I heard that you have a conflict with the Shangguan clan and the Undying Palace. I wonder if you can give me some face. Before this matter is over, child Su, try not to fight with them. Give you face? What face do you have with me? Su Zimo turned his head and sneered. To be honest, the life and death of the fire tribe has nothing to do with me. In the entire Sun Palace, other than that old man Ho Zhu, I really don't care about anyone else. Su Zimo said this and his attitude became much colder. The Sun Palace left a good impression on me before, so I can talk to you properly. Do you really think that the Sun Palace is used to being the overlord of the blazing fire territory and can tell me what to do? The King of Darkness did not speak. In fact, he was used to being in a high position for a long time. It had been a long time since anyone dared to talk to him like this. He kept looking at Su Zimo's back as he left. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. The King of Darkness turned his head and saw that the Holy King of Light had arrived. How did it go? The Holy King of Light smiled. You didn't tell me beforehand that this person is so arrogant, the King of Darkness replied. How should I put it? This person has always treated our Laozu sect as equals. He has never taken us seriously, the Holy King of Light explained. If you didn't remind me, I really wanted to fight with him, the King of Darkness said. Now is not the time to fight with him. You should know that the Fire Tribe's matter is more important, the Holy King of Light said. These people have already come in. When the time comes, we can control them and let them enter the origin land. It's actually very easy. What if the negotiation doesn't work out with him? The King of Darkness asked. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. Actually, we've already prepared. I told you to rope him in. I'm just afraid that he will become the uncertain factor, the Holy King of Light said. When the time comes, we can just remind those people. I don't understand. Why are you so indulgent towards him? What's his background? The King of Darkness asked. I can't tell you his background now. Actually, it was Laozu who told me. You'll understand in the future. The Holy King of Light smiled mysteriously. Coming out of the Sun Palace. It seemed that Su Zimo didn't get any useful information. According to his guesses, he was almost certain. The purpose of the Sun Palace opening the origin land, including what the Sun Palace was doing now. In fact, many people were thinking of ways to change the Fire Tribe's predicament. But changing was easier said than done. He came out of the Sun Palace and returned to the Chaos Fire domain. At this moment, an image was projected in the void. It was the projection of many people who had entered the Sun Palace. In these projections, there were disciples of various sects, so everyone gathered here to watch. Seeing Su Zimo arrive, sect leader Bai hurriedly came to welcome him. How is it? Sect leader Bai asked. It's almost done. Su Zimo shook his head. How are those who entered the Sun Palace? So far, only one person has entered the Sun Palace and obtained a spot, sect leader Bai said. Who? Su Zimo asked curiously. It's Li Guan from the Tang dynasty, sect leader Bai said as he pointed at the projection. The Tang dynasty was an empire in the Blazing Fire domain. In fact, in the Blazing Fire domain, the empires weren't very strong. Most of them were sects that were powerful after the 6 great fire domains. But the Tang dynasty was the only empire that stood out. Even in the Blazing Fire domain, they were famous. One of their most famous things was that they had once fought with the ruler of the Vermilion Bird Flame domain, one of the 6 great fire domains, the Vermilion Bird Palace. In the end, they were evenly matched. One could well imagine how powerful they were. However, the Great Tang had always kept a low profile. Some people said that they were secretly accumulating strength. As long as no one provoked them, the Great Tang would not take the initiative to do anything. Moreover, at the borders of the Great Tang, the country was prosperous and the people lived in peace. It was definitely a prosperous place. It was also one of the few places that was affected by war. Now that they saw Li Guan pass the test and enter the Sun Hall, most people were not surprised. Because the Great Tang had the strength. Su Zimo, on the other hand, looked at the contents of the projection with interest. Actually, the steps to enter the Sun Hall were very complicated. They had to go through all kinds of tests. This included one's temperament, strength, and a little bit of luck. Moreover, one should not think that the Sun Hall test was safe. If there were a few mistakes, one would die without a burial ground. In the short period of time that Su Zimo had been watching, more than a dozen people had already died inside. However, Su Zimo was not too concerned about this. His gaze swept across the 6 major fire zones as he guessed in his heart. The betrayal that the Dark King mentioned. He should be referring to the people of the 6 fire domains. However, he did not know which fire domain it was. Su Zimo looked at the fire domain. He only hoped that it was not the Chaos Fire domain. After all, he was representing the Chaos Fire domain. There were many people participating in the Sun Palace's test. However, it was actually a competition of speed. Basically, those who did not pass were eliminated. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the people died or were eliminated. The Immortal Land was no exception. Almost everyone who entered with Lu Wuming was eliminated. However, they were lucky that their lives were not in danger. That Song Wushuang from the Peerless Pavilion. And that one, perfected by you from the Moon Palace. These are all big shots that are rarely seen. Today, they are all here. Look at the Conqueror Wang Chong. He passed too. In the projection, many of those who could pass through the Sun Palace were young and famous people. The 6 great fire territories waited quietly. As people came out one by one, everyone thought that the 36 spots would be very difficult. However, they underestimated the influence of the land of origin. Even many prodigies who had been in seclusion for many years appeared. Therefore, the 36 spots were much easier. Not long after, thousands of people fought for it. The final 36 people were born. The Sun Palace erupted with a powerful force, almost expelling everyone. Everyone returned to the mountain ridge. The mountain ridge, which had been deserted not long ago, became lively once again. A cacophony of noise rang out continuously. Some people were happy, while others were sad. The forces that the 36 people belonged to were happy, while the others were reduced to supporting characters. Another explosion came from the sky. The Radiant Saint King appeared in the void again with the elders of the Sun Hall. Sage King, the competition is over. Can we start the challenge now? Li Guan of the Great Tang was the first to step forward. Of course. I'm here to announce this anyway. The Radiant Saint King waved his hand. An arena descended from the void. The arena was instantly magnified several hundred times. With a boom, the earth trembled, and countless rocks condensed. The arena was split into a dozen pieces. Every arena was like an ancient battlefield, majestic, as if there was an ancient aura permeating the air. These ancient battlefields were all grayish-brown. Faintly, there seemed to be red mottled blood mixed within. One could imagine that there must have been a great battle on this ancient battlefield, even though countless years had passed. The blood could not be completely erased. Standing in front of the ancient battlefield, one could even hear the sound of an ancient horn. Su Zimo's eardrums trembled slightly. Even. He was shocked, let alone the others around him. What is this? Someone asked. I'm afraid it's an ancient relic from the past, someone guessed. An ancient battlefield. These are all ancient relics. This ancient battlefield is for everyone to challenge. If anyone wants to challenge, you can directly step onto the arena. The Radiant Saint King's authoritative voice came from the sky. You can't avoid the battle. If you want to challenge, you must step onto the arena. If you refuse, it means you give up your spot. Everyone has a chance to challenge me. This is a little unfair, Du Bujia of the Vermilion Bird Flame Domain said from the side of the 6 fire domains. If the people of the 6 fire domains lose, they have to hand over their spots. But the 36 people can keep their spots regardless of whether they win or lose. What's the point of this competition? Then why don't you say that these 36 people fought for their spots in the Sun Palace? However, we gave the spots to the 6 fire regions for free. An elder directly stood out from beside the Radiant Saint King and scolded. Don't think we don't know that some people entered because of concern. But how can we let mediocre people enter the origin ground? When the elder finished speaking, Du Bujia's face was filled with shame. Actually, with his strength, he could not enter the origin ground at all. But his father was the Vermilion Bird Palace Lord. He controlled the entire Vermilion Bird Flame domain and was one of the overlords of the 6 fire domains. So, he stood his ground and gave him a spot. But he did not expect the Sun Palace to do this. He had a feeling that the Sun Palace had set up this test for people like him. Who wants to go first? The Radiant Saint King asked calmly, suppressing all the arguing. This time, it was Li Guan from the Great Tang who stood up. His gaze swept over the people from the 6 major fire territories. In fact, many people felt psychological pressure in this situation. For people like Su Zimo, they did not care at all. On the other hand, people like Du Bujia all had sweat on their foreheads, afraid of being called. I challenge. Vermilion Bird Flame Domains Du Bujia, Li Guan's voice rang out. Du Bujia's face was as ugly as a pig's liver. It's a free spot. It's a waste not to take it, Li Guan said with a smile. Don't look down on people, Du Bujia said coldly as he walked slowly into the ancient battlefield. Don't worry, even a lion will use all its strength to catch a rabbit. I know this principle. I will use my strongest strength to send you flying, Li Guan replied. The two figures stepped into the ancient battlefield. Li Guan's gaze was majestic, like that of an ancient emperor. Although he had not become the emperor of the empire yet, he already had some of the spirit of a young emperor. I'll let you make the first move, Li Guan said to Du Bujia, waving his hand. Kill, Du Bujia roared. An aura as majestic as the ocean rose from his body and directly crushed towards Li Guan. Just became a great emperor? Li Guan did not make a move when he felt this aura. Someone beside him frowned. The aura of a great emperor was a little weak. Logically speaking, given Du Bujia's age, he should be considered a prodigy. But on second thought, prodigies were nothing. Of the younger generation here today, who was not a prodigy, they were not only looking for prodigies, but also the best of the best. Therefore, when Du Bujia's cultivation level was revealed, some people did not think highly of him. Is there no one else in the Vermilion Bird domain? They actually sent such trash to participate in the competition. A youth with the word Wang engraved on his head sneered from the side of the Hell Tiger tribe. The Hellfire domain and the Vermilion Bird domain were 2 neighboring domains. Therefore, there was constant friction and small conflicts between them. Seizing the opportunity to ridicule him was also something that he could not miss. The Vermilion Bird domain lord's forehead was ashen, but he could not say a word. He looked at the ancient battlefield. Li Guan was practically suppressing Du Bujia. With Li Guan's strength, he could have defeated Du Bujia long ago, but he was not in a hurry to end it. Instead, he looked like he was toying with him. This level of battle was torture for Du Bujia. You're crazy, Du Bujia shouted angrily. If you want to win, then win. Why do you have to humiliate me like this? Does the Vermilion Bird domain have a grudge with the Great Tang? The Vermilion Bird domain has no grudge with the Great Tang, but there is between you and me, Li Guan said coldly. Are you crazy? I don't even know you, Du Bujia shouted. Do you still remember the people you killed when you were guarding the vast forest last year? Li Guan asked. Du Bujia was stunned. He had killed enough people. How could he remember them all? Have you forgotten? You snatched their prey and then cruelly killed them, Li Guan reminded. They were all my brothers. They were part of my youth army. The Great Tang Empire was very special. They did many things differently from other empires. In other empires, when the emperor was on the throne, what they cared about the most was the crown prince getting military power and roping in the ministers. The Great Tang Empire encouraged this. Before the prince ascended the throne, he could train his own army. Even private armies. As one of the Great Tang Empire's princes, Li Guan naturally had the right to train his own private army. Those who had been killed by Du Bujia were Li Guan's closest brothers in his private army. Originally, after Li Guan ascended to the throne, these people could become ministers. Perhaps Du Bujia had already forgotten. However, Li Guan had always been looking for an opportunity. Recklessly killing Du Bujia would trigger a war between the Great Tang and the Vermilion Bird Flame region. After all, Du Bujia was the young master of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. That was why he had endured until now. He wanted to take revenge. Those people you didn't care about are the root of your death today. Li Guan snorted coldly. The long sword on his back had already been drawn. Clang! The powerful sound of the sword being unsheathed was heard. The long sword swept up a 10,000-foot storm, enveloping Dubujia within. He was surrounded by howling gales. The gale was like a knife, instantly leaving thousands of holes on Dubujia's body. I admit. Dubujia didn't finish his sentence. The long knife had already pierced his throat. Dubujia couldn't even say a word as it pierced through his entire body. How dare you? You've already admitted defeat. Why are you still killing? The Vermilion Bird Palace Hall Master stood up and shouted coldly. A majestic aura erupted from his body. Admit defeat? I didn't hear that. Did anyone here hear that? Li Guan retorted unceremoniously. No matter how the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall Master's aura suppressed him. He had a calm expression from beginning to end. Palace Hall Master do, outsiders are not allowed to interfere in the competition. In the sky, the Radiant Saint King reminded timely. Your son indeed didn't admit defeat just now. Once the Sun Palace referee appeared, the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall Master lost his temper. He could accept losing a spot. However, his son had been killed. It was the saddest thing in life to see one's child die before another's. He didn't even give Jia a chance to admit defeat. He's the murderer. He purposely challenged him with a murderous mentality. The Vermilion Bird Palace Hall Master said unwillingly. All right, we won't speculate. Let's just look at the facts. The Radiant Saint King interrupted him. He directly announced, Li Guan wins this competition. He will obtain the spot that belongs to Dubujia. Seeing that the first challenger had won. The others were naturally eager to give it a try. Little Tyrant Wang Chong was the second to jump onto the stage. Speaking of Wang Chong, why was he called Little Tyrant? That was because his father was a true tyrant. He had inherited his father's domineering and kingly way. He was decisive in killing and possessed astounding talent. Thus, even though his father was more famous, he had also relied on himself to make a name for himself. Little Tyrant was his nickname. Wang Chong was the first to step onto the stage. Looking at the crowd, he smiled and said, let me see who I want to challenge. After looking around, his gaze finally landed on the Shangguan clan. I want to challenge Shangguan Waner. May I know which one of you is her? The moment he said those words, the crowd fell silent. For the sake of a spot, everyone chose the weakest among them to challenge. And Shangguan Waner was clearly one of those monsters among the prodigies. Her reputation was so wide that she was several streets ahead of Little Tyrant. Why? None of you are answering? Wang Chong shouted. The reason for that was because not a single person from the Shangguan clan paid any attention to his challenge. Only when he asked again did someone reply indifferently, Waner isn't here yet? What do you mean? Today, everyone is gathered here. Your Shangguan clan spot isn't here. Wang Chong looked at the people from the Sun Palace in the sky. He said, if that's the case, does it mean that they have forfeited and I am the winner? This time, even the Radiant Saint King frowned slightly. He didn't expect such a situation either. At this moment, a cold female voice sounded. Who said that I'm forfeiting? Defeating you is just a matter of seconds. Immediately after, a huge phoenix flew over from afar. This phoenix was extremely dazzling. Its entire body was fiery red. From afar, it looked like a sea of blood. The sea of blood was so vast that it covered the entire sky. The phoenix was shrieking sharply. This time it attracted almost everyone's attention. Some sharp-eyed people had already seen it. On the back of the phoenix stood a woman in a fluttering robe. She was like an immortal who had fallen into the mortal world. She was surrounded by a faint immortal aura. She gave off a feeling that she was calm and indifferent, as if even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her, her expression wouldn't change. It was as if the turmoil of the world couldn't disturb her heart. She was like an indifferent and unmoving Dead Sea. The woman was very beautiful. Her skin was fair and her eyes were clear as water. Cherry red lips. A diamond-shaped crystal pendant dangled from her earlobes. She was indeed very beautiful. But there were too many beautiful people in the world, and they had seen too many of them. What left a deep impression on them was her temperament. Immortals caress my head and tie my hair for immortality. She truly had the aura of an immortal. She rode the phoenix and slowly stopped in the air, above everyone's heads. A slightly cold voice was heard. I've made father and uncles worry. I happened to meet this phoenix on my way here, so I wanted to subdue it. So I thought about subduing it, which took me some time. Hearing this, everyone was a little stunned. That was a phoenix. From her tone, subduing it was just a casual matter. Although it was a little arrogant, many people had to admit that it was a very calm arrogance. It wasn't a deliberate arrogance. It was as if she was really stating a matter, just like eating or drinking. The daughters of the Xianxia clan are all extraordinary, someone sighed. I can't see through this Xianxia of the younger generation. Even the experts of the other factions couldn't help but sigh. Xianxia didn't care about the discussions of others. She lowered her head and looked at Wang Chong. She said, "You want to challenge me?" "That's right, I want to challenge you. As an overlord, I want to do what ordinary people don't dare to do." Little Overlord Wang Chong bellowed, "My father once said that cultivation is like climbing a mountain. The more majestic the mountain, the greater the sense of accomplishment. Today, I want to give it a try." "Your father is right. The path of martial arts is like a mountain. But you're wrong. You have to climb one mountain after another. You're courting death by challenging the hell difficulty." Xianxia said domineeringly, "You don't have the right to fight with me. Since I've subdued this phoenix, I'll let it test your strength." Xianxia patted the phoenix's head as she spoke. Then, she descended from the sky and returned to the Xianxia clan. As for the phoenix in the sky, it began to cry out angrily. Its voice was so powerful that it pierced through the air. The world around it shattered, and flames burned everything. The flames burning on its body were truly the flames of nirvana. "Damn it, you dare to look down on me," Wang Chong snorted. He had also gained the title of Little Overlord all the way here. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? At that moment, when the phoenix pounced toward him, he did not dodge in the slightest. He threw out a punch. The fist seemed to be filled with supreme power that could crush everything. The fist wind was like a real storm, tearing and shattering everything. With a boom, the two powerful forces collided, and the ancient battlefield violently trembled. "Who do you think will win?" Sect Master Bai looked at Su Zimo and asked curiously. She still believed in Su Zimo's words. "Who do you want to win?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "Of course it's that Wang Chong. Isn't the Xianxia clan at odds with you?" Sect Master Bai replied. Su Zimo shook his head. "Wang Chong is no good." She looked up at Xianxia. He explained, "That girl is a little arrogant, but she does have real skills." "If that's the case, Child Su will probably have another strong opponent," Sect Master Bai replied. "Alright, don't worry too much." Su Zimo waved his hand. "My opponents are all at the pinnacle of the Sage Ancestor Great Saint Realm. She's not that strong. Sometimes, I feel that young master is even more arrogant than her, but I like young master's confidence," Sect Master Bai said with a smile. On the ancient arena, the Phoenix and Wang Chong had already separated. Logically speaking, the Phoenix's demonic beast body should be much stronger. However, Wang Chong was an eye-opener. Whether it was in terms of strength or defense, he had almost crushed the Phoenix. His fighting style was also very domineering. He did not use any moves, nor did he need any weapons. His punches and kicks were enough to shake the earth. It was as if he was a demonic beast in human form. The flames of nirvana of the Phoenix should be extremely powerful. However, when it landed on Wang Chong, there was no reaction at all. It was as if he was born unafraid of fire. He has a fire-resistant treasure on him, Su Zimo immediately realized. His lack of fear of the Phoenix's flames of nirvana made him fiercer and fiercer. In a short period of time, the Phoenix was already heavily injured. Upon seeing this sight, the crowd began to praise Wang Chong. As expected of Wang Chong, the little overlord. "I heard that Xianxia has never been defeated, but it seems like that's all there is to it. Wang Chong is going to win. Let's see what Xianxia will do." While everyone was talking, the Phoenix destroyed everything. It was already a desperate attack, and after circling half a circle in the air, the phoenix attacked with all its might. After circling around for a while, it charged at Wang Chong like a madman. Wang Chong roared. Come! His true fate flashed behind him. It looked like a giant that could support the heaven and earth. It was just a flash, so no one saw it clearly. But in the next moment, Wang Chong grabbed the phoenix's head and slammed it into the ground. Then, his fists rained down on the phoenix's head. Only a boom sound was heard. The phoenix's head was smashed into pieces. Come up and fight, Wang Chong's aura surged like a rainbow piercing through the sun. He roared at Shangguanwaner. Shangguanwaner looked at him calmly. Then, she stretched out her right hand and lightly slapped forward. It was a gentle movement. But in the next moment, the sky was blocked. A flaming palm descended from the sky. Just like the Buddha's palm. The flame palm destroyed everything in its path as easily as crushing dry weeds. Seeing the flaming palm, the little overlord roared. Even before the palm arrived, just the gust of wind from the palm was already enough to make little tyrant Wang Chong feel as though his body was about to explode. It was as though his entire body was about to be crushed by the pressure. This was just the wind from the palm. As the flaming palm got closer and closer, the wind from the palm grew stronger and stronger. In the end, Wang Chong's clothes began to burn. The blood in his body was extraordinary. His skin was ablaze for no reason. This incredible might was hard for him to bear. The flaming palm was already right in front of him. If the wind from the palm was already this powerful, how powerful would the real one be? I admit defeat, he shouted while lying on the ground. The moment the flaming palm fell, his voice echoed, the flaming palm disappeared. Seeing this scene, the entire crowd fell silent. No one dared to speak. Only Wang Chong, who was lying on the ground, was facing the seemingly never-before-seen flaming palm. Aren't you going to announce the result? Shangguanwaner's voice broke the deathly silence. Even the Sun Palace had only just reacted. Shangguanwaner wins this battle, the radiant Saint King's voice echoed. What an exciting battle. End of chapter 1496. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.